Chapter 1. Want to join the fray? Then flatten it. In the capital city, within a certain mysterious and solemn courtyard, a robust elderly man reclines leisurely in his armchair. His tranquility is interrupted when a well-dressed gentleman approaches to report, "Old Master Sun Yonghao has returned." "Ah, he has come? Let him in," the elderly man replies, opening his half-closed eyes and gesturing with his hand. "Very well." The man then calls over a young man in his late 20s from outside. "Grandfather." The young man approaches respectfully. A smile graces the old man's face. "Please take a seat." "Yonghao, you have been working for 2 years now, correct?" The elder inquires. "Are you contemplating a change?" "Grandfather, has something happened?" The young man, Sun Yonghao, asks with evident confusion. "It seems your experiences have been fruitful indeed. Something has transpired." The elder nods, adding, "Are you aware of Zhao Lichuan, who was previously transferred to the capital?" "I recall him." Sun Yonghao acknowledges, sensing that his grandfather has something significant to say. "Well, it appears some influential individuals have managed to bring the situation in Handong province to the capital's attention." The elder continues. "Thus, Zhao Lichuan has been reassigned here. Moreover, these individuals have united with the intent to annex Handong province." He elaborates. "They have even arranged for a candidate to take charge. However, although the leadership has consented, they remain somewhat dissatisfied. There are concerns regarding the specifics of the situation and the extent of its developments, which many are eager to understand. This provincial secretary, although elevated to his position, has a history of holding various roles that appear commendable, yet one must question how much of it was merely opportunistic," the elder reflects. "His domineering nature raises further uncertainties about potential repercussions. Previously, someone visited me, suggesting they would send someone to gain experience and keep an eye on these individuals," he explains. "Could it be that they wish for me to go?" The young man suddenly realizes, inquiring. "Indeed," the elder chuckles. "Originally, this matter shouldn't concern a retired old man like me. But they thought of you. The leadership has also given their approval. Isn't this an overestimation of my capabilities?" The young man questions. "You want me to oversee this? And it's a prominent position? Who said you were to oversee anything? Merely observe the depths of the current situation in Handong province." The elder laughs. "Understanding the circumstances is sufficient, and you certainly need the experience. Venturing elsewhere wouldn't yield the same extent of growth. This opportunity is just right. What position have they arranged for me?" The young man asks, curiosity piqued. "They mention a role in Guangming District, specifically as the deputy secretary of the district committee," the elder informs him. "Deputy secretary of the district committee?" The young man nods thoughtfully. "This position is quite respectable. After all, being newly assigned, it wouldn't be ideal to ascend directly to a leadership role. Gaining experience in this capacity could pave the way for a swift promotion to the position of district committee secretary at the appropriate moment, or even further advancement." Sun Yonghao. Upon his birth, he discovered a multitude of familiar faces in this world, individuals he had only heard of before. Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, Kong Jie Dingwei. The remaining names were those that resonated with familiarity, yet something felt amiss. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang were figures he recognized clearly. However, among the four, an additional name emerged: Sun Zheng. His father, who had once been a classmate of Zhao Gang, maintained commendable relationships with Li Yunlong and others, both in the sacred grounds and beyond. As his career progressed, he served as Li Yunlong's deputy regiment commander, then ascended to the role of regiment commander, deputy brigade commander, and subsequently, the division commander and corps commander. By the time of the founding of a nation, he had risen to the position of deputy commander of a military corps. Ultimately, he participated in the renowned 1v17 battle as a deputy commander and later assumed the role of acting commander. Upon his return, he bore the weight of 3 stars, and it seemed as though he possessed a discerning eye for talent, nurturing those he promoted to success. His connections with former students and colleagues were widespread across various military districts, and many had transitioned to civilian roles. Even his own father was a distinguished figure, adeptly balancing military and political responsibilities. From a regional leader to a member of the upper echelons of leadership, despite facing some challenges over the years, he navigated without significant issues and cultivated close relationships with numerous elder leaders. In later years, he collaborated with these veterans to reshape the prevailing circumstances, nearly reaching the pinnacle of power, suppressing military dissent and providing support. Even in retirement, his influence remained substantial. Born in 1915, his father was nearing the century mark. He had 3 sons and a daughter, marrying only after the founding of the nation. His eldest brother, now 64, serves as one of the military's key aides in the capital, while his 2 cousins have also made their mark in the military. His own father, at 61, holds the position of deputy commander in a major military district, albeit progressing at a slower pace. After all, most resources were concentrated on his elder brother. His biological brother is also within the military, while his younger uncle and aunt pursue different paths, one in scientific research at a secret base, the other educating future generations as a university professor. Only he, Sun Yonghao, works within the government. At 18, he enrolled in a university in the capital, completing a 7-year combined bachelor's and master's program, graduating 2 years prior. He now serves in a secretariat within a specific department in the capital. Upon graduating, he had already attained a deputy division-level rank, not only due to his impressive credentials, but also because of his position in the youth league during his studies. Although he has yet to be promoted to a full division-level position, he is acutely aware of the situation in the capital, which operates at a deputy provincial level. Upon his return to the district, he was aptly promoted to the division-level role of deputy secretary of the district committee. Under the guidance of such an esteemed elder, Sun Yonghao has benefited immensely from his mentorship. Under the influence of experience and observation, many concealed methods have been mastered to perfection. I have also arranged your resume. The elder continued, prepared from our hometown. In our family, aside from my old man, there aren't many remaining in the political arena. However, previously, my father has promoted quite a number of individuals. I had reached out to you before once you arrive in Handong province. Should you encounter insurmountable issues or face any form of intimidation, initially you might consider contacting this individual. As he spoke, the old man produced a phone number. Who is this? Sun Yonghao inquired with curiosity. Fang Jibin, the elder replied. He is the executive vice governor of Handong province. After hearing about it, I also reviewed the situation in Handong province. Now, each one is eager to push their heads through the ranks, striving for elevation. A vice secretary of the provincial committee wishes to ascend to secretary. A standing committee member desires to become a mayor, and a city mayor aims for the governorship. The more they rush, the less we should easily yield. For the executive vice governor to ascend, it is equally reasonable. Yonghao, this time you should go and observe the situation in Handong province to see how things truly stand. What has become of the individual I promoted? I understand, grandfather. Sun Yonghao nodded in acknowledgement. Well, now you must prepare to depart. The matter of marriage should also be prioritized. Do not be like your father, who only began contemplating marriage at 30. Yet, I must have someone. I cannot simply marry anyone at random. Sun Yonghao chuckled wryly. Very well, then you must take this matter seriously. The elder waved his hand. This will be beneficial for your development. Go and make your preparations. Depart early for your new post. All right, grandfather. Sun Yonghao responded, rising to exit. Chapter 2. Taking office in Handong. Handong province, Jingzhou city, government building. Are you saying that the higher-ups have assigned us a deputy secretary of the district committee? Governor Liu Hegong gazed at the organization minister before him, puzzled. Indeed, Minister Wu Chunlin nodded. Governor, at such a critical juncture, why have they assigned a cadre of deputy department level? Could he be an associate of our newly appointed provincial secretary? Generally, a deputy department level would not warrant discussion between the two of them. However, given the recent upheavals in Handong province, with the provincial secretary appointed from above and the discipline inspection secretary having arrived in advance, how could the introduction of a deputy secretary of the district committee, especially from the Guangming District, fail to capture their attention? The current state of affairs remains unclear to them. Although the organization minister is aligned with the provincial secretary, the previous Zhao Lichuan had acted with authority, and while Wu Chunlin played a role, it was not substantial enough. He could hardly be considered anything more than a minor player in the grand scheme. Point 1 can only seek warmth and solidarity with others, particularly in fostering a closer relationship with the provincial governor. Therefore, following the incident, he promptly approached the governor for a discussion. At the very least, they could not allow this matter to adversely affect them. Although Governor Liu was on the cusp of retirement, he had not yet officially retired. Moreover, any pressing issues could be deliberated collectively. Do you know the source of this? Governor Liu inquired immediately. At present, it remains unclear, but this position likely pertains to Guangming District, explained Wu Chunlin. Then we shall refrain from intervening for the time being, Governor Liu replied, shaking his head. Currently, these individuals are engaged in fierce contention and action may serve us better than action. The situation in Handong province is perilously volatile, akin to a powder keg that could explode with the slightest misstep. We shall extend our support where warranted, while observing the remainder for now. Understood, Governor, I will take that to heart. Wu Chunlin nodded in agreement. The two continued their discussion regarding the prevailing circumstances, but little else was said. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao had already arrived at Jingzhou Airport by plane. Upon his exit, he was met by someone awaiting his arrival, confirming that the call from the old man had not been in vain. As Sun Yonghao emerged, a man in his 30s approached him. "Are you Secretary Sun?" he asked eagerly. "Yes." Sun Yonghao regarded the individual before him. Previously just a director, he had now assumed the role of Secretary Sunday. "I am Sun Yonghao, and you are?" he inquired. "I am Yang Haifeng, Secretary to Governor Fong." The man introduced himself. "Governor Fong sent us to welcome you." "Ah, thank you, Director Yang," Sun Yonghao acknowledged with a nod. "Secretary Sun, you are too kind," Yang replied with a smile, promptly offering to take Sun Yonghao's luggage. After exchanging pleasantries, they exited together, with Yang continuing, "Originally, Governor Fong intended to come personally, but a last-minute meeting was unavoidable, so I was tasked with welcoming you." "Ah, Director Yang, you flatter me. If Governor Fong had truly come, it would have been an overwhelming honor," Sun Yonghao responded with a smile. The two maintained their friendly rapport as they made their way to the vehicle, where Yang introduced the driver, a 40-something veteran named Wang Rue, also known as Old Wang. The group proceeded towards the provincial committee building. However, such news inevitably spread, as the movement of vehicles could not escape notice. Whether it was the gatekeepers or those with little to do, they all observed the comings and goings of cars, quickly discerning whose vehicle had departed. This situation was unavoidable. This was not the case upon witnessing a young man alight from Governor Fong's vehicle, and noting the courteous demeanor of Secretary Yang. Speculations arose regarding the young man's identity. Secretary Yang escorted Sun Yonghao towards Governor Fong's office, aware that the governor was still engaged in a meeting. They waited for a while, although Governor Fong had previously instructed that if he was not back, they could report to the organization department. However, Sun Yonghao was not overly concerned about the time and decided to wait. After a half hour or so, Governor Fong returned. "Leader, Secretary Sun has arrived." "You must be Yonghao," Governor Fong remarked, a smile instantly gracing his face as he regarded Sun Yonghao. Sun Yonghao, in turn, scrutinized the governor, reflecting on his profile. 54 years of age, not particularly old for someone in such a position. In the future, he could potentially rise to a ministerial level with perseverance. He might attain a significant role, albeit without the backing of influential allies. He could merely retreat to his secondary status. Yet now, Governor Fong evidently perceived a promising opportunity, being the grandson of a former superior of the old leadership. How could he possibly overlook this? Although he had met the former leader, it was only in the company of his own superior, making it difficult to gauge the man's true capabilities. Previously, their connection had been tenuous, but now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. "Yonghao, you must have had quite the journey. How is elder Sun's health?" Governor Fong inquired with genuine concern. "All is well," Sun Yonghao responded with a smile. "Good, that is reassuring." Governor Fong continued, then assured Sun Yonghao, "Now that you are here, let's work diligently." Although Handong province faces significant challenges, it is also rife with opportunities. Those causing disturbances may be formidable, but we are not to be trifled with. While we may not be able to bully others, we shall not allow anyone to take advantage of us. "Then I appreciate your support, Governor Fong," Sun Yonghao replied with a grin. He certainly did not underestimate the position of an executive vice governor after all. They rank as the second most significant figure within the government. Their standing within the provincial committee is undeniably high, even though recent anti-corruption efforts have elevated the influence of the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. However, The role of an executive vice governor should not be dismissed lightly. Their prospects for advancement are on par with that of the secretary. They are in a position to directly succeed to the governorship, a privilege not afforded to the secretary. Their power is substantial, and under special circumstances, they could even assume the role of governor. Now, with Governor Liu approaching retirement and becoming less involved in affairs, most governmental matters have fallen under Governor Fong's purview. Very well, Yonghao. While you may address me as governor here, privately, you may call me Uncle Fong. Governor Fong extended the olive branch. All right, I shall take you up on that. Sun Yonghao laughed, fully aware of Governor Fong's intentions to strengthen ties with his family. However, he would not refuse, for this man would soon be his superior, necessitating his protection and support. The two continued their conversation for over half an hour. Very well, then let us proceed to your new position. After work, I shall arrange for Xiao Yan to pick you up, remarked Governor Fong with a smile. Thank you very much, Governor Fong, responded Sun Yonghao cheerfully. Following this, Sun Yonghao accompanied Secretary Yang as they made their way towards the organization department. Prior to their departure, Governor Fong personally placed a call to the personnel at the organization department. Upon Sun Yonghao's arrival at the organization department, he was warmly received by Minister Qi, the executive vice minister, while Minister Wu also made an appearance to exchange a few words with him. There was a friendly dialogue among the attendees, and it soon became clear regarding Sun Yonghao's circumstances. Minister Qi took the initiative to arrange for Sun Yonghao's onboarding process. Subsequently, he engaged in discussions with the organization department of Jingzhou City, indicating his intention to personally escort Sun Yonghao to his new post. Although the arrangements were the responsibility of the Jingzhou City Organization Department, Minister Qi's involvement underscored the significance of the occasion. Chapter 3. Once a man passes the age of 25 under the escort of these individuals, Sun Yonghao arrived in the Bright District, where he encountered the Deputy Mayor, District Committee Secretary Ding Yijin, as well as the District Chief Sun Liangping and other district leaders, including Discipline Inspection Secretary Wang Qian, Executive Deputy District Chief Zhao Ziqing, Organization Minister Huang Dongfeng, Propaganda Minister Su Yang, United Front Minister Wang Song, Standing Committee Deputy District Chief Xia Hao, and Deputy District Chief Zhou Xian. After a brief meeting, Sun Yonghao expressed his sentiments, marking his formal assumption of the position. Ding Yijin, observing the multitude present to see him off, seemed to recognize that Sun Yonghao possessed significant backing, treating him with even greater deference than he accorded to Sun Liangping. Yet, there was no sense of trepidation. After all, who was he? He was the very embodiment of Secretary Dakang, a member of the provincial committee, the party secretary of Jingzhou City, and a formidable competitor for the governorship. What was there to fear? Sun Liangping engaged in some dialogue with Sun Yonghao, spending the majority of the office hours familiarizing himself with these individuals. The office director of the district committee, Su Tao, was temporarily assigned to assist Sun Yonghao, also scouting for a secretary, although for the time being, they could only refer to the person as a liaison. Sun Yonghao dedicated his day primarily to this matter. Furthermore, he began to grasp the current situation in the Bright District, which was akin to a powder keg. The Bright Summit project was progressing fervently, with nearly everything that could be utilized sold off. Meanwhile, while Sun Yonghao busied himself there, Governor Fong arrived at Governor Liu's office. It was Governor Liu who personally called for Governor Fong to come over. Old Fong has arrived? Upon seeing Governor Fong enter, Governor Liu gestured for the secretary to close the door. Governor Liu, Governor Fong greeted with a smile. The two were seasoned partners, their collaboration marked by a certain synergy. With Governor Liu nearing retirement, much of the power had shifted to Governor Fong, while the provincial party committee had entrusted Gao Yuliang with responsibilities. Although the new secretary had been appointed, he had yet to assume office, having gone instead to inspect the municipal and county levels. Old Fong, I heard you hosted a young man today. What? Is he someone of importance to you? Governor Liu inquired with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Governor Fong shook his head, smiling. How has Governor Liu come to concern himself with such trivial matters? Trivial? Governor Liu cast a meaningful glance at Governor Fong. Our Handong province is quite lively at the moment. While I may not be in charge anymore, I am not blind. Although I am nearing retirement, I have yet to depart, and everyone is already eyeing the position beneath me. Yet they do not come seeking my counsel. Do they think that once I leave, I will be forgotten? It's only you, old Fong, who has been cooperating quite well during this time. As Governor Liu spoke, he shook his head. While I cannot determine who ascends, I certainly can decide who does not. Governor Fong has also grasped the implications of Governor Liu's intentions. It seems he wishes to observe him closely. It is neither appropriate to discuss nor to remain silent. Governor Fong is aware that the prior reception of Sun Yonghao was a precursor to this moment, and now the benefits are manifesting. Nonetheless, even this veiled communication carries meaning for Governor Liu. If the matter were solely related to his own circle, it could be articulated plainly. Whether it concerns the younger generation of his family or the offspring of colleagues, there would be no reluctance in expression. Old Fong, you truly have fortuitous connections, Governor Liu remarked with a hint of admiration. Governor Fong chose to remain reticent, merely shaking his head. You must seize this opportunity. Governor Liu, now cognizant of the situation, also wished to capitalize on the moment, yet he recognized that haste would be unwise. Patience is requisite. What connection do I have with them? Why should they extend their assistance to him? It is prudent to wait until they are genuinely inclined to act. And let us not forget how arduous it is to ascend in status. What justifies their support without considerable sacrifice on his part? As they engaged in conversation, by the time evening arrived, Sun Yonghao received a call from Secretary Yang, informing him of Governor Fong's invitation to dinner at his residence. Without hesitation, Sun Yonghao agreed and accompanied Governor Fong towards the provincial government building, making their way back to his home. Along the route, they observed a vehicle heading towards the provincial party compound, belonging to the Public Security Bureau. Curiosity piqued, Sun Yonghao glanced outside. At that moment, it was likely only the illustrious Director Qi who would venture here, presumably seeking an audience with Secretary Gao. Noticing Sun Yonghao's fascination with the vehicle, Governor Fong elucidated. That is a protege of Secretary Gao. This succinct explanation sufficed, as it was evident that the personnel from the Public Security Bureau were indeed aligned with Secretary Gao. There was no need for extensive elaboration. If Sun Yonghao were oblivious to these affiliations and positions, he would not be in this situation, and it would be wise for him to return home soon. I have heard of him, Sun Yonghao remarked with a smile. There have been numerous rumors, and I have conducted some inquiries. Governor Fong chuckled in response, leading them to his home. Back already? Is this the esteemed Yonghao? A man in his 50s opened the door with a welcoming smile. This is my wife, Yuan Kaiwei. Aunt Yuan. Sun Yonghao greeted warmly. Hello, Yonghao, please come in. She beckoned, ushering them inside. Upon entering, they noticed another woman preparing a meal, exuding a tranquil grace, with fair skin and a tall stature, embodying an aura of serene domesticity. This is my daughter, Fong Yuan. Governor Fong introduced. Oh, her name is derived from Aunt Yuan's. Sun Yonghao chuckled lightly. At this, Governor Fong also smiled. Yuan, this is a friend's child, Sun Yonghao, who has just assumed the role of Deputy Secretary in Guangming District and is here as our guest today. Greetings, Secretary's son. The young woman chuckled. At that time, I had just been subjected to the family planning policy, so I only have this one daughter, Governor Fong remarked with a smile. Sun Yonghao discerned the underlying meaning of his words. It seemed that his own circumstances were laid bare before him, including his marital status. Furthermore, the elder gentleman must have mentioned something, as Governor Fong appeared to smile like a cunning old fox. Yuan had also just graduated with a master's degree, having studied in the capital, albeit at a different institution. Governor Fong continued with the introductions. Sun Yonghao exchanged pleasantries, while Fong Yuan spoke with poise and ease. Previously, her father, Governor Fong, had informed him of this matter. However, the introductions were merely formalities. He had no intention of orchestrating a union through his only daughter. While such a union would undoubtedly offer some advantages, the specifics remained uncertain. Thus, it would be best for her to follow her own inclinations. If it comes to fruition, that would be splendid, but if not, it would not bear any significant consequence. Sun Yonghao offered no further comments, for his situation was quite similar. He too had no need for any matrimonial alliances. If such a possibility arose, it would be welcomed, but the absence of it posed no issue. He preferred to let fate take its course. Should the opportunity present itself, he would be open to exploring it. He was not one to adhere strictly to virtue. During his university years, he had engaged in several relationships and contemplated many aspects of life. Once a man surpasses the age of 25, he often finds himself in a position of strength, particularly since he had been without a girlfriend after graduation. However, he had indulged in life's pleasures sufficiently and recognized that it was now time to focus his heart. Chapter 4 is about to commence. Tongwei has also noticed the vehicle trailing behind him, initially contemplating whether to yield and allow Governor Fong's card pass. After all, Governor Fong holds the esteemed position of executive vice governor, wielding significant influence within the standing committee. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. His own matters were of considerable importance. He hastened forward, eager to seek out his mentor. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Sun Yonghao returned to the accommodation arranged for him in the Guangming District. The following days unfolded similarly, with department heads visiting Sun Yonghao, becoming familiar faces. Sun Yonghao steadily familiarized himself with the situation in Guangming District. Ding Yijin continued to engage with various investors, seemingly attending yet another gathering that evening. Although he treated Sun Yonghao with courtesy, he appeared disinclined to involve him in the Guangming project, taking credit for it himself. Sun Yonghao, however, remained unperturbed, confident that opportunities would present themselves in due course. During this interval, Sun Yonghao also paid a visit to Li Dakang. Similar to Ding Yijin, Li Dakang recognized Sun Yonghao as possibly aligned with Governor Fong, yet he refrained from casting any undue aspersions upon him. While there was no overt display of politeness towards Sun Yonghao, Li Dakang was not one to feel intimidated by Governor Fong. Even though Secretary Zhao's support had waned, Li Dakang maintained his pride, unscathed by any turmoil thus far. With the Guangming project secured, he felt assured of ascending to the governorship, rendering excessive courtesy unnecessary. Nevertheless, it seemed that Li Dakang held a favorable opinion of Sun Yonghao. At the very least, Sun Yonghao had conducted himself with integrity since his arrival, avoiding any attempts at power grabs or claiming undue credit, which sufficed in not infringing upon Li Dakang's interests. This earned Sun Yonghao a semblance of goodwill, though Li Dakang subtly cautioned him against any rash actions. After concluding their discussion, Sun Yonghao resumed his visits to several leaders at the government building. The mayor had departed for the capital for studies just 2 days prior to Sun Yonghao's appointment, deftly sidestepping the current turmoil. Sun Yonghao then paid a visit to the executive vice mayor, conveying his goodwill. The executive vice mayor, while not directly aligned with Governor Fong, had connections with Governor Liu. Additionally, Mayor Wu was also affiliated with Governor Liu, indicating a network of influence. Upon completing these engagements, Sun Yonghao planned to return home. However, he noticed Li Dakang's vehicle hastily departing. This caused Sun Yonghao to hesitate. At this hour, with Ding Yijin attending a banquet, why was Li Dakang in such a rush? Could something significant have transpired? Contemplating, Sun Yonghao promptly retrieved his mobile phone and began reaching out to his acquaintances in the capital. "Hello, Lao Zhao, it's me," he declared. "Yonghao." The voice on the other end chuckled lightly, inquiring, "What brings you to call at this hour? Is there some operation directed at Handong province?" Sun Yonghao questioned. The Lao Zhao he referred to was none other than his father's old comrade, Zhao Gang's grandson, Zhao Yuan. Although 3 years his senior, they often engaged in leisure activities together. Currently, he held the position of director in the Discipline Inspection Commission. Operation? I'm not entirely certain yet. It's the second supervision office that's handling it. Let me inquire. Lao Zhao zet ponde. All right, Sun Yonghao replied, subsequently ending the call. Before long, his phone rang again. Yonghao, your intuition proves correct. There indeed are some actions underway, though it has not been explicitly stated that they are targeting Handong province. Previously, someone from the Anti-Corruption Bureau apprehended an individual, and it seems quite the debacle has ensued. A debacle? Sun Yonghao echoed. This individual previously arrested a director from the resource department. He had been under scrutiny by numerous people, yet no action was taken until this fellow intervened. The individuals involved are considerable. It is indeed a hot potato. While seizing him may yield credit, the repercussions involve many. Zhao Yuan elaborated. I had initially hoped for a gradual resolution, but I never anticipated the matter would escalate so rapidly. I see, Sun Yonghao nodded. By the way, I hear you're currently in Handong province. Is it possible that this fire will first spread from there? Zhao Yuan inquired. Perhaps. Well, I shan't elaborate further. I must prepare. Sun Yonghao replied. All right, upon your return, let us gather. With that, they concluded their conversation. Sun Yonghao then directed a call to Governor Fong. Governor Fong. It's me, Yonghao. Comrade Yonghao, what is the matter? Governor Fong's voice resonated through the phone. Sun Yonghao quickly discerned that there might be someone present with the governor. Governor Fong, it seems there may be some issues arising in Guangming District. Sun Yonghao vaguely stated. What is happening? Governor Fong queried, urging him to speak freely. It is likely that Ding Yijin is about to encounter trouble. Sun Yonghao elucidated. Ding Yijin? Upon hearing this, Governor Fong's countenance grew grave. He was well aware of Ding Yijin's situation, as he was responsible for the Guangming Peak project, which had recently garnered significant attention. Instantly, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Governor Fong's mind, contemplating the implications should Ding Yijin falter. Understood. Governor Fong seized the opportunity. After concluding the call, he turned to Governor Liu. Is it concerning Ding Yijin? Governor Liu inquired. Indeed, they were previously working together, came the response. Correct. Governor Fong nodded, indicating that we could not remain passive any longer. Governor Liu, he began looking at Liu. You were approaching retirement and had previously expressed a desire to step back from these matters. Yet, retirement has not yet arrived. As long as you hold this position, it is imperative to take responsibility for our Handong province. As he spoke, Governor Liu had already risen to his feet. Ordinarily, he would not need to involve himself. He could simply leave it to Gao Yuliang. They could engage in their disputes and commotion as they wished. However, circumstances had shifted unexpectedly. Even if he could not ascend the ranks himself, the likelihood of Governor Fong doing so had increased significantly. By stepping forward now, he could secure a favor from Fong, a gesture that could benefit his descendants or himself in the future. As for whether he could genuinely assist or risk offending Gao Yuliang or Dakang, leading to a loss for himself, such thoughts were unfounded. They were not his adversaries at present, and though they might overlook him, who among them would dare to cross him? Moreover, while Governor Liu may not possess extensive knowledge of their situations, he was not entirely uninformed. Given the current state of affairs, unless someone intervened, it would not be easy for either side to advance. If Governor Fong were to lend some support now, the chances of success would greatly increase. With this in mind, Liu made his way toward the conference room previously mentioned. He intended for Fong to understand the purpose of his visit. Upon his arrival, he found Gao Yuliang and Tongwei already present. The prosecutor's office and Dakang were still en route. Upon seeing Liu's entrance, both Gao and rose to their feet. They had already spoken on the phone, and while Liu had acknowledged their conversation, he had not confirmed his attendance. Thus, his appearance took them by surprise. Nevertheless, now that he was there, they exchanged greetings, allowing Liu to take the seat of honor. Chapter 5. Governor Liu. What is the directive from the Supreme Procuratorate? What is its level? Governor Liu. The two greeted each other, and Tongwei was notably courteous, even verging on subservient. After all, the prevailing belief now is that power reigns supreme. Heroes, in the face of authority, are reduced to mere playthings. The ambition to ascend to the position of vice-governor had already driven him to madness, compelling him to curry favor with Dakang. What is Dakang's status? What is his relationship with Gao Yuliang? Or rather, this madness in Tongwei did not commence recently. It has long been brewing. In his relentless pursuit of position, he has resorted to unscrupulous means, disregarding all else. Yet, it is difficult to cast judgment, for how many such individuals exist in the shadows. Ultimately, he has not endured the trials and tribulations necessary for growth. He has navigated a path of ease, leading to a misalignment of priorities and actions. If no one offers guidance, no, there's someone providing counsel. Gao Yuliang has consistently undertaken this role. However, the impact has been minimal. While he listens and maintains a commendable attitude, no change has ensued. Much like the situation with Chen Yanshi, where he was tasked with tilling the land. This matter will be addressed later. At this moment, Governor Liu settled into his chair and inquired, "Comrade Yuliang, what is the situation?" The phone call did not clarify. "Governor Liu, it is as follows. The Procuratorate has contacted us, stating that the Supreme Procuratorate has issued a directive concerning an important matter that requires our attention," Gao Yuliang explained. Governor Liu nodded. At this juncture, individuals from outside began to arrive. Dakang and representatives from the Provincial Procuratorate had arrived. Governor Liu, Secretary Yuliang, Dakang greeted them as he entered. Guangming, accompanied by Chen Hai, followed suit, offering greetings as well. However, only Ji Changming cast a glance toward Tongwei. The others, recognizing Dakang's elevated status, refrained from extending their greetings, as none dared to speak out. Even Tongwei, upon Dakang's arrival, rose to greet him, demonstrating commendable etiquette. Nevertheless, beneath the surface, the nature of their relationships remained ambiguous. Outwardly, they must maintain a semblance of propriety. Following this, Ji Changming and Tongwei exchanged pleasantries, both aware that Ji Changming held a deputy ministerial rank. Tongwei reciprocated the greeting, which was entirely appropriate. Yet Chen Hai, this fellow, found himself at a loss for words. He relished the privileges afforded by his status, but adamantly refused to acknowledge it. He even stubbornly insisted he was not aligned with them, leaving one to ponder whether he was deceiving himself or genuinely oblivious. If he is deceiving himself, he is indeed a rather unsavory character, one who eats with one hand while cursing with the other. However, if he is truly unaware, it raises questions about his naivety and what to make of him. Nonetheless, with Governor Liu present, he had seized the initiative of the meeting. Earlier, it was mentioned that the Supreme Procuratorate has issued directives. Were those directives? Governor Liu inquired. "Chen Hai, please share with everyone," Ji Changming said to Chen Hai beside him. "Several leaders, including Deputy Mayor Ding Yizhen of Jingzhou, are suspected of serious violations of law and discipline. We need to exercise control over Ding Yizhen." Upon hearing this, Chen Hai stepped forward to elaborate on the situation. "Control? Which leader made that call? Is there a written document?" Upon hearing these words, Governor Liu appeared as though he had just learned of the matter, his expression instantly turning grave. After all, the Supreme Procuratorate is a unit of vice-national level. Even if the directive did not come directly from the top, it warranted their utmost caution. How could such a significant project be entrusted to someone like Ding Yizhen? At this remark, both Gao Yuliang and Tongwei's expressions shifted dramatically. One began to ponder whether he could derive some benefit from the situation, while the other found himself genuinely perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. Governor Liu turned to Chen Hai, awaiting his response. "The document is already being prepared." Chen Hai has done ziplit. Well, that could work. Governor Liu concurred. The caller could represent the Supreme Procuratorate, correct? What is their status? This left Chen Hai at a loss for words. Beside him, Ji Changming's expression darkened. How was he to respond to this? Chen Hai's gaze then shifted to Ji Changming. "What is the matter?" Governor Liu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Who made the call?" At this moment, Gao Yuliang sensed something was amiss and promptly asked, "Who was it?" "It was Monkey," Chen Hai mumbled, looking down. "Who?" Governor Liu, having grown older, seemed not to have heard clearly. "Who made the call?" "Governor, it was Hou Liangping, who previously worked at our Handong Provincial Procuratorate, but later transferred to the capital." Ji Changming provided an explanation. "Hou Liangping? Why does that name sound familiar?" Governor Liu queried, puzzled. He still thought it was someone significant, having risen from the Handong Provincial Procuratorate to hold a prominent position in the Supreme Procuratorate. Now that the call had been made, they had come here to report. "Governor Liu, this Hou Liangping was once my student," Gao Yuliang added. "A student?" Upon hearing this, Governor Liu's brow furrowed even deeper. "Is he now at the same level as Comrade Yuliang?" "Comrade Yuliang, you are quite impressive, with talents flourishing under your guidance." However, as soon as Governor Liu made this remark, Gao Yuliang, Chen Hai, and Ji Changming felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. "Governor Liu," Tongwei interjected, "Monkey, it seems that Hou Liangping is now the director of the investigation department at the Anti-Corruption Bureau." "What? The Anti-Corruption Bureau? And a director?" Governor Liu's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "Is this directive from the leaders of the Supreme Procuratorate?" At this moment, Ji Changming and the others felt their heads lower even further. Absurd, Governor Liu suddenly reprimanded. Faced with such a rebuke, everyone lowered their heads, and the atmosphere grew palpably uncomfortable. Your fervent declaration regarding the leadership of the Supreme Procuratorate, only to reveal that it is merely a department head, raises considerable questions. How can a mere director command such formidable attention from a minister or provincial governor? Moreover, without any official documentation, who has granted him such authority? Lao Zi, it seems you truly wield your insignificant power with great pride. At this moment, Li Dakang couldn't help but smirk. Initially, he felt a wave of anxiety hearing their words, only to discover that it was just a department head attempting to apprehend their deputy mayor, who holds a substantial rank. The absence of any formal documents made it seem as though they were merely toying with him. Governor Liu, one might argue that this individual is to some extent associated with the Supreme Procuratorate. However, the pressing concern now lies in whether we should take measures against Ding Yijin. Gao Yuliang promptly interjected, suggesting that since they have made such claims, it is likely they possess evidence. Otherwise, they would not be acting so hastily. Furthermore, have they not already communicated this situation to the provincial committee? While that may be the case, the previous events still incited a wave of indignation within them. The title of department head from the Anti-Corruption Bureau carries significant weight. Governor Liu chuckled, yet acknowledged that if issues have genuinely arisen, they must be addressed. In the absence of formal documentation, it would be prudent to detain the individual for the time being. Governor Liu then issued instructions, asking, by the way, hasn't Secretary Xia arrived? Have you contacted him for guidance? Chapter 6. What should be done in the Bright District? Who ascends and who descends? Upon hearing these words, Gao Yuliang immediately rose to contact Xia Ruijin. The outcome remained unchanged. Xia Ruijin displayed no inclination to engage, simply stating, "This matter has arisen unexpectedly. I am unfamiliar with the situation in Jingzhou and lack insight into Ding Yijin's background, making it challenging to render an accurate judgment. How about this, since Governor Liu is present, and Comrade Yuliang, you're the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Let the two of you make this decision." Xia Ruijin effectively delegated the responsibility to them, distancing himself from the issue. Very well. Since Secretary Ruijin has entrusted us with the discretion to decide, we shall proceed accordingly. Gao Yuliang was no fool, despite possessing a scholar's lofty ideals and proud spirit. After years of navigating the political arena, he understood the necessary course of action. He promptly reiterated that it was Xia Ruijin's directive that permitted them to make this decision on their own. After concluding the call, they conveyed the situation to those present. At this moment, Chen Hai, who had previously endured a barrage of ridicule and reprimand from Governor Liu, no longer dared to voice his thoughts. It seemed he was not as foolish as he had appeared. The intentions of Secretary Ruijin were now clear to everyone. They would proceed, as previously discussed, and initiate control. "Is there anything to add?" Governor Liu inquired, surveying the room. No, there was nothing more to say. The circumstances had led to a general sense of satisfaction among them. Chen Hai's sole focus was on apprehending individuals, believing that as long as they remained under his control, all would be well. Meanwhile, Tongwei and Li Dakang were pleased, as the current situation fell within their provincial jurisdiction. This would effectively minimize any negative repercussions for them. As for Governor Liu and Gao Yuliang, they had little to add to the matter. The discussion had reached a conclusion. After the meeting, Governor Liu returned to his office, where Governor Fong awaited him. Liu shared insights regarding the previous events with Fong. "Comrade Yonghao, shall we convene to deliberate further on this matter? It could have significant implications for us," Governor Liu remarked. Regardless of the circumstances, he still aligned himself with their interests. Governor Fong did not decline Liu's proposal, as the decision of Sun Yonghao was not his concern. "Comrade Yonghao, I am with Governor Liu, and our earlier meeting has concluded. Would you like to join us for further discussions?" Governor Fong inquired. "Certainly, Governor Fong. I shall be there shortly," Sun Yonghao responded before making his way to the provincial government building. At present, no news has emerged, so Sun Yonghao must prepare some matters in advance to avoid complications later. Upon his arrival, he was accompanied by Secretary Yang and another somewhat unfamiliar secretary. The director of the government secretariat, Secretary Wei, who served Governor Liu. It is worth noting that Wei is his name, not a title. They escorted Sun Yonghao to the outside of Governor Liu's office, and after knocking, he entered. Yonghao, this is Governor Liu. Governor Fong introduced him. Hello, Governor Liu. Sun Yonghao greeted promptly. Haha, I have heard that a young talent has arrived in Handong. And indeed, you are remarkable, Governor Liu responded, his smile deepening the creases on his face. You are too kind, Governor. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. Please have a seat. Governor Liu invited warmly. Once seated, Secretary Wei presented tea. Thank you, Director Wei. Sun Yonghao said cheerfully. You're too polite, Secretary Sun. Director Wei replied, although both held the same rank. Sun Yonghao's youth was apparent. It was obvious to anyone that he was a distinguished guest of the governor, highly valued by Governor Fong, whose own retirement was imminent. Thus, it was understandable that he would not maintain an air of superiority. This was the first encounter between Governor Liu and Sun Yonghao. And while the specifics of Sun's identity were unclear, it was evident that Governor Fong's regard for him indicated he could be of significant assistance. There were only a limited number of individuals capable of reaching such a level of influence. Setting aside others, such as those associated with Xiao Jin or Zhao Lichuan, the remaining few were even fewer. One could surmise a great deal from this. While the concealment of identity was indeed true, it was impossible to keep everyone in the dark. Everyone was aware, albeit tacitly, that the lower-ranking officials were less informed. Sun Yonghao did not harbor extravagant hopes for further advancement, yet the opportunity to gain favor with Governor Fong was immensely beneficial, fostering closer ties. Previously, he had no chance, but with opportunity now at hand, he could not let it slip away. Comrade Yonghao, Governor Liu said with a warm smile, you have been in Guangming District for a few days now. How are you finding it? Are you familiar with the situation? I have become acquainted with part of it. I have a general understanding of the matters at hand. Indeed, Governor Liu nodded. With Ding Yijin now in trouble, the Guangming P project will undoubtedly be affected. What preparations do you have in this regard? And what are your thoughts on the position left by Ding Yijin? What thoughts could I possibly have at this moment? Sun Yonghao shook his head. I have just been assigned and have only recently attained the rank of department head. I cannot possibly advance another level right now. While it is feasible, looking back at my career, it would certainly not bode well. Originally, descending to the county below would have been the most advantageous course for Sun Yonghao. At that time, he could have ascended step by step according to the years of service. However, he now finds himself in Guangming District. To reach greater heights, it is imperative for him to solidify his foundation through diligent experience. Is there anyone capable of controlling the current situation? Inquired Governor Liu. I believe the current district chief, Sun Lianping, is quite commendable, Sun Yonghao acknowledged. He was well aware of the prevailing circumstances. Sun Lianping was indeed a person of merit. Having dedicated many years to Guangming District, it was high time for his promotion. Moreover, this district chief is someone I have come to know. He is neither greedy nor opportunistic. Yet, he has been suppressed by Ding Yijin, rendering him devoid of any real power. Nonetheless, if familiarity is the measure, then District Chief Sun is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, if that is the case, the position of District Chief would remain temporarily vacant. According to your assessment, it seems the position could be unoccupied for quite some time, Governor Liu remarked. We can allow Comrade Sun Lianping to wait. Once the Guangming Peak project is under control, we can promote him then, Governor Fong interjected. The position of district chief can be managed for another 6 months to a year. During that time, Comrade Yonghao, you could also serve as an acting chief. Isn't that too far-fetched? Why can't we allow someone from your side to take the position? Sun Yonghao chuckled, responding, at the very least, it would ensure that we have our own people in Guangming District. If that were the case, it would be quite difficult to explain to Secretary Dakang, Governor Fong remarked. Given the current situation with Ding Yijin, does he expect to remain uninvolved? Governor Liu boldly asserted. Chapter 7. The work capability of the prosecutor's office is alarming. Upon hearing Governor Liu's words, both of them chuckled, feeling that they had successfully gained leverage over Li Dakang. They were indifferent to others, but on their end, they would not easily relinquish the matter without an explanation. Li Dakang would surely suffer the consequences. However, as they spoke, Governor Lu's phone suddenly rang. What? Governor Lu's expression turned grave. How could this happen? How did they manage to let him escape? Immediately arrange for personnel to apprehend Ding Yijin. All right, I understand. After Governor Lu hung up the phone, he looked at the two and said, Ding Yijin has fled. What? Weren't the prosecutors always keeping a close watch? Governor Fong, visibly perplexed, asked, how did he manage to escape? The specifics are still unclear. Governor Lu responded, I fear I must attend a meeting. We must capture Ding Yijin. Otherwise, Handong's reputation will be severely tarnished. Although Governor Lu had distanced himself from affairs, he understood the magnitude of allowing an official to escape. Had he not been involved from the outset, perhaps he could have extricated himself from the situation. After all, even superiors would not hold a nearly retired official accountable for such matters. However, now that he was involved, he had to see it through to the end. Governor Lu, Sun Yonghao suddenly called out. What is it? Governor Lu turned to Sun Yonghao before departing. There is something I am uncertain whether to voice. Sun Yonghao cautioned. Speak freely. Comrade Yonghao, there is nothing that cannot be said at this moment. Governor Lu replied promptly. Yes, Governor, I am now part Handong, so there is no need for concern. Based on previous events, the capabilities of our provincial prosecutor's office appear to be quite worrisome. In such an environment, they allowed Ding Yijin to escape. Surely, someone did not leak information to him. Furthermore, even if that were the case, how could a professional tailing him allow a cadre to slip away? I am apprehensive about continuing to rely on the prosecutors. Sun Yonghao expressed. Understood. Governor Lu nodded, and then seemed to recall something. Comrade Yonghao, you will accompany me. Huh? Sun Yonghao was taken aback. The meeting was for provincial committee members, and the least of them were likely Chen Hai or Tongwei, who were both department-level officials. He was merely a division-level officer. Was that appropriate? There is nothing inappropriate about it. Governor Lu immediately shook his head. You are from Guangming District, and this time it will also serve to resolve matters concerning Guangming District. At this moment, Governor Fong also smiled and said, Comrade Yonghao, why not accompany Governor Lu? Upon hearing Governor Fong's words, Sun Yonghao felt reassured. This implied that Governor Lu could be trusted as an ally. Thus, Sun Yonghao decided not to dwell on any concerns and followed the group towards the conference room. When Governor Lu arrived, Gao Yuliang, Tongwei, Li Dakang, and Chen Hai had also gathered. Huh? Sun Yonghao? Li Dakang exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Secretary Dakang. Sun Yonghao responded with a smile. Unlike Tongwei, who, although affiliated with Gao Yuliang, seldom reported his work to the deputy governor in charge, Sun Yonghao, despite being aligned with Governor Fong, always sought to report his work to Li Dakang. It was simply a matter of protocol. Although he possessed the capability to bend the rules, he chose not to do so casually, as it would create a negative impression. Indeed, although Li Dakang was somewhat taken aback, he refrained from criticizing Sun Yonghao for being present. After all, he had arrived alongside the governor. Previously, he had heard that Sun Yonghao was affiliated with Governor Fong, yet he was surprised to see him connecting with Governor Lu as well. What could the nature of their relationship be? What was Sun Yonghao's purpose for being here? The others also looked at Sun Yonghao in astonishment, yet they remained silent. Only Sun Yonghao, at Governor Lu's gesture, took a seat behind them. Governor Lu, Secretary Gao, Chen Hai reported as everyone gathered. We have successfully tracked Ding Yijin's phone and located his dedicated vehicle through surveillance. We have already dispatched personnel to intercept it. And the others? Governor Lu immediately interrupted. The others? Chen Hai was momentarily taken aback. What others? Are you certain Ding Yijin is in the vehicle? Furthermore, if his phone has separated from him and his car, what measures have been taken? Governor Lu inquired urgently. It has been quite some time. Although I was not monitoring the scene, if he has left, where could he possibly be now? If Ding Yijin manages to escape, can your prosecutor's office and anti-corruption bureau bear the responsibility for such a blunder? It was one thing to fail to capture him before, but now we face a significant oversight. Tongwei, Governor Lu continued, his demeanor intensifying as he issued commands. Governor, Tongwei immediately adopted a serious tone. Right now, issue orders to apprehend Ding Yijin at all highways, airports, and maritime routes. Distribute his photograph to everyone. Prevent him from altering his information. Understood, Governor. Qi Tongwei promptly agreed, though his thoughts remained inscrutable to the others. Many felt a sense of unease as they listened to Governor Lu's directives. If Governor Lu proceeds as such, it seems that Ding Yijin may indeed escape capture. Since the incident occurred, merely a little over half an hour has passed, and should action be taken promptly, there remains a genuine possibility of apprehending him. After all, the journey to the airport is estimated to exceed an hour. They only require a mere phone call to establish direct contact with various locations. Furthermore, while the personnel in these places may be few, they are consistently stationed there. Very well, Governor. With that, Qi Tongwei prepared to depart. Conduct the operation from here. Governor Lu reiterated his command. Although Qi Tongwei was uncertain about the governor's rationale behind this approach, he obediently commenced contacting individuals at the airport, on the roads, and along waterways. Once he concluded his calls, Governor Lu turned his gaze to the representatives from the procuratorate, expressing his dissatisfaction with their ineffectiveness. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Hai's phone vibrated. Leader, answer it right here. Governor Lu instructed immediately, leaving Gao Yuliang unable to interject. Yes. Chen Hai answered the call. Director Chen, we have located Ding Yijin's vehicle, but he is not inside. Only a mobile phone remains. The driver stated he was en route to pick up Ding Yijin's mother. Upon hearing this, Chen Hai's expression altered dramatically. If they could apprehend him here, it would be a different story. However, with the opportunity missed, had it not been for Governor Lu's timely intervention and directives, Ding Yijin might have successfully fled. How could he possibly accept this? Does this not indicate a failure in his own duties? Chapter 8, I see that Comrade Yonghao is quite suitable. Governor Lu. Chen Hai gazed at Governor Lu with a bitter expression. Governor Lu, this time our work was insufficient. We acknowledge our shortcomings. Ji Changming also spoke bitterly to Governor Lu at that moment. You ought to reflect. Governor Lu looked at their demeanor and immediately stated, return and compile a comprehensive written report detailing the events and your mistakes. Now that Ding Yijin has been apprehended, your transgressions may be somewhat mitigated. Yifang Mink. Governor Lu continued, casting another glance at Ji Changming, reprimanding, look at the soldiers you have brought. Governor Lu, the urgency of the situation prevented a thorough consideration of all aspects. Gao Yuliang also stood up, addressing Governor Lu. Regardless, Chen Hai is his student, and since the incident occurred within his jurisdiction, he felt compelled to speak. Governor Lu chose not to dwell further on the matter, instead turning his attention to Li Dakang. Comrade Dakang, do you have anything to say? Governor, this time it was my poor judgment and personnel. I truly did not anticipate that Ding Yijin would act behind my back in such a manner. He is nothing but a disgrace to our ranks. I offer my reflections to the provincial committee and the provincial government. Secretary Dakang. At this moment, Gao Yuliang also stepped forward, stating, we must be particularly vigilant now. The impact of Ding Yijin is indeed substantial. Outside, who does not know that Ding Yijin has long been regarded as the embodiment of you, Secretary Dakang. Upon hearing this, Li Dakang realized that Gao Yuliang was preparing to launch an attack on him. However, Li Dakang's resilience was not something Gao Yuliang could easily match, and he immediately began to refute. What? Such a thing actually occurred. This Ding Yijin is utterly audacious. Li Dakang gritted his teeth as he spoke. They say Secretary Dakang is domineering. When he was mayor, he was the top authority, and when he became the party secretary, he remained the foremost leader. Gao Yuliang chuckled. But now, anyone who claims Secretary Dakang is overbearing, I must respectfully disagree. How could Secretary Dakang be overbearing? He is clearly very amiable. He does not hold grudges against such matters, nor does he care. Alas, how could this be? I had no idea that Ding Yijin would act in such a manner. Li Dakang continued to argue. Perhaps it is indeed that Ding Yijin is too cunning. Qi Tongwei interjected at this moment. Others turned to look at Qi Tongwei, surprised that he would chime in at such a time. Li Dakang himself was taken aback, looking at Qi Tongwei and continuing along his line of thought. Director Qi, you make a good point. This Ding Yijin has been slyly operating under my banner. Previously, I did indeed mention similar sentiments, asserting that when Ding Yijin encountered difficulties with the Guangming Feng project, I, Li Dakang, and the Jingzhou Municipal Committee would be his backing. Ding Yijin embodies our city's representation in this matter. Yet, who could have anticipated that Ding Yijin would dare to engage in such audacious actions? In light of this, I strongly recommend a serious course of action against him. As Liu Shengzhong listened to Li Dakang, he cast a glance in his direction. While he did not even spare a glance at Qi Tongwei. It is only Gao Yuliang who shares a close relationship with Qi Tongwei, their bond. Whether rooted in their teacher-student dynamic or current factional affiliations, proves difficult to sever. Should one of his subordinates behave in such a manner, Liu Xingzhang would not hesitate to dismiss them. The situation involving Ding Yijin will undoubtedly be addressed through the legal framework. The outcome should be forthcoming soon. Since Comrade Dakang previously mentioned the Guangming Peak project, Liu Shengzhong inquired about the implications of Ding Yijin's actions on it. Upon hearing this, although Li Dakang's expression remained stoic, it was evident to all that his mood was likely quite dismal. Surely, Li Dakang understood Liu Xingzhang's intentions, which now seemed to revolve around placing certain individuals in strategic positions. Had the circumstances been different, he might have countered, not solely due to his assertiveness, but also because of his backing. However, with that support now absent, how could he wield authority? Even with the impending retirement of the governor, it was clear he could not assert his dominance. Moreover, having been caught in a compromising position, should Liu Shengzhong pursue the matter further, his own position might still be salvageable. At the very least, he knew that he had not committed any grievous misdeeds. Such matters were insufficient to topple a provincial committee member and a secretary of the municipal committee. Yet, at this critical juncture, aspirations for promotion were out of the question. Thus, despite his reluctance, Li Dakang could only grit his teeth and swallow his discontent. Do you have any opinions, Governor? I will abide by the provincial committee's directives. Li Dakang could only respond in such a manner. While conceding some ground was acceptable, as long as the Guangming Peak project remained, it would bear his contributions, and notably significant ones at that. This would undoubtedly afford him considerable leverage in the forthcoming gubernatorial contest. Indeed, Liu Shengzhong nodded, then turned to Gao Yuliang, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, Comrade Yuliang?" Gao Yuliang responded, "I believe we can find someone to step up. The Guangming Peak project is not merely a venture for Jingzhou City, but a significant undertaking for our entire province. It must be given the utmost attention. I believe our comrade Yonghao would be an excellent candidate. A senior talent from the capital, he conducts himself with gravitas and possesses the qualities of a leader. Furthermore, he brings advanced developmental experience from the capital, which I find quite promising." Gao Yuliang remarked, noting the individuals Liu Shengzhong had previously brought along. He recognized that among his own subordinates, none possessed the capability to govern effectively. Most were entrenched within the legal and political spheres. He indeed wishes to appoint someone, yet finds himself at a loss due to the lack of suitable candidates. In matters concerning the police, the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, the courts, and the Procuratorate, he has ample personnel at his disposal. However, in this particular domain, he finds himself wanting. Nevertheless, he maintains a competitive relationship with Li Dakang, and even in the absence of his own allies, he is willing to act in ways that undermine Li Dakang. Furthermore, this could serve to foster closer ties with Governor Liu. Although Governor Liu had previously taken a step back from affairs, there seems to be a glimmer of resurgence in his involvement. Moreover, he remains uncertain about the true nature of Sun Yonghao. Rumor has it that Sun enjoys a close relationship with Governor Fong, and if that is indeed the case, it could also present an opportunity to strengthen relations with Governor Fong. Such a multifaceted advantage is too enticing to ignore. Yet, one must ponder whether it is appropriate for Comrade Yonghao, being relatively new, to take the reins directly. Governor Liu humbly suggests this, but the smile upon his face is unmistakable. What is there to discuss? Gao Yuliang interjects before Li Dakang can voice any opinion. In fact, I believe it is precisely because Comrade Yonghao is new that such an approach is warranted. After all, we have recently encountered the incident involving Ding Yijin. While I do not wish to cast doubt upon our comrades, there are certain situations that warrant vigilance. Whether Ding Yijin is the sole individual of concern in Guangming District or if there are others remains uncertain. Hence, I believe Comrade Yonghao is indeed the most suitable candidate. Chapter 9. The Impeccable Secretary Dakang. Ah, Governor Lu mused, turning to son Yonghao with a smile. Comrade Yonghao, everyone is talking about you. Do you have anything to say? Rest assured, leaders. Son Yonghao responded, rising abruptly. I will exert every effort to successfully execute the Guangming project and manage the affairs of Guangming District. I shall not disappoint you or the people, and I will strictly adhere to the regulations. Sun Yonghao was making assurances to everyone present. Good. Such words are uplifting. We must embody this spirit, Governor Lu remarked. However, considering that Comrade Yonghao is still new, I shall arrange for someone to assist him. This way, he won't be completely in the dark about everything. Dakang, what do you think? I concur. Li Dakang had little to contest now. Let the district head of Guangming, Sun Liangping, provide assistance. He was the deputy commander of the previous project and is fully capable of stepping in. Li Dakang instructa. And inform Comrade Sun Liangping not to bear any psychological burden. This situation is entirely due to Ding Yijin's entanglement. Then, Governor Lu turned his gaze back to Sun Yonghao and said, Comrade Yonghao, Sun Liangping is a seasoned comrade and your superior. Although you are in charge, you must maintain a humble attitude and assert your own stance. Understood? Rest assured, I will respect my leaders. Sun Yonghao assured him. Very well, in that case, I shall also express my stance. Governor Lu continued. If this matter can be resolved splendidly, I will remember your contributions. I have a few months until my retirement, and I can still accomplish some things. All right, the meeting is adjourned, Governor Lu declared, standing up. Sun Yonghao followed suit, greeting those present before exiting alongside the governor. Upon returning, Governor Lu looked at Sun Yonghao and smiled. You see our current situation, don't you? Indeed, I've gleaned some insights, Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. Well, this matter doesn't significantly involve you yet. Just observe their struggles. As long as it doesn't concern your own affairs, focus on your responsibilities. I have a few months left, and Old Fong is still here, so no one can diminish our contributions. Rest assured, I understand, Sun Yonghao quickly affirmed. At that moment, Governor Fong addressed Sun Yonghao, saying, Yonghao, since you've been assigned this task, do it well. Although your rank hasn't increased yet, there are still tasks to be accomplished. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Thank you, Governor Fong. Sun Yonghao realized the implications of Governor Fong's words and immediately broke into a smile. After conversing for a while, Sun Yonghao glanced at the time and decided it was appropriate to step outside. However, as he made his way, his phone abruptly rang. Hello, this is Sun Yonghao. He answered the call. Hello, Secretary Sun. This is Xiao Jin, Secretary Dakang's assistant. Secretary Dakang wishes to discuss a few matters with you. Shall I head to Secretary Dakang's office? Sun Yonghao inquired. Yes, Secretary Dakang is almost back in his office now, Xiao Jin replied. All right, Director Jin. I will be there shortly, Sun Yonghao responded. He had come to understand the dynamics of these assistants. They had graduated not long ago, were merely 2 or 3 years his senior, and held only a regular department-level position. After concluding the call, Sun Yonghao instructed his driver to proceed to Li Dakang's office. Upon arrival, Xiao Jin was already waiting at the door. Secretary, is it a good time for Secretary Dakang? Sun Yonghao asked. Yes. Secretary Dakang has indicated that you may enter as soon as you arrive, Xiao Jin assured him. Very well, Sun Yonghao said, stepping inside. At that moment, Li Dakang stood behind a chair, his head resting against the backrest, exuding an air of impatience. Upon hearing the sound, he lifted his head. Sun Yonghao, you've arrived? Secretary Dakang. Sun Yonghao nodded, positioning himself before Li Dakang. Since the governor has entrusted you with this project, it is imperative that you shoulder this responsibility. Do you understand? Li Dakang asarta. Rest assured, I comprehend the gravity of the situation and will exert my utmost effort to ensure the success of the Guangming Peak project, Sun Yonghao replied. Not just effort, but a firm commitment to guarantee its success. Li Dakang insista. As I have stated before, everything must yield to this matter. The foundation has been laid. If it cannot be accomplished, you should consider stepping aside for someone more capable. Regardless of your position, the advancement of the Guangming Peak project must not be delayed. At that moment, Sun Yonghao truly grasped the essence of Li Dakang's domineering nature. He was determined to see this matter through. Failure would fall squarely on Sun Yonghao's shoulders. However, if Li Dakang thought he could shift the blame onto Sun Yonghao, he was sorely mistaken. Understood, Secretary Dakang. May I request a formal document to bolster our position? Sun Yonghao suggested. A document? What kind of document? Li Dakang immediately inquired. What about the businessmen involved in bribery? Sun Yonghao posed. In the previously constructed projects or the land sold in violation of regulations, how will those issues be addressed? Those are matters pertaining to your Guangming District. Why must you burden me with them? Li Dakang retorted, a clear indication that he expected Sun Yonghao to handle the responsibilities without seeking assistance on other issues. One desires the horse to gallop, yet offers it no fodder. This likely encapsulates the essence of self-improvement through experience. Without a foundation, such occurrences are indeed countless. There are myriad other issues as well, such as plucking peaches and shifting blame, and we have merely witnessed one facet of these complexities. Nevertheless, since the responsibility has been entrusted to oneself, one cannot fault the employment of alternative methods. Indeed, while the Guangming Peak project belongs to Jingzhou City, there was neither financial contribution nor documentation involved. Although it was initiated by you, that was a matter of the past. With the emergence of the Ding Yijin incident, you have enough on your plate for the time being. Furthermore, it appears necessary to assign some tasks to Secretary Dakang. Otherwise, he may find himself perpetually exploited. Just as Sun Yonghao was about to speak, Xiao Jin entered, announcing, Secretary Zhong and District Chief Sun have arrived. Let them in. Li Dakang comanda brusquely. Yes. With that, Xiao Jin exited to usher the two in. At this moment, Sun Yonghao once again witnessed the true essence of blame shifting and tyranny. Li Dakang's demeanor towards them had soured, as he unleashed a barrage of criticism. The two men found themselves unable to lift their heads, admonished for not alerting him about the Ding Yijin matter. Presently, Li Dakang appeared to embody the archetype of a pristine and faultless official, completely oblivious to the intricacies surrounding Ding Yijin's affairs. He was, in fact, the most innocent of them all. Chapter 10. Not only shifting blame, but also painting dreams. Sun Yonghao listened intently to the criticisms directed at the Secretary of the Jingzhou City Discipline Inspection Commission and the District Mayor of the Universe. Finally, Li Dakang addressed the matter at hand, stating, Sun Lianping, from this moment forth, the Guangming project will be entrusted to Sun Yonghao. You are responsible for identifying any oversights. It is essential that this task is executed diligently. If successful, it will benefit us all. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhong cast a glance at Sun Yonghao. He had previously heard of Sun Yonghao and was aware of his significant connections with the executive vice governor Fang. In the political arena, many matters are seldom shrouded in secrecy. To his astonishment, the Guangming project was placed in the hands of Sun Yonghao rather than the nearby Sun Lianping. Poor Sun Lianping had previously been under the thumb of Ding Yijin, rendering him nearly powerless. Now, another Sun Yonghao had emerged, despite sharing the same surname. The disparity between them was striking. It was evident that having a strong backing was of paramount importance. However, Sun Lianping shared similar sentiments. He had initially believed that he would be tasked with this responsibility, and successfully managing it could have paved the way for his promotion to district party secretary. Yet, unexpectedly, Sun Yonghao had stepped onto the scene. But what could he say now? If he was already subjugated by Ding Yijin, how could he contend with the formidable Li Dakang? Very well, Secretary Dakang. Regardless of Sun Lianping's personal thoughts, he could only comply obediently. Ah, Lianping. At this moment, Li Dakang's expression softened considerably as he remarked, Once this task is accomplished, I will not forget your contributions. And you, Comrade Yonghao, Li Dakang added, Rest assured, Secretary Dakang, we will manage the Guangming project diligently. Both men promptly affirmed their commitment. All right, then you may return now. Li Dakang indicated that he had said enough and was ready to let them leave. Even Li Dakang himself was adept at crafting grand visions. Although the likelihood of these visions materializing was low, one must still articulate them when the time called for it. With that, the three men exited together. After bidding farewell to Zhong Shuli, Sun Lianqing intended to take a vehicle back. However, Sun Yonghao spoke up, "District Mayor, shall we take a walk together?" Sun Lianqing looked at Sun Yonghao, assuming he wished to discuss the forthcoming matters. After all, apart from Ding Yijin, he was among the most informed about the Guangming project. Hearing Sun Yonghao's invitation, he did not refuse, merely nodding in silence. The two ascended into Sun Yonghao's car, and Sun Lianqing paid little mind to the details. Yet, during the ride, Sun Yonghao remained taciturn. The driver was merely assigned to him by the district committee office and was not one of his own people. As for my associates, we are still navigating relationships. If expedited, it can certainly be arranged, but would that not imply it is solely for the sake of Sun Yonghao? Nevertheless, it won't be long now. The assigned driver will soon be en route to their Guangming District. Moreover, the driver hails from Handong province, so it can be considered a return to his roots. As for whether this driver serves as someone's informant, Sun Yonghao remains uncertain. However, during his return, Sun Yonghao's phone rang. Was it Secretary Sun? A gentle voice emanated from the other end. "Is that you, Yuan? Sun Yonghao inquired in surprise. "It is I," replied the voice. At that moment, Governor Fong had just left his daughter's room and could not help but sigh, pondering whether his daughter would be able to secure someone like him. If she could, their worries would be alleviated, and her future prospects would be immeasurable. Although he would never use his daughter for marital alliances, why not choose a better future if it presented itself? Now that the opportunity lay before them, it must be seized with both hands. Naturally, it would be advantageous. For someone of Sun Yonghao's caliber, regardless of his background, is desirable. He is a master's graduate from one of the top universities in the capital and, at just 27, already holds a significant position of power. Who wouldn't desire such a person, barring any hidden affiliations? Therefore, Governor Fong engaged in earnest discussions with his daughter, encouraging her to explore this potential relationship. "Is there something on your mind, Yuan? Although Fong Yuan felt somewhat hesitant, as she had never pursued such matters before, she took her father's words to heart. Even though she yearned for a romance based on freedom, encountering someone so exceptional is not an everyday occurrence. And even if she did meet someone remarkable, he would likely already be taken. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, she resolved to give it a try. Fong Yuan, a demure beauty, may not be the most vivacious, but she is not one to shy away from seizing her chances. I heard from Dad that you have a busy day today, and Haven Tea had a meal. I just wanted to check in," she said. "There is still plenty of food here. Would you like some?" "Sure, but I'm currently with our district head Sunday. If you don't mind, you could join us." Sun Yonghao replied with a smile, not refusing the invitation. "Let us plan to dine together next time." It's not that Sun Yonghao is irresponsible, prioritizing work over a date with a lovely lady. Rather, he simply felt that the moment did not yet warrant such a step. Fong Yuan's perspective was commendable, but it was not yet the time for grand declarations of love. Nonetheless, the necessary conversations must still take place. "I'll bring the food over to you," Fong Yuan offered. "All right." Sun Yonghao nodded slightly and then turned to Sun Lianqing, saying, "Director Sun, would you mind if we added one more person? Or perhaps Secretary Yonghao could go first?" Sun Lianqing inquired. "No problem." Sun Yonghao shook his head. "Let's find a place to sit for a while." "All right, I know a spot, though the environment isn't particularly pleasant." "How does that sound to you, Secretary Yonghao?" Sun Lianqing asked. "What issue could that pose?" Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. "Very well. Then let us proceed to the old restaurant," Sun Lianqing declared. The driver in front promptly began to navigate towards their destination. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao informed Fong Yuan of the location, and they all set off together. Upon arrival, Sun Yonghao finally comprehended what was meant by an environment that was not particularly pleasant. The old restaurant was indeed quite aged, modest in size, yet impeccably clean, maintained by a couple in their 50s. Not far away lay their Guangming project, which now appeared rather desolate. "Is this the place?" Sun Yonghao remarked, then instructed his driver. "Please go and fetch the others," handing over the contact details. He also relayed the information to Fong Yuan. "Yonghao," Sun Lianqing began hesitantly. "Oh, old Sun has arrived?" Just as Sun Lianqing finished speaking, individuals from inside emerged. Chapter 11. Did Secretary Dakang not promise? Inquired the district party secretary. Ah, old Cheng. As the crowd dispersed, Sun Lianqing could not help but smile. Could it be your family's? The jovial owner of the establishment asked. After all, Sun Lianqing, now in his 50s, had already begun to show strands of gray in his hair. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao was still under 30. Should one suggest that Sun Yonghao was his child, it would not seem entirely implausible. Old Cheng, where are you going with this? Sun Lianqing chuckled wryly. I am not so fortunate. If you're truly my son and possessed such capabilities at this age, I would be laughing in my dreams. This is a colleague from my workplace, sharing the same surname. Quite a coincidence. Sun Yonghao? Sun Lianqing introduced. This is the owner of the restaurant, Old Cheng. Just call me Old Sun, my friend. The owner beamed, resembling a benevolent Buddha. Then I shall not hold back. Sun Yonghao replied, smiling. Come, let us head inside. Old Sun, shall we stick to the usual? Old Cheng invited them. Is there anything you cannot eat? Sun Lianqing inquired, glancing at Sun Yonghao. Nothing at all. Today, I wish to try and see what you usually enjoy. Sun Yonghao responded with a grin. Sun Lianqing offered a bittersweet smile, but refrained from further comment as they entered. This owner is unaware of my true identity. Sun Lianqing explained to Sun Yonghao once inside. They run a restaurant and may know the city management personnel, perhaps even their leaders. Yet, they remain oblivious to my standing. He shook his head, having known Old Cheng and the others for several years without probing into their affairs. The cuisine here was quite acceptable, reflecting the flavors of Handong. In my leisure time, I enjoy sitting here. Secretary Yonghao, please bear with me. Sun Lianqing continued as he poured water. What I observe is not simplicity, but rather the lives of the people of our Guangming District. Sun Yonghao shook his head, also recognizing a true cadre, one without pretense or the burden of status. Sun Lianqing, listening, continued to shake his head and chuckled. What use is that? Aren't we all just diligent workhorses? District Chief Sun, regarding today's matters. Sun Yonghao began to speak. Today's matters need not be discussed. Whatever cooperation is required, I shall fully comply. Sun Lianqing interjected. Here, there is no need for titles. I'm simply Old Sun. Then Old District Chief, you may call me Yonghao. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. Indeed, Sun Lianqing nodded. However, Old Sun, regarding today's events, I wish to clarify something as well. Sun Yonghao shook his head. You see, before my arrival, I had already gathered information about the situation in Guangming District, including insights on your character, District Chief Sun. Possessing both capability and a strong sense of responsibility, I believe that among the leaders in the Guangming District, the most diligent is undoubtedly you, Old Sun. There seems to be no one else behind you. And as you mentioned, you are akin to an old workhorse, tirelessly and earnestly toiling away. Such individuals should not be overlooked. At this moment, Sun Lianqing finally exhibited a change in expression as he regarded Sun Yonghao. However, the subsequent word from Sun Yonghao provoked a laugh from Sun Lianqing. Did not Secretary Dakang previously state that once this matter is accomplished, your contribution, Old Sun, will be duly acknowledged? At the very least, a position as the district party secretary should be within reach, correct? This very statement elicited laughter from Sun Lianqing. You would grant me the position of district party secretary? He retorted, though not in a loud laugh. His demeanor appeared rather unusual. This also served as a subtle test from Sun Yonghao to gauge Sun Lianqing's perspective on the Dakang. He wondered if, in the end, after helping Sun Lianqing ascend, it would be Li Dakang to whom Sun Lianqing expressed gratitude. Would he not then be losing both the lady and the army? What was the purpose of his efforts? How so? Sun Yonghao inquired, observing Sun Lianqing. At that moment, Old Cheng entered from outside, bringing in a selection of dishes. Old Sun, you all enjoy your meal. I will prepare the remaining dishes. All right. Sun Lianqing nodded, yet after Old Cheng departed, he appeared somewhat reluctant to continue the conversation. I have no expectations in this regard. I am not connected to Secretary Dakang in any significant way. How could I possibly be promoted? Sun Lianqing shook his head as he spoke. What if I intervened? Sun Yonghao's expression turned serious. You would intervene? This time, Sun Lianqing too adopted a serious demeanor. Setting down his chopsticks and scrutinizing Sun Yonghao to ascertain that he was not jesting. Why would you choose to assist me? I am already 50. What potential for advancement do I possess? What assistance could I provide you? Helping me would be a fruitless endeavor. Sun Lianqing expressed his skepticism, despite Sun Yonghao's earlier compliments, which were delivered with sincerity. Sun Lianqing, resembling an honest man akin to an old workhorse, was not without his own contemplations regarding the intricacies of such matters. However, his reflections had never been directed towards the populace. Now, to claim he wishes to assist him? For what reason? It is not merely assistance for you. Sun Yonghao chuckled. I simply cannot bear to see such a dedicated public servant lose faith. Moreover, aiding you is, in essence, a form of self-advancement for me as well. Aiding me? Squandering your goodwill? Sun Lianqing regarded Sun Yonghao earnestly. And what are your connections with Governor Fong? That remains unclear, Sun Yonghao replied, shaking his head. However, the individual I spoke to on the phone was indeed Governor Fong's daughter. Upon hearing these words, Sun Lianqing, who had just consumed a peanut, immediately coughed it out, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at Sun Yonghao. Can you truly believe it now? Sun Yonghao inquired, scrutinizing Sun Lianqing. I still did not comprehend. Sun Lianqing responded, shaking his head. Nevertheless, irrespective of the circumstances, I shall certainly cooperate with the required tasks. As for what you mentioned, let's discuss it once our work concludes. If it is indeed feasible, after years of striving within this sphere, I have garnered sufficient knowledge on how to proceed. Upon hearing these words, a smile finally graced Sun Yonghao's face as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The flavor is quite delightful, he remarked cheerfully. Meanwhile, Sun Lianqing appeared to have set aside some of his burdens, engaging in light-hearted banter while enjoying the meal. The dishes from outside gradually made their way to the table. However, Sun Lianqing refrained from touching the main courses. Sun Yonghao understood his sentiments, aware of the identity of their guest, and recognized that it was hardly the time for casualness. Fong Yuan did not prolong their wait, soon appearing at their dining table, guided by the driver. Observing her, Sun Yonghao noted that she resembled the earlier version of Sun Lianqing. Chapter 12. How did it begin again? Aren't you afraid of being kicked out? Yuan. The environment here is rather rudimentary. I hope you don't mind. Sun Yonghao chuckled. Yonghao, please do not regard me as a delicate, pampered queen. Fong Yuan laughed in response. In her childhood, she had walked up here from the county town with her father. Furthermore, during her school days, she was just like everyone else, experiencing nothing extraordinary. Such eateries were once a luxury reserved for improved living conditions. Sun Yonghao nodded in agreement, noting that this perspective was rather commendable. If that were the case, it would indeed warrant an inquiry into Fong Yuan's past life, examining how she arrived at this juncture, almost confirming her journey. This is our district chief in Guangming. Sun Lianqing. Sun Yonghao introduced. This is Miss Fong Yuan. Hello, Miss Fong. Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing immediately rose to his feet. He was quite courteous and did not initially confront Li Dakang. It was only after a final attempt, realizing that Li Dakang had merely been painting a rosy picture without any intention of fulfillment, that he became exasperated. Prior to that, he had diligently performed his duties. Good day, District Chief Sun. Fong Yuan politely greeted him. You can simply call me Lao Sun here. Sun Yonghao laughed. Can you imagine? Lao Sun has been dining here for several years and is so familiar with the owner, yet the owner remains unaware of his identity. Hearing this, Fong Yuan widened her eyes. Given her status, she had encountered numerous officials, some eager to offer bribes, others diligent in their work, and many genuinely devoted to serving the people. However, to remain incognito in a restaurant for years without revealing one's identity was truly remarkable. Sun Lianqing, upon hearing this, smiled wryly. Isn't that the nature of ordinary citizens? Who pays attention to who the district chief is or what they look like? The only ones who notice are those seeking favors or who have connections. Moreover, what is the point of proclaiming oneself as the district chief in front of others? To get a free meal? It is far better to have a place like this where one can relax and converse. I'm not at the point where everyone needs to know who I am. District Chief Sun, indeed, embodied true humility, Fong Yuan remarked with a smile. Ah, humility? That is indeed humility. Sun Lianqing replied with a wry smile. Sun Yonghao understood what he meant. After all, what choice did he have? Ding Yijin had suppressed him to the point of voicelessness. Wasn't that a call for humility? Enough of this topic. Sun Yonghao laughed. With Ding Yijin in trouble, now is the time for us to join forces and stabilize the situation in Guangming District. Lao Sun, you cannot abandon your post. Rest assured, there is absolutely no issue. Sun Lianqing once again expressed his stance. Well then, when things are less hectic, I shall report to Governor Fong about our work. Sun Yonghao reiterated. Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a step towards action. The influence Governor Fong wields within the province is no less formidable than that of Dakang, and perhaps, due to his professional concerns, even extends further. With such support, not only could one hope for personal advancement, but at the very least, one could be assured of not being unjustly scapegoated. The current situation for Sun Lianqing starkly contrasts with his previous sentiments, marking a significant shift in his mood. Previously, his motivations were rooted merely in his responsibilities and the welfare of Guangming District. However, his outlook has transformed. It is no longer tinged with pessimism, nor solely focused on work. Now, he is not only advocating for Guangming District, but also contemplating his own future. For many years, since the retirement of his former superior, he had not encountered anyone so familiar with his capabilities and willing to advocate for him. Sun Lianqing is not without his own connections. Otherwise, how could he have diligently occupied his position for such an extended period? He has served as deputy director for numerous years, and now, in his 50s, he has reached a level that many ordinary individuals may never attain by retirement. His former leader shared a similar disposition, capability, and attitude. However, after his superior's long retirement, lacking a robust network or influential connections, Sun Lianqing had remained in his current state. Now, however, his benefactor has truly emerged, not for ulterior motives, but simply valuing his attitude. How could he not be moved? Such an individual is worthy of his allegiance. As long as principles are upheld, he would traverse fire and water for them. He is not averse to standing in for others, nor is he unwilling under all circumstances. But surely, one must owe a debt of gratitude to others, right? Unlikely Dakang, who merely paints grand visions, only to forget him when it comes time for promotions, yet remembers him when scapegoating is required. That is simply inconceivable. Although Sun Yonghao's words are still tentative, they bear significantly more sincerity than those of Li Dakang. Furthermore, Governor Fong's daughter has appeared before him, and without hesitation, Sun Lianqing raised his teacup, proclaiming, Yonghao, today I toast you with tea instead of wine. In the future, let us join hands and forge ahead together. Sun Yonghao also lifted his teacup and drank alongside Sun Lianqing. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan remained present, fulfilling her role by serving them tea. It was not until the evening had grown late that the three finally parted ways. Sun Lianqing returned home by car, while Sun Yonghao accompanied Fong Yuan to her residence, where Governor Fong and the others had yet to retire. Moreover, he had informed Governor Fong of the earlier developments, at the very least to keep him apprised. I will also evaluate this Sun Lianqing. Listening attentively, Governor Fong showed no inclination to refuse. If that were indeed the case, such capable officials must not be overlooked. This is our duty. Uncle Fong speaks the truth. Sun Yonghao nodded in agreement, stating that it was with this sentiment that he had engaged in a thorough discussion with District Chief Sunday. Well, it is rather late today. We shall defer it until tomorrow when I will have a word with Comrade Sun Lianqing, Governor Fong remarked. As the evening deepened, Sun Yonghao felt it prudent to take his leave, though Governor Fong had suggested he stay and rest. Yet, how could Sun Yonghao truly find solace in lingering here? Ultimately, he bid farewell, preferring the comfort of his own abode, especially since the situation had not yet escalated to that extent. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Sun Lianqing felt an unprecedented vigor. His wife, perplexed by his newfound enthusiasm, inquired about his frantic search for something. What are you looking for? She asked. I am searching for the previous planning documents. I need to organize my thoughts. Sun Lianqing replied with excitement. Why have you resumed this endeavor? Weren't you previously advised against getting involved? His wife questioned, recalling the preparations he had made only to be unceremoniously dismissed. which had left him despondent for quite some time. You do not understand. Just go rest. Sun Lianqing waved dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. Do as you wish, his wife responded before retreating to rest. Left to his own devices, Sun Lianqing eagerly examined the planning documents before him, reflecting on his previous ideas. Yet, the surprises awaiting him were far from over. Chapter 13. Who is eligible? As the dawn broke, Sun Lianqing rose from the sofa, sporting a pair of panda eyes, stifling yawns. The meticulous grooming from the previous night, coupled with the shifts in his emotions, had kept him in a state of heightened excitement until he finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours. Yet, this was a time for effort and striving. At 50, he was still quite youthful. He promptly got up, refreshed himself, and set off for his workplace. Upon settling down at his desk, he received a call from the provincial government. Is this District Chief Sun? A voice inquired from the other end. This is Sun Lianqing. He replied, Greetings, District Chief Sunday. This is the second office of the provincial government. I am Secretary Yang, working for Governor Fong, the voice continued. Hello, Secretary Yang. Sun Lianqing exclaimed, standing up immediately. District Chief Sun, you are too humble. Governor Fong has heard about the planning of Guangming Peak and wishes to discuss some matters with you, Secretary Yang informed him. Excellent. I will head over right away. Sun Lianqing responded eagerly, not anticipating such a swift follow-up just a day after their discussion. There's no need to rush, District Chief. Governor Fong has a meeting this morning. Let us schedule for 3 o'clock this afternoon, Secretary Yang advised. Understood. I will be there punctually, Sun Lianqing assured him. With that, the call concluded, and within the confines of his office, Sun Lianqing felt invigorated, akin to a spirited young man, his fists clenched in determination. His political career was on the brink of resurgence, imbuing him with renewed motivation for his work. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao, upon entering his office, summoned his temporary secretary. Please inform everyone that there will be a meeting at 10 o'clock. Attendance is mandatory for all deputy department heads. He commanded. Understood, Secretary Sunday. I will make the arrangements immediately. The secretary replied before departing. Sun Yonghao then prepared his materials, pondering over the list of personnel, contemplating who among them could be deemed reliable. The documents regarding the recent incident at the Dakang factory lay before him, and he recognized that this situation would inevitably erupt. Rather than being caught off guard, he resolved to prepare some strategies in advance. However, whatever actions he took, he knew he needed to ensure adequate personnel were at hand, and to guarantee that no issues would arise. With this in mind, Sun Yonghao rose and made his way to Sun Lianqing's office. District Chief Sun. He knocked on the door and observed Sun Lianqing deeply engrossed in his work. Secretary Yonghao. Sun Lianqing looked up and immediately stood, warmly inviting him in. Please come in. He smiled, pouring a cup of water for Sun Yonghao. You're here regarding the meeting, I presume? Sun Lianqing inquired as they took their seats. Indeed, with incidents like Ding Yizhen-s occurring, we must conduct a self-examination within our district. Sun Yonghao nodded, expressing the need to scrutinize those who had previously been close to Ding Yizhen, to ascertain just how deeply they had become entangled. Furthermore, with Ding Yizhen no longer in the picture, it was imperative that they establish their own personnel. Sun Lianqing, listening intently, agreed with a nod. What do you think? Does District Chief Sun have any capable individuals at his disposal? Sun Yonghao inquired. With a sigh, Sun Lianqing confessed, it is indeed a source of shame. Most matters in the district were dictated solely by Ding Yizhen. Many flattered him, while the remaining few merely sought solace in each other. This had little impact, mirroring my previous circumstances. While it is true that they did not reap any substantial benefits, I cannot vouch for their integrity. I can only confirm the existence of 3 individuals. 3 is sufficient, as long as they can deliver results, Sun Yonghao affirmed, eager to learn their identities. Who are they? One is the Minister of Propaganda, Su Yang. The other is the Deputy District Chief, Zhou Xian. Lastly, we have the Director of the Education Bureau, Wang Hui. Sun Lianqing enumerated. Sun Yonghao silently committed these names to memory. And what are the others? What is their situation? At this juncture, Sun Yonghao felt reassured enough to seek information from Sun Lianqing. Previously, he had refrained from probing, suspecting that even if he did, Sun Lianqing would not divulge anything of real significance. The other members of the district committee, including the director of the district committee office, Chen Peng, the executive deputy district chief, Zhao Zhiqing, and standing committee deputy district chief, Xia Hao, are all loyal to Ding Yizhen. Their presence has significantly hindered my efforts. Ding Yizhen had the backing of Secretary Dakang, facilitating their rise to power. As for the organization minister, Huang Dongfeng, and the discipline inspection secretary, Wang Qian, they have maintained a decent rapport with Ding Yizhen, though their communication has been limited. Perhaps they are merely conforming to the prevailing winds or have other connections. Sun Lianqing elaborated, noting that contact with the remaining individuals was even scarcer. Thus, it seems that only the two individuals previously mentioned by District Chief Sun are viable options. Sun Yonghao concluded. As they conversed, time slipped away, prompting both men to make their way towards the conference room. Along their path, many observed their joint presence and began to speculate whether the two had formed an alliance. Given the recent developments regarding Ding Yizhen, which were now common knowledge, his arrest being far from a mere administrative inquiry, there was little room for hope. The current situation indicated a definitive downfall. Those who had been closely associated with Ding Yizhen instantly grew anxious, even though not much time had passed since the events unfolded. Even if they truly wished to probe for information, it would be too late. However, today, the sight of Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing together was nothing short of astonishing. In the past, Ding Yizhen held a dominant position, and although a deputy district party secretary had come into the picture, he had made little impact. Life continued as usual, with everyone proceeding as they always had. Yet, who could have foreseen such a swift change in circumstances? Just as they were beginning to familiarize themselves with the situation, Ding Yizhen faced a significant upheaval, leaving them in the dark. With the leader absent, and now the second and third in command seemingly inclined to unite, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine, even if Ding Yizhen were still present. The combined strength of Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing would be formidable enough to challenge him. While victory was uncertain, at the very least, they could secure their own positions, especially considering that Ding Yizhen still had the Dakang above him. Thus, the outcome remained ambiguous, but in a fair comparison, one could envision Ding Yizhen being gradually sidelined. Many were observing, aware that the winds had shifted. The future would no longer belong to Ding Yizhen. Any actions taken henceforth would necessitate a change in approach. Upon returning, it would likely be essential to provide a comprehensive report to District Chief Sun and Secretary Sun, clarifying one's stance, regardless of their intentions or actions. Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing had now arrived in the conference room. Chapter 14. Heed the past, treat the ill, and save lives. Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing arrived at the door of the conference room almost simultaneously. Upon their arrival, the individuals stationed at the entrance promptly opened the grand doors. As Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing stepped inside, everyone present rose to their feet in acknowledgement. The two men proceeded directly to their respective seats, with Sun Yonghao taking the position originally occupied by Ding Yizhen. Meanwhile, Sun Lianqing settled into his usual place, the first seat to the left of Sun Yonghao. Observing the current arrangement, the attendees understood the implications. Was Sun Lianqing destined to remain eternally in the shadow of his counterpart? Please, everyone, take your seats. Sun Yonghao addressed the assembly. The first circle of seats was occupied by the members of the district committee, while the subsequent circle housed the deputy district heads and departmental leaders. Is everyone present? Sun Yonghao inquired after taking a sip of tea and surveying the attendees. The designated recorder from the office promptly responded, Secretary Sun, everyone is here. Excellent. Let us commence the meeting. Sun Yonghao remarked with a calm demeanor. Today's agenda consists of two main topics. First and foremost, we must address the matter of Ding Yizhen. I trust everyone is already aware of the situation. Comrades, this incident serves as a wake-up call. The presence of such individuals within our ranks has brought shame upon the leadership of the entire Guangming District. As he spoke, Sun Yonghao's voice rose significantly, and a palpable silence enveloped the room. Furthermore, I am acutely aware that Ding Yizhen's case is likely not an isolated incident within our Guangming District. His arrest has captured the attention of provincial leaders, and municipal officials are closely monitoring the situation. Ding Yijin is certainly not the end of this matter. The extent of involvement among our ranks remains unclear to us as well. For now, Secretary Dakang has entrusted me with the responsibility of overseeing affairs in Guangming District. If we can resolve issues internally, I would prefer we do so, thus adhering to the principle of learning from past mistakes to prevent future ones and treating the ailment to save lives. I extend an opportunity to all. Should any comrades have connections with Ding Yijin, I encourage you to approach me privately and confess. Do not cling to any false hopes. With Ding Yijin apprehended, do you truly believe he will keep your secrets? Or that he will strive for merit by exposing others? If you think you can evade investigation, then consider my words today as if they were never spoken. The organization's capabilities are well known to all. Whether to resist or to confess is entirely your choice. Now, let's temporarily set this matter aside and turn our attention to the Guangming Peak project. Although Ding Yijin is no longer with us, the development of Guangming District must not falter. We cannot allow the actions of one individual to hinder our district's progress. The tasks previously undertaken must continue. Director Sun Yonghao declared, casting a glance towards Sun Lianqing. Yes, Secretary Yonghao, please proceed. Sun Lianqing acknowledged, aware that everyone else was equally attentive to the shifting dynamics. Reach out to those who had previously expressed interest in investment. It is imperative to reassure them. Additionally, the projects previously overseen by Ding Yijin require thorough scrutiny. We must prioritize accordingly, Sun Yonghao articulated. Understood, Secretary Yonghao. Sun Lianqing nodded in agreement. Sun Yonghao then addressed the representatives from various departments, albeit without initiating any significant actions at that moment. The meeting endured for nearly 2 hours, concluding only at the end of the workday. However, by the next morning, a considerable number of individuals queued to meet with Sun Yonghao. Seizing his break, he decided to ascertain the intentions of these visitors. It was peculiar to imagine what they might wish to discuss outside of official hours. Upon reviewing the list of attendees, Sun Yonghao smiled and instructed that the Executive Deputy District Chief, Xiao Jin, be brought in first. Secretary, I am quite apprehensive, Xiao Jin remarked nervously as he faced Sun Yonghao. With their direct superior apprehended and a new leader in place, could they still harbor hopes of evading scrutiny? Their prior associations with Ding Yijin had not gone unnoticed. With investigations yet to commence and no statements from Ding's side, time was of the essence. Indeed, there were those who had not yet been accounted for on the list. Come, Comrade Jiqing, take a seat, Sun Yonghao encouraged, opting for an approach devoid of intimidation. Secretary, I have come to confess my mistakes, Xiao Jiqing promptly stated. Sun Yonghao's expression grew serious as he regarded him. Very well, please elaborate. Yes, Xiao Jiqing proceeded to disclose his transgressions. I understand, Sun Yonghao responded, nodding thoughtfully. His infractions were not overly severe. He had merely facilitated certain individuals by exploiting his position. You should report your issues to the Discipline Inspection Commission. If you clarify your situation this time, you will face some penalties. However, considering your initiative in confessing, the district committee has decided to demote you and issue a formal reprimand. The specifics will require further deliberation by the district committee and subsequent submission to the municipal committee for review. Yes, Secretary. With that, he exited. Following him were the Discipline Inspection Secretary, the Organization Minister, and representatives from various departments. Notably absent were one remaining Standing Committee Deputy District Chief and officials from the Finance Bureau, Audit Bureau, and Urban Construction Bureau. Alternatively, one might say that they arrived, but only during working hours, merely to report on some routine tasks to Sun Yonghao, as if it were a matter of standard procedure. After addressing these matters, Sun Yonghao sought out Sun Lianqing for a discussion. There was no need to elaborate on the absence of others. Within the Standing Committee of the District Committee, there were indeed several individuals of this nature. Was it a trio or a quintet? In the case of 3, currently, only Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing remained, as the third had been incarcerated. If it were a 5-member group, there were still the Organization Minister and the Discipline Inspection Secretary to consider. Thus, after conferring with Sun Lianqing, they concluded that this resolution was adequate for the time being and decided to proceed accordingly. Sun Yonghao then made his way directly to Li Dakang's office. Secretary Dakang. Upon entering, Sun Yonghao addressed Li Dakang. What is it? Speak. Li Dakang, preoccupied with his tasks, did not lift his gaze. Secretary Dakang. It concerns the matter of Ding Yijin. We have conducted an internal self-examination. Currently, several comrades have encountered issues, particularly those who were closely associated with Ding Yijin. However, some have come forward voluntarily to clarify their situations. I wonder what the thoughts of the municipal committee are regarding this matter. At this, Li Dakang raised his head to look at Sun Yonghao and remarked, "You have handled this matter commendably. Since they have come forward voluntarily, we must afford our comrades an opportunity." Li Dakang was, of course, keen on preventing the situation from escalating further. Chapter 15. None are innocent. In Li Dakang's mind, the sooner this matter concluded, the lesser its impact on him would be. After all, the meat is in his own pot and cannot escape. Pray tell me, what does it entail? Li Dakang inquired. Indeed, replied Sun Yonghao, as he recounted those individuals previously mentioned, along with initial opinions to Li Dakang. Very well, Li Dakang expressed, showing no dissent towards these matters. Sun Yonghao's actions were both reasonable and justified. Even Li Dakang himself could not voice any objections. His primary objective was the Guangming Peak project. Everything else could be deferred. However, Li Dakang was not without his own arrangements. Even if these individuals were resolved, he would still position his own people in the Guangming District. Yet such matters were for the future, as he needed to focus on the present. However, Secretary Dakang, Sun Yonghao continued, there are still some individuals who have not come forward voluntarily. I believe it is preferable for us to investigate the remaining individuals rather than wait for Ding Yijin to expose them himself, he suggested. Upon hearing Sun Yonghao's words, Li Dakang furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential repercussions this could have on his ascension. If there were more individuals involved, would it hinder his ambitions? Ultimately, Sun Yonghao's earlier statement resonated. If Ding Yijin were to discover this and the provincial committee demanded an investigation, the initiative would slip from his grasp. Thus, assigning Zhong Shuli to investigate the remaining individuals would minimize the fallout. Understood, Li Dakang affirmed. I will arrange for the disciplinary committee to conduct an inquiry. Very well. Secretary Dakang. Sun Yonghao nodded in agreement. What is the current status of the Guangming Peak project? Li Dakang inquired immediately. Before my arrival, I had already conferred with District Chief Sun to placate the investors. We will ensure their interests are safeguarded to the greatest extent possible. All previous projects will undergo a thorough review. The resettlement work has commenced, yet there remains one issue. With that, Sun Yonghao proceeded to inform Li Dakang about the situation concerning the Dakang factory. One issue? What is this remaining matter? Li Dakang's interest was piqued as he looked at Sun Yonghao in anticipation. The Dakang factory has yet to be demolished. Sun Yonghao replied. Furthermore, I visited the site recently, and the situation there is quite dire. They are holding banners aloft, and there are even groups acting as a protective force. As it stands, nothing has commenced, but should it begin without resolution, the ensuing problems could be substantial. Moreover, given the current circumstances, news could spread rapidly both domestically and internationally. Dakang factory once again. Upon hearing that name, Li Dakang's temper flared. Secretary Dakang, are you aware of this? Sun Yonghao inquired, observing Li Dakang's reaction. Of course I know. How could I not? Li Dakang skufa. Previously, Ding Yijin reported to me that he would resolve the matter in due course. Yet, it appears he has achieved nothing. Instead, he has been dealt with himself. He paused, his thoughts lingering on the news he had heard regarding the Dakang factory from another source. However, he had no intention of sharing this information with Sun Yonghao. It was not meant for him to know. Sun Yonghao, Li Dakang exclaimed, pointing at him. Yes, Secretary Dakang. Please go on, Sun Yonghao responded. Resolve the issue concerning the Dakang factory. We cannot allow it to remain here any longer. Li Dakang insisted. Sun Yonghao understood that the resolution Li Dakang referred to was merely to ensure it was handled without causing further disruptions, not to eliminate the personnel involved. Understood, Secretary Dakang. I will assess the situation at the Dakang factory upon my return. I will strive to resolve this matter peacefully, Sun Yonghao affirmed. I await your report, Li Dakang urged, gesturing for Sun Yonghao to depart. Upon returning, Sun Yonghao immediately called Chengdu. He was well aware of the intricacies surrounding the Dafeng factory. It all began when Kai Qinggong sought a loan from the Shanshui group to navigate his challenges. Once the bank funds were secured, he intended to repay the Shanshui group. However, complications arose. The bank's funds did not materialize, and the loan's deadline approached. The Dafeng factory served as collateral, yet 40 of its shares belonged to the workers, not Kai Qinggong. The workers had been unaware during the loan's inception, leading to the current predicament. Numerous individuals were entangled in this situation, including Ding Yijin, Ouyang Jing from the bank, and personnel from the Shanshui group. As for Kai Qinggong, his innocence was questionable given the substantial debts he incurred. Sun Yonghao could not ascertain the full extent of his culpability. Ultimately, most involved were not entirely blameless. Before the situation escalated further, Sun Lianqing arrived. Secretary Yonghao. Sun Lianqing entered, greeting him. District Chief Sun, what brings you here? Sun Yonghao inquired, puzzled. I have successfully reassured the investors and informed them about the situation. The matter of bribery will not be pursued further. There should be no issues now, Sun Lianqing explained. That's good to hear. Sun Yonghao nodded. However, there is one matter that poses a challenge, Sun Lianqing continued. What is it? Sun Yonghao asked. The situation with the Dafeng factory, Sun Lianqing replied. Indeed. Sun Yonghao immediately comprehended the implication behind Sun Lianqing's words. You are well aware of the situation at the Dafeng factory, Secretary Yonghao, Sun Lianqing remarked. And this matter extends beyond just that. It also involves a former cadre. Former cadre? Sun Yonghao inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yet he swiftly deduced the identity in question. Indeed, Sun Lianqing continued to elucidate. It's the former deputy prosecutor, Chen Yanshi. It is said that he had previously made modifications to this area, hence the factory has been under his protection all this time. Chen Yanshi. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao fell into contemplation. Did this old prosecutor truly serve the workers' interests? He queried. One would presume so, Sun Lianqing replied. His nursing home is now referred to as the second prosecutor's office in our Guangming District, or even throughout Jingzhou and Handong. The second prosecutor's office. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao could not help but let out a cold chuckle. It seems we may be destined to confront this so-called second prosecutor's office. Secretary Sun. At that moment, an interim secretary arrived, announcing, Director Cheng has arrived. Let him in, Sun Yonghao promptly instructed. With that, Cheng entered Sun Yonghao's office and, upon seeing Sun Lianqing present, saluted respectfully. District Chief, Secretary Sun, greetings. Sun Yonghao nodded in acknowledgement. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, Sun Lianqing announced. Having completed his discussion. Chapter 16. Some rejoice while others grieve. After bidding farewell to Sun Lianqing, Sun Yonghao gazed at the robust and expressive figure of Chengdu before him. It was no wonder that many esteemed predecessors, upon arriving in this world, and specifically in Handong, sought to win over this director. His innate charm was undeniable. He was not only grateful and loyal, but also obedient. Such qualities were more than sufficient. Anyone who had extended kindness to him could expect their goodwill to be reciprocated. Sun Yonghao aspired to draw this subordinate closer to himself, especially since Chengdu had not yet fallen under Tongwei's influence. At present, he was likely serving Zhao Ruilong, and associating with such a character could lead to an unfavorable fate in the future. Moreover, Chengdu was merely contravening certain internal principles, a matter that only Zhao Ruilong was fully aware of. Other issues were trivial. He was simply on an erroneous path. Thus, if he could be won over now, Sun Yonghao would welcome the opportunity. Chengdu has arrived? Please, take a seat, Sun Yonghao gestured. Yes, Secretary Sun, Chengdu replied, sitting up straight. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss an important matter, Sun Yonghao stated. Please, Secretary Sun, instruct me. Chengdu immediately stood up. Sit down, I said. Sun Yonghao waved his hand. Chengdu, you should be aware of the situation regarding Dafeng factory, correct? Yes, Chengdu nodded, his thoughts racing. He was uncertain about the intent behind Sun Yonghao's mention of this matter. After all, he was a subordinate of Zhao Ruilong, and it was clear who was behind the Shanshui group. Thus, Chengdu carefully considered his words. Is Dafan Factory part of the Guangming project? There have been considerable disturbances regarding the demolition issue. Indeed, Sun Yonghao affirmed. From this moment onward, discreetly investigate Kai Qinggong's circumstances and whereabouts. Should he surface, maintain strict surveillance. He must not leave Handong, Beijing, or even the Guangming District. Yes, Secretary Sun. Chengdu promptly agreed upon hearing this. Furthermore, arrange for personnel to investigate Dafan Factory. Sun Yonghao continued. Based on my understanding, Dafan Factory may harbor some hazardous materials, including a gasoline storage facility. Given the current precarious situation, it is imperative to ensure safety. We must either retrieve their storage or seal it. In any case, that warehouse cannot remain in their possession. If I recall correctly, they seem to lack the necessary qualifications. Do they not? I understand, Secretary Sun. Chengdu replied immediately. Moreover, he was perplexed as to how Secretary Sun was aware of the gasoline warehouse at Dafan Factory, as such knowledge clearly surpassed his own jurisdiction. Very well. Sun Yonghao nodded. I entrust this task to you, Chengdu. I have reviewed your previous credentials, and you are undoubtedly a talent. At present, our Guangming District is poised for further changes. Chengdu, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Sun Yonghao. What about your previous actions, particularly your investigations into certain individuals? Sun Yonghao remarked, emphasizing his point. Upon hearing this, Chengdu's countenance shifted dramatically. If this matter were to be exposed, it would spell his ruin. Secretary Sun, Chengdu attempted to clarify. Although he had the backing of young Master Zhao, should this issue come to light, even Zhao would be unable to rescue him. This was a taboo subject. Even neutral parties would not tolerate such transgressions. Calm down, Sun Yonghao interjected, gesturing for restraint. Since we are conversing here, I have no intention of pursuing this matter further. Chengdu now harbored doubts, questioning whether Sun Yonghao sought to use this information as leverage. Sun Yonghao discerned this implication and replied, I did not come to you for that purpose. I merely wish to steer you away from a perilous path. I am aware that some have aided you in your rise, but gratitude can be expressed in other ways. You have likely engaged in various questionable actions in the past. Haven't you? I will say no more. Your future conduct will determine your path. Sun Yonghao concluded, now, return and resolve this matter thoughtfully. With that, he served tea and bid farewell. It was hardly a simple matter that would lead someone to immediately align with him. If that were the case, perhaps he would not desire such a person at all. For now, some preliminary preparations had been made. The next step was to await news from Dakang and ready his own team. Dakang acted swiftly, promptly resolving the issue. Sun Yonghao convened another meeting alongside the executive vice minister of the organization department from Jingzhou City. The familiar setting and faces gathered once more. This meeting is a continuation of our previous discussions. Following the district committee's review, the municipal committee has consented to the following directives for Guangming District. Zhao Zicheng will receive a reprimand and be demoted to director of the Archives Research Office. Zhao Zicheng stood, visibly relieved. He had managed to navigate this ordeal. Disciplinary action for Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Wang Qian. Sun Yonghao announced, continuing with the earlier decisions. Minister of Organization, Huang Dongfeng, reprimanded. Director of the Environmental Protection Bureau, reprimanded. Now, I shall hand over the subsequent matters to Minister Ding from our Jingzhou Organization Department. Comrades, Minister Ding then addressed them. I will now read our organization department's decisions. Minister Huang Dongfeng is appointed as the Minister of United Front Work for Guangming District. Former Minister of United Front Work, Wang Song, is appointed as the Minister of Publicity for Guangming District. Minister of Propaganda, Su Yang has been appointed as the Minister of Organization for Guangming District. Disciplinary Inspection, Secretary Wang Qian will no longer serve as the Secretary of the Guangming District Disciplinary Inspection Commission and will be assigned to another position. Deputy District Head Zhou Xian has been appointed as the Executive Deputy District Head. The former Minister of Organization for Mingguang District, Wu Junqiao, has taken on the role of Secretary of the Guangming District Disciplinary Inspection Commission. As these changes are discussed, it is evident that some rejoice while others are dismayed. The roles of Minister of Organization and Secretary of the Disciplinary Inspection Commission undoubtedly suggest a demotion for some. In contrast, Xu Yang and Zhou Xian have clearly been elevated in their positions. This, however, is merely a snapshot of the current shifts. The Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission has also commenced an investigation. Consequently, further changes are anticipated, but it is certain that positions will indeed become available. Presently, while it cannot be said that Sun Yonghao has completely seized control, the situation is not far from that reality. Sun Liangping is an ally of his, and others like Xu Yang and Zhou Xian, along with a few others, are subtly gravitating towards Sun Yonghao. As for the new secretary of the Disciplinary Inspection Commission, Wu Junqiao, it is clear whose faction he aligns with, Li Dakang, the secretary of the municipal committee. From this moment onward, he has begun to place his own personnel, leaving one to ponder how future arrangements will unfold. Chapter 17. Expelling the Wind Factory? Preliminary matters have been largely addressed, and Sun Yonghao, alongside Sun Liangping and other associates, convened yet another meeting. Everyone is now well aware of the situation, executing Sun Yonghao's commands with unwavering diligence. In the conference room, Sun Yonghao delineated the latest responsibilities for the deputy district heads and other relevant officials, addressing the lingering issues left by Ding Yijin, as well as previous signed documents. A considerable amount of land had been sold off at a pittance by Ding Yijin. For instance, the land associated with the wind factory had undergone a transformation in its designation, shifting from industrial to commercial use. The value of this land has multiplied exponentially. While it is not entirely within the government's purview, a significant portion rightfully belongs to it. However, it now seems largely detached from governmental affairs. Meanwhile, individuals from the wind factory remain agitated, having learned of the current value of the land, and are unwilling to relinquish their stake easily. After all, who would so readily abandon a parcel of land worth billions? Regardless of who arrives, they must confront this pressing issue. After contemplating the matter, Sun Yonghao decided to visit the wind factory to assess the situation. However, considering the time of day, he resolved to postpone until tomorrow, as the pivotal events did not occur today and a few days remain. Just as Sun Yonghao was tidying his belongings in preparation to leave for the day, a phone call interrupted him. "This is Sun Yonghao. Secretary Sun. It's someone from the Secretary's office. General Gao from Shui Group has arrived and wishes to discuss something with you." "General Gao? Gao Xiaoqin?" Sun Yonghao was taken aback. "Let her in." This was fortuitous, as this was precisely the matter he intended to address, and now that she was here, a thorough discussion could ensue. Shortly thereafter, a captivating woman clad in a striking red outfit entered Sun Yonghao's office. "Secretary Sun, greetings." Gao Xiaoqin greeted him with poise upon her entrance. "Indeed," replied Sun Yonghao, nodding. "Please take a seat, General Gao." However, before they could engage in conversation, the phone on Sun Yonghao's desk rang. He immediately answered. "This is Sun Yonghao?" He glanced up at Gao Xiaoqin, only to find her smiling at him, showing no intention of leaving. Unfazed by the protocol that dictates one should step aside when a leader is on a call, Gao Xiaoqin appeared not to grasp Sun Yonghao's subtle hint. Yet before he could signal her to vacate, a voice resonated from the phone. "Sun Yonghao, has someone from Shui Group come to see you?" It was Li Dakang's voice. "Secretary Dakang, General Gao has just arrived at my office." Sun Yonghao replied with a calm demeanor. "Very well." Li Dakang remarked that he had previously been approached regarding the Guangming project, particularly concerning the Dakang factory. "You have been appointed by the municipal committee as the chief commander for this Guangming initiative. Henceforth, you will be responsible for liaising with the Shui Group and the Dakang factory. It is imperative that the Dakang factory be dismantled within 7 days. I will exert every effort to resolve the issues between the Dakang factory and the Shui Group." Sun Yonghao responded, expressing his intention to listen attentively to the voices of the workers while also considering the interests of the Shui Group. He aimed to find a solution that would be beneficial for both parties. Listening to Sun Yonghao's earnest declarations, what could Li Dakang possibly say? Should he disregard the concerns of the Dakang factory workers? Was it sufficient merely to resolve the matter? Li Dakang found himself at a loss for words and promptly ended the call. Sun Yonghao then turned his attention to General Gao. wondering if this visit was indeed related to the Dafeng factory. Indeed, Secretary Sun, Gao replied with a slight smile, his demeanor appearing meticulously composed. Yes, Sun Yonghao nodded. I have reviewed the files concerning the matters between the Dafeng factory and the Shui group, and I am acquainted with the circumstances. As he spoke, he remained fixated on Gao Xiaoqin, who seemed oblivious to his scrutiny, appearing entirely unfazed. Allow me to share the information I have gathered, Sun Yonghao continued. General Gao might find it helpful to listen and identify any potential discrepancies. Certainly, Secretary Sun, Gao Xiaoqin acknowledged, now exhibiting a notable reaction. Previously, there was Kai Qinggong. Sun Yonghao recounted the situation regarding the loan from the Shui group, which involved mortgaging his own shares. Subsequently, when Kai Qinggong was unable to repay the loan, he transferred his shares to the Shui group. Presently, the employees of the Dafeng factory were obstructing the demolition efforts. Is that correct? Sun Yonghao inquired, looking at Gao Xiaoqin. Indeed, that is accurate, Gao Xiaoqin confirmed. Secretary Sun, our Shui group is facing considerable challenges as well. Everything is in place, and we are merely awaiting the commencement of the Dafeng factory's demolition. Unexpectedly, we have encountered this issue, delaying our progress. Previously, Secretary Dakang mentioned he would be in touch with you and would resolve the matter within 7 days. I understand, Sun Yonghao nodded. Firstly, regarding Kai Qinggong's shares, it is important to note that they are not solely his. A portion belongs to employee stockholders. How is it that these shares were mortgaged to your Shui group? Are the employees aware that their shares are no longer theirs? If they are aware, then it could indicate that these employees are causing unnecessary disruption. If they are not, then the fault may lie with Kai Qinggong. Furthermore, during the process of land or share mortgaging, did you receive any pertinent information? Secretary Sun, you jest. We are merely merchants. How could we possess such? Gao Xiaoqin began to refute, but upon meeting Sun Yonghao's penetrating gaze, she found herself silenced. At that moment, Sun Yonghao's eyes bore an intimidating sharpness that was somewhat unsettling. Despite her frequent companionship with Tongwei, who held a prestigious position, she felt as though she were a mere primary school student in the presence of Sun Yonghao. It remained uncertain whether Tongwei had ever truly exhibited his authority, or if Secretary Sun was simply more formidable. Indeed, he seemed even more daunting than the devilish figure she had recalled, Zhao Ruilong. Quickly shifting the subject, Gao Xiaoqin addressed Sun Yonghao. Secretary Sun, this undoubtedly involves the employees' shares. When we presented this portion for collateral, it bore the signatures of employee representatives. Understood, Sun Yonghao replied. We will negotiate with the Dafeng factory regarding this matter. The factory is also integral to the advancement of the Guangming project, and a thorough investigation will be conducted. If there are no further matters, General Gao, you may take your leave. Very well. I shall not intrude upon you any longer, Secretary Sunday. With that, Gao Xiaoqin rose and exited the room. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao contemplated the map before him. If feasible, he could even consider expelling the Dafeng factory from his project. However, such a course of action seemed impractical given the factory's significant location. It was not situated in a remote area, and removing it would have little impact. The Dafeng factory occupied a crucial position within the Guangming project. Otherwise, it was likely that young Master Zhao would not have taken an interest in this region at all. Chapter 18. Have the days advanced? Is chaos today? The location of the Dafeng factory lies almost at the heart of the Guangming Peak project, making any attempts to displace it impractical. Moreover, such issues are likely to recur in the future. We cannot allow Sun Yonghao to evade every encounter with them. These matters are inevitable. Since this is the case, it is best for everyone to confront them directly. Such occurrences have been frequent both in the past and present, often concealed as opportunistic maneuvers. If we do not impose strict measures, it may seem inconsequential, akin to the plight of those affected by forced relocations. However, if taken seriously, it can become a burden of immense gravity. Having sent Gao Xiaoqin away, Sun Yonghao intended to conclude his workday, planning to visit the Dafeng factory the following day. Suddenly, his phone rang. Secretary Sun, this is Chengdu, came the voice on the line. Chengdu? What is the matter? Sun Yonghao inquired immediately. Secretary Sun, we have located Kai Chunggong. Chengdu replied with evident excitement. Found him? Excellent. Where are you? Sun Yonghao pressed. At the Dakang factory. While we were here inspecting hazardous materials, we discovered that Kai Chunggong had returned to the factory. He's been assaulted by enraged workers and is still at the Dakang factory. We cannot allow Kai Chunggong to leave just like that. Understood. Sun Yonghao responded. Can you bring him back? Secretary Sun, it is possible, but there are many people outside watching. Chengdu whispered as he stepped aside. I see. I understand the situation now. Wait for me. I will be there immediately. With that, Sun Yonghao stepped outside, summoning Hou Liangping to accompany him to the Dakang factory. Upon arrival, an elderly man on an electric scooter approached. Make way, he urged as he maneuvered through the crowd. President Kai, are you injured? Oh dear, the old man lamented, gazing at Kai Chunggong with a face full of concern. Old Zhong, we cannot allow him to leave. Someone shouted from the crowd. Enough of this commotion. Let President Kai go to the hospital first. If you do not trust him, do you not trust me? The old man insisted. At that moment, Sun Yonghao witnessed the unfolding scene, prompting him to approach. Chengdu spotted Sun Yonghao and hurried over. Secretary Sun, District Chief Sun. Yes, Chengdu. What is the current situation? Sun Yonghao asked. The workers are preventing Kai Chunggong from leaving. Chengdu replied. By the time we arrived, he had already been assaulted. Understood. Sun Yonghao responded, making his way into the fray. Make way, Chengdu called out, directing the surrounding police to safeguard Sun Yonghao. However, in that moment, Sun Yonghao pushed through the crowd, confronting the man before him. Is this Kai Chunggong? Who are you? Kai Chunggong asked, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the stranger. This is Comrade Sun, the secretary of Guangming District, who serves as the overall commander for this project. As Chengdu introduced him. Hello, Secretary Sun. Despite being struck, Kai Chunggong, appearing somewhat dazed, stepped forward to shake hand with Sun Yonghao. Indeed, Sun Yonghao nodded. You are the new secretary? At that moment, some workers approached. It is I. Secretary Sun acknowledged them with a nod. Suddenly, Chengdu raised his voice. What? I understand. I will report immediately. With that, he hurried towards Sun Yonghao. Secretary, Chengdu reported. What is it? Sun Yonghao inquired, noting the seriousness in Chengdu's demeanor, indicating it was likely significant news. Secretary, we've just received word that a fleet of excavators has appeared outside, along with a considerable number of personnel. Chengdu conveyed. Goodness, they are back again. This exclamation was not only heard by Sun Yonghao, but also by the surrounding workers. Brothers, arm yourselves. Sun Yonghao shouted. Stop. However, an elder, seemingly the ringleader from before, appeared somewhat intoxicated with fervor, his eyes glinting red, and he recklessly approached. Stop. Secretary Sun has commanded you to cease. Did you not hear? Chengdu rushed forward. Secretary is still here. There is no need for haste. Upon seeing the police, the other workers calmed down considerably, yet the man in his 50s seemed less amenable to reason. All right, I am here. I won't allow them to cause chaos, nor will I leave easily. Sun Yonghao reassured the remaining workers while subtly signaling Chengdu to keep a close watch on the leading figure. Wang Wenj, halt! Did you not hear Secretary Sun's instructions? The elder, who had approached Sun Yonghao, shouted. We can also call Old Chun. We can directly contact Deputy Secretary Gao from the Provincial Committee, as well as Secretary Li. Sun Yonghao glanced at the man, now aware of his identity. Zhong Shipa, the poet and union member, but chose not to respond. This individual claimed to be an ordinary citizen, capable of contacting high-ranking officials with a mere word. When did the common folk possess such influence? Chengdu, go arrange for the excavators outside to cease operations. Sun Yonghao commanded. Understood, Secretary. Chengdu affirmed, promptly issuing commands via the intercom. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao felt a sudden jolt. He had only recalled the date, albeit uncertain about the specific day. However, he remembered the events marked by dates. Clearly, he remembered it was not today, yet he had not anticipated the situation evolving in this manner. It seemed that his presence, or perhaps the unfolding events, was not as immutable as he had thought. Had I not come today, it might have truly devolved into the unfortunate events as originally anticipated. Moreover, Ding Yijin has also been unable to leave, causing considerable anxiety among many. Moving forward, it seems we can no longer cling to those preconceived notions of the past. Sun Yonghao, observing those before him, addressed the assembly, stating, "What are the current demands? Please feel free to express them to me. Given the situation has escalated to this point, I am the chief commander of the Guangming project, and I shall take full responsibility for all matters. I, the General Kai, am here, so let us engage in constructive dialogue. Why the vehement opposition to the demolition? Director Sun." With that, Sun Yonghao turned his gaze towards Sun Lianping and instructed, "Summon the representatives from the Shanshui group. Let us resolve all issues today while we are at it. Together, we shall analyze where the problems lie." "Understood, Secretary Yonghao," Sun Lianping replied, initiating contact with the Shanshui group. Meanwhile, as Sun Yonghao was reassuring the workers, Gao Xiaojin, who had previously returned from his side, was now lodging a complaint. Sitting alongside Tongwei, she remarked, "Tongwei, do you not think the Secretary Sun is rather dismissive of us? His words are laced with barbs. And what is this about us allegedly being informed beforehand? Is he attempting to undermine us? Chapter 19, is this an attempt to monitor me? How could this be?" Tongwei appeared equally perplexed, who is unaware of the intricate dynamics among the Shanshui group. He questioned himself in confusion. Could it be that he too desires a share of the pie? Or perhaps our offerings have not met expectations. It is worth noting that during my recent visit, I did not bring any gifts. Should we extend an invitation to him at our Shanshui group, whether it be gifts or the opportunity to learn a foreign language? We can accommodate. Upon hearing this, Tongwei fell into contemplation, and Gao Xiaojin refrained from interrupting his thoughts. An invitation is plausible, yet it hinges upon his own decision. Moreover, I have heard that he seems to have some connections with the Fong executive family. If we could indeed cultivate a rapport with him, it might even enable Fong to advocate for us during the standing committee meeting, significantly enhancing my chances for advancement to the deputy provincial level. However, regarding the language learning, Tongwei hesitated once more, uncertain about the nature of this connection with Fong. Regardless of their relationship, if he steps into our Shanshui manor, wouldn't that make him one of our own? Gao Xiaojin remarked. "Let me ponder this further." Tongwei did not immediately acquiesce. "By the way, Tongwei, you might consider giving Secretary Sun a call." "Yes, but perhaps I shall wait until tomorrow." Tongwei replied. "That sounds reasonable." Gao Xiaojin nodded. "However, now that Ding Yijin has been apprehended, do you think he will divulge anything? Rest assured, he has already been cautioned." Upon hearing this, Tongwei's expression grew serious. Regardless of the circumstances, Ding Yijin's arrest is exceedingly detrimental to them. We can only discreetly warn him. Should he reveal anything, it would lead to a dire fate for him, most likely a life sentence. Presently, during the investigation, he might endure for a while longer. Furthermore, should he implicate others, his demise could be expedited, potentially jeopardizing his family as well. Ding Yijin knows what actions to take and which to avoid, yet Tongwei felt no sense of relaxation. As long as Ding Yijin remains, concern looms over him. What Tongwei did not grasp was the current intensity of the struggle. Previously, he had not encountered such matters. With the assistance of the Liang family, he had navigated seamlessly, followed by the smooth transition with Gao Yuliang. The Zhao family's involvement also remains a mystery, how much influence they wielded behind the scenes. However, Tongwei's perception was solely of the Zhao family's contributions. As for the Liang family, while he would not characterize his feelings as pure hatred, they had certainly reached a point of mutual disdain, consumed by an incessant pursuit of power, almost to the point of obsession. This left him somewhat oblivious to the true nature of the ongoing struggle. Believing their interrogation would proceed as usual, they remained blissfully unaware of how those individuals might deal with Ding Yijin. As they conversed, Gao Xiaojin's phone rang. "Hello, Director Sun? Now. All right. I shall head over immediately." She replied. "What is the matter?" Tongwei inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Director Sun Lianping just called, indicating that Secretary Sun and Director Sun are all at the Dafan factory. They intend to resolve this issue right away." Gao Xiaojin explained. "Resolve it now?" Tongwei asked. Indeed, I too did not anticipate being summoned at this moment. Perhaps the demolition team encountered Secretary Sun and the others. It's quite something, insisting that I go now, Gao Xiaoqin remarked, rising from her seat, fully aware that she could not disregard their summons. She understood her position. There were matters she could address, and those she could not. Very well, you should go, Tongwei nodded, suggesting she act astutely and call him should any issues arise. You can count on me. With that, Gao Xiaoqin planted a brief kiss on Tongwei's cheek before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao had already pacified the individuals before him, awaiting Gao Xiaoqin's arrival to discuss the matter collectively. Had Sun Yonghao not been present, the situation could have escalated unfavorably. For him, such occurrences carried significant weight. As both the supervisory leader and the chief orchestrator, he bore the responsibility. Should complications arise, escape would not be an option, even if he could avoid bearing the blame. It would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in the eyes of others. All right, esteemed workers, let us all take a moment to relax. We shall move inside. I am here, so there's no need to worry about being buried alongside me, Sun Yonghao stated. Gao Xiaoqin from the Mountain Water Group will soon arrive. We cannot allow them to communicate with everyone here, can we? Those who wish to follow may do so, but please maintain order. We will be transparent in our discussions. As he spoke, the crowd began to stir, and indeed, as Sun Yonghao mentioned, with Secretary Sun present, what could the others possibly do? However, at that moment, Kai Chenggong hesitated to enter. Secretary Sun, I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Would it be possible for me to visit the hospital first? I'll return once I've been checked and confirmed to be well, Kai Chenggong expressed, his complexion pale. Indeed, Secretary Sun, given Kai's current state, we should ensure he is all right, remarked the elderly man beside him, Zhong Shipa. Chengdu, Sun Yonghao called, casting a glance at them. Chengdu hurried over to Sun Yonghao's side. Please arrange for a few doctors to come and conduct a thorough examination for Mr. Kai. We must ensure that no serious issues arise, Sun Yonghao instructed. No, there is no need to trouble everyone so much. My situation has already caused the leaders enough hardship, Kai Chenggong quickly interjected. I can manage to go for an examination myself. Indeed, Secretary Sun, I can accompany Mr. Kai, Zhong Shipa added, addressing Sun Yonghao. It is no trouble at all, Sun Yonghao replied. As you're also involved, I will make special arrangements for you to see a doctor today. If you're feeling unwell, it would be wise to take a moment to rest. Chengdu, please keep a close watch on Mr. Kai. We cannot afford to overlook any potential issues with his health. No, he insisted. Kai Chenggong immediately shook his head at Sun Yonghao. He began but suddenly appeared unwell. I need to visit the restroom. I feel nauseous. Come, Mr. Kai. Zhong Shipa quickly moved to support Kai Chenggong, guiding him towards the restroom. Chengdu, please arrange for a few people to assist Mr. Kai. Look at his frail condition. We must ensure that nothing happens to this elderly comrade, Sun Yonghao urged. I'm fine, really, Zhong Shipa protested, attempting to remain steadfast. But the nearby officers had already stepped in to assist Kai Chenggong. Wait, what are you all doing? Must I be followed wherever I go? Kai Chenggong the despite his previous naivety, the implications of Sun Yonghao's words. Chapter 20. Are you attempting to suppress me with department heads? Sun Yonghao's stern gaze instantly fell upon Kai Chenggong, instilling a palpable fear within him. However, recalling the places he had previously visited and the individuals he had encountered, a flicker of defiance threatened to surface. Yet, upon meeting Sun Yonghao's countenance, he immediately recoiled, his once pale face now flushed with shades of red and purple. This expression was indeed rather amusing. Yet he gritted his teeth and declared, Secretary Sun, I am acquainted with Director Hou from the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Supreme People's Procuratorate. He's a childhood friend, someone I have known since we were young. Are you attempting to intimidate me with this? Sun Yonghao regarded Kai Chenggong, bemused. Was he truly perceived as so easily intimidated? How could anyone, regardless of their stature, dare to challenge him so openly? Here was a man backed by a provincial department head, even the son of a former provincial secretary, the head of the Shanshui group, and yet he had the audacity to show displeasure? If Kai were merely an ordinary deputy department level official, perhaps he might have been cowed, but Sun Yonghao would grant no leniency to such individuals. How audacious of you! Kai Qinggong, suddenly aware of his own words, felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had indeed encountered Hou Liangping, yet he was all too aware of Hou's true disposition. Even if Hou were present, he would likely be the first to speak against him. Dare you? It seems you are quite bold. Sun Yonghao scrutinized Kai Qinggong. I have been tasked with overseeing you, and I am making it abundantly clear that I intend to do so. The matters concerning the Shanxue group remain unresolved, particularly regarding the shares involved, and an investigation is required. You are not to leave. Should you attempt to escape, I will ensure your movements are monitored closely. There is no evading the police's watchful eyes, especially when it concerns the interests of so many workers present. You cannot evade accountability. Chengdu, assign someone to closely monitor Kai Qinggong. He is not to leave without my express orders. Sun Yonghao commanded. The others, witnessing Sun Yonghao's fury, fell into an eerie silence, each one rendered speechless. Even Kai Qinggong refrained from further protest. However, at that moment, Kai Qinggong's expression, alongside Zheng Shipa's, became increasingly grim. If he wishes to use the restroom, accompany him, Sun Yonghao instructed. But he is not to leave Guangming District. Understood, Secretary Sun. Chengdu promptly replied. If he wishes to use the restroom, let him go. Sun Yonghao waved dismissively. Secretary Sun, may I make a phone call? Kai Qinggong di mi li in guit. Do as you please. Sun Yonghao responded, indifferent to the call, ensuring that all of Kai's words were duly recorded. Immediately, following these individuals, they too made their way towards the conference room of the wind factory. Sun Yonghao advanced ahead, yet the old fellow Zheng Shipa lagged behind, pulling out his phone to make a call. Old Chen, you must come quickly. Secretary Sun from Guangming District has already arrived, and he appears quite formidable, bearing an ominous presence. Secretary Sun? Which Secretary Sun? Inquired the opposing Chen Yanshi, with a hint of confusion. It seems to be a newly appointed Secretary Sun. Zheng Shipa replied. He does not seem easy to deal with, and personnel from the Shanxue group have also appeared. Previously, they were operating a bulldozer, but now they have been forced to halt, claiming they need to resolve the issues here. However, the specifics remain unclear. Old Chen, could you perhaps call Secretary Gao from the Provincial Party Committee, as well as Secretary Li from Municipal Party Committee? Otherwise, if something occurs, I cannot assure you of the consequences. All right, do not fret. I shall contact Gao Yuliang at once. Chen Yanshi responded, emphasizing the necessity to safeguard the interests of the workers. I will come over immediately. With that, Chen Yanshi prepared to leave, disregarding his wife's protests, and stepped outside. Meanwhile, as Zheng Shipa was on the phone, Kai Qinggong had arrived at the restroom, noticing the police officer beside him who was keeping a watchful eye. Even when attempting to squat down, he was not permitted to close the door, and every movement of his was under scrutiny. Unfortunately, there was no escaping the situation. He could only take out his phone and begin dialing Hou Liangping in the capital. Who is it? Calling at this late hour? A languid female voice answered, rather than the familiar voice of the monkey. Have you completed your report? If it is unsatisfactory, you should be aware of the consequences. A somewhat timid voice responded. It may be work-related. You know I cannot refuse. My phone is off. However, upon receiving the call, the tone shifted to one of authority. I am Hou Liangping. Monkey. It's me, Kai Qinggong. Kai Qinggong quickly responded, covering the phone. Baozi? Upon hearing this, Hou Liangping expressed surprise, but was soon engulfed in anger. Baozi, do you realize what time it is? Do you know how busy my phone is? Kai Qinggong glanced at his phone, noting it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. But what could he say? Monkey, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry for disturbing you. But I am utterly helpless. You cannot fathom how my freedom has been constrained. Everything I do is under their watchful gaze. What? Hou Liangping's voice rose in agitation again. Are you saying there are people watching you right now? Indeed. They do not permit me to stray from their watchful gaze. Gai Jiangong elu see that? Then why call me? Hou Liangping's anger flared instantly. What does your call signify? Do you wish for my protection? Or what exactly? No, my friend. I do not seek your protection. I merely desire fairness. Surely, that is not too much to ask? Kai Qinggong hastened to clarify. Yet, what predicament have I found myself in? I am denied the liberty to speak or act. Kai Qinggong expressed his grievance. I am aware of your selflessness, and I truly do not wish to intrude upon you. However, my friend, if I did not reach out to you, I fear I may one day be wrongfully condemned without knowing. Who possesses such audacity to control even your voice and surveil you in such a manner? Is this not an oppression of the common people? Hou Liangping exclaimed vehemently. How can this be tolerated? Indeed, my friend, yet they have acted in this manner, specifically oppressing common folk like us. Kai Qinggong concurred. Moreover, I have mentioned your name. Kai Qinggong felt a glimmer of hope for success and promptly conveyed this matter, fully aware it might displease Hou Liangping, but he knew how to articulate it. Of course, I do not intend to leverage your influence for personal gain. I merely yearn for equitable treatment to avoid being victimized. But who could have anticipated their response? What did they say? Hou Liangping, on the other end, began to inquire about such matters. Chapter 21. A commoner with a single call to the provincial committee. They spoke of the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau's investigation division. Did he threaten someone? Kai Qinggong promptly declared, I do not regard you as significant at all. Yet, he was somewhat aware of his surroundings, covering his mouth and speaking softly. However, once he finished speaking, he was met with the sound of grinding teeth from the other end. Monkey, monkey? Kai Qinggong inquired with a hint of confusion, then hesitantly murmured, their community does not appear to be an old one. How could there still be rats? At that moment, he was unaware that the noise did not originate from a rodent, but from Hou Liangping himself. Previously, in Handong, being looked down upon was one thing. After all, he hailed from an ordinary working-class family. Though his family held a modicum of power, it was merely at a managerial level. But now, he had endured hardships, swallowed his pride, and toiled tirelessly to achieve his current life, becoming the son-in-law of the Zhong family. Yet, he was still scorned. What did all his years of struggle amount to? Was it merely self-inflicted suffering? Despite being incensed to this extent, he did not forget the decorum of what should and should not be said, be it through experience in the political arena or lessons learned at home. He understood this truth. I know who this person is. Hou Liangping gritted his teeth. It is the deputy secretary of the district committee of Guangming District, who replaced Ding Yizhen and took charge of the Guangming Peak project, Secretary Sun Yonghao. Gai Tiangong, Veep Li. All right, Sun Yonghao, I understand. Hou Liangping responded through clenched teeth. Hou Liangping. Yet before they could end the call, a resounding roar akin to that of a lion echoed from afar. It's here. It's here. Upon hearing this, Hou Liangping abruptly hung up the phone, not even offering a word of explanation. Hello. Hello. Kai Qinggong attempted to continue, but all he received was a busy signal, compelling him to end the call. Pondering his next move, Kai Qinggong wished to seek out someone else, yet he was uncertain whom to approach. Reluctantly, he made his way outside, lowering his head under the gaze of the police officers. However, as he walked, a message notification chimed on his phone. Upon glancing, he saw it was from the monkey, instructing him to contact Chen Hai from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, stating that he could be trusted to discuss any matters. Moreover, Chen Hai's phone number was available on his device, prompting him to call. Kai Qinggong seized this individual as his lifeline and promptly dialed, explaining the situation thoroughly. All right, I understand. I will head there immediately. Chen Hai responded, and after hanging up, he began to reflect on the circumstances surrounding Sun Yonghao, as the incident with Ding Yizhen had drawn increased scrutiny towards the leaders of Guangming District. Now, the situation regarding Sun Yonghao has become clear. He is a recent arrival. Currently, he is engaged in resolving matters at the Dakang factory. Nevertheless, since the call reached me, and more importantly, it was initiated by the monkey, I feel compelled to investigate further. After all, the case concerning Ding Yizhen has not yet concluded, making my inquiry entirely justifiable. With this thought, I set off towards the Dakang factory, where a palpable shift in atmosphere was unfolding. At that moment, Sun Yonghao was at Dakang factory, conversing with those present. Most of the expected attendees had already arrived, with only Gao Xiaojin from the Shui group still en route. As for the workers, Sun Yonghao refrained from making any comments. He merely inquired about their family situations and engaged in trivial daily matters. However, Gao Xiaojin, unable to wait, received a call from Governor Fong. The situation escalated with a call from Chen Yanshi directly to Gao Yuliang. Chen Yanshi had previously been a superior to Gao Yuliang, and they shared a period of overlapping work, thus maintaining a connection out of respect for their past association. Due to this relationship, Chen Yanshi wielded considerable influence. Wherever he went, if issues arose, he would suggest, "Would you like me to call Gao Yuliang at the provincial committee?" Now, with the news that his adopted son, Xiao Jin, had ascended to the position of the new provincial secretary, the strength of his connections had only intensified. Some assert that Chen Yanshi is merely human, and it is natural to possess personal interests without excessive scrutiny. There is no need to regard him with disdain. However, while harboring personal motives, he simultaneously adopts a high-minded demeanor, which can be rather off-putting. It is perplexing. How can one simultaneously portray themselves as a common citizen while making calls to the deputy secretary of the provincial committee? Take Hou Liangping, for instance. He rose to prominence through his wife, yet he openly scorns Tongwei. What right does he have to do so? If he genuinely admired Tongwei, even in a professional capacity, it would likely evoke admiration rather than disdain. Yet, when one engages in such conduct while making disparaging remarks, it invites dislike. It's as if one seeks to maintain a facade while indulging in hypocrisy. Meanwhile, Chen Yanshi had already contacted Gao Yuliang to inform him of the situation, urging, "Gao Yuliang, can you not manage these people? Who are you referring to, Elder Chen?" Gao Yuliang inquired with a smile. "Who else? That newcomer's son from Guangming District. I just received word that he is now storming towards Dakang factory, and the workers there are in a state of panic." Indeed, the worker he referred to was Zhong, and the common people he spoke of were, in fact, himself. This situation cannot persist. We must ensure the workers' interests are safeguarded, Chen Yanshi asserted. "Is that so?" Gao Yuliang nodded in response. Although he feigned agreement with Chen Yanshi, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts regarding Sun Yonghao. The relationship between Sun Yonghao and Governor Fong was exceedingly close, yet the exact nature of their connection remained ambiguous. Moreover, Governor Liu had now also become involved, which added to the complexity of the situation. Even Gao Yuliang found it necessary to exercise caution. "Very well, old Chen. I shall investigate the matter immediately," Gao Yuliang declared. "Can you manage that?" Chen Yanshi inquired promptly. "If not, please contact Xiao Jin for me." "Who? Are you referring to the newly appointed Secretary Xia from our Handong province?" Gao Yuliang asked eagerly. "Yes, that is the one. Inform him that it is an old fellow named Chen Yanshi seeking him." Chen Yanshi exclaimed, finally having the opportunity to bring this relationship to light, laying it bare for all to see. Now, it would be intriguing to observe how these individuals would treat him. The Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee, concurrently the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Gao Yuliang, was his former subordinate, while the Provincial Secretary, Xiao Jin, was his adopted son. "Old Chen, what is your relationship with Secretary Xia?" Gao Yuliang inquired thoughtfully. "What relationship? It is merely that of old comrades, citizens, and public servants." Chen Yanshi replied, "I must head to the Dakang factory immediately. I cannot discuss this further. As for the nature of his relationship with Xiao Jin, how could he possibly divulge that? It was a matter that others must uncover for themselves. To speak of it openly would be quite inappropriate." Chapter 22. Indeed, such is the reason. After concluding his conversation with Chen Yanshi, Gao Yuliang ended the call, reflecting on Chen's words. He pondered the unexpected connection between the venerable Chen and the newly appointed provincial secretary, Xiao Jin, although he could not quite discern the nature of their relationship. What weighed heavily on his mind were Chen Yanshi's previous remarks regarding Sun Yonghao. This individual appeared to be intertwined with both Governor Fong and Governor Liu, suggesting that a call was indeed warranted. Initially, Governor Liu was poised for retirement and had taken a back seat, allowing the provincial committee to operate autonomously. Yet, it seemed he was now assuming a more proactive role, even attending a prior committee meeting alongside Sun Yonghao. With Sun now mentioned again, it became imperative to ascertain Liu's stance. Gao Yuliang sensed that his rapport with the new provincial secretary, Xiao Jin, might soon become contentious. In light of this, it was prudent not to offend Governor Liu. After all, with both Liu and Xia in the mix, offending such a duo would be ill-advised throughout the entirety of Handong. Moreover, This call would not only foster goodwill with Governor Liu, but also provide an opportunity to glean insights into the nature of Sun Yonghao's affiliations and his standing. Even the mere discovery of the depth of their connections would be invaluable, including the extent of support Liu and his associates could extend to Sun Yonghao. With these thoughts in mind, Gao Yuliang promptly dialed Governor Liu's number. "Governor Liu, this is Gao Yuliang." "Ah, Gao Yuliang," came Liu's cheerful reply. "What brings you to call at this late hour?" "Governor, I have some matters to discuss," Gao Yuliang began, relaying the information he had gleaned from Chen Yanshi. "Ah, Comrade Yonghao." Governor Liu, now informed of the situation regarding Sun Yonghao, responded, "Since Comrade Yonghao has taken the helm of the Guangming Peak project in Guangming District, we should entrust the matter to him. It is essential that we have confidence and trust in our comrades." Liu articulated his position, adding, "If challenges arise that cannot be resolved, we older comrades are still here to assist." "Understood, Governor Liu," Gao Yuliang replied with a smile. At that moment, he fully comprehended Liu's intentions. He was granting Sun Yonghao significant autonomy. Although Liu would not intervene directly, should anyone attempt to undermine Sun, his support would remain steadfast. Once the call with Liu concluded, Gao Yuliang immediately reached out to Governor Fong, and their perspectives on Sun Yonghao aligned seamlessly. This led to the current situation in which Sun Yonghao was now answering a call. Governor Fong. Upon receiving the call, Sun Yonghao stepped aside to take it. "Yonghao, the news regarding the Guangming District has spread. Since we are to resolve this matter, let us proceed boldly without hesitation. Remember, you have the organization behind you, which is your greatest support. As long as there is reason and evidence, there's no need to worry about any issues," Governor Fong stated. "I understand, Governor." Sun Yonghao nodded in agreement. "Well then, let us proceed with this for now," Governor Fong concluded, ending the call. Sun Yonghao then surveyed the individuals before him. Time had passed, and those who were expected had nearly all arrived. Secretary Sun, General Gao from the Shanxue group, has arrived. A staff member reported to Sun Yonghao. "Good. Let them come in," Sun Yonghao instructed, turning to glance around. "What about the people from the Dafan factory? Kai Qinggong. And what about Zhong Shipa from earlier?" "Secretary Sun, I will arrange for him to be brought back immediately," Chengdu replied to Sun Yonghao. Soon, the people arrived. Kai Qinggong appeared as pale as ever. Although he had indeed made the call earlier, he was still anxious about the situation. He wished to muster some courage. Yet he found himself unable to face Sun Yonghao with the resolve he sought. "Secretary Sun," Chengdu announced as he brought in the individuals. "All right, everyone, please take your seats," Sun Yonghao said calmly, observing those around him. "Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the current matters at hand. First and foremost, we must address the ownership issue of the Dafan factory. Legally speaking, the Dafan factory belongs to the Shanxue group. Is that correct?" Sun Yonghao inquired of them. "That is correct." Kai Qinggong and Gao Xiaoqin nodded in affirmation. "How can it be theirs? The factory belongs to us." Wang Wenj immediately protested. "Indeed, with such a significant investment, how could it be sold for so little?" The workers chimed in. "Enough of that for now," Sun Yonghao interjected, stating, "So, when Kai Qinggong secured the loan, did none of the workers agree to this? How could that be? Otherwise, how do we obtain all the shares of the Dafan factory?" Gao Xiaoqin immediately shook her head. "Who agreed? We were completely unaware of this matter." A worker shouted. "Kai Qinggong, how do you explain this?" Sun Yonghao pressed. "Secretary Sun, I had no choice at that time. If this issue was not resolved, the Dafan factory would have ceased operations entirely." Kai Qinggong zet ponde ausets stili. Gao Xiaoqin, what transpired during the signing? What about the workers' shares? Sun Yonghao asked. "When we signed, I did see signatures from the worker representatives," Gao Xiaoqin explained. "So, it was Zhong Shipa?" Sun Yonghao turned his gaze towards Zhong Shipa. "As Kai said, we had no alternatives." Zhong Shipa immediately remarked. "President Kai has stated that once the bank loan is secured, we shall be able to repay it instantaneously. There should be no issues." He continued, "I am doing this for the sake of the workers." "What? It's old Zhong? He sold off her shares?" Upon hearing this, the workers below erupted in outrage. "That amounts to over 10 billion. Old Zhong, you owe me money." "Silence, everyone, please calm down." Old Zhong, noticing that the ire of the crowd was directed at him, hurried forward to pacify them. Yet, how could these agitated individuals be soothed at this moment? Someone, in a fit of rage, seized a brick, intending to hurl it at old Zhong. Fortunately, the police were present, or else it might have struck a leader. The crowd was subdued upon seeing the officers. Old Zheng and Kai Qinggong were drenched in cold sweat. Secretary Sun, what old Zheng says is true. This is entirely a trap set by the individuals from our Shanshui group. I was managing everything well, awaiting the bank to release the loan so that I could settle our debts, yet subsequently, the bank denied me the loan. Their intention was to seize the Guangming project, which is currently valued at over 10 billion, and they have managed to acquire it. Ah, President Kai, do not speak recklessly, interjected Gao Xiaojin. The inability to secure a loan is your own predicament. It has nothing to do with us. Furthermore, how could we have known about the Guangming project? As for its current value, what relevance does that hold for you, President Kai? This is akin to selling a house. If you mortgage your property and it is slated for demolition, do you expect to buy it back? One cannot deny that Gao Xiaojin's argument holds a fair degree of merit. Chapter 23. Who will pay if you do not? Yet, this is merely your scheme. Otherwise, how could we possibly have mortgaged the factory? Kai Qinggong had his own words to share. President Kai, this is a standard business practice. Gao Xiaojin continued. Enough. Observing that their argument was escalating, Sun Yonghao promptly intervened. What is the point of quarreling here? Both parties temporarily halted their dispute, yet the atmosphere remained decidedly tense. If you have any further questions, you may address them directly. Sun Yonghao asserted. This matter pertains to legal issues. We shall investigate how the Shanshui group acquired their assets. I shall certainly do so. Kai Qinggong replied through gritted teeth, unwilling to let these individuals escape unscathed. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have hesitated to offend the Shanshui group. But now he found himself with nothing left to lose. Why hold back any longer? He would speak his mind freely. The Shanshui group is prepared to see this through to the end. Gao Xiaojin added. Viewed from this perspective, legally, it is indeed the property of the Shanshui group. Sun Yonghao nodded, stating, however, whether there are any violations remains to be seen, especially now that Ding Yizhen has been apprehended. We will conduct an inquiry. He continued. Once the results are in, we shall proceed accordingly. Those responsible will be held accountable, and penalties will be imposed where necessary. As he spoke, his gaze even shifted towards Gao Xiaojin. Yes, Secretary Sun, that is precisely how it should be. We must thoroughly investigate Ding Yizhen. Kai Qinggong interjected at this moment. In that case, might we still reclaim the Dakang factory? You are overestimating the situation. Sun Yonghao looked directly at Kai Qinggong, dispelling any illusions he may have harbored. Even if it were possible to reclaim it, could you return the funds you previously obtained from the Shanshui group? What can I say to that? Kai Qinggong was rendered speechless. Moreover, I see that the Dakang factory has consistently had orders, correct? Sun Yonghao continued to inquire. There were even numerous garments exported overseas. How is it that the Dakang factory is now so financially strained? What explanation could Kai Qinggong offer? Indeed, we have been continuously producing, and the land is ours. We have always had business. How could we have incurred such significant losses? The others present began to realize the gravity of the situation. Everyone can discuss this with Kai Qinggong directly. Even if it means taking legal action, it is permissible. Sun Yonghao addressed the surrounding workers. At this point, the workers regarded Kai Qinggong with an altered gaze. After Sun Yonghao's remarks, the focus of their ire had shifted. The affairs of the Guangming District had little to do with them. Kai Qinggong and his associates were hardly blameless. The whereabouts of that money remained uncertain. However, regardless of their actions, should the employees holding shares dissent, Kai Qinggong's actions would indeed constitute a legal transgression. Now it is all about the achievements of Kai Qinggong, which have little to do with the Guangming District. So, do these workers have any other demands? Sun Yonghao continued to inquire. Comrade Secretary Sun, does this mean our factory is gone? A worker asked. Indeed, Sun Yonghao nodded. This was mortgaged by Kai Qinggong himself. Once again, Kai Qinggong was dragged out for criticism by Sun Yonghao. That's over 1 billion. Many workers were furious. Comrades, it is not that your land is worth over 1 billion. Sun Yonghao interrupted. Previously, Your land was merely designated for industrial use and held little value. It is only after the reforms that the land's worth has appreciated. Even if there had been no demolition, your factory would still be classified as industrial land. The commercial land designation was altered by Ding Yijin, and the value only increased recently. Even if you had sold the land, it would have been purchased at industrial land rates, thus not reaching such a high value. Suddenly, the workers seemed to grasp the situation. So, even if we had stayed, there wouldn't have been so much money? The workers appeared somewhat dazed. Correct. It was only industrial land and not worth much until the government changed its classification. Sun Yonghao stated. Do any comrades have further inquiries? What about our unemployment compensation? The workers pressed again. Now that we are no longer allowed to work, surely the unemployment compensation must be provided, right? Someone shouted. Well, that is indeed necessary. Sun Yonghao nodded. Well done, Secretary Sun. Upon hearing this, a semblance of joy returned to the workers' faces. After all that had transpired, there was finally some good news. Secretary Sun, who will provide this unemployment compensation? Gao Xiaojin asked, feeling somewhat anxious, wondering if she would be expected to cover the cost. Now, who owns the Dakang factory? Sun Yonghao asked, looking directly at Gao Xiaojin. As Secretary Sun previously stated, it belongs to our Shui group. Gao Xiaojin replied quickly, though her heart sank momentarily. Naturally, it is your Shui group that will bear this expense. Sun Yonghao said nonchalantly. What? We have to pay. This is quite unacceptable. Gao Xiaojin immediately protested. Is there a problem with this? Whoever is the owner pays the bills. Otherwise, you can arrange alternative employment for the Dakang factory workers elsewhere. Then you wouldn't need to pay. Sun Yonghao remarked. If they are to be laid off, as a shareholder of Shui Group, you cannot refuse to pay. What can I say? Gao Xiaojin felt cornered, ultimately realizing that the responsibility had shifted to their side. You are now the owner of the Dakang factory. Sun Yonghao reiterated. I need to return and discuss this. Gao Xiaojin replied. Sun Yonghao observed her, but refrained from commenting on matters that should be deliberated. Yet, regardless of the discussions, this was a matter dictated by law. Could it possibly be circumvented? Is there anyone with further inquiries? Sun Yonghao continued to address those assembled before him. Step aside, comrades. Let us remain composed. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from outside. Oh dear, Elder Chen, Zhong Shipa exclaimed, slapping his thigh before hastening toward the door. Comrades, please make way for Elder Chen. Zhong Shipa advanced to stand beside Chen Yanshi. What is the situation? Chen Yanshi inquired upon entering. Alas, Elder Chen, the Dakang factory has ceased to exist. Zhong Shipa lamented. Ceased to exist? How could that be? Chen Yanshi pressed for clarity. It is said that legally, the Dakang factory is no longer ours. Zhong Shipa explained. This cannot be. The Dakang factory undeniably belongs to all employees. How can it simply vanish? The previous judgment was unjust and should not stand, Chen Yanshi asserted. At this juncture, Sun Lianqing and his associates also rose, demonstrating their respect for the elder. Degree, please arrange a seat for Elder Chen. Sun Yonghao ensured that no overt disrespect was shown toward the elder. Chapter 24. What about our money? Although this old comrade is, in his own household, quite inconsequential, he is, after all, merely a junior official at the prefecture level. Is he not? On the surface, he cannot take significant actions. Chen Yanshi did not decline anything and took his assigned position accordingly. This must be Secretary Sun from Guangming District, correct? Could you enlighten me on the matter at hand? After taking a seat, Chen Yanshi inquired of Sun Yonghao. Please provide an introduction for Mr. Chen. Sun Yonghao had no intention of explaining anything himself and left it to the individual who had previously recorded the details to brief Chen Yanshi. So, is it true that the Shui group can provide this relocation fee? Chen Yanshi asked. Indeed, that is the case. Sun Yonghao nodded. That piece of land worth over $1 billion is now being sold for a mere 60 million? Chen Yanshi questioned, still somewhat unconvinced. That is a separate issue. Sun Yonghao replied. What separate issue? It is all interconnected. The corrupt official Ding Yijin colluded with individuals from the Shui group to deceive the workers of Dakang factory. Chen Yanshi asserted promptly. Mr. Chen, such statements must be substantiated. Gao Xiaoqin interjected at this moment, insisting that they were merely engaging in standard commercial practices. Oomph. Standard? How standard can it be? Oh, what a coincidence. Just as Dafeng Factory ran out of funds, the Shanshui Group conveniently took over, and now the factory is being demolished? How fortuitous that Dafeng Factory has suddenly become so valuable. You managed to sell it for such a substantial amount? Chen Yanshi stated directly. Observing Chen Yanshi's demeanor, Gao Xiaoqin chose to remain silent, unable to articulate a response. By the way, Secretary's son, Chen Yanshi turned his gaze back to Sun Yonghao. What will happen to the employees of Dafeng Factory? If we allocate a new piece of land, Dafeng Factory can be rebuilt. Chen Yanshi reiterated. Rebuilt? Allocate land? Sun Yonghao chuckled, stating that there is no surplus land left in Guangming District. It has mostly been sold off by Ding Yijin previously. Moreover, even if land were available, it would be exceedingly costly. Does the current Dafeng Factory possess sufficient funds to acquire such land? Or can they gather the previous relocation fees to purchase it? How can there be no land? In such a vast Guangming district, is there not a single plot available? Chen Yanshi pressed further. Well, there's a bit of land near the outskirts. Sun Yonghao mentioned, suggesting that if they wish to establish a factory, they could consider that area. No, that simply won't do. Chen Yanshi shook his head vigorously. How far is that location? We cannot expect these workers to commute all the way there for work. That is utterly impractical. Then Mr. Chen should consult with the personnel from the Land Bureau to see if such land is indeed available. Sun Yonghao suggested, then turned to the remaining workers and asked, is everything settled now? Although these workers were each filled with regrets and unwilling to let go of such a significant sum, they were now at a loss as to what to do next. Should they approach the people from Shanshui Group, or perhaps seek out Kai Chenggong? Observing that the conversation had ceased, Sun Yonghao promptly rose to his feet, declaring, well, since everything has been resolved, let us not prolong this any further. Let us depart. With that, he began to walk away. Hey, the matter is still unresolved. How can you leave like this? Chen Yanshi protested, watching Sun Yonghao's retreating figure. Everything has been settled. The workers' concerns have been addressed, and the issue of relocation compensation has also been resolved. Why is there still a problem? Sun Yonghao turned briefly to glance back before continuing his exit. At that moment, Gao Xiaoqin also stood up and followed him outside. Hey, President Gao, how will the issue of relocation compensation be resolved? She inquired. I will discuss it upon my return, Gao Xiaoqin explained. However, we will not disburse any funds until we receive the payment, shouted one of the workers. No payment, no payment, no payment. Amidst these shouts, Gao Xiaoqin departed. Meanwhile, the workers' gazes shifted towards Kai Chenggong. President Kai, we have consistently had orders. We acknowledge your efforts, yet we wish to understand why the factory is devoid of funds. Indeed, President Kai, you must provide us with an explanation. Furthermore, old Zhong, how is it that our shares have been mortgaged? Kai Chenggong, looking at the crowd, felt overwhelmed. I have explained this previously. It was necessary to do so, as at that time, only the Shanshui Group could offer salvation. The workers pressed on, then why borrow money? What has happened to our funds? Comrades, Chen Yanshi interjected, standing up. I am aware of everyone's situation. Please remain calm and refrain from impulsive actions. We can certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. Our immediate task is to secure those funds, and thereafter, we shall engage in a legal battle with the Shanshui Group to see if we can reclaim our money. Chen Yanshi addressed them earnestly. Initially, seeing Sun Yonghao's demeanor, the workers had nearly accepted the situation, but now, hearing Chen Yanshi's words, they felt a renewed glimmer of hope for recovering their funds. Such a substantial amount of money slipping away before our eyes. How can we possibly accept that? The workers clamored. Old Chen, please, what should we do? They urged. A smile spread across Chen Yanshi's face as he replied, let us not rush. I will make a phone call. Yes. Our esteemed old Chen is acquainted with Secretary Gao of the Provincial Committee. Zhong Shipa chimed in, smiling and explaining to the others. I trust Secretary Gao will advocate for us. At that moment, Zhong Shipa's son also spoke up. What's Secretary Gao? It is clearly old Chen's merit. Without him, we would not have this opportunity. Zheng Shipa quickly admonished his son. Chen Yanshi, meanwhile, wore a smile, stating, "This time, I won't contact Gao Yuliang. I will directly reach out to the newly appointed secretary of the provincial committee, Xiao Jin." The newly appointed provincial party secretary? Upon hearing these words, Zheng Shipa's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Yanshi before him. "Old Chen, are you implying that this provincial secretary, Xiao Jin, was someone I had the privilege of nurturing for a time?" Chen Yanshi replied with a smile, promptly picking up the phone. He first called Gao Yuliang, then Xiao Jin. Though they had already settled for the night, this news compelled them to answer. "Hello, Uncle Chen," came Xiao Jin's voice. "Ah, little Jin." Chen Yanshi chuckled, and the term of endearment instantly revitalized those around him. "Yes, Uncle Chen, it's me. You have no idea. The current cadre in Guangming District is as corrupt as their predecessors, shamelessly colluding and openly shielding individuals from the Shui group." Xiao Jin listened intently to Chen Yanshi's words, initially thinking it would be manageable, which could benefit his own position. He immediately responded, "All right, Uncle Chen, do not fret. I will contact the provincial committee right away to ensure a thorough investigation into this matter and ascertain the truth." Chapter 25. Comrade Dakang, please remain calm. After Chen Yanshi made the necessary arrangements, the surrounding individuals showered him with compliments. Yet, Chen Yanshi humbly waved his hand and remarked, "Oh, please refrain from such talk. I am merely an ordinary citizen, just like everyone else. In my opinion, a good leader must always keep our worker comrades in mind." Here, Chen Yanshi was imparting lessons to those around him. At that moment, under the urging of a phone call, Chen Hai also arrived at the Dakang factory. "Father, what brings you here?" Chen Hai inquired, looking at Chen Yanshi with curiosity. "This is the young master of the Chen family." Zheng Shipa approached with a wrinkled smile. Gazing kindly at Chen Hai, although he had visited Chen Yanshi's home several times, he was not well acquainted with Chen Hai. Chen Hai was often busy with work and had hardly returned home, making it unlikely for him to have encountered Zheng Shipa. "Oh, old Zheng, no need to call him young master." Chen Yanshi gently chided, "Such talk is inappropriate. Indeed, he is merely the child of our Chen family." Zheng Shipa responded, playfully tapping his lips. "What is going on here?" Chen Hai asked, somewhat perplexed. "By the way, where's Kai Chengong?" Director Chen, I am here." Kai Chengong shouted immediately. At that moment, his hands were already cuffed by the police. "What's happening?" "Kai Chengong is suspected of economic crimes. We need to take him in for questioning," the leading officer explained. "Kai Chengong is also a key figure in our case. We must take him with us." "Chen Hai in does that? You will need to negotiate with our superior." "Oh, you young comrade," Chen Yanshi remarked, observing his son's predicament. "Isn't this troublesome? It's a complete waste of time. We cannot make exceptions. It is protocol." The police, well-trained subordinates, were resolute and did not heed such arguments. Chen Yanshi wanted to protest, yet he was acutely aware of the nature of the regulations. He simply did not anticipate that, despite having made his phone calls, these witnesses would still disregard his standing. However, given the circumstances, he could not voice his frustrations and merely muttered, "This is a complete waste of time. I believe we need to draft a letter to simplify these matters." Nevertheless, the police were not swayed. Having apprehended their target, they proceeded to escort him away. "Wait a moment. Who is your superior? I need to call him. This is someone the higher-ups are requesting." Chen Yanshi felt it would be difficult to explain if Kai Chengong was taken away before his eyes. "It is an order from our chief." The officer replied straightforwardly. "Your chief?" Chen Hai mused, taking out his phone to call Ji Changming. He reported the situation to Ji Changming. "Is this in the Guangming District? Is it still about the matter between the Dakang factory and the Shui group?" Hearing this, Ji Changming promptly inquired. "Indeed, Chen Hai Apfim." Ji Changming intended to suggest that Chen Hai should not concern himself with this issue. However, he quickly recalled Chen Hai's stubborn nature. Should he voice that thought, it might inadvertently lead Chen Hai to exacerbate the situation. Thus, he remarked, "I will engage in discussions, but ultimately, they are the ones in control. You are well aware of the procedures, yet it requires some time. Surely you, Chen Hai, are not in a hurry for just a day or two." "A day or two?" Chen Hai hesitated. "Enough. Are you asking me to snatch them from their hands? Ji Changming raised his voice. I understand. Shen Hai could only nod in acquiescence. In the end, the individual was taken away. However, Ji Changming, observing the current time, chose not to make a call, opting to wait for a later moment. As for the subsequent developments and whether they could retrieve the individual, Ji Changming was not particularly invested. After all, it was merely a call from a minor figure, and the situation remained unclear. Should he truly attempt to rescue someone? What a farce. Meanwhile, they were in communication, while Xiao Jin had already begun reaching out to Gao Yuliang to inquire about the matter at hand. Gao Yuliang himself was not entirely certain. He only knew that this issue was being handled by a Sun Yonghao. Behind Sun Yonghao stood Governor Liu and Executive Fang. Their combined influence, while not as formidable as that of himself and Governor Liu, should not be underestimated. One was the head of a governmental department, the second most powerful figure in the province, while the other was the second in command of the government. Although their recent standing had subtly declined, they still ranked above many others, arguably at fifth place. The power they wielded was considerable. Should they completely offend these two individuals, one might as well disregard any further considerations regarding government matters. Neither of them were easily dealt with, and Governor Liu had managed to maintain his position even under Zhao Lichuan's tyranny. He was not merely an obedient figurehead. Had that been the case, the province would have devolved into Zhao Lichuan's absolute rule, and higher authorities would have undoubtedly reassigned him long ago. Governor Liu possessed his own strategies, ensuring that Zhao Lichuan could not marginalize him, thus preserving his voice within the provincial committee and the province itself. In a moment of reflection, Gao Yuliang contemplated numerous possibilities. Perhaps he could suggest that Xiao Jin make contact. It was conceivable that Governor Liu might even align himself with him, along with Executive Fang. Even if Governor Liu were to retire, Executive Fang would still remain. However, it was clear that such an overt proposal would not suffice. He worried that Xiao Jin and Governor Liu might join forces to eliminate him first. He immediately addressed Xiao Jin, stating, Secretary Xia, the situation is as follows. I have merely acquired some understanding. It is known that a dispute has arisen between the Shanxue group and the Dakang factory due to issues concerning equity. However, I am not well informed about the current resolution of the situation. Could there be some underlying circumstances? I shall investigate this promptly, Gao Yuliang remarked. Indeed, Comrade Yuliang. The working class is the cornerstone of our nation, Xiao Jin immediately asserted. Regardless of the circumstances, our working class must not be oppressed. As Xiao Jin expressed his stance, he concluded the call and dialed Li Dakang's number again. Comrade Dakang, it is I, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin inquired. Hello, Secretary Xia. Li Dakang instantly rose from his seat, his expression shifting dramatically, his previously straightened posture now bending slightly. It was as if Xiao Jin stood right before him. Comrade Dakang, what exactly is the matter regarding the equity dispute between the Shanxue group and the Dakang factory? I have received calls alleging that we have strayed from our original intentions, aligning ourselves with those merchants and oppressing the working class. Comrade Dakang, do you comprehend the implications of this? Although Xiao Jin's tone was calm, it weighed heavily on Li Dakang's heart, akin to a 1,000-pound hammer. What? How could this be possible? Li Dakang's voice noticeably rose. Comrade Dakang, please do not be agitated. Xiao Jin spoke leisurely. Chapter 26. Who is Comrade Sun Yonghao? Li Dakang listened to the conversation and, for reasons unknown, felt an instinctive urge to inquire, am I feeling agitated? However, his willpower ultimately prevailed, and he reminded himself that Secretary Xia had stated he was not agitated. Nevertheless, Secretary Xia, I am the secretary of the Municipal Committee of Jingzhou. Any issues arising in Jingzhou are my unmitigated responsibility. Please, I welcome your criticism. Regardless of the situation's intricacies, Li Dakang resolved to humbly accept his fault, as Secretary Xia had suggested. Upon hearing Li Dakang's words, Xiao Jin immediately grasped the situation. The atmosphere had shifted favorably. The secretary's aides included both the secretary's faction and the Han faction, representing two significant forces in Handong province. Yet now, the leader of one faction seemed to be yielding to him. The outcome, it appeared, would not be too dire. This was his opportunity. However, Secretary Xia, I am not attempting to shirk responsibility. I issued a directive to Sun Yonghao of the Guangming District, instructing him to resolve this issue. But I did not anticipate his method of resolution. Dakang prum lia sarta. Listening to this, Xiao Jin smiled. He had conducted extensive research prior to his arrival. It was implausible for him to be unfamiliar with the key figures here. He had thoroughly analyzed the character, capability, and governance style of both Dakang and Gao Yuliang. While he refrained from delving into excessive detail, the overt behaviors were quite apparent. Indeed, Dakang had already begun to shift blame before him. Nonetheless, Dakang possessed considerable ability. He had previously reaped the rewards of others' labor, and now he found himself in a position where he need not do so. In fact, his current actions could be perceived as a form of extracting benefits, specifically from Zhao Lichuan, seeking leverage against him. Dakang could also serve as a useful instrument in his hands, keeping him under control. However, upon hearing the name Sun Yonghao, Xiao Jin paused slightly. What exactly has Comrade Sun Yonghao done? He inquired. Upon your return, conduct a thorough investigation. Such occurrences are absolutely intolerable in our nation. Report any developments to me promptly. My next destination is Linsheng, where I am told there are numerous achievements attributable to you, Secretary Dakang. I look forward to examining them closely. Dakang felt a sudden jolt at this statement, but readily affirmed. I'm always open to Secretary Xia's guidance and corrections regarding my work. Indeed, after concluding the call, Xiao Jin turned to his secretary and the nearby Tianguofu, pondering. This comrade Sun Yonghao seems vaguely familiar. Tianguofu, contemplating the matter, began to recall where he might have encountered the name. Secretary Xia, the assistant secretary interjected, recalling the pertinent information. Comrade Sun Yonghao arrived in our Handong province prior to Ding Yizhen's arrest. You arrived in Handong around the same time as the leader. Ah, I see. It feels somewhat familiar. Perhaps it was arranged by a superior. Xiao Jin nodded, realizing that the higher-ups had indeed taken notice of Handong previously. Moreover, this individual hailed from the cadre of selected students from Zhongyang. As Xiao Jin pondered this, he began to murmur to himself. Upon hearing this, Tianguofu could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor. Those who have previously mingled in the capital could hardly be unaware of such circumstances. To possess such a background already indicates that one is no ordinary individual. However, there are still others who are even more remarkable. At such a young age, holding such a rank, and managing to secure a transfer, truly wielding actual power, only to have the district committee secretary apprehended shortly after their arrival. This hardly seems coincidental. Who exactly is this comrade Sun Yonghao? Xiao Jin now found himself somewhat skeptical. Concealing one's identity is indeed a form of concealment. Yet one's background and experiences are not so easily hidden. This alone provides ample clues. It would be naive to attribute this to mere luck. Here, such simplicity does not exist. Even if one originates from humble beginnings, by now, there must certainly be supporters behind them, be they mentors, in-laws, or leaders who have taken a liking to them. As for the specifics, it is somewhat unclear. We cannot uncover much. Secretary Bai reported. However, upon arrival, it was heard that he had formed a close rapport with Executive Fang. It appears that Governor Liu is also quite optimistic about him. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Jin could not help but adopt a more solemn expression. Were it merely a routine matter, one might regard a provincial party secretary with a degree of respect, yet not excessive apprehension. After all, he naturally holds an advantage in his position. Together, these two figures, while formidable, would not instill fear. But one would not dare to offend them lightly. As long as core interests are not jeopardized, there would be no confrontation. However, what is Xiao Jin's current situation? What task does he have at hand? He is new to the area, still finding his footing, and carries a political mission. The individuals he must contend with are not just Governor Liu, but also Executive Fang. Dealing with Gao Yuliang is already quite complex. Now, with the addition of these two figures, it becomes clear that offending the provincial committee and government would be a grave mistake. Without considering whether there are other forces backing Sun Yonghao, Even just Governor Liu and Executive Fong would certainly not allow for any recklessness in the short term. In an instant, Xiao Jin and Tian Guofu exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's thoughts. I see, Xiao Bai. If you uncover any information regarding the previous situation in Guangming District, please report back to me. Xiao Jin instructed. Understood, leader. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement, fully aware of the intricate web of interests involved. Regarding Chen Yan's situation, although there is indeed a connection, the ties have nearly dissipated from university days to subsequent employment. Maintaining appearances is essential. After all, one would not wish to be perceived as ungrateful or opportunistic. However, when weighed against one's political aspirations, such considerations become trivial. The only path to advancement lies in achieving tangible results, which is one's most profound aspiration. Everything must yield to this ambition. Thus, for now, Chen Yin must be kept waiting, or perhaps a scapegoat could be sought to provide an explanation to him. Nevertheless, the choice of this individual requires careful consideration. While they ponder this, Gao Xiaoqin, upon her return, is far from pleased. A phone call was made to Qi Tongwei, who happened to be at the Shanshui Manor. Upon seeing Gao Xiaoqin's return, Qi Tongwei inquired, "What is the situation?" "Don't mention it," Gao Xiaoqin replied, shaking her head. Secretary Sun informed us that the shares of the Dakang factory are now in our hands, which means that the resettlement fees will need to be borne by our Shanshui group. What? Qi Tongwei responded, his mood darkening instantly. However, his professionalism allowed him to navigate this predicament. So it seems that, strictly speaking, the Dakang factory is indeed ours now. What shall we do? Are we really expected to pay this money? Gao Xiaoqin questioned. Chapter 27. Can you not handle mere section chief? Indeed, that is precisely what they say. Gao Xiaoqin remarked. After all, the Dakang factory now belongs to us. We either provide them with employment or offer them relocation compensation. Upon hearing this, Qi Tongwei began to ponder the implications. How much would it require? With 3,000 workers, it would surely amount to at least 40 to 50 million. Gao Xiaoqin expressed her concerns. 40 to 50 million? Qi Tongwei contemplated, recalling that the acquisition of Dakang factory had only cost 60 million. Now, to expend such a substantial sum again, then Tongwei, shall we not provide it? Gao Xiaoqin inquired cautiously. If it were possible to forego the payment, he would certainly prefer that, as it would spare him the expense. 40 to 50 million. What could they accomplish with such a sum? Wait a moment, let me think. Qi Tongwei gestured dismissively. Yet Gao Xiaoqin interjected once more, even if we are willing to pay, what about young Master Zhao? Ruelong? Qi Tongwei raised his gaze. Indeed, young Master Zhao is unlikely to permit us to part with our funds so easily. Gao Xiaoqin replied. However, presently, there is a son Yonghao standing in our way. Qi Tongwei stated decisively. Though Sun Yonghao holds merely a section chief position, being the deputy secretary of the district committee in Guangming District, he has powerful backing. Fang Changwu and Governor Liu. While he may not be actively involved in affairs at the moment, he remains a member of the standing committee, wielding considerable influence. To offend Sun Yonghao could lead to unforeseen complications for my vice-governor role. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoqin found herself at a loss for words. Should she attempt to thwart Qi Tongwei? That was out of the question. If Qi Tongwei ascended, their power would only amplify, and their profit potential would increase. What shall we do now? Gao Xiaoqin asked. Earlier, did we not discuss inviting Sun Yonghao to our Shanshui Manor? Let's extend that invitation and see if there is any room for negotiation. Also, let us call Ruelong and ascertain his stance. Very well. Gao Xiaoqin readily agreed. Shall I contact Ruelong now? Allow me. Qi Tongwei responded, retrieving his mobile phone. Shortly thereafter, an agitated voice resonated from the other end of the line. Director Qi? Why are you calling at this hour? Qi Tongwei could faintly hear a woman's voice in the background, but he paid it no mind, as he was well aware of this fellow's character. Ruelong, it's regarding the Dakang factory matter. Qi Tongwei explained. According to the information we've received, the factory is now ours. We need to provide relocation compensation, which amounts to nearly 50 million. How much? 50 million? Zhao Ruelong immediately erupted in anger. Are you joking? We acquired the Dakang factory for only 60 million, And now you tell me we need even more? We have no funds. Zhao Ruilong bluntly retorted. This is not merely a matter of wealth. It is a matter of obligation. The equity of the wind factory lies within our grasp, and thus we must act accordingly. Regardless of financial constraints, I am resolute. That money is rightfully mine, and no one shall take it away. Zhao Ruilong declared with audacity. What are they? Mere workers? Do not tell me, Director, that you cannot resolve this issue. If that is indeed the case, then I question your suitability for the position of Vice Governor. Who would heed you? Ruilong, this situation transcends the mere concerns of those workers. There are eyes watching us. Tongwei retorted. What could Tongwei say? Who is watching? Zhao Ruilong scoffed. Are there truly such formidable figures in Handong? It is the newly appointed Deputy Secretary of the Guangming District. Tongwei elucidated. Are you suggesting, Tongwei, that you find yourself powerless? Zhao Ruilong was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. The Deputy Secretary of Guangming District? A mere department-level official? Pray tell, you cannot manage this situation? It is not that I cannot. Tongwei responded promptly. It is simply that behind Sun Yonghao stand others. Both the executive Fong from the government and Governor Liu are backing him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong was momentarily taken aback and regained his composure. They are behind him? Indeed. Otherwise, I would not find myself in such a predicament. Tongwei explained. Yet there is still no money. Although Zhao Ruilong was aware of the influence wielded by these two individuals in the past, under his father's reign, nothing was ever insurmountable. He could not allow himself to relinquish his rightful funds so easily. In any case, I shall not part with it. How you proceed is up to you. But my money is mine, unequivocally mine, Zhao Ruilong insisted. Moreover, I suggest, Director Qi, that you manage those workers yourself. Once they're dealt with, the factory can be demolished. By the time it is dismantled, can that Sun fellow truly offend you, Director, over these workers? Enough. I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Ruilong concluded, abruptly ending the call. Tongwei stared at his phone, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. What shall we do now, Tongwei? Gao Xiaojin inquired cautiously. I need to think. Tongwei replied, deep in thought. However, no matter how he pondered, a satisfactory resolution seemed elusive. Thus, you must extend the invitations as planned. Tongwei declared. We shall discuss further matters after our conversation with him. Understood. Gao Xiaojin agreed readily. Meanwhile, after returning home and resting for a night, Sun Yonghao made a phone call the following day. Mother, it's me, he announced. Yonghao, how are things in Handong? Are you adjusting well? Came a gentle voice from the other end. It's going well. I've already begun to preside over my duties. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. After engaging in some casual conversation, Sun Yonghao finally revealed his intentions. By the way, Mother, could you look into the daughter of Governor Fong? I heard she is studying in the capital. Good son, you have finally come to your senses. His mother exclaimed with palpable excitement. Our family doesn't really need to seek alliances or connections anymore. During your school days, you had a few girlfriends, but as you entered the workforce and with age, that seemed to fade away. Now this is promising. Governor Fong, is it Fong Zhibin? She was somewhat aware of her son's situation. Yes, that's him, Sun Yonghao confirmed. All right, leave it to me. As long as the girl is of good character, there should be no issue. His mother had no ulterior motives. She simply wished for her son to be happy and lead a fulfilling life. By the way, I heard from your father that someone has already been arranged for you. Your driver. Do you still need a secretary? If so, I can find a few candidates for you. No, thank you. I'll manage here for now, Sun Yonghao replied with a smile, declining the offer. I can't have everything arranged by home. Very well. I shall leave it to you then. With that, they ended the call. Sun Yonghao stepped outside as he approached the start of his workday. In the past, he often enjoyed breakfast, but now, the number of breakfasts he had consumed could easily be counted. Just as he arrived at his office and had yet to begin his day's work, his phone rang. Hello, this is Sun Yonghao. Is this Secretary Sun? This is Tongwei. Laughter from Tongwei echoed through the line. Chapter 28 Secretary Sun, we are out of funds. Director Qi, that name resonates profoundly with Sun Yonghao. It embodies the unfulfilled aspirations of many. However, At this moment, there exists little connection between Sun Yonghao and Qi Tongwei. In fact, Qi Tongwei holds little significance for Sun Yonghao now. Were Qi Tongwei to genuinely align himself with Sun Yonghao's interests, perhaps he could offer some assistance. Currently, Sun Yonghao finds himself in a predicament that is not too severe. He has not taken any action against Chen Hai. The most contentious issue at present might be the matter of weeping at graves. But what does that truly signify for individuals like them? Is it truly, as Gao Yuliang suggested, deserving of capital punishment? Moreover, even if an investigation were to be conducted, many have engaged in such actions, perhaps not as overtly, yet such occurrences are easily uncovered. Well, with some exceptions. However, now that he has received a call, Sun Yonghao is uncertain of its purpose. What brings you to call here? He inquired. Secretary Sun, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. I hope you have some time after work. I would like to invite you to a modest meal. Qi Tongwei replied with a smile. Director Qi, could it be related to the Shanshui group? Sun Yonghao asked. Secretary Sun, how could Qi Tongwei respond to such a question? Is it truly the case? Is it appropriate for a director to speak so openly about the affairs of a private company? Although many are aware of this news, those who know are typically of considerable influence. Sun Yonghao is now acutely aware that information has likely reached him from some source, perhaps from Governor Liu or Governor Fong. Has there been a directive regarding Sun Yonghao? Yet, knowing this, Qi Tongwei continued, Secretary Sun, you are indeed forthright. It is indeed about the Shanshui group. There are certain matters where I find myself indecisive, hence my visit to seek your counsel. Throughout their conversation, Qi Tongwei maintained a courteous demeanor. Directori, if I were in your position, I would advise you to procure those funds. Sun Yonghao now comprehended the implications of his words. Secretary Sun, this. Qi Tongwei hesitated, wishing to offer further explanation. Director Qi, are you aware of the temperament of the personnel at the Dakang factory? Furthermore, I previously resolved the issues, and I made my stance quite clear. However, you may not be aware that the Dakang factory had prepared an enormous gasoline drum, a potential catalyst for an explosion, filled with unstable materials. Should any incident occur, as the Deputy Secretary of the Guangming District and the head of this project, what fate could await me? Peaceful resolution is paramount. If any problems arise, I may have to take certain measures myself. I aspire to accomplish certain endeavors, which may encounter some challenges. However, should one wish to thwart something, it is quite effortless. Listening to Sun Yonghao's words, Qi Tongwei found himself momentarily speechless. What does Secretary Sun imply? Is he not coming this time? Qi Tongwei inquired once more. If there were other matters, I could manage, but regarding this particular issue, there is not much to elaborate. The Shanshui manor is not particularly suitable for me, Sun Yonghao remarked. As for other locations, I wonder if they might suffice. Qi Tongwei was still reluctant to concede. From Sun Yonghao's words, he seemed to foresee certain developments. Although his capacity for contention was not particularly robust, he could still discern some insights. Where shall we go? Sun Yonghao asked, still pondering that Qi Tongwei, after all, was merely the son of a peasant, a sentiment that resonated deeply with him. Yet, in the fleeting moment of conversation, Sun Yonghao managed to articulate something, perhaps to resolve an old grievance. If it truly is beyond salvation, then so be it. Very well. I have a place in mind, Sun Yonghao declared, merely an old restaurant. If Director Qi is willing to visit, then let us go and take a look. If not, then that is that. What does it matter? Secretary Sun may not be aware, but I hail from the countryside. Qi Tongwei chuckled, reminiscing about the days when he could scarcely afford a meal, and how could he possibly be choosy? I understand, but I feel that the current Director Qi is not as he once was. I wonder if he can still adapt to the old fare. Sun Yonghao remarked. You jest. Secretary, I shall manage just fine. Qi Tongwei replied with an awkward smile. Their exchange concluded here, while Sun Yonghao turned his attention to the documents before him. Old Liu, have we welcomed a new driver? Sun Yonghao asked. Indeed, one reported this morning. Was there an issue with the previous driver? The office director outside inquired with some surprise. Nothing amiss. Sun Yonghao smiled, merely that there had been no confirmation regarding who would be utilized when, I believe it's time to finalize that. Please provide me with their files. Additionally, Have a secretary find someone younger. Sun Yonghao added, I cannot continually trouble you, Director. It is my honor to serve as secretary, and I appreciate your understanding. Old Liu, upon receiving the news, finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no problematic arrangements had been made. However, he knew this matter had now progressed to a more serious nature. While discussing these issues, individuals arrived to report. Secretary, personnel from the Finance Bureau have arrived. Speak up. Sun Yonghao glanced over and casually replied. Secretary, our finances are rather depleted. The Finance Bureau official stated cautiously. Depleted? Precisely how much do we have remaining? Where has it been allocated? How long can we sustain ourselves? Sun Yonghao inquired. Secretary, we are left with just over 18 million, remarked the official from the Finance Bureau. 18 million? Sun Yonghao's brow furrowed instantly as he regarded the individual before him. Noticing Sun Yonghao's expression, the subordinate felt a twinge of anxiety. This was a critical moment, and they could not afford to be caught in any misstep. As for the expenditures, they had all been meticulously recorded. Secretary, here are the documents. After disbursing the salaries for these units, there will be hardly any funds remaining. It seems we may not last more than 2 months. The Finance Bureau chief cautiously articulated. Very well. Let me take a look, Sun Yonghao replied, gesturing for the documents to be placed before him. As he perused the information, he was struck by the reality of the situation. It primarily stemmed from previous land issues, where many parcels had not been utilized as intended. Numerous individuals had received advance notice, hastily selling off-prime plots at bargain prices. Subsequently, a mere casual decision by Ding Yijin transformed the nature of these lands, elevating their value exponentially, while the government reaped little financial benefit in return. All right, I understand. You may return now, Sun Yonghao said, waving his hand dismissively at the individual before him. Understood, Secretary Sun, the person replied, offering a quick farewell before exiting. Sun Yonghao then placed a call to Sun Liangping. It seemed that at this moment, Sun Yonghao was the one wielding authority as the district party secretary, while Sun Liangping appeared to be the subordinate. District Chief Sun, it's me, Sun Yonghao announced. What is it, Secretary Yonghao? We currently have insufficient funds in our district, and I would like to discuss this matter with you. Shall I come over shortly? Sun Liangping instinctively suggested. Chapter 29, it seems you are quite familiar with Secretary Dakang. No need, I shall take my leave, Sun Yonghao remarked. Is District Chief Sun preoccupied with affairs? Listening to Sun Liangping's words, it appeared there were still matters to attend to, as he did not seem inclined to come over immediately. There is someone here with me. Sun Liangping cast a glance at the frail old man in front of him and stated, After hanging up the phone, Sun Yonghao set off towards Sun Liangping. When he arrived, he noticed a somewhat familiar figure departing. Was that someone from the Dakang factory? Sun Yonghao pondered, realizing it was none other than Zheng Shipa from before. Indeed, Zheng Shipa. Sun Liangping nodded in agreement. What? Is he not being reproached by those workers now? Does he still dare to show his face? Sun Yonghao chuckled and inquired. I am not sure how they managed to placate him, but it seems things have calmed down for the time being. Sun Liangping shook his head. How did he end up here? Is there another matter at hand? Sun Yonghao couldn't help but ask. He is still here regarding the previous issue, claiming he needs a piece of land for their new factory. They still wish to pursue their previous endeavors. Sun Liangping shook his head, adding, yet the relocation fees must be secured immediately. Moreover, the land they seek must resemble what they had before. Where am I supposed to find him that land? If it's too far, they won't be pleased. However, the available plots have already been nearly sold off by Ding Yijin, to the point that it could be said they were half sold and half given away. What do we do now? We can only engage in a game of Tai Chi with him. Yet, curiously, he arrived this time with considerable confidence. Confidence indeed. After all, he has such a senior cadre backing him. Sun Yonghao remarked with a smile. Not to mention, he used to be able to reach the deputy secretary of the provincial committee, and now he can directly contact the provincial secretary. The provincial secretary? Secretary Xia? Sun Liangping inquired, perplexed. How does he have any connection to the newly appointed Secretary Xia? He had nurtured him for a while. Sun Yonghao did not hide anything and explained directly to Sun Liangping. That might pose a challenge. Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing's brow furrowed instantly. If he truly gets in touch with the new provincial secretary, our pressure might be alleviated. No worries, let them seek me out when the time comes. Sun Yonghao smiled, stating, there's no land or the prices are set. Do they expect me to make up for it? Secretary Yonghao, you ought to discuss this matter with Director Fong and the others. However, Sun Lianqing's demeanor turned serious. This is not something to be taken lightly. It might indeed turn out this way. Oh, Sun Yonghao chuckled. It seems you have a good understanding of our Secretary Dakang. Alas, it's a tale of sorrow. Sun Lianqing did not share in the laughter. Secretary Yonghao, you have no idea what kind of life I led before. Very well, let's not dwell on that matter any longer. At the very least, things have improved significantly now. Sun Yonghao smiled. Associating with such individuals not only provides assistance, but also ensures that any policies can be leveraged to one's advantage. Financial concerns should not pose a significant issue. The sole consideration is that, should one wish to bear the burden of blame, it is vital that a knowledgeable leader is available to advocate on one's behalf, thus preventing undue blame from falling upon oneself. For Sun Lianqing, this already constitutes a substantial favor. Should you visit again, feel free to have him seek me out. Sun Yonghao remarked with a smile. It seems that you, Secretary Yonghao, previously instilled quite a fright in those individuals. Sun Lianqing chuckled, noting that they now dare not approach Secretary Yonghao so casually. Whom can they blame for their own predicaments? Sun Yonghao also chuckled slightly. The two then turned to the matter at hand. Secretary Yonghao, regarding the fiscal issues we discussed earlier, what course of action do you propose? Upon raising this topic, Sun Lianqing found himself somewhat perplexed. It is not a matter easily resolved. Should the finances truly falter, he, as the district head, would inevitably face repercussions. Even if one is spared from bearing the blame, accountability is inescapable. Sun Yonghao might not bear much responsibility, given that he arrived under these circumstances. However, having been in Guangming District all along, how could he not be troubled? Two solutions, Sun Yonghao declared, raising a finger. Two. Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing's eyes brightened. He feared he might struggle to identify even one. This gentleman could find two? Well, the first approach is to directly request funding from Secretary Dakang. Sun Yonghao stated. That seems unrealistic, does it not? The city likely lacks funds as well. Furthermore, even if there were some available, it is doubtful they would allocate much to us. Sun Lianqing shook his head, concluding that even if a sum were to be procured, it would hardly exceed 30 million. Even 20 million would be the utmost limit. Sun Lianqing held little hope. Indeed, my thoughts align with yours. Sun Yonghao chuckled. Ultimately, we shall likely have to devise our own solutions. In that case, let us seek assistance from the provincial level. From the province? Sun Lianqing pondered briefly, then realized what Sun Yonghao was implying. Is that not the case? With such a grand project as Guangming Peak, the province would surely offer some support. With Fong Changwu present, securing some emergency funds should pose no issue at all. In that moment, Sun Lianqing experienced once more the profound satisfaction that comes with having influential connections above. Yes, this is a feasible avenue for obtaining funds. Sun Yonghao nodded, yet cautioned against placing all our hopes there. We must also take initiative ourselves. How shall we proceed? Sun Lianqing eagerly anticipated Sun Yonghao's second suggestion. The issues primarily arise from these companies. Sun Yonghao declared, producing the previous documents. Examining these files reveals that many pertain to real estate, recreational facilities, large supermarkets, technology firms, and so forth. However, these entities are remarkably swift in acquiring land. Within these areas, how many were once industrial lands or idle plots? They were sold off at such a low price, ultimately resulting in a change of land use and demolition actions. How much has the value of these lands surged? Some of them were even owned by state-owned enterprises or conglomerates, and now they have transformed into private properties. Secretary Yonghao, are you planning to approach these individuals? Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing widened his eyes and inquired. Indeed, Sun Yonghao nodded, indicating that these individuals either bribed Ding Yijin or received information from elsewhere. What a coincidence it is that someone in the catering industry would seek industrial land for production. Sun Yonghao pointed to the lists. And what about this technology company that has now ventured into real estate? Bring them all in. Sun Yonghao asserted. They may earn money, but they must relinquish a portion of it. However, Secretary Dakang previously stated that they would not pursue their bribery issues. Sun Lianqing expressed his concerns. It is true that we will not pursue their bribery, but earning money should not come so easily to them. Sun Yonghao remarked. We must at least have them give up a part. This might be difficult to manage. Sun Lianqing pondered, yet he felt somewhat despondent, as these individuals had been painstakingly appeased before. If such matters arise now, it will be challenging to explain to Secretary Dakang or to the Guangming District. We are not asking them to compensate fully. Sun Yonghao shook his head. Chapter 30. Who dares to defame? We could still offer them some concessions. Sun Yonghao remarked with a smile, suggesting that they merely need to supplement the remaining portion on top of the concessions. If they cannot accept even this, we have the right to reclaim their land. If they are unwilling to proceed, there are certainly others who would. Sun Lianqing was momentarily taken aback. Secretary Yonghao, are you certain there are others willing to take on this task? If that were indeed the case, we would not have had to rush to secure these investors previously. If they truly intend to leave or escalate the matter to Secretary Dakang, we could face severe reprimands from him. Rest assured, if they do leave, I will arrange for someone to take over, replied Sun Yonghao. Then what are we waiting for? Our Guangming District will not suffer any losses. Sun Lianqing exclaimed excitedly. I will immediately arrange for people to come over for a meeting. During this period, Sun Lianqing, could hardly contain his joy regarding the work. He fully cooperated with Sun Yonghao, as if he genuinely regarded him as a superior. Observing Sun Lianqing eagerly reaching out to others, a smile adorned Sun Yonghao's face. He awaited news from Sun Lianqing, when suddenly, he received a phone call. Secretary Sun, it's Secretary Dakang on the line. Yes, I am in Director Sun's office. Please connect me. Sun Yonghao instructed. Understood. Soon, the voice of Secretary Dakang's aide, Xiao Jin, came through the phone. Is this Secretary Sun? Secretary Dakang wishes to speak with you. It is I, Sun Yonghao affirmed, hearing Li Dakang's voice on the other end. Pass him to me. The line switched to Li Dakang, who stated, Sun Yonghao, do you have any idea what they're saying about you out there? They claim you are oppressing the working class. Even Secretary Xia from the provincial committee has called to inquire about this matter. Are you still fit to serve? If not, you should step aside and make way for someone else. Secretary Dakang, I wish to know who has made these claims. Sun Yonghao inquired, his tone measured. Who said so? What? Are you contemplating revenge on them? Li Dakang raturta. I request that this individual be brought forth. I wish to confront him directly. I am eager to see who dares to place such a heavy burden upon my shoulders. Sun Yonghao declared resolutely. If this is still insufficient, I request the intervention of the municipal and provincial committees to thoroughly investigate this matter. I have been diligent in Guangming District, devoid of any selfish motives. Yet now, I find myself unjustly labeled. I will not acquiesce. I call upon the municipal and provincial committees to intervene and clear my name. If I have indeed committed such acts, I shall resign of my own accord without waiting for the decision of the municipal or provincial authorities. If such an event has not transpired, I implore an investigation. Who grants the audacity to slander a public servant so brazenly? Upon hearing these words, Li Dakang was taken aback, astonished by Sun Yonghao's boldness in addressing him so directly. Yet what could he truly say? Was he to confront this individual and demand accountability? It was likely that Xiao Jin would not let this matter slide easily, especially after it had escalated to such proportions. It had been stated that he would report to Xia, yet here he was, unilaterally criticizing his own comrade. Moreover, this might even involve arrangements from the government side. Even Xiao Jin himself would need to tread carefully, yet here was Sun Yonghao turning around and creating such a significant debacle. What could Li Dakang say? Was it Xiao Jin's directive, or perhaps the words of those behind him? Had he lost his senses? Initially, Li Dakang had envisioned a scolding, with Sun Yonghao dutifully listening, acknowledging his mistakes and rectifying the situation. Should any repercussions arise, he would distance himself once issues became evident. As for Feng Zhibin, what capabilities did he possess? Surely, He could not rival Secretary Xia. However, Sun Yonghao's audacious declaration left Li Dakang momentarily speechless. He yearned to continue his reprimand, yet found himself bereft of justifiable grounds. What tremendous bravado, Sun Yonghao! You must be cautious. Listening to Li Dakang's remarks, Sun Yonghao chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Although lacking concrete evidence, he could surmise the nature of the situation based on the audacity of those who spoke so freely. Goodness, I had no intention of stooping to your level. Yet here we are being bullied. With a swift motion, Sun Yonghao dialed Fong Chanwu. Yonghao, why are you calling at this hour? Governor Fong, I'm merely reaching out to confess my errors, Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. Confess errors? What transgressions? Governor Fong inquired, chuckling lightly. I was handling matters at the wind factory, and now, lo and behold, I have been unjustly branded as oppressing the working class. Sun Yonghao exclaimed in exasperation. What? Who possesses such audacity? Upon hearing this, Governor Fong's expression shifted to one of gravity. There's no evidence. It's merely that Secretary Dakang called me earlier and it gave me quite the dressing down. He claimed that someone had escalated the issue to Secretary Xia. And here I am, the one left to bear the brunt. Such a high-profile affair. I truly cannot fathom who here would engage in such actions. Furthermore, to label someone so carelessly. All right, Comrade Yonghao, I understand. Rest assured, we are well aware of our cadre's circumstances. I will ensure that our comrades are not wrongfully accused. Governor Fong stated firmly. Wait for my news. Understood, Governor Fong. I must admit, I was quite flustered by the situation. Sun Yonghao remarked, constantly reflecting on his actions. He began to believe he had committed some unforgivable transgression. If his family wished to see him, they might have to visit him in prison. Surely not, surely not. Governor Fong himself chuckled at the thought. If Sun Yonghao truly landed in trouble, they would surely become the talk of the town. The current leadership, one and all, should not even aspire to progress. Merely retaining their existing positions would be quite commendable. After ending the call, Governor Fong promptly dialed Governor Liu to report on the matter. Although Governor Liu did not explicitly state anything, he did leave a notable remark. Comrade Rue Jin will soon be back. It seemed likely that a standing committee meeting would be convened to discuss this issue. The oppression of the working class had been absent for quite some time, and it would surely provide some amusement for all. At this moment, they were likely unaware of the grand spectacle they had prepared for Rue Jin and Li Dakang. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Sun Yonghao let out a cold laugh, thinking, do they really believe I am easy to bully? However, before long, Sun Lianqing had gathered most of the individuals and had already informed them to come as soon as possible. Many of them arrived with cheerful faces, their greatest concern previously being the implications of their bribery. Now, with no repercussions looming and wealth seemingly within reach, how could they not be elated? Though busy beyond measure, they found comfort in the hustle. Chapter 31. A Private Discourse. Once all the attendees had arrived, Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing leisurely made their entrance. At that moment, every investor rose to their feet, their faces alight with smiles as they turned their gaze towards Sun Yonghao and his companion. They regarded him as their benefactor, and given the previous events had been overlooked, it was only natural for their joy to be palpable. The sole regret lingering in the air was likely the substantial sums many had previously given to Ding Yijin, which remained unrecovered. Even if they were fortunate enough to reclaim those funds, the likelihood of them returning to their own coffers seemed bleak. Had they been coerced, there might have been a chance for restitution. However, many among them had willingly engaged in bribery to Ding Yijin, driven by the pursuit of greater gains. The fact that they were not held accountable for their actions was a testament to Li Dakang's own vested interests in maintaining a favorable reputation. Upon their arrival, the individuals following Sun Yonghao firmly closed the door behind them. Essential measures were swiftly implemented, including the confiscation of any devices such as signal blockers or other electronic gadgets. The attendees, one by one, produced their notebooks, as if adhering to some crucial directive. Today, I have summoned you all for a closed-door meeting to discuss matters that require discretion, Sun Yonghao announced. As his words resonated in the room, the representatives from government departments set aside their pens and closed their notebooks. The investors, adept at reading the room, demonstrated their honed ability to gauge the atmosphere. Even those who had been previously oblivious now understood the appropriate course of action by observing their peers. Seeing everyone had complied, Sun Yonghao gestured for the items to be placed before him. He continued, "Here lie the contracts that you previously signed with the Guangming District. You stated your intentions for investment and outlined the land purchases. Notably, a decree from Guangming District has altered the nature of these lands significantly. Many of you, despite having access to more suitable plots elsewhere, deliberately opted for lands that were not yet designated for demolition. Now, almost all of these are within the demolition zone and subject to the changes in land classification." As Sun Yonghao's words settled in the room, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Hadn't it been agreed not to revisit past issues? Why were they suddenly being held accountable? A sense of unease began to permeate the atmosphere, and while many felt compelled to voice their concerns, they were acutely aware that such inquiries would be tantamount to challenging Sun Yonghao directly. Although they recognized the importance that the city secretary, Dakang, placed on this investment, the reality remained that offending Sun Yonghao could lead to dire consequences. Yet, surrendering without a fight was not an option. Who knew what further financial demands could arise in the future? After all, it was they who had explicitly stated their intention not to pursue this matter any further. It would be unthinkable to renege on that commitment now. Observing their expressions, Sun Yonghao discerned their thoughts. "There is no need to be overly anxious," he continued. "As you are all aware, the directive from Secretary Dakang is clear. There will be no repercussions regarding your involvement in bribing Ding Yixin. However, while we shall not pursue charges for bribery, this does not absolve you from other responsibilities. The matters at hand reveal significant exploitation, verging on the embezzlement of national assets. The purpose of gathering you here is to address and rectify these losses. We cannot allow the losses in Guangming District to be so immense, particularly when many have profited at the expense of the district." Upon hearing this, many investors in attendance turned somewhat pale. Was he referring to them? "Certainly. I do not expect you to repay all the funds in full. Guangming District, along with Jingzhou City, has historically offered numerous favorable policies which have been arranged for you, including but not limited to tax incentives and reductions. In the long run, the disparity between your current situation and the future may not be as great as you think. Now, please take a look at these materials," Sun Yonghao instructed, as he had the prearranged policies distributed among the investors present. Although reluctant, the attendees examined the documents in their hands, their internal thoughts concealed. At such a critical juncture, each one weighed the pros and cons. It must be said that the provisions Sun Yonghao prepared could indeed yield the outcomes he proposed, albeit over an extended period, potentially requiring as much as a decade. Should they choose to depart midway, it would undoubtedly result in a loss compared to their current standing. Nevertheless, even if they faced losses, it would merely be a reduction in profits, not an insurmountable defeat compared to the majority of companies, who would still find themselves in a more favorable position. Now the question remained, would they accept these terms? "Secretary Sun, we genuinely cannot produce such funds," one investor exclaimed. "Indeed, Secretary Sun, all our previous investments are tied up in these projects. If we were to withdraw now, our company would face bankruptcy. This is quite an unreasonable demand." Listening to their protests, Sun Yonghao raised his hand to silence them. "I have had calculations made regarding your situation. Even if you were to seek loans, with such projects in hand, obtaining financing should not be difficult. It is not as dire as you portray, with the potential for bankruptcy looming. I have demonstrated our commitment in Guangming District, and you stand to gain significantly. As long as I am here, you need not worry about any form of oppression. Future investment opportunities will also come with corresponding incentives. Should these matters fail to satisfy everyone, I believe that maintaining integrity in business transactions is paramount. The nature of the land in question, as well as the planning of the Guangming Peak project, are significant considerations. While a comprehensive overhaul may not be feasible, minor adjustments in certain areas could be acceptable. Thus, I implore everyone to reflect thoughtfully upon this matter. Ultimately, any losses incurred will rest solely upon your shoulders. I have extended our utmost sincerity on behalf of the Guangming District. Regardless of the outcome, I kindly request a response from you all. With that said, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianping stood up and made their way outside, the remaining investors exchanged glances and began to converse. However, their dialogue was restrained, as they remained aware that they were still in another's territory. Once outside, their discussions grew more fervent, yet opinions diverged significantly. Some, compelled to offer bribes, or those with a flicker of conscience, returned to mobilize their funds in an attempt to recover their previous investments. Fortunately, for many, the amounts needed for restitution were manageable. Meanwhile, others, such as the Shanshui Group, sought out Li Dakang in collaboration with fellow investors to address their more substantial financial obligations. Chapter 32. Li Dakang. You go back where you came from. A throng of investors made their way directly to Li Dakang's office. Although he had numerous pressing matters to attend to, it was clear to him that the arrival of this group of investors signified an extraordinary event. Consequently, he set aside a significant amount of his work to personally meet with them. In Li Dakang's mind, unless it was a matter of leadership, specifically a direct summons from Xiao Jin, nothing could possibly eclipse the importance of the Guangming Peak project, which he held in the highest regard. This project represented a pivotal step forward for him. If executed successfully, the position of provincial governor would surely beckon him. Conversely, if mishandled, he could expect a multitude of opportunists to seize the chance to undermine him. Upon receiving Li Dakang's summons, the investors were quick to embellish their grievances. They recounted all the demands made by Sun Yonghao and expressed the dire straits their companies found themselves in. If they were to persist in their endeavors, they would be compelled to make painful sacrifices. Surely, they could not allow the Guangming Peak project to lead to their company's ruin. Though their firms would not necessarily face bankruptcy, even if financial resources were allocated, their rhetoric conveyed a sense of desperation. They sought an explanation from Li Dakang. Facing this multitude, Li Dakang was confident in addressing individuals. But the sheer number of investors, nearly accounting for 20% of the funding for the Guangming Peak project, was a different matter. The total sums involved amounted to billions. While the project would not be completed overnight, the continued investment from these individuals could yield significant political achievements for him. It was inconceivable to allow them to withdraw at this juncture. Li Dakang, unwilling to offend even a single entity like the Shanshui Group, was prepared to squeeze funds from other sources, even if it meant depriving subordinates of bonuses, to avoid letting Shanshui Group bear the burden of relocation expenses. This was particularly true given the multitude of investors, including Shanshui Group. Rest assured, everyone, our Jingzhou city upholds principles of fairness, justice, and transparency in our dealings with you. Li Dakang proclaimat. As for the previous matters, we shall not pursue them further. You can trust that I, the secretary of the Jingzhou City Committee, am in charge. Not Sun Yonghao. Please wait a moment. I will provide you with an explanation. With that, he made his way toward his office. In a fit of anger, he immediately called Sun Yonghao. Sun Yonghao, are you out of your mind? Can you not comprehend plain speech? Li Dakang launched into his tirade. Secretary Dakang, how could you say such a thing? If it is human speech, I am perfectly capable of understanding. Sun Yonghao retorted. Whether I can comprehend your words depends on the speaker's own coherence. You overstep, Sun Yonghao. Do you believe that with Feng Zhibin backing you, I cannot hold you accountable? Let me remind you, your authority for appointments lies with the city committee, not the provincial government. Li Dakang admonished sternly. If you fail to perform your duties adequately, I shall revoke your position immediately. I assigned you to the Guangming Peak project, and this is how you choose to handle it. Countless investors have approached me with grievances. Your negligence towards the Guangming Peak project is unacceptable. Now, return these investors at once. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to dismiss you. Very well, I shall invite them back. Sun Yonghao readily acquiesced, leaving Li Dakang momentarily taken aback. Was he truly this compliant? Should Sun Yonghao genuinely seek to appease these investors, his future would undoubtedly be jeopardized. As a national official, bowing to these businessmen and going back on his word would obliterate any semblance of authority he possessed. It wouldn't merely jeopardize his career. Even in his personal life, he would find it hard to maintain a respectable standing. Initially, reaching out to investors, whether through convivial gatherings or concessions, might be deemed acceptable. However, having just issued a command, to then shamelessly retract his words would be an entirely different matter. You'd best hurry, Li Dakang Barca. Though internally, he pondered the weakness of this individual. However, Secretary Dakang, when I do bring these individuals back, I hope the municipal committee will issue a directive ensuring that no accountability is sought for the squandered resources and funds. Furthermore, Jingzhou City must compensate Guangming District. Previously, Ding Yijin sold off all the marketable land at a pittance. Now, the Guangming District accounts are nearly depleted. We are on the verge of a fiscal crisis. Salaries for staff, teachers, and essential public services are at risk due to the lack of funds. I implore the municipal committee to allocate compensation, after which I will promptly persuade these investors to reconsider. The amount needed for compensation is nearly calculated. It is somewhat less than what those investors initially contributed. Approximately 300 million would suffice to sustain our operations in Guangming District. I cannot ascertain when the funds will be transferred. Very well, Sun Yonghao, you are indeed audacious. Li Dakang gritted his teeth. Are you attempting to intimidate your superiors? If he had such funds, he would have expended them long ago. Why would he reserve them for you? Even when previously sourcing 45 million, a multitude of departments had to be rallied. Now, you casually mention several hundred million. Do you believe Li Dakang is worth that much? Most of the available funds have already been allocated for essential investments and expenditures, while there remains some financial reserve. It is earmarked for development and other pressing obligations. Tampering with these funds would have significant ramifications. How could he possibly provide them to Sun Yonghao? Should he direct all these resources to him, it might not even suffice, and they would all be left to fend for themselves. The moment he extends support, the entire Jingzhou city could descend into chaos. Such a course of action is inconceivable. Sun Yonghao spoke calmly, asserting that it could not be the case that the municipal committee, lacking support from the city, would ultimately obstruct the solutions they devised. Very well, Sun Yonghao. You possess quite the capability, Li Dakang replied through gritted teeth. A person like you is no longer of use to me, nor to Jingzhou City. Henceforth, you shall no longer serve as the chief project commander of Guangming Peak. As for your position as the deputy secretary of the Guangming District Committee, I believe you need not continue in that role either. I will convene a standing committee meeting, and you may return whence you came. Very well. Sun Yonghao remained unfazed by this man's threats. I request that Secretary Dakang clarify in my dismissal report the reasons for my removal. While Secretary Dakang expects me to solicit support from businessmen, he simultaneously refuses to allocate funds to Guangming District. Ultimately, it is the people of Guangming District who bear the brunt of the losses, while the beneficiaries are those merchants. And you, Secretary Dakang. Li Dakang, gritting his teeth, felt an intense desire to devour Sun Yonghao alive. However, should Sun Yonghao proceed with his outburst, the greater losses would likely be incurred by himself. After all, it was simply unacceptable for an official sent down from above to be dismissed in such a manner. Regardless of the circumstances, he would be expected to shoulder a portion of the blame. Li Dakang, too, should not expect to escape unscathed. If he did not aspire to promotion, it might be manageable, leading to some disciplinary measures. However, it was highly improbable that his current position would be affected, though there remained a slight chance of being held accountable and facing penalties. As for any prospect of advancement at this moment, could Li Dakang truly accept such a fate? It was no joke. He was eyeing the position of provincial governor with an almost ravenous desire. Should this incident thwart his ascent, it would drive him to despair. Sun Yonghao, having come from the capital, would undoubtedly initiate an investigation upon his return, especially with the backing of Governor Liu and Executive Fang. Chapter 33. Xiao Jin and Li Dakang. Trouble is coming my way. After finishing his words, Sun Yonghao abruptly hung up the phone. If what Li Dakang said were true and he was to send Sun Yonghao back, it would significantly impact his future prospects. For the Sun family, which had considerable expectations for Sun Yonghao, this would be difficult to accept. Although it was possible to mitigate the consequences, many would likely find amusement in his misfortune. However, the reason Sun Yonghao dared to speak so boldly was his belief that Li Dakang, upon hearing his words, would be resolute in not taking such action. Even if he were to do so, it would likely only occur after Sun Yonghao achieved success as the provincial governor or if he faced insurmountable obstacles, leading him to choose a path of mutual destruction. But for someone like Li Dakang, who regarded his political career as more vital than life itself, would he dare to act in such a manner? If these reasons were insufficient, another piece of news supported Sun Yonghao's stance. Xiao Jin was returning. Although he was not a supporter of Sun Yonghao, his return would not pose a significant advantage, likely only ensuring that he would not obstruct Sun Yonghao. Sun Yonghao had learned that a standing committee meeting presided by Xiao Jin was imminent. This meeting would keep Li Dakang preoccupied with numerous engagements, leaving one to wonder if he would still be able to pay attention to Sun Yonghao's affairs. Furthermore, there was the matter Li Dakang had tasked him with. Once undertaken, the repercussions could be even more severe. With all these factors combined, was it not sufficient to justify his actions? Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Li Dakang attempted to reassure the investors, feeling somewhat flustered himself. There was hardly any time left to convene the Municipal Standing Committee to determine Sun Yonghao's fate. The hour was drawing near for the Provincial Standing Committee meeting. Nonetheless, Li Dakang did not completely disregard Sun Yonghao's remarks, as a grimace quickly spread across his face. It seemed he could not easily reassign Sun Yonghao. However, stripping away his authority and rendering him ineffective was still feasible. He immediately made a call to Sun Lianqing. Sun Lianqing, Li Dakang Barca. Secretary Dakang. Sun Lianqing responded. Do you people in Guangming District aspire to reach the heavens? Such words are uncalled for, Secretary Dakang. Sun Lianqing replied. Do not tell me you are unaware of Sun Yonghao's actions. Did you intervene? Did you report it to me? Sun Lianqing. You have once again failed in your duties. Secretary Dakang, I am wronged. You are not aware of the current situation in Guangming District. Sun Lianqing countered. The district's finances are on the brink of catastrophe. If we do not address this, the issues we face will only escalate. The concerns regarding investors can be resolved over time. The Guangming P project will not be completed in a day. But if the financial problems persist, the crises in Guangming District are imminent. I am well aware of the challenges faced by the city, and alas, there is little that can be done. Sun Lianqing is not Sun Yonghao. He retorted directly, his words considerably more tactful. However, it was evident that Li Dakang was not so easily swayed. Sun Lianqing, irrespective of your methods, should any issues arise with the Guangming project, I shall promptly relieve you of your duties. From this moment forth, you will assume the responsibilities previously held by Sun Yonghao. You are now the chief commander of the Guangming project. Li Dakang declared. What? Secretary Dakang. Sun Lianqing attempted to decline. I do not wish to hear any idle chatter. I must attend a meeting of the provincial committee. Before my return, I expect nothing short of good news. With that, Li Dakang abruptly ended the call. At this juncture, Xiao Jin had returned significantly earlier than before, largely due to the myriad of unforeseen developments. Governor Liu had also begun to take a stand, and there was the unpredictable presence of Sun Yonghao. The situation had shifted considerably, though there was still some maneuvering to be done. Returning was not an option, for one never knows when a change in fortune might occur. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Jin made his way back, gathering information and heading towards the provincial committee building accompanied by Chen Yanshi. Once all the members of the provincial committee had assembled, Xiao Jin finally made his entrance. After delivering some opening remarks, he transitioned to the crux of the matter. Comrades, this recent research has illuminated the significant achievements of our Handong province. These accomplishments are inseparable from your diligent efforts. However, we face numerous challenges as well. The most pressing issue is the quality of our cadre team. Frankly, the competence of some of our officials falls woefully short of that expected of our citizens. These officials are gravely disconnected from the populace. The people are dissatisfied, discontented, and in disagreement. Upon concluding his remarks, Xiao Jin surveyed the room, continuing, Do not regard me with such astonished expressions. This is a disheartening reality I have uncovered during my investigations. He proceeded to share an illustrative example, ultimately addressing the cadre issue. I propose we freeze the appointments of over 100 officials. Xiao Jin stated, intending to revisit the spirit of previous discussions, a responsibility, obligation, and authority inherent to his role as provincial secretary. However, before Xiao Jin could articulate these concerns further, Governor Liu interjected, capturing the attention of all present. It had been quite some time since he had spoken at a standing committee meeting, especially under the current circumstances. The issue of cadre quality cannot be overlooked. Governor Liu continued, undeterred by their astonishment. I have also heard reports of some officials oppressing the working class. Such rumors have even reached the provincial government and the provincial committee. What kind of behavior is this? What is its nature? What does our nation represent? What is the essence of the working class? I believe that none of those present are unaware of the gravity of the situation. If such an event has indeed occurred, it is a dereliction of duty on our part. As these words were spoken, the expressions of many individuals in attendance began to shift. Dakang and Xiao Jin, among others, instantly grasped the implications. Was this not precisely what they had previously articulated? How had it now reached this gathering? In truth, Governor Liu's remarks may have been somewhat exaggerated. The situation had not yet permeated the consciousness of all. It was merely a segment of the workforce and certain leaders who were discussing it. At present, it had not spread widely, but if allowed to fester, the circumstances could drastically change. Both Xiao Jin and Dakang were acutely aware of whom this matter was directed towards. Earlier, Comrade Jin had also stated that this issue necessitated serious scrutiny. I believe this incident could serve as a quintessential example for thorough investigation. Such declarations instantly placed the two of them in a precarious position. What course of action should be taken now? Should they genuinely pursue an investigation? Yet, should the truth be unveiled, the consequences remain uncertain. And since Governor Liu is intent on conducting an inquiry, who among them is unaware of the influential figure behind Sun Yonghao? Should the investigation yield findings detrimental to them, their reputations might very well be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 34. Establishing authority only halfway. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of truth. Xiao Jin now even harbors doubts about whether Governor Liu is orchestrating a grand scheme. To what extent have they committed to supporting Sun Yonghao? Previously, it was only rumored that Sun Yonghao had some connection with Fang Zhibin. Although Fang Zhibin, the executive vice governor, holds a significant position, even a governor can keep him in check. The crux of the matter, however, is that the governor himself has now become involved. Fang Zhibin has even enticed Governor Liu to join forces. What could their relationship possibly be? There had never been any mention of familial ties between Governor Liu and Fang Zhibin. It seems rather excessive for a subordinate to display such diligence. If Governor Liu indeed has a familial connection, does that imply that all of Fang Zhibin's actions were at the behest of Governor Liu? Yet, that would be akin to making a fool of oneself. Shouldn't he attend to his own relatives rather than delegate the responsibility to his deputy? Furthermore, the rumors circulating originate from his very deputy. What purpose does this serve? In their realm, is there such a vast gulf between a governor and an executive vice governor? Shouldn't he take the initiative? Moreover, they are both nearing retirement. Why concern themselves with such matters? Or perhaps it is precisely because he is nearing retirement that he delegates to Fang Zhibin. Yet, what is there to conceal? At this moment, Xiao Jin's mind is in turmoil. There is one final possibility, that Sun Yonghao's remarkable background has compelled Governor Liu to engage due to his connection with Fang Zhibin. Perhaps Governor Liu seeks to leverage this relationship for his own maneuvering. This could indeed elucidate all the circumstances, but is it truly the case? This is crucial for determining his future stance and actions. How could he be unaware of the Sun family in the capital? Xiao Jin feels an urge to scratch his head in frustration. It is all too overwhelming. If it truly involves the Sun family, it seems he must distance himself from the fallout while ensuring he escapes unscathed. Otherwise, not only will his aspirations for promotion after the completion of his tasks vanish, but he may also lose his position entirely. However, even if it is not the case, offending Governor Liu will complicate any efforts to advance his work. Currently, Zhao Lichuan has only two subordinates, Dakang and Gao Yuliang. Dakang has already displayed his stance, while Gao Yuliang remains obstinate. Should Governor Liu and Gao Yuliang align, it would spell disaster for him. Damn it, this is quite a headache. He had previously considered bringing Chen Yanshi to conduct a seminar for them. Yet now, with the issue of oppressing the working class surfacing, who would dare to attend a seminar? Who could have leaked such information? Xiao Jin is well aware of the implications. To summon someone now would be akin to throwing stones into a pond. It would be foolish not to expect retaliation. Meanwhile, Dakang finds himself in a similar state of mind. Previously, after rebuking Yonghao, he now finds himself being held accountable at the provincial committee meeting. Is such swiftness truly warranted? Governor Liu, considering your imminent retirement, would it not be more prudent to gracefully vacate your position? What connection do you have with Sun Yonghao that warrants such staunch support? You may even risk incurring the displeasure of Secretary Xia. We are now left to observe how you navigate this predicament and what Secretary Xia's response will be. However, the remarks made by Xiao Jin left Dakang momentarily astounded. Is such a situation conceivable? Xiao Jin himself has outright denied it. Oppressing the working class is no trivial matter. Who would dare utter such words? Does Secretary Xia himself harbor disbelief? Governor Liu continued, stating that initially, he too was skeptical. Yet, some individuals insist on being ostentatious. This incident, occurring at the Dakang factory, is likely known to numerous workers. We cannot allow such events to transpire in Handong province. I believe an investigation is imperative. I concur. At this juncture, Fang Zhibin also interjected. With the leader taking action, how could he remain passive? Those unaware might assume something grave has transpired in our nation. Such statements should not be made lightly. Xiao Jin cautioned. Secretary Xia, this situation compels us to take it seriously. Fang Zhibin replied nonchalantly. Very well. Let us ascertain the facts of the matter. Xiao Jin stated, directing his gaze towards Dakang. Comrade Dakang, since this incident occurred in your Jingzhou, it is your responsibility to ensure a thorough investigation. We must determine whether this is mere gossip or if there is substance to the claims. Xiao Jin's intentions were unmistakable. If action were to be taken against Sun Yonghao, it would have been executed directly, citing the need to discipline such officials rather than merely investigating. Furthermore, he emphasized whether there are those indulging in idle chatter. Ultimately, it seems that only Dakang will bear the brunt of this situation. How is it that, as the provincial secretary, you find yourself bowing to the governor? Look at Dakang. Even when he was merely the mayor, he could assert dominance over the municipal secretary. How has it come to this with you? Yet, Xiao Jin would not address Dakang further. If anything were to be said, it would be in private. As for Xiao Jin's efforts to assert authority, it appears we are only halfway through the process. The matter of the cadre suspension seems to have passed, but other issues remain unresolved. The meeting, it seems, has led to no conclusion, leaving the impeccably dressed Chen Yanshi in the office, anxiously awaiting news from Xiao Jin. Is it truly necessary for a meeting to take this long? Chen Yanshi felt as though he was losing hope, especially as he observed several standing committee members leaving, and even Xiao Jin had arrived, yet there was still no word for him to attend. This latest standing committee meeting not only served to affirm Xiao Jin's authority, but also brought forth news regarding Governor Liu. Many individuals had previously lowered their heads, but now they have subtly lifted them once more. Upon witnessing Xiao Jin's return, Chen Yanshi anxiously inquired, Xiao Jinzi, what has transpired? Weren't we meant to attend class? Why has everyone departed? Uncle Chen, there have been some unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Jin replied, feeling a sense of unease as he looked at Chen Yanshi. He had initially contemplated offering assistance as a means of repaying a debt of gratitude, even if only partially. However, now he felt that he had been left embarrassed. Unforeseen circumstances? What sort of circumstances? Chen Yanshi asked, bewildered. He also felt a tinge of displeasure, perceiving this as a slight against him. Previously, he had expressed excitement over purchasing new attire to appear more spirited, only to find that it was now in vain. Uncle Chen, it pertains to the situation with the Dakang factory. Xiao Jin elaborated. Please detail the ins and outs of the Dakang factory's predicament for me. Wasn't it made clear earlier? Chen Yanshi replied helplessly, proceeding to explain the unfortunate events surrounding the Dakang factory, which had been swindled. It was now valued at 10 billion, but had been acquired for a mere 60 million. The implication was clear. The personnel of the Dakang factory had suffered unjustly, while the benefits had been reaped by the people of the Shanshui group. The losses incurred by the Dakang factory were indeed substantial. However, Xiao Jin was no fool. In fact, he possessed a keen political acumen. Chapter 35. Why didn't you say so earlier? The words of Chen Yanshi possess a certain bias. However, it must be candidly acknowledged that his political acumen is rather limited. His standing is predominantly supported by his ostentatious demeanor, past accomplishments, and the assistance of a few acquaintances, which culminated in his eventual elevation to a departmental level. Had Xiao Jin placed absolute trust in Chen Yanshi, disregarding the flaws in his statements, he might have overlooked some inconsistencies. Yet, at present, Xiao Jin meticulously scrutinizes every word spoken by Chen Yanshi. In due course, he identified numerous discrepancies and has nearly unraveled the entirety of the affairs concerning the Dakang factory. Uncle Chen, does this imply that the previous valuation of the Dakang factory was merely over 200 million? And were there substantial debts as well? How can that be calculated? Is it true that the land alone is worth 10 billion? Chen Yanshi shook his head in response. However, Uncle Chen, this money is contingent upon the change in land status, is it not? Xiao Jin inquired. Yet, without the Shui group, this money belongs to all the workers of the Dakang factory. Chen Yanshi maintained his stance. Xiao Jin, however, shook his head, feeling as though he were trying to awaken someone who feigned slumber. Without the Shui group, was it not your own decision? If there is a pitfall, it indeed ensnared you. But before reaching that juncture, the Dakang factory would likely have declared bankruptcy on its own. At that time, whether anything could be salvaged is uncertain. Moreover, even if an investigation were to take place, it would be a gradual process. Yet there is little more to discuss regarding the Dakang factory. If anyone has truly been ensnared, it is the finances of the Guangming District. Is Chen Yanshi not aware of this? Regardless, Xiao Jin resolved not to further involve himself in the matter. Otherwise, he risked becoming mired in complications. He had already set out to dismantle one faction, and it would be unwise to provoke another, especially at this juncture. All right, Uncle Chen, I have already arranged for Secretary Li Dakang to investigate. What further investigation is necessary? Is this not a matter of common knowledge? Chen Yanshi expressed his displeasure. We must base our actions on irrefutable evidence, Xiao Jin replied. Today's events reflect my oversight. Come, Uncle Chen, let's share a meal together. With this, Chen Yanshi found himself resigned to the situation. Meanwhile, upon receiving instructions from Li Dakang, Sun Liancheng set forth towards Sun Yonghao. Secretary Yonghao, things are looking rather grim. Sun Liancheng expressed his concerns. Now that Secretary Dakang has appointed me as the overall commander, how do you see this? I truly lack the fortitude for such a role. Director Sun, there is no need for such trepidation. Regardless, this is all within our Guangming District. Does it truly matter who the overall commander is? Sun Yonghao reassured him, exhibiting a calm demeanor. In summary, this matter must be persevered with, unless Li Dakang can procure the necessary funds. Otherwise, can he continuously replace such a commanding officer? Does he truly believe that Guangming District belongs to him? What shall we do now? Sun Lianqing inquired. What to do? We shall proceed as we did before. Sun Yonghao chuckled and remarked, if we truly intend to absolve those businessmen of their dues, let Li Dakang issue the directive himself. Otherwise, inform him according to our previous plan. Agreed. Sun Lianqing nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, upon his return, Li Dakang promptly summoned Sun Lianqing with a phone call, eager to comprehend the situation. After thoroughly understanding the developments at the Dakang factory, Li Dakang fell silent, finding himself in a somewhat awkward position. Sun Lianqing, given the current circumstances, what do you intend to do? You must recognize the significance of the Guangming Peak project for our Jingzhou city and for your Guangming district. This is a matter of national attention. Should we mishandle it, both you and I, along with everyone else, will be in dire straits. Li Dakang exclaimed, slapping the table. Secretary Dakang, I am at a loss. If we continue to neglect this, the Guangming Peak project may never materialize, and our Guangming district could collapse. At that point, we might even face a tremendous scandal. How can you treat those investors in such a manner? Are you capable of resolving this? Very well, if you can handle it. I will promptly send those investors back. Li Dakang pointed at Sun Lianqing. I may be powerless, but Secretary Yonghao has a solution. Sun Lianqing murmured softly. What? Who? Li Dakang appeared not to have heard correctly, gazing at Sun Lianqing with a questioning look. Secretary Yonghao mentioned that there is no need to worry about their withdrawal of funds. If they truly do not wish to invest here, Secretary Sun can attract investments independently. Sun Lianqing explained. Sun Yonghao? Li Dakang widened his eyes, staring at Sun Lianqing in astonishment. Indeed, otherwise, I cannot expect Secretary Yonghao to simply extract funds from the investors. Sun Lianqing replied. Why did you not mention this earlier? Why did you not say so sooner? Li Dakang pointed at Sun Lianqing, feeling his dignity slipping away, shouted. This. Sun Lianqing fell silent. Enough. You may leave for now. I need to contemplate this thoroughly. Li Dakang gestured wearily for Sun Lianqing to depart. Sun Lianqing bid farewell and exited Li Dakang's office. By now, night had fallen, and Sun Yonghao had considered conducting an inspection. However, there were still some constraints, particularly the lack of funds. A skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. It would be prudent to wait for the funds to arrive before proceeding. Moreover, it was nearly time to leave work, and he had an appointment, so he gathered his belongings and made his way downstairs. Secretary Sun, a man with a dark complexion, a robust physique, and sharp eyes, gazed at Sun Yonghao and broke into a smile. Brother Zhao. Sun Yonghao reciprocated the smile, recognizing the individual before him. This was none other than the person arranged for him by his family, not merely his driver, but also his bodyguard. In the domestic realm, he was more than capable of handling various situations. Now, in his 30s, he had served as a cook in a special forces unit, but had stepped back from frontline duties due to injuries sustained in service. His retirement coincided perfectly with Sun Yonghao's needs. Despite his past injuries preventing him from remaining in active combat units, he could undoubtedly ensure Sun Yonghao's safety, provided they did not encounter the most elite mercenaries or terrorists. Secretary Sun, shall we head out? Zhao Ling inquired. Yes. Let us skip the official vehicle and go out for a meal. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Zhao Ling responded cheerfully, noting that he had recently acquired a vehicle with his transition allowance. It needs to be properly broken in. All right. I shall benefit from Brother Zhao's generosity today. Sun Yonghao did not decline. While en route, he informed Zhao Ling of their destination, and they set off. Upon arrival, Tongwei had just reached the location and noticed Zhao Ling descending from the vehicle. Tongwei's expression sharpened instantly. Although he now occupied a high position and no longer needed to fight for survival, he was not one to forget his past experiences and expertise. Chapter 36. This is a request, not a begging. Tongwei had once been a true warrior, having fought blood-soaked battles alongside drug traffickers. Although he had not faced such trials since he chose to bow his head, the indelible memories etched in his very bones would not fade with the passage of time. Rather, as time flowed on, these recollections deepened their imprint within his heart, serving as a solemn reminder not to forget the life he once led. Even now, it was not uncommon for a sniper rifle to rest within the confines of his vehicle, his marksmanship remaining as sharp as ever. Initially, he had anticipated that the gathering with Sun Yonghao would merely be an opportunity to seek advice on certain matters. Little did he know, it would evoke some of the most unforgettable memories buried deep within him. The man before him possessed a gaze that was piercingly sharp, and his demeanor exuded an undeniable strength, one that Tongwei knew he could not rival. The gap between their abilities was unfathomable. Had he possessed such prowess back then, he might have avoided being shot 3 times and nearly losing his life. However, his musings were abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Sun Yonghao. Director Qi. Sun Yonghao stepped out of the car and approached Tongwei. Secretary Sun. Upon seeing the youthful visage of Sun Yonghao, Tongwei could not suppress a feeling of envy. When he had graduated from graduate school, Sun Yonghao's age, he had still been toiling away in obscurity. Now, Sun Yonghao had already ascended to a prominent position as a cadre of considerable influence. Yet, Tongwei was not without his own achievements. He understood the purpose of his visit, though a sense of foreboding told him that he might not achieve what he had envisioned. This instinct had once saved his life when confronting drug dealers. Is this the place, Director Qi? I hope you won't mind, Sun Yonghao said, gesturing towards the somewhat dilapidated old restaurant. Of course not, Tongwei replied, somewhat surprised, yet he shook his head. The conditions here are far better than they were in my youth. If I had been able to dine here every day back then, I would have considered it a celestial existence. But now, I fear this may not meet your standards, Director Qi. Sun Yonghao chuckled. Qi Tongwei wished to elaborate, but he noticed that Sun Yonghao had already moved forward. Boss, Lao Cheng, are you here? Sun Yonghao called out upon entering. The owner soon approached. It's our regular customer. Lao Sun, isn't it? The boss has a good memory. Sun Yonghao smiled. Since it's Lao Sun who brought you, isn't joining us today? The owner inquired. He couldn't make it. I brought a friend instead. We like the same private room as before. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. Very well. Shall I lead you there? The owner asked. I'll go myself, Sun Yonghao said, gesturing for Qi Tongwei to follow him inside. After casting a glance at the table, Qi Tongwei meticulously wiped it down. Sun Yonghao observed him silently, a smile gracing his lips without any commentary. Once seated, he inquired, Director Qi, have you summoned me regarding the matters of the Shanshui group? Yes, and yet no. Qi Tongwei initially intended to address this issue, but upon seeing Sun Yonghao, his approach shifted considerably. Coupled with the intelligence he had previously acquired from his mentor, it became clear that this individual was not to be trifled with. Indeed, it was prudent to tread lightly, for he had several crucial supporters behind him. With the backing of Governor Liu and Executive Fong, persuading him could significantly smooth the path to advancement. Oh, so there are still matters concerning the Shanshui group? Sun Yonghao mused, twirling the teacup in his hands, his gaze fixed on Qi Tongwei. For reasons unknown, he found a semblance of his own mentor's demeanor reflected in this young man, not in appearance, but in the depth of his insight and the air of authority that instinctively compelled Sun Yonghao to lower his head. Indeed, Qi Tongwei nodded affirmatively. Directori, do enlighten me about your decision. Sun Yonghao remarked nonchalantly. Secretary Sun, previously I had. Qi Tongwei began, but abruptly halted. You mean with General Gao? Which is hardly a secret now. Sun Yonghao interjected, revealing Qi Tongwei's thoughts. It appeared that Secretary Sun possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding their affairs, prompting Qi Tongwei to sigh. Sun Yonghao refrained from elaborating. Had his mentor been present, he would have likely inferred much from this exchange. Although the veracity of such insights was uncertain, this cunning individual could draw numerous conclusions. Noticing that Sun Yonghao remained taciturn, Qi Tongwei pressed on. Since there are no secrets between us, I shall be forthright. General Gao is indeed my good friend. However, as he uttered this, he caught a glimpse of Sun Yonghao's ambiguous smile. Yet, Qi Tongwei dismissed any reservations and continued. General Gao has expressed his willingness to cooperate. However, the Shanshui group has other shareholders who are opposed to allocating these funds. The outcome remains unchanged. Sun Yonghao retorted sharply, You still have yet to present the funds. Caught off guard by Sun Yonghao's response, Qi Tongwei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. We are indeed eager to provide the funds. Qi Tongwei quickly donned a cheerful expression and assured Sun Yonghao. Then I shall extend my gratitude for your goodwill, Director Qi. Sun Yonghao replied. Is this merely a facade of promises? Even if you express willingness, no tangible offering has been made. Words alone cannot compel action, with such trivialities laid bare. Is this truly the extent of your ambition, Director Qi? Isn't this merely a fade? I'm capable of such artistry myself, perhaps even surpassing your skills. Qi Tongwei, though aware of the subtle mockery in Sun Yonghao's words, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and uttered, Secretary Sun, I have a question to pose. If possible, I could even have General Gao provide the funds. Has Director Qi misunderstood something? Sun Yonghao chuckled, inquiring further. Qi Tongwei gazed at Sun Yonghao puzzled. Director Qi, that money is rightfully theirs, not something I am coercing or begging your Shanshui group to relinquish. This is a demand, a regulation, not a solicitation. Do you understand? Sun Yonghao's demeanor grew serious. Secretary Sun, Qi Tongwei, observing the change in Sun Yonghao's expression, felt discomfort rising within him. Since he assumed the role of director, or even before, how many had dared to show him such disdain? Even the Zhao family, despite delegating numerous tasks to him, had never treated him with such contempt. Why was Sun Yonghao so audacious? Did he believe he had the Shanshui group under his thumb? If Director Qi intends to assert your authority here, I believe our discussion can conclude for today. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that, Sun Yonghao prepared to rise. Secretary Sun, wait a moment. Are we not in the midst of a discussion? Director Qi hastily stood up, smiling. Chapter 37. Secretary Sun. Trouble may be afoot. Director Qi, do you believe there remains any necessity for our discourse? Sun Yonghao regarded Qi Tongwei with a frigid expression. Why not? Qi Tongwei replied with a smile. Were we not engaged in conversation just moments ago? I must admit, I was somewhat impulsive earlier. I trust you won't hold that against me. Secretary Sun? Director Qi, Sun Yonghao retorted. Continuing our dialogue here amounts to naught but triviality. You previously mentioned that your shareholders are reluctant to furnish funds. And what of you? What do you hope to barter with me in exchange for this money? I must commend you, Director Qi. Your calculations are astute. In dire straits, you indeed seem like a lifeline. However, you have misjudged your target. I, Sun Yonghao, possess a strong will. Likewise, my resolve is formidable. Even without your Shanshui group, I would not be driven to desperation. Should your Shanshui group be sealed, I may encounter some challenges, yet sealing your Shanshui manor would pose no difficulty for me. Our views do not align, so there is no need for further conversation. As Sun Yonghao spoke, he began to move toward the exit. Qi Tongwei's expression darkened. Secretary Sun, Qi Tongwei stepped in front of him. Upon my return, I shall immediately instruct General Gao to prepare the funds and deliver them to you. Deliver what funds to me? Sun Yonghao replied dismissively. That money is compensation for the Dafa factory, intended for the finances of the Guangming District. The Guangming District finances? Qi Tongwei was taken aback. Having not been privy to this information, it appears you are still unaware. Do as you wish. Sun Yonghao shook his head. Secretary Sun, regardless of the nature of the funds, we shall accept them. Qi Tongwei proclaimed. Let this serve as a means to cultivate friendship with you. Friendship? The price you are willing to pay, Director Qi, is indeed substantial. Sun Yonghao chuckled. I suggest you deliberate further, lest misunderstandings arise. Have the shareholders of Shanshui Group not yet given their consent? Surely, Secretary Sun, you understand that I do not place undue value on money. Qi Tongwei countered, shaking his head. I am aware of what is truly significant to me. While money is indeed desirable, some matters can be acquired and others cannot. This much I comprehend. That is your own predicament, Sun Yonghao replied, when suddenly his phone rang vigorously. Secretary Sun, a voice called from the other end. It was Chengdu. What is it? Sun Yonghao inquired, puzzled as to why Chengdu was calling at this juncture. Secretary Sun, it seems there may be trouble at the Dafa factory. Chengdu replied hastily. Maybe trouble? What is happening? Sun Yonghao's brow furrowed instantly as he pressed for answers. Secretary Sun, I have observed the machinery from Shanshui Group continuing to advance towards the Dafa factory. Chengdu reported. Listening to this, Chengdu appeared to be deeply conflicted, unsure whether to divulge the outcome to Sun Yonghao. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to speak. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao, who had regained some composure, suddenly rose to his feet and glanced towards Qi Tongwei. Strangely, even Qi Tongwei, who was not part of the same system and held a superior rank to Sun Yonghao, could not suppress a shiver. Where are you right now? Sun Yonghao inquired. I am preparing to depart for Dafeng Factory. Chengdu replied. You have done well. Ensure you maintain control of the situation. Sun Yonghao stated with gravity. I shall depart immediately. Turn on the green light from Shifeng Road. Yes, Secretary Sun, Chengdu affirmed. With that, Sun Yonghao strode outside. Secretary Sun, what is happening? Qi Tongwei observed Sun Yonghao's hurried demeanor and felt an ominous premonition. Sun Yonghao did not pause. As he walked, he addressed Qi Tongwei. Director Qi, I hope this is not your ruse to lure the tiger from its den. Otherwise, do not think that your position as vice governor will protect you. I will ensure you cannot even retain your current post as director. Lao Cheng, there has been an incident. We shall postpone our meal. Here is some money. As he spoke, Sun Yonghao placed several hundred yuan on the table. There's no need for so much. We can discuss it later, Lao Cheng said, attempting to follow Sun Yonghao. However, at that moment, Sun Yonghao had already entered his vehicle, with Tongwei trailing behind him. Secretary Sun, I am unclear about what is happening. Tongwei explained, I will accompany you. I too wish to understand the situation. Get in. Sun Yonghao glanced at him and climbed into the vehicle. Tongwei did not hesitate and followed suit. Zhao, proceed to Dakang factory. Sun Yonghao instructed. Understood. Zhao Ling activated the navigation system and swiftly drove towards Dakang factory. Secretary Sun, what is truly happening? What do you mean by luring the tiger from its den? Tongwei was still in the dark. What is going on? Here I am, and yet, the Mountain Water Group has the audacity to order construction vehicles to head to Dakang factory. If anything happens at Dakang factory this time, I will be held accountable. Sun Yonghao's piercing gaze fixed on Tongwei. Hearing this, Tongwei was equally alarmed and began contacting others. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao also made a call. Director Sun, Secretary Yonghao? A weary voice responded from the other end, belonging to Sun Lianqing. Are you aware that the Mountain Water Group has taken action again? Sun Yonghao stated directly. What? Sun Lianqing, still in the dark, recalled that Chengdu had received information earlier, but it was only because a police post had been established near Dakang factory. He had not yet had the chance to inform Sun Lianqing. I will head over immediately. Sun Lianqing recognized the gravity of the situation. If it were merely a trivial conflict, there would be no cause for such concern. However, what is the situation with the Shan Shui group? And what are the workers involved? They are acutely aware that we are in an age of information where any unforeseen incident could ignite a crisis. Sun Lianqing cannot afford to be negligent. Moreover, it was previously ordered by Li Dakang that Sun Lianqing be appointed as the project commander for this endeavor. Should anything go awry, while Sun Yonghao may emerge relatively unscathed, the burden of blame will inevitably fall upon Sun Lianqing. Meanwhile, Tongwei was reaching out to Gao Xiaoqin. President Gao, he greeted. Tongwei, came Gao Xiaoqin's voice from the other end. What is the situation at the Dakang factory? Tongwei inquired coldly. Why did we allow them to take action under such circumstances? I was still in communication with Secretary Sun, Gao Xiaoqin replied, her tone laced with frustration. I had no choice. It was an order from young Master Zhao. He can even bypass me and directly command the subordinates. Young Master Zhao insisted that as long as the Dakang factory is dealt with and demolished, there would be no further issues. The utmost priority now is the demolition. Zhao! Tongwei wished to express his frustration but refrained, mindful of Sun Yonghao's presence. Yet, at that moment, Tongwei felt as though he might burst with indignation. What is this? I understand that young Master Zhao has an affinity for wealth, but does he not recognize the gravity of the present situation? To act so recklessly? What distinguishes this from a slap in the face? Does he believe his father was still the provincial party secretary? Although his position may have ascended, in Tongwei's mind, it is evident that the circumstances have shifted dramatically. Chapter 38. Are you prepared to steal when you have no money to spend? I haven't had the chance yet, Gao Xiaoqin exclaimed. However, Tongwei, I believe there is some merit in what young Master Zhao has said. Our primary focus now is the demolition, isn't it? This would allow us to effectively manage the workers from the wind factory. After all, if we adhere to what Secretary Sun has indicated, the financial implications will extend beyond just the relocation fees. There will also be compensation for the land. If this continues, we may find ourselves needing to allocate at least 100 million. Fortunately, Secretary Dakang will stand with us. Gao Xiaoqin continued to articulate her thoughts, to the point where Tongwei contemplated ending the call. Why speak so much when the person is right beside you? Yet, before he could disconnect, Sun Yonghao's gaze fell upon him. Continue, Sun Yonghao whispered. Secretary Sun, you jest. Tongwei promptly retorted to Sun Yonghao. Gao Xiaoqin, on the other end, caught this remark and naturally grasped the current situation of Tongwei. Initially, she thought he was calling her independently, considering their relationship had never been close enough for such casual communication. However, now that Sun Yonghao was present, it was fortunate that nothing too inappropriate was said. So, you do not intend to provide the funds, and you still plan to acquire the factory, is that correct? Sun Yonghao inquired, noting the shift in their tone. Secretary Sun, we too face challenges. Moreover, These are directives from above that we cannot disregard, Gao Xiaoqin explained. Furthermore, Secretary Dakang previously mentioned that he would not require this money. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao handed his phone to Tongwei. All right, let's not discuss this further. This time, I feel utterly harmed by you all. We will address this upon our return. With that, Tongwei ended the call. Sun Yonghao paid no heed to what they had to say next. Yet Tongwei still wished to clarify. Secretary Sun, you have heard it. Alas, many matters are beyond our control, but you are all part of the same entity. Sun Yonghao replied, closing his eyes. With Zhaoling's swift driving, they arrived in no time. A considerable crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, as the machinery from the Shui group had already reached the factory's entrance. Inside, the workers remained defiant, brandishing torches and unfurling banners, resolutely prepared to stand with their factory through thick and thin. Sun Yonghao made his way into the heart of the commotion, with Zhao Ling clearing a path for him and Tongwei trailing behind. Everyone, let us take a moment to calm down. I am the Deputy Secretary of the District Committee of Guangming. You may voice your concerns to me. Sun Yonghao called out. Is anyone injured? At this, the crowd turned their attention to a young man who bore a wound on his head, though someone was already tending to it. He must be sent to the hospital immediately. Sun Yonghao insisted, we must avoid any serious issues. Regardless of the circumstances, one's own life is paramount. Now that I am here, I shall ensure that none of you come to harm. A few of you should proceed first. Losing a handful of individuals will not pose any significant issues, Sun Yonghao shouted. At this point, they seemed somewhat swayed, supporting one another as they made their way outside. Are there any more injured? Sun Yonghao inquired further. Fortunately, there were none. Amidst the misfortune, this was a stroke of luck, as nothing serious had occurred. Very well. Any further matters will be entrusted to me, Sun Yonghao declared. You are in cahoots with them, having previously sweet-talked us about relocation compensation. Yet, our valuable land was deceitfully taken. Now, with no compensation and the factory on the verge of closure, we do not believe you. The leader, Wang Wenj, shouted vehemently. I must clarify, this is due to a change in land designation that has led to such developments. Sun Yonghao explained, this is not your original land. Do not be misled by those with ulterior motives. As for the issue of relocation compensation, I reiterate, this is the responsibility of the Shui group. If they fail to provide it, that is their problem. I have come here urgently to resolve issues for everyone. With that, Sun Yonghao turned to face the representatives of Shui group. Who is your leader? I am. A bald man stepped forward, exuding a somewhat menacing demeanor, clad in a suit that hardly suggested benevolence. Secretary Sun. At that moment, Chengdu also approached. Sun Yonghao cast a glance at him, but said nothing, instead focusing on the bald man. Who are you? Greetings, Secretary Sunday. I am Zhang Guangfeng, the Vice President of Shui Group. The bald man smiled, introducing himself. Who authorized you to proceed with the demolition? Did I not state that no work should commence until the relocation compensation is in place? Sun Yonghao questioned, pointing at him. Secretary Sun, this is unjust. This was also stipulated by Secretary Dakang, mandating the demolition of Dafeng factory within 7 days. Several days have passed, yet there has been no action. Zhang Guangfeng replied. So, you are prepared to demolish without the funds? Sun Yonghao scoffed. Essentially, you are suggesting that I procure supplies within 3 days without paying, simply taking what I need? Secretary Sun, that is not an apt comparison, Zhang Guangfeng countered. Furthermore, if this was indeed directed by Secretary Dakang, I shall confirm this with him, Sun Yonghao declared, retrieving his phone to verify whether you have the authority to proceed with such a forceful demolition. Placing a call to Li Dakang, he said, Hello, Li Dakang, Suunding Nidata, responded. Secretary Dakang, is I, Sun Yonghao. The people from Dafeng factory claim that you authorized their demolition. Is this true? Sun Yonghao inquired. Nonsense. Li Dakang's voice resonated through the phone, amplified by a small speaker, making it audible to many. I have initiated the demolition, but only after resolving all pertinent issues. You are to ensure that all problems are addressed first. Now, how can we proceed with the demolition when the issues remain unresolved? Li Dakang called out, Sun Yonghao. Are you on site? Indeed, I have just arrived, Sun Yonghao replied. Good. Take control of the situation at once. Li Dakang kumanda. I am on my way. Arrest them all first. Sun Yonghao instructed, glancing at Chengdu before adding, Secretary Sun. Chengdu hesitated slightly. Never mind. You need not concern yourself. Sun Yonghao understood Chengdu's reservations. Who is the deputy director? Secretary Sun. At this moment, the deputy director approached, saluting. It seemed that Chengdu had prepared himself during the journey. He was well aware of the circumstances regarding the Shanshui group. While he could assist Sun Yonghao in various tasks, the thought of confronting the representatives of Shanshui group weighed heavily on his conscience. Even if he were to face reprimand from Secretary Sun, he would accept it and seek to make amends later. Apprehend every one of them, Sun Yonghao shouted. At this point, Tongwei cast a glance at Chengdu. However, as they were still unfamiliar with each other, no words were exchanged. All right, everyone take a moment to rest. They dare not act recklessly. Sun Yonghao addressed the workers behind him. At this juncture, many had slowly lowered their torches. Thanks to Sun Yonghao's prior actions, the gasoline barrels had been removed, averting potential disaster. Chapter 39. It is imperative to collaborate effectively with Comrade Yonghao Sun. Under the command of Sun Yonghao, the personnel of the Shanshui group have been subdued. However, the leading individual among them, upon noticing Tongwei, hastily gestured in his direction. Yet at that moment, Tongwei was far too preoccupied to concern himself with these individuals. When it was time to act, no one had informed him, and now that trouble had arisen, they expected him to step in and mediate? How naive of them! Tongwei completely disregarded him and instead declared, indeed, apprehend the individuals first. Is it acceptable to dismiss the plight of the workers so casually? At this juncture, the others fell silent. Sun Yonghao then addressed the workers, stating, all right, we have captured those who needed to be apprehended. There is no need for everyone to remain so tense. Please, go fetch some water and food so that everyone can take a moment to rest. Understood, Secretary Sun. With that, the crowd dispersed. Sun Yonghao continued conversing with the workers before him, particularly noting the visibly agitated Wang Wenj, yet he chose not to comment on it. While questioning the workers, he ultimately discovered that there were instigators among them, continually whispering about the immense value of the land, suggesting how much they could gain from it, and how their lives might improve thereafter. All right, comrades, your sentiments are indeed valid. Sun Yonghao reassured them, even if it holds significant value. That is a matter for the future. Rest assured, the relocation compensation will be dispensed. We as officials are responsible for these matters. As for the lack of profit this time, one can only say that it was a case of misplaced trust. Kai Qinggong will face sentencing. Furthermore, he has accrued considerable debt, which does not concern you all. At this moment, they recalled the outstanding debts, and excitement rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, many of Sun Yonghao's actions were being documented. Just as he had previously stated, we are now in the information age, and news travels at an astonishing speed. Tongwei received several phone calls, notably from Gao Yuliang. He stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, Teacher Gao. Tongwei, where are you now? Gao Yuliang's calm voice resonated through the phone. Teacher Gao, I am at the Dakang factory. Tongwei explained. Oh, your pace in getting there was quite commendable. Gao Yuliang responded with mild surprise. You have performed well this time. This is the conduct expected of you as a department head. Ensure you collaborate effectively with Comrade Sun Yonghao there to resolve matters without complications. Rest assured, Teacher Gao, I understand. Tongwei assured him. However, I did not anticipate that Rui Long would be so audacious. Despite Secretary Sun's prior orders, he still attempted to carry out forced demolitions. Zhao Ruilong? Gao Yuliang inquired. Indeed, I previously conversed with Gao Xiaoqin, who mentioned that the order came from Zhao Ruilong. It was said that once the issue at the Dakang factory was resolved, there would be no further chaos. Now, it seems that Secretary Yonghao has apprehended them. Even individuals from the Shanshui group have been detained. Foolishness. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuliang immediately remarked, You were not involved in this matter, were you? No, Teacher Gao. Tongwei quickly replied. That's good. You should collaborate diligently with Secretary Sunday. Your current task is to focus and earnestly fulfill your duties as the director, upholding your responsibilities. Gao Yuliang instructed. Teacher Gao, what exactly is Secretary Yonghao's background? Tongwei inquired with great curiosity. I sense that Secretary Yonghao is quite extraordinary. Initially, as he listened to Tongwei's words, Gao Yuliang contemplated offering a few words of advice, urging him not to fixate on others' positions. Consider how well you are performing in your own role. You may have connections, and indeed, you were promoted swiftly in the past. However, to reach this point, who does not have their own network? Yet, if you have not even excelled in your own duties, do you expect to rise solely on the strength of connections? If you haven't sorted out your own affairs, how can you expect anyone to support you? However, upon hearing Tongwei's subsequent remarks, Gao Yuliang paused. What do you mean? Have you discovered something? Even Gao Yuliang himself was unclear about Secretary Sun Yonghao's identity, perhaps even less informed than Xiao Jin. After all, he possesses a formidable father-in-law, well-versed in the happenings of the capital. Even without confirmation, caution is warranted. Just as Xiao Jin thought, even without more significant connections. As long as Governor Liu and Governor Fong remain, no one should be underestimated. Now, listening to Tongwei, could there be additional revelations? Teacher Gao, remember I had arranged a meal with Secretary Yonghao? I noticed that Secretary Yonghao's driver is quite remarkable. The driver? Remarkable? How so? Gao Yuliang's curiosity was piqued. Well, I noticed that this person has a sharp gaze, surpassing anyone I have previously encountered, even outshining our elite members in the SWAT team. His demeanor exudes a military bearing, suggesting he may be a top-notch operative from the army. Military? Top-notch? This revelation made even Gao Yuliang ponder deeply. All right, I understand. Nevertheless, for now, ensure you cooperate effectively with Comrade Yonghao, understood? Gao Yuliang instructed. I understand, Teacher Gao. With that, the two ended their call, yet Gao Yuliang resumed smoking, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, his ex-wife, who now shares a life with him, Wu Huifan, appeared. What is wrong, Lao Gao? Wu Huifan approached and inquired. It's about Tongwei. Gao Yuliang glanced at her, revealing nothing further. Having previously divulged their situation, the two of them, despite their divorce, find themselves in a complex web of circumstances. Presently, Wu Huifan enjoys the privilege of residing within the provincial government compound, garnering respect from outsiders. Even the younger generation regards her with a different gaze. It is inconceivable for her to betray Gao Yuliang unless the dire situation arose where he was apprehended, which would render any hope futile. When the time comes to clarify matters, it shall be done. But for now, it is not the moment. Gao Yuliang, with his passion for the history of the Ming dynasty and his background as a professor in political science and law, possesses a profound understanding of the struggles within these fields, enabling him to navigate the political arena effectively. Coupled with Wu Huifan, a professor of Ming history, they draw valuable insights from the annals of history. The two frequently engage in discussions, and this dialogue has resumed once more. After their conversation, Wu Huifan began to ponder. So, your thought is that the origins of Sun Yonghao may be even more astonishing? Indeed, Gao Yuliang affirmed with a nod. Is it possible to conduct a direct inquiry? Wu Huifan inquired. An inquiry? The information we might uncover would likely only scratch the surface, Gao Yuliang replied, shaking his head. Moreover, as soon as we initiate the investigation, it's likely someone will catch wind of it. Unexpectedly, Wu Huifan shook her head, stating, I am not suggesting an internal investigation. Chapter 40, A Memorable Scene. Sun Lianqing. Am I being duped again? Wu Huifan's gaze was filled with determination as she spoke to Gao Yuliang. Investigate from the outside? Gao Yuliang did not quite comprehend, but he observed Wu Huifan as she swiftly took the computer and began searching for military leaders. To what extent do you intend to search? Gao Yuliang shook his head. By the way, the individual we referred to earlier, the driver of Secretary Yonghao, which military district did he come from? Wu Huifan inquired again. If it pertains to a specific post, we might not find it, but this matter is relatively easy to investigate. Southeast Military District. She then glanced at the leaders within, identifying the deputy commander of the Southeast Military District. Subsequently, she noted familial ties, Although not explicitly stated, she began to search further upon seeing the name. Old Gao. This individual should have some connections, right? Even if they aren't father and son, they could very well be uncle and nephew. Wu Huifan remarked, examining the information before her. How accurate is this? Who can say? Gao Yuliang remained skeptical, doubting that they could uncover such details. Nonetheless, it does provide us with a direction, Wu Huifan asserted. That is true. Gao Yuliang nodded. And don't you think they share many similarities from their youth? Wu Huifan continued. If that's the case, there's another one here. Gao Yuliang pointed to his deputy. How can you be so sure it isn't the case? Wu Huifan regarded Gao Yuliang meaningfully, adding, given your current predicament, this person might very well be the key to breaking the deadlock. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuliang furrowed his brow and began to contemplate. But there is still one more thing, old Gao. Wu Huifan interjected. What else is there? Gao Yuliang asked. The Zhao family's affairs. Wu Huifan replied confidently. The Zhao family? Gao Yuliang murmured, recalling that Wei had informed him earlier that this incident was instigated by the debauched Zhao Ruilong. If what you say is true, then he has certainly jeopardized both himself and the Zhao family. Even if it's not true, it wouldn't bode well for the Zhao family. Gao Yuliang remarked. He has truly become blinded by greed. It seems I need to make a phone call, he said, retrieving his phone. While Wu Huifan offered suggestions, she refrained from intervening in Gao Yuliang's affairs and decided to step out. I'll brew you a cup of tea, she said, leaving the room. Gao Yuliang promptly dialed Zhao Lichuan's number. Old secretary, it's me. Comrade Yuliang, why are you calling at this hour? Zhao Lichuan, who had yet to retire for the night, inquired. Old secretary, an incident occurred in Jingzhou today. Gao Yuliang began, recounting all of Zhao Ruilong's actions to Zhao Lichuan. Old secretary, currently, Comrade Yonghao has the support of Governor Liu and Comrade Jabin. If this continues, I fear I may be unable to bear this burden alone. Comrade Yuliang, you are aware that Ruolong has been thoroughly spoiled by my indulgence. Zhao Lichuan has begun to express his views, admitting this time it was his fault. I shall address this matter with him, but he is my only son. I have taken note of the old secretary's words. Gao Yuliang remarked. I shall do my utmost to navigate this situation, though I must advise that Ruolong should refrain from coming to Handong for the time being. I will convey this to him. Zhao Lichuan responded. By the way, old secretary, are there any updates from the capital? Gao Yuliang inquired once more. Comrade Yuliang, you must remain vigilant. Zhao Lichuan pondered for a moment before continuing. Comrade Xiao Jin's intentions may not be benevolent. The greatest opposition lies with those who support them. You must be cautious. I understand, old secretary. Gao Yuliang replied, concluding their conversation. After hanging up, Zhao Lichuan did not pause, immediately dialing his son Zhao Ruolong's number, feeling a surge of frustration at the thought of him. The joy he felt when he first had a son has since been overshadowed by anger as his son continuously lands in trouble, raising his blood pressure to alarming heights. Where are you? Zhao Lichuan's stern voice resonated through the line. Dad, I'm not having fun. Return at once. Zhao Lichuan reprimanded. Huh, Dad, I'm in another province and can't come back right now. Zhao Ruolong replied. I do not care where you are. Should I fail to see you by tomorrow, you may never return. Zhao Lichuan declared, abruptly ending the call. However, his words bore little weight in Zhao Ruolong's mind. In his youth, such statements held significance. But as time passed, their power waned, especially compared to his own daughter's influence. Zhao Lichuan contemplated this and subsequently called his daughter to discuss a few matters before concluding the call. Meanwhile, on the other end, Sun Yonghao had managed to calm the workers. Yet, more individuals arrived, first Sun Lianqing and then Li Dakang. Upon assessing the situation, they learned that only one person had been injured, who had already been taken to the hospital, and there were no other immediate dangers. The Shanxue group had managed to control the situation, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, after the crisis, Li Dakang felt increasingly uneasy in Sun Yonghao's presence, as he had no desire to see him at that moment. The situation with the Shanxue group was a source of considerable headache for Li Dakang, and he feared it would soon escalate. That wayward son would likely seek him out before long, bringing trouble. As he pondered, an idea suddenly struck him as he glanced at Sun Yonghao. Sun Lianqing was of little help, but there were capable individuals in Guangming District. Sun Yonghao, you have performed admirably this time, Li Dakang praised. It seems you are indeed the most suitable person for the Guangming Peak project. You shall take charge of it. Sun Lianqing, you will assist him. Sun Lianqing was somewhat taken aback. Was it truly so hasty? He had only just assumed his position, and already he was being dismissed? What? Do you not understand? Li Dakang inquired. Yes, Secretary Dakang. Sun Lianqing could utter no further objections. After concluding his remarks, Li Dakang made an appearance outside, where someone on an electric bicycle had reappeared. What is happening? Why is there another commotion? A frail old man, cautiously attending to Chen, urged him to take his time. With great care, they approached, announcing, "Make way, Elder Chen is coming." Upon seeing Chen Yanshi, Li Dakang sprang forward, hastily making his way to Chen's side, pushing aside Zhong Shipa in the process, and assisted Chen Yanshi toward them. What's going on here? Chen Yanshi asked, but as he spoke, he noticed the serious expression on Sun Yonghao's face. Elder Chen, how could I trouble you to make this trip? The matter has been resolved. The individuals from the Shanxue group have already been apprehended, Li Dakang assured Chen Yanshi, as if the orders had been issued by him alone. I would not feel at ease without your presence, especially concerning these workers, Chen Yanshi sighed. Chapter 41. Thoughtful Sun Yonghao. Respect for senior comrades. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your hard work, Li Dakang praised, noting that even in retirement, he remains ever mindful of his mission, a quality worthy of emulation by us all. Not at all, Chen Yanshi replied, shaking his head. I am merely an ordinary citizen now. That is indeed more admirable. Those who dwell in high places worry for their people, while those far removed from the courts of power concern themselves with their sovereign. Li Dakang continued to applaud. What is the current situation? Why has there been another uproar? Chen Yanshi inquired, casting a sorrowful gaze at the surrounding crowd. Li Dakang, you must shoulder the responsibility. We cannot allow our workers to be bullied. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, with your oversight as the leader of the Second Procuratorate, I am confident that we can ensure fairness, justice, and transparency. Li Dakang immediately assured him. Moreover, no one would dare to bully our worker comrades. He then glanced over and called out to Sun Yonghao. Sun Yonghao, as the person in charge here, please enlighten us regarding the situation. Secretary Dakang, the workers at the Dafeng factory have been calmed down. Sun Yonghao replied directly to Li Dakang. The individuals involved from the Shanxue group have also been apprehended. We await further proceedings. I have previously communicated with them and assured that if the relocation fees are insufficient, they will not be permitted to proceed with the demolition. And if the compensation funds are not forthcoming, they shall not be allowed to commence further work. Should any issues arise, they can turn to us in Guangming District. Upon hearing this, Li Dakang turned to Chen Yanshi, a smile spreading across his face. Mr. Chen, what do you think? Is it acceptable for such valuable land to be lost in this manner? Chen Yanshi remained dissatisfied, saying that land was worth 10 billion, and it has been taken away for a mere 60 million. Are you all pretending not to see this? Chen Yanshi continued his familiar refrain. Sun Yonghao glanced at him, showing no inclination to explain further. Mr. Chen, Li Dakang interjected, you are aware of the previous circumstances. It was entirely due to the demolition and the change in land use that this issue arose. This situation stemmed from the corrupt actions of Ding Yijin. Oh, so Ding Yijin's corruption necessitates that these workers bear the burden? Chen Yanshi pressed on. Is it not the case that Guangming District has begun to hold accountability? Li Dakang clarified. Now, those companies that have purchased this land or profited at the expense of national interests are already facing repercussions. Upon hearing this, Chen Yanshi fell silent, having previously dared to speak boldly to these individuals, merely to elevate himself on a moral high ground of his own making. But now, with national interests laid bare before him, what could he possibly say? Accountability is indeed warranted. Chen Yanshi nodded and remarked, however, while these workers have received their relocation fees, we cannot allow them to remain unemployed. They require alternative employment. Assisting the unemployed in finding work is also our duty. Li Dakang immediately expressed his agreement. What a commendable attitude. Chen Yanshi's face brightened with a smile. I observe that they are all skilled workers, and at their age, they shouldn't be compelled to pursue different lines of work. We have ready machinery available. Furthermore, there are previous orders that can enable them to continue their endeavors in the garment industry. Chen Lao's idea is splendid. Li Dakang instantly appeared enlightened, as if he had resolved a significant dilemma for Jingzhou City and Guangming District. It seems that senior comrades like Chen Lao possess invaluable experience and a spirit of dedication that we should always aspire to emulate. Not at all. Chen Yanshi felt entirely at ease with Li Dakang's words. Secretary Dakang has also performed admirably. It is precisely due to your efforts that our Jingzhou city has progressed so rapidly. Chen Yanshi reciprocated. You flatter me, Chen Lao. I'm unworthy of such praise. The two men engaged in mutual flattery, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. And what about this location? Chen Yanshi inquired once more. The location is not an issue. Li Dakang promptly took charge, calling out to Sun Yonghao in the distance. During their exchange of compliments, Sun Yonghao had distanced himself from them, not only due to the nature of their conversation, but also because it felt somewhat inappropriate to linger while leaders engaged in such flattery. Chen Lao has arrived to resolve issues for Guangming District. Sun Yonghao approached with a smile. Does Chen Lao have any good ideas? Chen Yanshi glanced at Sun Yonghao with a hint of disdain, but continued, as we were discussing. These workers are of an age and are all proficient garment workers. I believe we could construct a new garment factory as we have the necessary machinery. Moreover, with the relocation fees provided by the Shui Group, they can truly start anew. What a brilliant idea. Sun Yonghao responded with a smile. The existence of relocation fees and the possibility of continuing operations stem from the fact that the Shui Group had not arranged work for them. Their previous employment had ceased, and the relocation fees allowed them the freedom to pursue various endeavors, whether it be small businesses, living off their savings, or continuing to operate the factory. This was the very purpose of providing them with relocation fees. Chen Yanshi observed that Sun Yonghao seemed to be softening, and a satisfied smile emerged on his face. Young comrade, how can you expect to be respected by senior comrades if you do not learn to show respect? Aren't you bowing your head now? Chen Yan's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Thus, regarding the machinery, the officials of our bright district can facilitate connections between those aspiring to establish factories and the representatives of the Shui Group, striving to procure these machines at the most minimal cost. However, as Sun Yonghao's words concluded, Chen Yan's expression gradually darkened. His implication was clear. He wished to obtain these resources without compensation, expecting the Shui Group to hand over the machines directly to them. Or perhaps he believed that these machines inherently belonged to the workers. Nevertheless, Sun Yonghao continued unabated. Elder Chen, come look here, he exclaimed, pulling out his mobile phone and thoughtfully enlarging the text on the screen. This is the current state of land in our bright district. The prices displayed are those I just saved to my phone earlier today. Elder Chen, take a look and see what suits you. I shall prepare it for you. Investing in our bright district with our own people and with Secretary Dakang present, we must offer preferential treatment. Elder Chen can make selections, and once you've chosen, I will arrange everything immediately. By the way, when establishing the factory, Elder Chen should ensure that these workers are informed. We must avoid selecting any unreliable managers. Just look at the previous choices. What kind of individuals were they? The workers were utterly unaware of their actions, resulting in the ruin of what was once a thriving garment factory. Had it not been for his words, they would have awaited demolition, reaping even greater benefits. In such a case, with government-led demolition, many of the current issues could have been averted. Chapter 42. Overwhelmed by anxiety, blood pressure rising. From the outset, as Sun Yonghao spoke, Chen Yanshi's complexion rapidly turned crimson, fluctuating between shades of red and purple as the conversation progressed. Observing the items in Sun Yonghao's possession, particularly the land and its value, he pondered whether they could afford such acquisitions. While there were indeed properties available within their budget, those were situated on the outskirts of the city. Chen Yanshi was not particularly inclined towards this notion, yet the prospect of purchasing the items within seemed daunting. After acquiring these parcels of land, their finances would likely be insufficient. Furthermore, the machinery and initial investments loomed as additional concerns. Having previously extolled the benefits, Now he faced the humiliation of such a significant setback. Moreover, there was the matter of the workforce, 3,000 individuals, though not all would follow them. However, in prior discussions with Zhong Shipa, it had been agreed to involve a substantial portion of the labor force. Otherwise, what merit would there be in such an endeavor? Most importantly, a diminished workforce would undoubtedly lead to a corresponding reduction in financial resources. Li Dakang had been standing off to the side, not paying much attention to his phone, and Sun Yonghao's device was equipped with a privacy screen. Thus, Li Dakang had not had a clear view of the details. Even if he had, it is likely he would not have considered that the locations Chen Yanshi was interested in could be those of exorbitant prices. Instead, he chuckled and inquired, "Old Chen, what do you think? Which area catches your eye? I can have the people from Guangming District prioritize arrangements for our workers." What arrangements can be made? These are not properties that ordinary citizens like us can't afford. Chen Yanshi was still struggling to comprehend the situation when he heard Li Dakang's remarks, which only heightened his agitation. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his blood pressure spiking. "What's this? Does old Chen wish to partake as well?" Sun Yonghao interjected directly. "What would I participate in?" Chen Yanshi retorted, raising his voice at Sun Yonghao. "Haven't you always claimed to be just an ordinary citizen?" Sun Yonghao chuckled. "When I heard old Chen refer to himself as an ordinary citizen, I assumed you were looking to get involved. You show no respect for your elders," Chen Yanshi exclaimed, panting as if struggling to catch his breath. Seeing this, Li Dakang hurriedly approached, assisting him to regain his composure, offering water and soothing words until Chen Yanshi finally settled down. What a predicament! Sun Yonghao seemed to have recalled something, his expression shifting to one of concern as he spoke. "This appears to be a misunderstanding." "Huh?" Li Dakang was perplexed, questioning, "Why can't we afford it? Surely with the relocation funds, it should be feasible." "Feasible? Look at the prices here. How much would it cost to purchase an acre? And how many acres are needed to accommodate 3,000 workers? Are those relocation funds sufficient to procure these properties?" Li Dakang was momentarily taken aback. He truly did not anticipate that Chen Yan's interest lay in this location. His gaze towards Chen Yan shifted, revealing a hint of incredulity. If this were merely a private conversation, a tacit understanding among them, it would not elicit much concern. However, now that Li Dakang had voiced the question so openly, coupled with Chen Yan's rising frustration at Sun Yonghao, who was nearly overwhelming him with irritation, Chen Yan's blood pressure soared, leaving him somewhat dizzy. After years of retirement, he had long since lost his former vigilance, and in a moment of lapse, he inadvertently revealed his thoughts. So it turns out that Elder Chen's focus is on this area. Sun Yonghao immediately seized the opportunity to respond. But this decision was collectively agreed upon by the leaders of the Guangming District. Sun Yonghao elaborated, asserting that this would eventually become a bustling area, and naturally, prices would escalate. Elder Chen, generally speaking, it is rare for factories to be established here. Even high-tech industries typically prefer locations on the outskirts of the city. Your choice to locate within the city seems somewhat inappropriate. There are concerns regarding land value, future utility costs, and water supply issues. Sun Yonghao's words flowed forth like a well-oiled machine. Chen Yan attempted to interject several times, but found no opportunity until at last, when Sun Yonghao paused. He managed to say, "I am merely concerned for the workers having to travel such a distance. It's inconvenient, is it not?" This point held some merit, but it also represented an inevitable phase of development. We cannot alter plans for the sake of a few individuals. Besides, many workers currently commute from afar. This arrangement is already quite favorable. Furthermore, these workers need not be confined to this industry. They could easily run a small stall, selling fruits, barbecues, or fried rice, or perhaps engage in repair work. Would they truly need to worry about having enough to eat? Many leaders have already suggested that we encourage our citizens to engage in small-scale economic activities. Sun Yonghao launched into another lengthy discourse, leaving little room for Chen Yan to interject. Finally, Chen Yan could only utter, "I am feeling somewhat unwell. I must take my leave. Allow me to escort you." Elder Chen, Li Dakang, who had remained largely silent, now offered his arm to support Chen Yan as they made their way outside, personally driving him back in his own vehicle. As Sun Yonghao observed their departure, he reiterated his earlier points to the remaining individuals, particularly emphasizing the need to find a manager who was conscientious and transparent. Instantly, Zheng Shipa, who had previously felt marginalized, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Workers now had a multitude of options. Those who once relied on canteens could establish small stalls or open eateries. Tailors and machine operators could also pursue different endeavors. Even selling fruits, which requires minimal skills, could sufficiently provide for their families. The workers absorbed Sun Yonghao's words, contemplating their newfound possibilities. Upon returning, Chen Yanshi immediately rummaged through his medicine cabinet and finally located his anti-hypertensive medication. However, after taking it, the earlier scene continued to replay incessantly in his mind. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. His previously cool demeanor flushed once more with rage, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. Old Chen! Old Chen! Hearing the commotion, Mrs. Wang hurried over, simultaneously dialing for an ambulance and contacting her son. When Chen Yanshi regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital. Qian Hai, accompanied by his female subordinate, rushed to the hospital as soon as they received the news. Mom, what happened to Dad? Why did he suddenly faint? Hi Z, you're here? Mrs. Wang replied, her face drawn with worry. The doctor said there's nothing serious. It's merely excessive anxiety coupled with elevated blood pressure that caused him to faint. With proper rest, he should be fine. How could he be excessively anxious and have high blood pressure out of the blue? Jian Hai Inquit, Bu Wu. At that moment, Chen Yanshi regained consciousness. Dad, you're awake? Chen Hai asked, a note of concern in his voice. Yes, I heard everything you said. What's going on? It's all about Sun Yonghao from Guangming District, who shows no respect for the elderly. He has truly infuriated me. Chen Yanshi gritted his teeth, and the nearby machine emitted a series of beeps. Dad, please don't get agitated. Chen Hai quickly reassured him. Old Chen, try to remain calm. Your blood pressure is already quite high. Mrs. Wang chimed in anxiously. I cough. Chapter 43. One should know which mountain gate to worship. What on earth is happening? How is it related to that secretary son from the Bright District? Chen Hai inquired, not fully comprehending the situation. Enough. This does not concern you greatly. Chen Yanshi cast a glance, yet refrained from providing any explanation. Isn't your work demanding? Indeed, it is quite busy. Chen Hai replied with a grimace. I have been investigating the previous case, but have not uncovered much, merely some trivial details. Although Chen Hai spoke, due to confidentiality, he did not divulge much information. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for Chen Yanshi to ascertain quite a bit, realizing that his son was likely interrogating Ding Yizhen, who had been apprehended earlier. Look at us, unable to break the deadlock here. Recently, the monkey might soon be descending. He is responsible for this case and will be reassigned back to Handong to serve as the deputy director of our anti-corruption bureau. He is arriving tonight, and I still need to pick him up and oversee the work. Then, Hi Z, since you're so busy, you should return home. There isn't much for your father to attend to. Grandmother Wang advised upon seeing Chen Hai's predicament. Can I truly return home without worry? Chen Hai expressed some reluctance. Well, let us wait here for a while before heading back, Chen Yanshi suddenly suggested. Old Chen, do you have any matters to address? Grandmother Wang inquired, puzzled. Hadn't he always insisted that their son focus on work without needing to worry about home? Why was he now allowing Hai Zi to linger a bit longer? However, she soon understood Chen Yanshi's intention. Shortly after, Gao Yuliang arrived, inquiring about certain matters, followed by Xiao Jin, who also came to visit their old friend Chen. They encountered Chen Hai, engaging him in conversation and offering encouragement. After grasping the situation, Gao Yuliang merely uttered a couple of words, lacking any tact. As for Xiao Jin, he remained entirely silent, not even expressing his stance. This shift did not escape the keen observation of Gao Yuliang, who resembled a cunning old fox. Eventually, the two departed due to work commitments. Qian Hai, you may return now. At this juncture, Chen Yanshi finally instructed his son to leave. Understood. Chen Hai recognized his father's intention, but said nothing further. He departed the hospital with his team to continue with their duties. Meanwhile, prior to leaving, Gao Yuliang exchanged some inconsequential remarks with Xiao Jin face-to-face. Ultimately, They exited together. But once in the car, Gao Yuliang's call directly reached Qi Tongwei. After a considerable wait, Qi Tongwei answered the phone, his voice muffled. Hello? Who is this? Tongwei. It's me. Gao Yuliang responded. Teacher Gao. At this moment, Qi Tongwei felt somewhat disoriented. How many times have I told you to address your position while at work? Yes. In an instant, Qi Tongwei regained his composure, realizing that he was not at work. After all, he had returned quite late the previous night and had granted himself a half-day off. Secretary Yuliang. Qi Tongwei obediently heeded the instruction. Observing Sun Yonghao's actions yesterday, he was acutely aware of Chen Yanshi's current standing. Initially, he had intended to assist Chen Yanshi at his residence, but considering the formidable presence of Sun Yonghao before him, along with Li Dakang's involvement, he chose to maintain a respectful distance instead of approaching. Now, about yesterday's events, you need to explain everything to me in detail, Gao Yuliang asserted. Understood, Secretary Yuliang, Qi Tongwei replied, sitting upright and recounting the events of the previous day. In the end, he inquired, Secretary Yuliang, do you think I acted inappropriately? In such circumstances, by not assisting, will I end up offending both parties? I had contemplated visiting Old Chun to see if any assistance was needed. Foolishness. You did nothing wrong yesterday. On the contrary, you handled it splendidly, Gao Yuliang promptly affirmed. It appears that, regardless of Yonghao's background, Secretary Xia will refrain from antagonizing him in the near future. It is indeed unwise for us to make an enemy of Yonghao. Then, Secretary Yuliang, do you think it is possible for Secretary Yonghao to speak on our behalf? Qi Tongwei inquired eagerly. Have Yonghao speak? What do you have that would warrant his assistance? Gao Yuliang replied directly. Your work has been commendable. Or are you implying you are one of his people? What? Do you wish to visit Yonghao's residence for something? Secretary Yuliang, I. Qi Tongwei attempted to clarify. Tongwei, how many times must I reiterate? Your foremost priority is to excel in your own duties. Gao Yuliang instructed. I understand, Secretary Yuliang. Qi Tongwei acknowledged. Very well. Let's leave it at that for now. With that, Gao Yuliang terminated the call. On the other hand, Sun Yonghao, having resolved prior matters, promptly summoned personnel from the publicity department, instructing them, go and thoroughly explain yesterday's events to the public. Also, clarify any accusations of me oppressing the working class or disrespecting senior comrades. Upon hearing Sun Yonghao's directive, the publicity minister was momentarily taken aback. Secretary Sun? This? What? Sun Yonghao shot him a glance. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. The current publicity minister had already aligned himself with Sun Yonghao, fully aware of the provincial governor and the executive deputy governor backing him, despite Chen Yanshi's somewhat tenuous connection with Xiao Jin. However, he was quite aware of which faction to approach, and promptly acted in accordance with Sun Yonghao's instructions. The events of yesterday were already known to many, who were keeping a watchful eye. Now, the publicity department of the Guangming District has stepped in, clarifying the situation that transpired. A considerable number of onlookers gathered, exclaiming, so this is how it was. I commend the leaders of Guangming District for their commendable actions. So it turns out this esteemed elder was involved. Brothers, I too have observed that the efforts of this individual seem to pertain solely to those who previously worked in certain capacities and encountered issues, only to seek assistance from him. In everyday life, who among the common folk truly knows who he is? Does this imply that his assistance is reserved for a select few? Indeed, regardless of whether the fault lay with the workers or the government officials, the ultimate outcome consistently favored the workers. Goodness, if we were to seek this person out, would we receive any benefit? You are overthinking it. Who knows who you are? As these discussions unfolded, they effectively stripped away the facade surrounding Chen Yanshi. Even individuals from the capital became aware of such news. Initially, some contemplated voicing their concerns, for placing the elder under such scrutiny might overwhelm some. Notably, Chen Yanshi still had a few comrades, albeit with whom he seldom communicated. However, when it came to taking action, they would still extend a word of caution, albeit limited to that. After all, the two have families and descendants yet. Chapter 44. I am here to conduct business, not to flatter. Just as a hint of discussion was about to emerge, individuals privy to the underlying circumstances swiftly approached. These individuals were not merely comrades of Chen Yanshi. They possessed allies in various high positions as well. Once they grasped the situation, they promptly came to issue a warning, and the conversation fell silent. Those aware of the details awaited the response from the Sun family. However, observing the Sun family's consistent inaction, they discerned their stance, a resolute indifference. This was understandable, as it was not entirely the fault of the Sun family. Even if the truth were to surface, it was the elderly comrade who had initially taken such actions. Let the situation escalate. They chose to disregard it. However, this information circulated only among established circles, and even some current officials remained uninformed, as their superiors chose not to disclose anything, leaving them with no objections. Yet, the subordinates were oblivious to the matter at hand. While the higher-ups remained reticent, certain individuals sought to assert their authority over trivial matters. At that moment, Hou Liangping had arrived at the airport in Jingzhou, Handong province, carrying out his assigned tasks. Chen Hai appeared at the scene. Upon disembarking from the plane, Hou Liangping opened his arms and greeted Chen Hai with a smile. "Monkey." Chen Hai reciprocated the greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, they set off towards their anti-corruption bureau. During their journey, Hou Liangping learned of the current situation in Handong and the dynamics between Xiao Jin and Chen Yanshi. "Chen Hai, let us not go there just yet. Let us visit Uncle Chen at the hospital first," he suggested. "Monkey, there is no need for that. We can visit after work," Chen Hai urged, acknowledging Hou Liangping's concern. "What does your acknowledgement matter? I'm not doing this for you." Hou Liangping chuckled, dismissing the issue lightly. All right, I can't argue with you." Chen Hai relented, leading Hou Liangping toward the hospital. Unsurprisingly, their conversation included numerous unflattering remarks about Sun Yonghao. Ultimately, a certain overly confident department head, now a deputy director, agreed to thoroughly investigate the matter at hand. After visiting Chen Yanshi, brimming with confidence, he headed towards the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Upon arrival, rather than seeking an audience with the leadership, he directly instructed Chen Hai, "Gather our anti-corruption team. I need to address everyone. The efficiency has been abysmally low. After such a long time, we still Haven team managed to pry open Ding Yizhen's lips. I must take matters into my own hands." "Monkey, shouldn't we consult with Old G?" Chen Hai reminded him. "Old G, there's no rush. Let us meet with everyone first," Hou Liangping replied nonchalantly. That might not be appropriate," Chen Hai responded. "Chen Hai, I have come here to work, not to indulge in flattery," Hou Liangping declared immediately, asserting that although he could wait for Old G, a prompt response regarding Ding Yizhen's matter was imperative. Enough of this, follow me." It was unclear just how deep the bond between the two was, yet Chen Hai acquiesced. Poor Old G had been awaiting Hou Liangping's arrival. Despite not having worked with this monkey for an extended period, the early years left a profound impression on him, as this monkey had once been his subordinate. Recently, they had shared brief encounters, and having heard whispers of how this monkey conducted himself in the capital, Old G hoped for a thoughtful exchange devoid of impulsiveness. However, as he waited in vain, he ultimately could not restrain himself and placed a call to Chen Hai, yet the connection was never made. He was left to seek out others. He instructed his secretary to locate someone from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, only to discover that they had gone directly to a meeting, showing no intention of seeking out their superior. Upon receiving this news, Old G couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing it was that things had come to this. This monkey, who had failed to mend his past faults, now seemed to be worsening in his deficiencies. Even with a formidable background, it was quite unbecoming to disregard one's superior, especially when one would eventually rely on their leadership for sustenance. Did he not fear that a misstep could lead to complications? It seemed he truly did not. Even as he approached retirement, Old G had descendants to consider. Was Hou Liangping's influence so easily dismissed? Now that he had risen to prominence, wielding power among the many, if he were to act against Old G, the repercussions could certainly extend to his lineage. Unless, of course, something were to befall Hou Liangping, resulting in his expulsion from the Zhong family. That would present a sliver of opportunity for retribution. However, if they chose not to approach him, Old G could not simply overlook it. Would he forsake the dignity of his leadership? Moreover, should he confront Hou Liangping without the capacity to impose consequences? It could indeed be more humiliating. Thus, he decided to feign ignorance, and with this resolution, Ji Changming felt his spirits lift considerably. Meanwhile, as the meeting commenced, Sun Yonghao was engaged in receiving guests, specifically Zhao Xiaowei, the second sister of Zhao Ruilong. Upon receiving a call from her father and learning of her foolish brother's actions, she promptly set out. Her first stop was to pay a visit to Gao Yuliang, whose cunning far surpassed that of Zhao Ruilong. She offered her apologies to Gao Yuliang, asserting that they were intertwined in their endeavors, now irrevocably part of a singular entity. As they spoke of the challenges faced by his father, Gao Yuliang was encouraged to persevere, for only in doing so could they all advance further together. In conversing with this individual, Gao Yuliang's spirits were notably uplifted. Subsequently, he visited Li Dakang, sharing similar sentiments. However, unlike his interaction with Gao Yuliang, Li Dakang's politeness was genuine, yet he offered no declarations of intent. Zhao Xiaowei remained unperturbed by this, even when Tongwei personally sought him out for a discussion. Eventually, they made their way to Sun Yonghao's office. Upon returning, Sun Yonghao intended to begin the search for his secretary. He had previously issued an order to put more effort into matters concerning the people's livelihoods. The articles had already come to his attention, and upon review, he discovered one that truly satisfied him. Overall, it was quite satisfactory, significantly surpassing the quality of submissions from others. Just as Sun Yonghao was about to engage in conversation, he received word that a Miss Zhao had arrived, specifically regarding matters pertaining to the Shan Shui group. Upon hearing the surname and the purpose of her visit, Sun Yonghao felt a twinge of curiosity, but nonetheless permitted her entry. Secretary Sun, greetings. I apologize for this unsolicited visit. I hope it is not an inconvenience. The lady was exceedingly polite, though Sun Yonghao found her somewhat unfamiliar. Chapter 45. The People of Wangbei Tower, a Double-Edged Sword. As for his father, Sun Yonghao might have some knowledge of him, having seen photographs or even met him in person. However, Zhao Xiaowei had already married off and was hardly in the same social circle as Sun Yonghao, hence they had never crossed paths. Thus, her sudden appearance left him truly unfamiliar with her. Secretary Sun, I am Zhao Xiaowei. She introduced herself. I trust the name is not foreign to you? It is said that Secretary Sun is quite well informed about many matters concerning Handong. Ah, indeed, I am familiar with that name. Sun Yonghao replied candidly. He looked at Zhao Xiaowei and remarked, You are Zhao Ruolong's second sister, the second daughter of Deputy Leader Zhao. Am I correct? Exactly. It seems Secretary Sun is as knowledgeable as the rumors suggest. Zhao Xiaowei was taken aback by how effortlessly Sun Yonghao identified her background. Given the previous circumstances, coupled with Gao Yuliang's admonitions, she had only come to address issues related to the Shan Shui group, just as her father and Gao Yuliang advised. It was indeed unwise to make more enemies at this juncture. However, upon encountering Sun Yonghao and realizing his extensive awareness of matters, she felt compelled to inquire. Might Secretary Sun be acquainted with Wangbei Tower? If Sun Yonghao truly possessed knowledge of this organization, it would undoubtedly pique her interest. The organization entailed numerous individuals, including her father, who had cautioned her against excessive involvement with it. Many were reticent, shrouded in secrecy, and while the state did not explicitly target it, it was certainly not welcomed. For reasons unknown, a complete eradication had not transpired. Yet, she could sense that joining such an organization would not bode well for her future endeavors. With the vast intelligence network of Wangbei Tower, it was entirely plausible that Sun Yonghao was privy to an abundance of information. Thus, they might hold a leverage over him, while not necessarily pivotal. Forging an alliance could prove advantageous, perhaps even leading to a remarkable turnaround in the future. Upon hearing that name, Sun Yonghao paused, surprised that she would pose such a question. However, he was not particularly familiar with Wangbei Tower. He merely knew of its existence and its origins, formed by a certain influential figure to weave a network of connections. Unfortunately, after the demise of that figure, the organization could not be entirely dismantled. and its members were unlikely to disclose their affiliation to outsiders. Even now, the number of individuals involved remained elusive, and the existence of Wangbei Tower had, to some extent, spurred development in various regions. Yet, without a concerted effort to uncover them, they would remain largely ignorant of any state secrets. Thus, the organization continues to exist. However, once there are signs of excessive contact with Wangbei Tower, any aspirations to ascend will be futile. Numerous leaders above harbor concerns that those who reach such a juncture may exploit Wangbei Tower to reassemble and pose a threat. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive trepidation, as those who attain higher echelons possess networks of connections that are certainly not inferior to that of Wangbei Tower. Moreover, with the previous leader of Wangbei Tower gone, it is now akin to a scattered assembly. As for the messenger, they can be regarded merely as a broker or intermediary. Even if they genuinely facilitate your ascent, they will ultimately be viewed as targets for suppression. Therefore, engaging in such endeavors is no jest. Listening to Zhao Xiaoyi's words, Sun Yonghao chuckled. Wangbei Tower, you say? How does Miss Zhao perceive me as one of their own? It seems that is not the case. Zhao Xiaoyi smiled slightly, yet her expression betrayed skepticism. Sun Yonghao returned the smile, showing no sign of concern. Very well, Miss Zhao, you previously mentioned an interest in the Shui group. I wonder what this entails. Perhaps you can enlighten me? Sun Yonghao expressed impatience with her trivialities. How absurd. Your brother has just offended me, and you expect me to greet you with open arms? I do not possess such indulgence. Since Secretary Sun is so forthright, I shall not beat around the bush, Zhao Xiaoyi asserted, regaining her demeanor as a formidable woman. Secretary Sun, I apologize for the actions of Hou Liangping here. With that, she stood and bowed to Sun Yonghao. Sun Yonghao nodded, but offered no further remarks. As I stated before, this matter cannot be resolved merely by words. The debts owed by the Shui group, whether for settlement fees or subsequent compensations, are all prepared and can be transferred to the account in Guangming District at any moment. Sun Yonghao maintained his previous demeanor, leaving Zhao Xiaoyi gritting her teeth in frustration. Was he truly so unperturbed? After all that discourse, his expression remained unchanged. What exactly do you intend to achieve? She pondered. Who raised this little fox? Does Secretary Sun have nothing to express? If Sun Yonghao remained silent, she had no choice but to speak for herself. Express? What expressions are necessary? Sun Yonghao retorted curtly. Isn't this your obligation? What? Do you intend to resist until the end, to test our methods in Guangming District? Not at all, Zhao Xiaoyi replied, glancing around at the seemingly antiquated areas of Guangming District. I wonder if our donation of 10 million could persuade Secretary Sun to speak? Speak. What do you seek? Perhaps to receive accolades for your Shui group? Sun Yonghao inquired, studying the woman before him. I wish to ask Secretary Sun, whose side do you stand on? Whose side? The side of the people. Sun Yonghao has spoken, and he requests that the previously promised sum of 10 million be transferred to the finances of the Guangming District. Zhao Xiaoyi is infuriated. Is this what you call a promise, Secretary Sun? This lack of sincerity is evident, as receiving a mere statement in exchange for such a substantial amount seems rather trivial. Who can tell? Sun Yonghao chuckled softly. However, even the most cunning fox cannot evade the hunter's grasp. The 10 million offered by Zhao Xiaoyi, if it were to be accepted by an ordinary official, would not be so easily given. Despite her current flustered demeanor, much of it is feigned. This woman's tactics are intricate, far surpassing not only Zhao Liangping, but perhaps even many seasoned veterans. While it appears that she has suffered a loss, merely announcing the donation of 10 million to the Guangming District equates to handing Sun Yonghao a boost in political achievements. With financial resources, what cannot be accomplished? Furthermore, this could serve to alter the reputation of the Shui group. Although a complete transformation may be unattainable, it could certainly shift perceptions for many. One must concede, her strategies are indeed astute. Yet, Sun Yonghao inherently occupies a position of invincibility. Let the rumors circulate. What impact could they possibly have on him? The apprehension of Xiao Jin, or the machinations of those above? To him, is trivial. Should an explanation be warranted, he is more than capable of providing one. Should he choose silence, What can they do to him? Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaowei remains unaware of whether Sun Yonghao comprehends her schemes. Nevertheless, once the funds are dispatched, she considers it a partial success. Even if explanations are demanded, can those individuals truly be persuaded? Chapter 46. News worth 60 million. However, as Zhao Xiaowei observed Sun Yonghao's demeanor, it seemed he was privy to more information. Her thoughts began to churn once again, and her expression shifted from one of frantic agitation to a serious gaze fixed upon Sun Yonghao. Secretary Sun, the Shanshui Group possesses surplus funds. These are clean funds, and in a show of support for our Handong, for Jingzhou, and for the Guangming District, they are willing to allocate 50 million to aid the livelihoods of the common people. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao finally cast a glance in Zhao Xiaowei's direction. What is it that you desire? He was not naive enough to believe that Zhao Xiaowei would selflessly enhance his initiatives. What do I want? Shouldn't Secretary Sun be well aware? Zhao Xiaowei retorted, meeting his gaze. Expecting me to assist you is out of the question. Sun Yonghao shook his head. They have not offended me, and your Zhao family is hardly innocent. I refuse to wade into this murky water. Our Zhao family is not innocent. Are others any cleaner? Zhao Xiaowei immediately countered. None of them are as foolish as your Zhao family, particularly Zhao Ruelong. Sun Yonghao replied with derision. You. Zhao Xiaowei bristled at his disparagement of her brother, even though she had to concede that her brother had indeed acted foolishly in their presence. It was her father's indulgence that had spoiled Ruelong, who had always been shielded from consequences. What seemed heinously unforgivable to ordinary folks was something Zhao Ruelong had faced without issue since childhood. How could his perceptions remain unchanged? Yet, Sun Yonghao himself could not have foreseen that, in the near future, his words would indeed come back to haunt him. Very well. In light of the funds you have provided to bolster our Guangming District, I shall share a few tidbits of information, Sun Yonghao declared. At this, Zhao Xiaowei set aside her grievances and became attentive, awaiting Sun Yonghao's revelations. The son-in-law of the Zhong family has arrived in Handong, and he is here for Ding Yizhen, Sun Yonghao informed her. For Ding Yizhen? Zhao Xiaowei was perplexed. Is Ding Yizhen one of our Zhao family members? It doesn't seem so. What significance does this news hold? Then you should inquire with your family S-Blade about the connection. What ties exist between them and the Shanshui Group? Furthermore, your Crescent Lake has also attracted interest. This is a fight for survival. Your Zhao family is already at a disadvantage. Sun Yonghao chuckled. Moreover, matters concerning the Dafu factory should easily yield leverage against you. That son-in-law from a Zhong family is no one to adhere to decorum. Your Zhao family is in for trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaowei's expression turned serious. Given that this information was sourced from Sun Yonghao and was valued at 60 million, it was unlikely to be unfounded. Thank you, Secretary Sun, for your insights. Zhao Xiaowei's expression turned grave. Since Secretary Sun does not welcome me here, I shall take my leave. The outstanding payments will be transferred to the finances of Guangming District shortly. As for the relocation fees, I will need to trouble the leaders of Guangming District for assistance. Sun Yonghao maintained a smile as he listened. Although he acknowledged that it indeed required some effort on their part, how could he view this opportunity as a burden? This was, without a doubt, a fortuitous development for him. He watched Zhao Xiaowei depart from his office. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, he received a call from the finance department. Secretary Sun, our finance bureau has received a substantial sum of money. It's from Shanshui Group, and it exceeds the previous compensation and relocation fees combined. I see. Did they specify the purpose? Sun Yonghao inquired. Yes, in addition to the workers' relocation fees, there is also land compensation, and moreover, it is stated to be for public welfare and community contributions, responded the Finance Bureau staff. Very well. Make a note of this. Without my explicit consent, no one is to access these funds. If anyone does, find a way to replenish the amount, or else face dismissal. Sun Yonghao commanded sternly. Understood, Secretary Sun. The other party assured with equal seriousness. Hearing this affirmation, Sun Yonghao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now he could afford to relax a bit. Although the Guangming Peak project was indeed located in their district, the timeline for realizing profits remained uncertain. their GDP might witness a significant increase. Yet the government often found itself devoid of funds. Such scenarios were all too familiar. After discussing this matter, Sun Yonghao placed a call to his office. "What is the status of Dong Xiaojia?" he asked. Upon hearing Secretary Sun's inquiry, the office staff quickly grasped the situation. Previously, Secretary Sun had expressed a desire to find a permanent secretary, and now that he was inquiring about this individual, it was likely that Dong Xiaojia's work had pleased him. "Secretary, Comrade Dong Xiaojia joined us in Guangming District last year. He hails from the north and is a graduate of Handong University." "From Handong?" Sun Yonghao raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," the office director explained, clarifying that he was not trying to create any obstacles but merely stating the facts, as any discrepancies discovered later could implicate him. "Let him in to meet you." Sun Yonghao decided it was best to see the individual for himself. "Very well," he replied. Before long, Dong Xiaojia, having been briefed on various matters by the office director, entered Secretary Sun's office with utmost respect. "Graduated from Handong University?" Sun Yonghao queried. "Yes, Secretary Sun. Part of the Handong faction?" Sun Yonghao asked directly. "Huh?" Little Dong was equally startled, yet he reacted swiftly. "Secretary Sun, I am not from the legal and political sphere," he explained. "All right, then let's proceed with that," Sun Yonghao replied without further comment, merely giving instructions. "Yes, Secretary," he affirmed. "Here is the article you wrote previously. Please revise it," Sun Yonghao said, presenting his earlier work. "Incorporate some real-life examples," he added. "Understood, Secretary Sun," Little Dong responded, accepting the materials. "After work, I will conduct research and ensure the revised version reaches you at the earliest possible moment." "Very well." Sun Yonghao nodded and waved him out. Once Little Dong had departed, Sun Yonghao scrutinized the documents in his hands. The fund from the Shanxue Group had been secured. The remaining companies should not be able to hold out much longer. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Yonghao called Little Dong back to establish contact with the investing companies, as the Shanxue Group had already remitted their payment. He instructed, "Inquire how much longer it will take for their funds to be in place." "Certainly, Secretary Sun," Little Dong replied as he exited once more. However, some individuals were contemplating retreating. Regardless of the source of their funds, they had managed to replenish their resources in a short span. Yet, not all companies shared this sentiment. Some were even considering withdrawing their investments. Meanwhile, Dakang, who had been closely monitoring the Guangming District project, soon received news, prompting a call to Sun Yonghao. Sun Yonghao, Chapter 47. The Intentions of Sun Yonghao, a Fish in Troubled Waters. Secretary Dakang. Sun Yonghao heard the voice of the person across from him. "Did you know that nearly 10% of the investors have already withdrawn?" Dakang's voice rose significantly. "Oh, is that so?" Sun Yonghao remained unperturbed. "I will look into it. However, perhaps it is for the best that they have departed." Sun Yonghao stated calmly. "I shall return their funds for the land. It is unacceptable for them to occupy the territory without any action. What about the subsequent investments? Let me remind you, Sun Yonghao, the eyes of the entire nation are upon our Guangming District. If any issues arise, you will be the first to face the consequences. You must immediately seek out investors to replace them. Previously, when you mentioned compensating these individuals, I did not intervene, believing in your ability to find investors, as Sun Lianqing suggested. Should any mistakes occur, you will be the scapegoat." Dakang spoke with urgency. "Secretary Dakang, please remain calm," Sun Yonghao replied. "Am I agitated?" Dakang retorted, but his demeanor belied his words, revealing his agitation. "The situation has not yet reached its most dire point." Sun Yonghao continued. "Construction has not even commenced. If these individuals truly depart, I will promptly seek connections to find other investors to compensate." "Very well. I await your news," Dakang said before abruptly ending the call. Sun Yonghao chuckled at Dakang's fervor. Nevertheless, he did not rush to seek others. Instead, he approached Xiao Dong, instructing him to arrange meetings with the investors. Of course, it was not to persuade them to reconsider, but rather to ascertain their true intentions regarding departure. If they were indeed intent on leaving, then it would be time to find replacements. If they wished to remain, financial arrangements would be made. As for the pressure from Dakang, they were overthinking it. Sun Yonghao set Xiao Dong to work. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaowei, after her departure, first made a call to transfer funds, then began to gather information regarding the old master. Along her way, she made numerous calls, maintaining communication until she arrived directly at Gao Yuliang's office. Secretary Yuliang. Zhao Xiaowei greeted the man before her. "Ah, Xiaowei, what brings you here?" Gao Yuliang asked with a smile. "Secretary Yuliang, I have come to seek some truths." Zhao Xiaowei inquired earnestly. "Oh, truths? What truths?" Gao Yuliang's expression turned serious as he regarded Zhao Xiaowei. "Do you believe I am deceiving you?" "Secretary Yuliang, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. I merely wish to know some information." Zhao Xiaowei clarified. "I want to understand the nature of your relationship with Ding Yijin." "Ding Yijin? What connection could I possibly have with him?" "There is none." Gao Yuliang categorically denied the source of the news that Xiaowei had received, questioning how she could assert that he had ties with the corrupt Ding Yijin. "Is it possible that Comrade Yonghao has provided this information?" Gao Yuliang inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Indeed, the information was procured for a staggering 60 million. Xiaowei responded, her expression reflecting the pain of such a substantial financial outlay. Although their assets far exceeded 60 million, parting with such a sum was still a significant burden, affecting many matters, even if it did not constitute a crippling blow. I cannot fathom how Comrade Yonghao acquired this intelligence. I have no relationship with Ding Yijin," Gao Yuliang asserted firmly. "What of your esteemed disciple? What about the relationship with the Shanshui group?" Xiaowei pressed. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuliang fell into a pensive silence. "I shall contact Tongwei immediately and have him come here." Soon after receiving the message, Tongwei appeared in Gao Yuliang's office. "Secretary Yuliang." This time, Tongwei had taken Gao Yuliang's words to heart. In the room, they were only three, and Tongwei greeted Xiaowei before turning back to address the earlier question, which caused him to fall silent once more. "Huh," Xiaowei scoffed coldly. "Now that people have been apprehended, you remain oblivious, having done nothing." She shook her head, lamenting the Zhao family's declining fortunes and the unsavory company they had attracted. "Rest assured, second sister," Tongwei quickly reassured her. "Ding Yijin has long been instructed. He will not betray us. He understands the consequences of such treachery. His family would not fare well either." "Foolish," Xiaowei retorted sharply. "Do you not realize? There are individuals descending upon the capital. This is a struggle. Compromise will not come easily. If they manage to extract information from Ding Yijin, it will be too late to lament. How is it that, after all this time, they have yet to extract anything?" "What of the personnel from the Anti-Corruption Bureau?" Tongwei queried. "This group is different. And do you truly believe Ding Yijin is an unyielding stalwart?" Xiaowei replied with a cold smile. "Moreover, the individuals arriving are your acquaintances. They are Secretary Yuliang's students." "My students? You mean Hou Liangping?" Gao Yuliang's eyes brightened slightly at this revelation. "Indeed, it is the monkey. Is he not one of your own?" Tongwei asked. "One of our own?" Xiaowei scoffed again. "He is now aligned with the Zhong family, not with your Han University faction. If he still cherishes past connections, I suggest you make your move sooner rather than later." Xiaowei trailed off, leaving her words hanging in the air. It is difficult to articulate this sentiment without observing the countenance of the two individuals before me, which has already begun to darken. Has he previously visited this place? Are you aware of the endeavors he has undertaken in the capital? Do you comprehend the relationship between the Zhong family and Jin? Are you privy to the identity of the adversary that the elder is currently facing? Zhao Xiaowei inquired. "Do you understand the purpose of Hou Liangping's descent? Are you aware of who instigated Hou Liangping's arrival?" With each successive question, the expressions of Gao Yuliang and Tongwei grew increasingly grim. "Has the situation deteriorated to this extent?" Gao Yuliang queried. "What is your perspective, Secretary Yuliang? Should we not prepare for all eventualities in advance? The outcome awaiting us may not be favorable." Zhao Xiaowei shook her head and remarked, "My father has also informed me to remain in Handong for the time being to address the matters here. Otherwise, those of us in the same boat may face the peril of capsizing." "I understand." Gao Yuliang nodded, then turned to Tongwei. "Is there any solution from Ding Yijin's side?" "Leave this to me." Zhao Xiaowei glanced around, recognizing that this was not the time for evasion. and took charge of the situation. This was, in fact, the objective behind Sun Yonghao's previous remarks. In the original trajectory, Zhao Ruilong's statement held significant merit. This is precisely an internal struggle between the two factions. Whosoever prevails shall ascend, albeit to a subordinate position. The Zhong family previously occupied this role, and the Zhao family aims to supplant them. As for the issues at hand, it is plausible that Zhao Ruilong is not entirely trustworthy, and the complications may be even greater, making it easier to uncover the trail. Coupled with the inadequacies of the Zhao clan's preparations, the miscalculated risks have allowed their side to triumph in the struggle. Chapter 48. Seeking assistance amidst unexpected developments. At this juncture, it is clear to all present the nature of the situation. One side boasts significant power, while the other holds a lofty position. It remains to be seen how far they can progress. This struggle will likely remain contained within certain limits, although the duration may be prolonged, allowing those with genuine issues to face consequences. Such circumstances afford others more time to strategize. Whether it is Governor Liu or Executive Fong orchestrating arrangements, their efforts will undoubtedly fortify their influence. One must be wary that once the current matters are resolved, there may be intentions to target the neutral parties. At that point, Sun Yonghao's circumstances will not be so favorable. Thus, it is prudent to introduce some obstacles from the outset. They have unequivocally regarded Xiao Jin as a formidable opponent, making future confrontations less straightforward. Concurrently, Sun Yonghao has received intelligence from Xiao Dong, who relayed, Secretary Sun, the individuals have arrived. However, most investors have resolutely decided against investing in Guangming District. Understood, Sun Yonghao replied, rising from his seat. Let us proceed to meet these investors. By the way, have you informed District Chief Sun? I have, and he expressed his intention to join us, Xiao Dong reported. Very well, let us go. With that, Sun Yonghao headed toward the conference room. The investors were already gathered, and as Sun Lianqing and Sun Yonghao approached, Sun Yonghao wasted no time after taking his seat, stating, You mentioned your intention to withdraw from Guangming District. It appears you're serious about this? Secretary Sun, please understand, our company simply cannot allocate more funds. One investor responded, We hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you in the future. I respect your decision, given the unfortunate circumstances that have arisen. Sun Yonghao nodded, inquiring, Did you bring the previous contracts? Yes, we did. The investors opened their briefcases and produced the contracts. Rest assured, the amount you initially invested will be reimbursed by Guangming District in the shortest possible time. As for the funds allocated to Ding Yijin, that is beyond our jurisdiction. Sun Yonghao clarified. Upon hearing this, the investors' expressions turned grim. After all, a once lucrative venture had devolved into this predicament. What recourse did they have? Fortunately, their investments were not excessively large, allowing Guangming District to manage the reimbursements. However, Sun Yonghao did not intend to disperse the funds immediately. It would be prudent to await the next party to assume responsibility. Yet, he recognized that the delay should not be prolonged, for dragging the matter would indeed be detrimental to these individuals. I will endeavor to ensure that the funds are transferred to your company's account within the next fortnight. The lands you acquired will no longer belong to you after that point, Sun Yonghao explained, addressing the stipulations outlined in the contract. Even if these individuals possess remarkable abilities, can they truly rival the Mountain Water Group? It is their standing in Handong that is being referenced, rather than their scale. Perhaps some of their companies are not inferior to the Mountain Water Group at all. However, when it comes to influence, they fall considerably short. Now that the personnel from the Mountain Water Group have conceded, can they truly compete with Sun Yonghao? Moreover, Li Dakang, who had previously been their staunch supporter, has now remained silent, leaving them with no choice but to depart. The documents were swiftly signed without much effort. Before their departure, Sun Yonghao looked at them and remarked with a smile, I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. When business doesn't prosper, friendship remains. We all have faith in Secretary Sun's character, and should there be a chance in the future, we will certainly seize it. These individuals shook hands with Sun Yonghao, reluctantly leaving the Guangming District. Sigh. Sun Lianqing observed their departure with a heavy heart. What troubles you, District Chief Sun? Sun Yonghao inquired with a smile. It's nothing. I just worked so hard to keep them here, yet they ultimately chose to leave. But if they are to go, then let it be. Out with the old, in with the new. It all rests on you now, Secretary Yonghao. Sun Lianqing chuckled. I'll make a phone call, Sun Yonghao said, pulling out his mobile phone. I'll step away for a moment. Sun Lianqing replied, preparing to exit. No need. Sun Yonghao shook his head with a smile and proceeded to connect the call to Executive Fong. Yonghao, why are you calling me at this hour? Executive Fong answered. I wanted to inquire if there are any companies you could recommend, as we currently have a gap in investors in Guangming District. Sun Yonghao responded with a smile. What? Does Comrade Yonghao truly lack such individuals? Executive Fong chuckled. I was merely thinking of you, Executive Fong, Sun Yonghao clarified. You are well aware of the situation here. Investments are not prone to losses. However, the required capital is substantial, and the recovery period will be somewhat lengthy. If you have any recommendations, please share. If not, I can reach out to others. Sun Yonghao continued. All right, I will connect you with a few people. Executive Fong replied without hesitation. Our government still has some enterprises under its wing. Previously, we just hadn't found the right opportunity. Your city's party secretary is quite formidable. Now that an opportunity has arisen, why not lend a hand? I will also recommend a reputable company. What kind of share can they offer? What projects are involved? Sun Yonghao inquired. 2 plazas, a large supermarket, and a hotel. He elaborated on the area's deficiencies. Excellent, Executive Fong remarked, claiming a portion for himself. Although he had such companies at hand, he could not monopolize them entirely. The call was made to him as an executive, reflecting the respect accorded by his seniors. It would be inappropriate to demand everything from them. All right, I will handle the remainder. Sun Yonghao smiled. I shall reach out to them immediately. With that, the call was disconnected, and Sun Yonghao, surveying the remaining items, placed a direct call to the capital. Ding Laosan. Upon connection, Sun Yonghao exclaimed. Well, if it isn't our secretary's son, what brings you to call me? A cheeky voice resonated from the other end. Cut the nonsense. I'm calling you what? Do I need an appointment? Sun Yonghao retorted with a chuckle. That is certainly not necessary. The other party replied with a playful tone. What can I do for you, brother Sun? Is there a company associated with your second uncle? Sun Yonghao inquired. Indeed, what is on your mind? The tone became more serious. Correct, it's in the Guangming District of Handong City. Have someone come to see me. There's an investment exceeding 300 million. If the funding chain is insufficient, just find someone for me. Sun Yonghao stated. Since brother Sun has spoken, there's no need to elaborate. I'll contact them right away. The voice on the other end responded cheerfully. After hanging up, Sun Yonghao did not pause, dialing again. Chen Urge, it's me, Yonghao. The person he reached out to was over a decade his senior, speaking with a notable gravity. Yonghao, what a surprise to hear from you. However, as they conversed, a sudden uproar erupted from outside. Sun Yonghao furrowed his brow, sensing the escalating commotion drawing ever closer to their vicinity. Chapter 49. Are you obstructing official duties? The voice of Xiao Dong resonated, having previously stood outside the door. Sir, may I inquire about your business? The visitor from the Anti-Corruption Bureau interjected, presenting his credentials. What an imposing figure your secretary's son is. How long have we been waiting here? Have you been in a meeting this entire time? Now that those attending have departed, you still claim to be in a meeting? Is this truly a meeting, or are you simply avoiding us from the Anti-Corruption Bureau? As he spoke, he approached the conference room door. Halt! Xiao Dong immediately positioned himself in front of him. Step aside. You are obstructing official duties. Do you realize that? The man scornfully pointed a finger at Xiao Dong. Currently, the leadership is occupied. Kindly wait a moment, sir. Should you continue this unreasonable disruption, I will summon security. Xiao Dong replied with an impassive demeanor. Summon security? Who can you possibly call? I can easily reach Tongwei at the provincial office. And I can also contact Zhao Donglai at the municipal level. Go ahead, make that call. The man boasted arrogantly. Previously in the capital, he had been cautious while at home, but now he was brazenly audacious, especially since he found himself in the rural expanse of Handong province. After much effort, he finally secured this opportunity, unaware of the toll it took on him each night. A woman in her 40s, she was truly formidable. To this day, He still felt a dull ache in his lower back when recalling the sacrifices he made. He had come to this rural place, his former hometown, with aspirations of returning in glory. With Chen Hai's flattery, old Ji's esteem, and Secretary Sha's entrustment, he had become remarkably powerful. Now, merely seeking a low-ranking official, he was made to wait an excessive duration. Was this an attempt to assert dominance over him? He had heard whispers that Secretary Sun possessed some background. Yet in the presence of Hou Liangping, he was unworthy. Coincidentally, both the affairs of Ding Yijin and Kai Qinggong were intricately linked to Guangming District, and even to the current Deputy Secretary of Guangming District, Sun Yonghao. Moreover, the prior conflict with Chen Yanshi, who was none other than Secretary Sha's adoptive father and a veteran with reputed connections in the capital, made it all the more ludicrous for someone with merely the background of an executive vice governor to challenge Hou Liangping. What ist, if he dared to assert his authority, today would reveal who truly held the power. Step aside. As he uttered this, Hou Liangping attempted to push past Xiao Dong. Brother Zhao? Xiao Dong interjected, while simultaneously dialing Zhao Ling, who is not only the leader's driver, but also a security personnel. If there is anything needed, feel free to contact him directly. That is precisely what we have done. There is an individual claiming to be from the Anti-Corruption Bureau attempting to force his way into the secretary's conference room, reported Xiao Dong. Who do you think you can summon? He continued, as he himself retrieved his mobile phone, preparing to make contact. However, Zhao Ling soon arrived at the conference room with his subordinates, swiftly apprehending Hou Liangping and escorting him out. Who are you people? I will contact Tongwei from the provincial office and Zhao Donglai from the municipal bureau. This individual was genuinely incensed. When had he ever been treated with such disdain? Was this not a humiliation? He had assumed that mentioning two prominent names would compel the others to relent. Yet they paid him no heed and continued to drag him away. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao had nearly finished his call with Brother Chen. Having reached out to a technology company along with its factory, after concluding, Brother Chen, perplexed, inquired, Yonghao, has something transpired over there? Sun Yonghao cast a glance towards Sun Lianqing, who had previously focused solely on the phone call. While he had heard some commotion from outside, he hadn't paid attention to the specifics of the argument. Sun Lianqing took a few steps towards the door, seemingly having overheard something. Secretary Yonghao, it is the Anti-Corruption Bureau. They mentioned the provincial office seeking Qi Tongwei and the municipal bureau looking for Zhao Donglai. They also commented on their arrogance. Sun Lianqing explained. Who are they? Do they possess no sense of decorum? How does the Anti-Corruption Bureau conduct their affairs? Sun Yonghao's expression darkened. Just then, a voice echoed from the phone. Is this the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Handong Procuratorate? Indeed. What is the matter, Brother Chen? Sun Yonghao responded. It is quite a coincidence. Our Supreme Procuratorate has just dispatched a director from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. The son-in-law of the Zhong family embodies such a character. Though I have not been here long, I am well aware of his nature. I never expected there to be such a person in Handong province. Brother Chen chuckled. Could it truly be him? Hou Liangping, correct? Sun Yonghao inquired. Indeed. Yonghao, you have heard of this individual? Brother Chen remarked. He is the grandson of a commander from his grandfather's military days, with quite the advantageous connections. Chen Guiran. I have heard of him. How could I not? He is quite the troublemaker. With that, Sun Yonghao approached the door, and indeed, it was him. It really is him. Sun Yonghao smiled. Has he become so brazen since arriving in Handong? Brother Chen also chuckled. I shall issue him a reprimand. A little publicity should suffice. Sun Yonghao smiled. This rascal still possesses some utility. However, a lesson must be imparted. A son-in-law aspiring to overturn the status quo? Let's proceed. The agreement was promptly reached. After Sun Yonghao emerged, he uttered a few words before abruptly ending the call. Xiao Dong arrived and addressed him. Secretary, I apologize for the disturbance. What is the situation? Sun Yonghao pointed toward a figure in the distance and inquired. Is this how you treat your comrades? The individual being restrained glanced back, still aware of the unfolding situation. Your comrade? Sun Yonghao chuckled lightly, yet gestured for them to bring the person back, though they were not released. He regarded the captive with a bemused expression and asked, Name and position. Let me go. The man, now visibly agitated upon seeing his return, shouted at those around him. However, without Sun Yonghao's command, they had no intention of releasing him. Particularly, Xiao Ling, who firmly gripped Hou Liangping's arm, tightened his hold, eliciting a cry of pain that rendered the man considerably more compliant. Sun Yonghao, are you merely allowing them to treat me this way? Who knows what your true intentions are? Sun Yonghao fixed his gaze on the individual before him and stated, if you refuse to disclose your name and position, so be it. Take him away, transfer him to Chengdu, and confine him for now. Wait, this man, having navigated through such circumstances, certainly understood the essence of submission. Otherwise, he would not have endured so long at home. Yet, one could easily surmise his thoughts, likely plotting revenge for the future. His eyes betrayed his intentions, as if he believed no one could see through his facade. Eventually, he began to introduce himself, albeit reluctantly. Chapter 50. Make a name for yourself. My name is Hou Liangping, currently serving as the Deputy Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Handong Provincial Procuratorate, enjoying a Deputy Department-level status. This Hou Liangping, wherever he goes, never misses an opportunity to mention his position and privileges. Originally, he was in this position due to Chen Yanshi being incapacitated in the hospital and unable to continue his role in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. It was quite normal for him to step into this role, considering that Chen, a former deputy department-level official, had vacated it. However, after the recent upheaval involving Zhao Jin, many were eager to see him fall from grace. The fact that his privileges were not revoked was already a concession to the Zhong family. The notion that he could be arranged for a promotion after stepping down was merely a delusion. Currently, he still enjoys the same deputy department-level status as he did in the capital, yet the tasks he undertakes remain at the level of a regular department official. Moreover, it is perplexing to observe his smug demeanor while regarding Sun Yonghao, as if he believes that his deputy department-level status grants him superiority. Does he think that merely because he holds a higher title, he has the right to look down on others? He is merely a regular department-level official seeking validation in his presence. He is mistaken. Before Sun Yonghao, he finds no recognition nor envy for his supposed status. At his age, approaching 40, he is still clinging to a regular department position, and it is only through the backing of the Zhong family that he has achieved his current standing. His wife has already attained the rank of deputy department head. Meanwhile, his peer, Chen Yanshi, has genuinely become a deputy department head, both in title and privilege. And what of Tongwei? Although slightly older, he now holds the position of a full department head. As for Hou Liangping, how many years of effort will it take for him to achieve a status that matches his title? If he successfully navigates the current situation, it may lead him to the role of the Anti-Corruption Bureau Director, which would finally align his title with a deputy department level rank. However, by then, it is likely that Chen Yanshi will also advance, leaving him still trailing behind. Yet, it is precisely due to Chen Yanshi's connections that he has managed to reach this point. Without the Zhong family, he likely would not have attained even this much recognition. Despite having made some progress, he feels dwarfed in the presence of Sun Yonghao. The age gap between them exceeds a decade. How can he even dare to compare himself? As he observes others still holding him in contempt, he cannot help but reprimand them. No need to rush. Sun Yonghao replied with a cold smile. Let me confirm this with a call. He took out his mobile phone, but since he had no direct contact with Ji Changming, he could only reach out to Executive Fong. Although he had Qi Tongwei's number and knew Hou Liangping's identity was legitimate, he saw no need for any grand announcements on his behalf. Sun Yonghao directly contacted Fong Zhibin, saying, "Hello, Executive Fong, this is Sun Yonghao. Comrade Yonghao, what brings you to call?" Fong Zhibin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that this inquiry likely pertained to official matters and that there were others present. I have someone here claiming to be the Deputy Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and he insists on holding a Deputy Department-level status. Without any regard, he charged into our conference room. There was no way to stop him. He just barreled in. There was no documentation or proof of any kind, so I must inquire. Is there such a person within our prosecutor's office or the Anti-Corruption Bureau? Alas, I am not privy to that information. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhibin immediately understood the situation. This was clearly an intention to impose discipline. He promptly suggested, It must be from the political and legal sector. You should contact Secretary Yuliang. Alternatively, Secretary Xia could also be informed. He should be aware of this as well. Oh, I see. However, I do not possess the contact details for either Secretary Yuliang or Secretary Xia. Could you provide them to me? Sun Yonghao inquired. Sure, I'll send them to you shortly. Do reach out. Fang Shengzhang replied with a smile. Before long, the contact information was sent to Sun Yonghao's phone, and he began to make the call. Is this Secretary Yuliang? I am Sun Yonghao, from Guangming District. Comrade Yonghao. Upon hearing this name, Gao Yuliang's face immediately lit up with a smile. Here's the situation. Sun Yonghao reiterated his previous statements. This person has been exceedingly reckless and rude. Just charging in like that. If one were unaware, they might think they were here to apprehend someone. Comrade Yonghao, please have him answer the phone. We indeed have such a deputy director in Handong. Gao Yuliang clarified. All right. With that, Sun Yonghao handed the phone to Hou Liangping, saying, It's Secretary Yuliang on the line. Professor Gao, it's me, Hou Liangping. Hou Liangping exclaimed. Indeed, it is you, Liangping. You have been rather reckless this time. Gao Yuliang began to lecture. With Zhao Xiaoyi's previous involvement and the support of Sun Yonghao's information, Gao Yuliang's attitude had shifted considerably. However, upon hearing his student's voice, old Gao couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Fortunately, after years of experience, he was not easily shaken. Yes, Professor Gao, they are still holding me. Hou Liangping promptly reported. I even mentioned your name. Your mention of Secretary Yuliang? What did you say that? Sun Yonghao interjected. You. Hou Liangping's gaze turned icy. All right, knowing who you are suffices. Sun Yonghao took back the phone and asked Secretary Yuliang, do you have any idea what Inspector G means? Or is this the intention of Director Chen? They charged into our conference room without a care. I was in a meeting, liaising with investors, and they nearly disrupted significant matters for our Guangming District and Jingzhou City. I truly cannot fathom how a cadre, especially a deputy director, could act in such a manner. I initially wanted to reach out to Inspector G, but regrettably, I lack contact details. All right, Comrade Yonghao, I will certainly reprimand them appropriately, Gao Yuliang assured. Secretary Yuliang's words are indeed perplexing. I merely sought to verify their authenticity, as they hardly seem to resonate with anyone from our team. I shall not intrude upon Secretary Yuliang's duties any further, Sun Yonghao remarked. After their call concluded, Sun Yonghao turned to the individual before him and said, Release him. He is indeed one of our own. Sun Yonghao, you are quite impressive, exclaimed Hou Liangping, who had never faced such a significant setback. Due to a series of prior events involving Kai Qinggong and the subsequent matters concerning Chen Yanshi, he harbored little affection for Sun Yonghao, even contemplating a lesson for him. Now, having lost such an important figure, the rift between them seemed insurmountable. He vowed that he would not rest until Sun Yonghao was brought low. Thank you. I am well. Sun Yonghao replied with a subtle smile. I now intend to interrogate Kai Qinggong. Hou Liangping asserted, stating his demands. Sun Yonghao inquired, regarding the man before him with curiosity. What do you mean? I wish to interrogate Kai Qinggong. Comrade Yonghao, do you not comprehend? Hou Liangping cast a disdainful glance. Just wait. You shall face the consequences. For now, you must cooperate fully with my work. While he understood the words, Sun Yonghao countered. You simply arrive here at Guangming District, informing me that you wish to interrogate? Where are your documents? Have you communicated this in advance? Has your superior been notified? You come here without any preparation, expecting to interrogate me? Sun Yonghao mocked. Hou Liangping's face flushed crimson, eager to retort, but his phone buzzed in his pocket. Chapter 51. What am I? A buffoon? Sun Yonghao also heard such voices and ceased his verbal assault on Hou Liangping, merely observing him. At that moment, Hou Liangping was released and, amidst his embarrassment, heard a voice that promptly provided a means to alleviate the awkwardness. Without knowing who was on the other end, he hastily retrieved his phone and, without a glance, answered the call. I am Hou Liangping, the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. The person on the other end seemed unfazed by Hou Liangping's declaration and immediately reprimanded him. Hou Liangping, are you currently in the Guangming District? Yiyan? Upon hearing the caller's voice, Hou Liangping felt perplexed, wondering why Ji Jian was calling at this moment. Could there be some arrangements to discuss? Speak. It was evident that Ji Changming was in a foul mood. Yes, I am in the Guangming District, Hou Liangping replied. However, his already sour disposition was further aggravated by Sun Yonghao's bullying. Just when he finally received a call from his superior, he was still being chastised. Did everyone think he was easy to intimidate? Do you have any idea who Secretary Yonghao is? Do you know your own position? Do you understand that organizational matters require procedure? Tell me, what is your current status in the Guangming District? Are you approaching a cadre of the proper level without organizational permissions? Has there been acknowledgement from leadership? Has there been communication? Hou Liangping was taken aback by the barrage of questions. Have you lost your mind? His tone turned cold. He was not some rootless individual. He had the backing of a Zhong family. Have you forgotten how you used to speak to me in a friendly manner? Now you act as if you've lost your senses? He was merely working in Handong, dispatched by the Zhong family, not expelled from it. Was he now speaking to him in such a manner as if he had no future? What are you implying? What is your attitude? Xiao Jin was infuriated. However, his previous demeanor of a congenial person, who seldom exercised authority over his subordinates, had resulted in a lack of respect for many. Yet, the subordinates he referred to were only a select few. Chen Hai, the son of Chen Yanshi, a student of Gao Yuliang, had now become akin to a younger brother to Xiao Jin. Liu Yike, similarly connected through a maternal uncle to Gao Yuliang, had a father who was a military officer and a mother who was a prosecutor. And now there was Hou Liangping, the son-in-law of the Zhong family. For others, Ji Changming still commanded respect, but in front of these individuals, he found it increasingly challenging to assert his authority. Those individuals were quite audacious, and Ji Changming preferred not to offend them, merely wishing for a stable retirement. Otherwise, with Ji Changming's extensive experience and his position as their superior, he may not dare to openly offend them. However, he can certainly create difficulties for them, which they would be utterly powerless to counter. It is merely his reluctance that holds him back. Yet, while he is diligently managing his work, he finds himself under a barrage of criticism from Governor Liu, Secretary Yuliang, and the executive Fong. In a particularly blunt manner, Governor Liu questions him, suggesting that as he approaches retirement, he has lost interest in managing affairs and can no longer oversee his subordinates effectively. He compares Ji unfavorably to himself, stating that despite his impending retirement, he remains dedicated to his duties. The implication is clear. If Ji cannot manage his team, he will seek someone who can. For Ji Changming, who is solely focused on achieving a stable conclusion, this is akin to a thunderbolt. His current demeanor, even if unfriendly, is understandable, especially in light of the instigator of his plight, Hou Liangping. As a fellow retiree, he can deeply empathize with such sentiments. While he may choose to disengage, he expects to be respected. He cannot dictate who may ascend, but he is confident in his ability to determine who shall not. Previously, he turned a blind eye to their actions to avoid excessive involvement. However, now that his reputation is at stake, he can no longer afford such leniency. Ji Changming has little inclination to dwell on Hou Liangping's remarks. He lacks the time to engage in further discussions, as he must report to Governor Liu, Secretary Yuliang, Executive Fong, and possibly Secretary Xia as well. Return to me immediately, Yifangming commended. But, Director Ji, I am here specifically for the case. Hou Liangping protested, reluctant to retreat. The loss of such a significant figure would render his return an utter failure. Only by detaining the individual could he hope to salvage a modicum of his lost dignity. I am right here. If I can submit the documents, I can take the person away at once. He reasoned with Ji Changming. Now he speaks of rules and rationality, yet it is far too late. You still wish to take someone? Ji Changming felt a wave of dizziness. His blood pressure was rising, and his heart was uneasy. You must return to me immediately. I shall not elaborate further. Should you choose to remain, you will bear the consequences. Not every situation can be resolved by Director Zhong. The depths of this matter are profound. With that, Ji Changming fulfilled his final duty and abruptly ended the call. Hou Liangping, holding the phone, felt his face flush with embarrassment, wondering if today would truly bring him utter disgrace. No, that cannot be allowed to happen. Hou Liangping expressed that he had never suffered such a significant loss or endured such humiliation. He felt that, compared to his past experiences. The incident involving his senior kneeling on the playground was far less disgraceful. With a fiercely protective sense of pride, Hou Liangping could hardly accept such indignity. Very well, if I am not to be the master of my own fate, then I shall seek out someone who can grant me that authority. Casting a cold glance at the onlookers, he scoffed, "Just wait and see." Sun Yonghao gazed curiously at the figure before him, who, despite having previously taken action, had since refrained from further aggression. Yet, the expression on the monkey's face seemed to have transformed dramatically, akin to a vibrant dye shop. As he issued yet another threatening remark, "Secretary Sun?" The crowd turned their attention to Sun Yonghao, awaiting his command. Should he choose to give an order? Even with an understanding of Hou Liangping's true identity, they would be more than willing to detain him once more and deliver him to the authorities. "Let's depart." Sun Yonghao replied with a shake of his head and a faint smile. As Hou Liangping walked away, he glanced back to see that many had already departed, notably Sun Yonghao, who had returned to his office. This indifference was more disconcerting than being scrutinized. If they were observing him, it would imply that they valued his presence, that they regarded him with importance. But what did this signify? A complete disregard for his existence? Was he merely a jester? This was what Hou Liangping despised most. Once, he had been a figure of great esteem, but ever since entering the Zhong family, he had been relegated to such a role. Out in the world, he was compelled to showcase his significance, his superiority, his power. Chapter 52. Where is Xiao Jin? What is his attitude? However, at this moment, Hou Liangping observed that all those behind him had departed without so much as a glance or a hint of concern. Very well. Let it not be said that he refrained from employing his full strength. He proceeded towards the corner, his back bending increasingly as he walked. Simultaneously, he was rapidly adjusting his tone, demeanor, and even the expression on his face, carefully and delicately opening his phone as if it were a precious treasure. After a prolonged wait, the call was finally connected. The smile on Hou Liangping's face grew more pronounced. "Darling, Liangping, you finally remembered to call me." The voice on the other end was cold, tinged with sarcasm. "If I didn't know better, I think our director, Ho, had gone missing. My dear, I am now the deputy director, and I hold the rank of a deputy bureau chief." Hou Liangping emphasized his status. "Humph." Zhong Xiai replied with a derisive laugh. "My dear, I truly have no other option. You cannot fathom how complex the situation is here. The people here are exceedingly unruly." Hou Liangping began to complain. However, as he shifted his posture, Zhong Xiai quickly discerned his intentions. "Speak plainly. What troubles are you facing?" "Forgive me, my dear, but I find myself at my wit's end." Hou Liangping confessed. "Upon my arrival, the local staff were remarkably uncooperative with my work. Today, someone even dared to insult me brazenly. They treat me, and our Zhong family, with utter disdain." In his words, it seemed he had already begun to identify himself with the Zhong family. Throughout the conversation, there was little mention of his own family, save for a childhood friend who had sought his assistance. "They may belittle me, but what of their disdain for the Zhong family? How can we maintain our authority in the future? What on earth is going on? Speak to me candidly." Zhong Xiai responded, a mix of exasperation and indignation in her voice. Within the Zhong family, numerous individuals looked down upon Hou Liangping, and she was well aware of his shortcomings. Nonetheless, they recognized that he performed admirably in other respects, and with the children growing older, the Zhong family occasionally needed such an audacious individual. In due time, he could be cast aside or wielded as a weapon to aid the family's endeavors. However, regardless of how the Zhong family perceived Hou Liangping, their opinion was a private matter and did not justify the disdain of outsiders. Presently, Hou Liangping, in many respects, still represented the dignity of the Zhong family. If others dared to look down upon him, they must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, how could the family's prestige be upheld? Upon hearing these words, Hou Liangping's expression brightened further as he embellished the account for Zhong Xiai. "Is this truly the attitude of Ji Changming?" Zhong Xiai inquired, her tone revealing her discontent. Regarding Ji Changming, Zhong Xiaoi was quite informed, and she herself was taken aback by such an attitude. "Indeed, Xiaoi," Hou Liangping affirmed. "What about Xiao Jin? What is his stance?" Zhong Xiaoi inquired once more. "I have yet to ask." Hou Liangping replied quietly. "All right, You should directly approach Xiao Jin and report the matter to him. Your purpose for going down this time is to serve Xiao Jin. He has no reason to disregard you. With Xiao Jin's involvement, ensure to communicate effectively with old Ji as well. You are his subordinate, not his servant. He cannot direct his ire towards you. Understood, my dear. Indeed, it is our own kin who can be relied upon. Outsiders are rather unreliable. Hou Liangping chuckled awkwardly. Enough. Just remember that. Zhong Zioi stated, I have matters to attend to, so I shall refrain from further discussion. My dear, how should we handle Sun Yonghao? Hou Liangping certainly did not forget the purpose of this call. However, upon hearing his words, Zhong Zioi became somewhat impatient. Are you foolish? If you inform Xiao Jin, can he not address it for you? What else is to be done? Should I, as a member of the disciplinary committee, personally call him and threaten Sun Yonghao? Yet, as she spoke, Zhong Zioi suddenly paused in realization. What is the background of this Sun Yonghao? Where does he come from? My dear, you are overthinking it. Sun Yonghao does have some connections. Hou Liangping replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, I doubt he would be so audacious. However, his connections amount to merely that of vice-provincial governor Fong. A mere executive position. So that is the case. This revelation eased Zhong Zioi considerably. Initially, she had thought he was someone of significant stature. Although the name was somewhat unfamiliar, it strangely echoed in her memory. The Zhong family is also a burgeoning lineage, with her father's generation finally rising to prominence. Previously, their patriarch, though a veteran soldier, did not occupy the highest of positions. Compared to Xiao Jin today, he was even less significant and could not associate with the truly elite families. Nowadays, those collaborating with the Zhong family are similarly situated. They were not initially of the highest caliber, yet their second generation has gradually flourished. Thus, while she possesses some knowledge of the elite families, it is not exhaustive. She is familiar with the majority, but cannot claim to know everyone, especially those who prefer to remain discreet and focus on their development. They guard against adversaries who might attempt to trip them up during their vulnerable stages. Obstacles in work can be managed, as they pertain to personal capability. However, should there be indications from higher-ups, it surpasses acceptable boundaries. Very well, you should reach out to Xiao Jin directly. I will inquire about the situation when I find the time. Zhong Zioi concluded. Is there anything else? No, my dear. I wish you joy every day and everlasting beauty. As he spoke, Hou Liangping glanced around, ensuring there was no one else present, before covering his phone and murmuring, Once I return, I will meticulously prepare the report, crafting it to utmost perfection. It must surely satisfy my wife. With a playful tone, he concluded the conversation, and the call was disconnected. Shortly thereafter, another call reached Xiao Jin. Hello. A youthful voice resonated from the other end. Is this Secretary Xia? This is Hou Liangping. Director Hou. Secretary Xia is currently in a meeting and may require some time, replied Secretary Bai. Is there something urgent you wish to discuss? There are indeed matters of importance. I shall come over now, Hou Liangping responded. Very well. Secretary Bai acquiesced. I shall await your esteemed presence. Director Hou. With that, Hou Liangping ended the call and set off towards the Provincial Party Committee building, his spirits considerably lifted. However, in his workplace, many were holding their breaths in trepidation. The memory of their superior's previous fury was still vivid in their minds. Not everyone possessed the same backing as Chen Hai, Liu Yike, or Hou Liangping. Most were cautious and circumspect. Meanwhile, Chen Hai and Liu Yike remained in Ji Changming's office, enduring a stern reprimand, particularly for Chen Hai. Secretary Ji was utterly incensed this time, showing no leniency in front of Liu Yike. Chapter 53. The primary responsibility lies with me, not you. Moreover, most of Ji Changming's words echoed those of Governor Liu from before. Chen Hai, do you have some sort of issue? Can you not manage your subordinates? Are you aware of what Hou Liangping has been doing? Do you understand the gravity of the situation? The matter concerning Hou Liangping has already reached the entire provincial committee and the provincial government. Just moments ago, Governor Liu, Secretary Yuliang, and Executive Fong all called me. Do you know what they said about our prosecutor's office and your anti-corruption bureau? Disorganized and undisciplined. Ji Changming's words rendered Chen Hai utterly speechless. While he certainly knew the details, could he dare to speak up? To preserve his relationship with Hou Liangping, Chen Hai even considered shouldering all the blame. However, before he could voice anything, Liu Yike beside him expressed her discontent. The prosecutor's office? What does that have to do with Chen Hai? This is solely Hou Liangping's doing. Who is he, anyway? Just a special envoy from a capital. Or we in their eyes? Merely country folk. Do they owe us any regard? Will they show us any respect? Liu Yike. At this moment, Chen Hai turned slightly, murmuring a quiet admonition. Umph. Liu Yike scoffed, falling silent thereafter. However, her remarks only served to incite Ji Changming's fury further. Can't manage it? If you can't, what are you even doing as the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau? Do you know what the higher-ups are saying? They are directly looking for me, Ji Changming. If anything goes awry in the prosecutor's office, be it your Anti-Corruption Bureau or any other department, I am the primary responsible party. When issues arise, I am the first they seek out. Now that your Anti-Corruption Bureau has encountered problems, should I not hold its director accountable? Liu Yike? Ji Jian, what is troubling you today? Is it just because Hou Liangping took it upon himself to interrogate Kai Chunggong? Liu Yike queried, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What significant issue could arise? Is it truly worth such anger? Is it worth such anger? Let me tell you, if this matter is not handled properly, it will not just be Hou Liangping's issue. It will implicate our entire prosecutor's office, and I cannot escape responsibility. Do you understand the current situation? Ji Changming scolded, feeling weary. Enough. It's futile to talk to you. Chen Hai, you will accompany me to report to Governor Liu, Secretary Yuliang, and Executive Fong shortly. But first, let us consult Secretary Xia. Perhaps the situation will improve. Yes. Yi Yian. What else could Chen Hai say? He could only comply. Ji Changming then glanced at Liu Yike, waving his hand in resignation. You may return for now. Having said that, he set off towards the Secretary Xia Ruijin's office, accompanied by his team. However, it was conveyed to them that Secretary Xia was currently in a meeting and they would need to wait a while longer. Additionally, Governor Liu and his associates were also occupied, leaving them to bide their time. Meanwhile, Governor Liu, along with other standing committee members, convened in the conference room. Comrades, today's gathering is called by Governor Liu for a brief meeting. Let us allow the governor to elucidate the specifics of the matter. Secretary Xia initiated the meeting, and the remaining attention turned to Governor Liu. Comrades, the purpose of this meeting, while seemingly trivial, warrants our consideration. Governor Liu commenced his introduction, indicating that the matter at hand was not significant enough to necessitate this assembly. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. We cannot overlook even minor issues. What is the situation? You may ask. This brings us to the two comrades who recently arrived from the capital. One is Comrade Sun Yonghao, the current Deputy Secretary of the Guangming District Committee, and the other is Comrade Hou Liangping, the Deputy Director of our Anti-Corruption Bureau. The situation pertains to Comrade Hou Liangping as he spoke. Governor Liu impartially recounted the previous circumstances to everyone. Comrades, this matter may not require extensive discussion in our standing committee. However, the background of Comrade Hou Liangping is well known to all. In recent times, his actions have not gone unnoticed. While it may be an exaggeration to label them as reckless, his impetuousness has certainly captured our attention. Furthermore, he is affiliated with the Procuratorate, not merely a subordinate of our provincial committee, but also part of the Supreme Procuratorate jurisdiction. We cannot permit such brashness in our Handong region. Additionally, there are certain actions of Comrade Hou Liangping in the capital that we must consider. Perhaps our customs differ from those in the capital. In Handong, we still require documentation and communication in our dealings. Upon hearing this, Secretary Xia's expression immediately grew tense, yet he refrained from interrupting Governor Liu, waiting patiently for him to conclude. Should we not issue some form of warning to Comrade Hou Liangping? It is unnecessary for us to escalate matters. We simply need to ensure that Comrade Hou is made aware of certain missteps. Had Governor Liu not raised this issue, no one would have dared to take a stand, especially against the son-in-law of the Zhong family, who was brought here by Secretary Xia, wielding authority as if it were a sword. Even though they observed Comrade Hou Liangping's audacity, which may have bordered on offense, they could only chuckle it off. Out of respect for both the Zhong family and Secretary Xia, it was not worth their while to pursue the matter. However, with Governor Liu now taking the initiative, while they may not support him directly, they would undoubtedly refrain from opposition. They could even join the consensus to impart a lesson to this insufferable individual. Governor Liu, it must be said, Comrade Hou Liangping is still rather young and may act with a certain recklessness. However, the heart remains kind and upright, embodying the essence of innocence. Engaging in such actions may indeed reflect a lack of comprehensive consideration, yet we must not stifle the enthusiasm of our comrades in their endeavors. I propose we let this matter rest. A verbal warning should suffice. Xiao Jin did not entirely dismiss the issue, merely suggesting that he acknowledge its existence. Moreover, Governor Liu previously mentioned that this matter concerns colleagues from the Supreme Procuratorate. We cannot afford to present them with such a substantial gift upon their arrival. Upon hearing Xiao Jin's words, many nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential for embarrassment in taking such a course of action. Conversely, Governor Liu shook his head resolutely. This situation transcends mere innocence. If it were truly a matter of pure-heartedness, commendation would be warranted. However, the current behavior exhibits a complete disregard for protocol. Furthermore, this is not the first instance involving Comrade Hou Liangping. Numerous complaints regarding him have emerged, including some feedback from the capital. At this revelation, many faces shifted in expression. Nevertheless, given that Secretary Xia previously noted these individuals are newly appointed from the Supreme Procuratorate, I believe we could propose 2 sanctions regarding Comrade Hou Liangping, or perhaps 2 recommendations, leaving the final decision to the Supreme Procuratorate. Upon hearing this suggestion, Xiao Jin found it difficult to maintain his position. It seems prudent to allow the Supreme Procuratorate to make the final determination, and Xiao Jin felt reassured that Comrade Hou Liangping would likely face no further issues. Chapter 54, Comrade Liangping. Given the current situation, there is little we can do. Well then, comrades, do any of you have further opinions? Observing that Xiao Jin had not yet finished speaking, Governor Liu turned to those present and inquired. At this moment, the others remained silent. Governor Liu continued. Based on the circumstances surrounding Comrade Hou Liangping, we shall impose 2 penalties. Just as he was about to articulate the first punishment, he noticed the anxious expressions of Xiao Yang and Xiao Bai, both of whom were regarded as the second-in-command within the provincial committee and provincial government. Governor Liu exchanged a glance with Xiao Jin and simultaneously beckoned to their secretaries. After a brief exchange of the ears of the 2 individuals, their expressions grew serious. Is this about Ding Yijin? Xiao Jin asked Governor Liu. The latter silently nodded in acknowledgement. Governor Liu, given the gravity of the situation, should we not address this issue first? Who is responsible for Ding Yijin's case? Governor Liu promptly inquired. The other standing committee members exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about the unfolding events, particularly concerning Ding Yijin. Is Hou Liangping? At this mention, Xiao Jin's expression darkened further. However, Comrade Hou Liangping is not currently present. Has anyone neglected their duties? We can simply inquire, Governor Liu asserted. By the way, wasn't Comrade L.V. Liang at the Anti-Corruption Bureau? We can find out by asking. ISNT Comrade Ji Changming available? Xiao Jin remarked with a smile. Everyone is aware of Comrade Ji Changming's circumstances, yet we must remain open-minded. Partiality leads to ignorance. Let us all listen to what transpired. Regarding the previous issues concerning Comrade Hou Liangping, shall we resolve them all at once or address them one by one? Governor Liu questioned. Furthermore, let us enlist some experienced comrades to thoroughly investigate the matter. This is essential. Xiao Jin nodded in agreement. Very well, Secretary Yuliang. Governor Liu directed his gaze towards Gao Yuliang. Governor Liu. Gao Yuliang responded promptly. Immediately assign Qi Tongwei and Zhao Donglai to oversee this matter and ensure that the situation surrounding Comrade Ding Yijin is clarified. Just moments ago, we received news that Ding Yijin encountered an incident at the Anti-Corruption Bureau and has been confirmed deceased. Upon hearing this, many standing committee members were taken aback, exchanging alarmed glances. Meanwhile, communications swiftly reached the former deputy director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Comrade L.V. Liang. Comrade L.V. Liang, what exactly transpired with Ding Yijin? Ding Yijin? The person on the other end appeared puzzled. Ding Yijin has been confirmed deceased. What on earth occurred at your anti-corruption bureau? Governor Liu, I'm being wronged. I had no involvement in this matter. Since Deputy Director Hou took over this case, we have been unable to intervene. We are even unaware of the occurrences at present. Lamented Liu Liang. Comrade Liu Liang, can you stand by your words? Governor Liu inquired once more. I can't. Liu Liang replied with unwavering conviction. Very well. We shall continue to investigate, Governor Liu stated before ending the call. Observing the grim expression of Secretary Xiao Jin beside him, he asked, Secretary Xia, how should we proceed? Let us await the outcome of this matter before deciding. Inform our colleagues at the Supreme Procuratorate of the previous circumstances. Xiao Jin replied, feeling a surge of frustration. Did Hou Liangping truly believe that having a favorable father-in-law exempted him from responsibility? If that were the case, what was Xiao Jin's struggle over the years for? He now harbored concerns that if both penalties were imposed simultaneously, Governor Liu might even dismiss Hou Liangping outright. Would that not render him a mere pawn? While there remained other avenues to pursue, none could rival the expedience of a dual approach. This was integral to his future plans. Hou Liangping must not be undermined at this juncture. Of course, as the provincial party secretary, he held veto power, yet such authority was not without its limitations. It was preferable to refrain from utilizing it. To do so would imply a loss of control over the situation, potentially leading superiors to perceive him as inept. Sacrificing so much for a single individual like Hou Liangping was hardly warranted. Very well. The penalties for Comrade Hou Liangping will be a formal warning and a demotion with a record of demerit. However, we could also offer him an opportunity for redemption. Governor Liu proposed. What do you think, Secretary Xia? Let it be so, Xiao Jin replied wearily. All those in favor of this decision, please raise your hands. Governor Liu urged, raising his own hand first, followed by Fang Zhibin. Soon, other standing committee members joined in, including Gao Yuliang, who, despite being Hou Liangping's mentor, surprisingly supported the decision. Xiao Jin's expression shifted once more. His prior understanding of Gao Yuliang had been quite favorable. He had anticipated that Gao would stand by him to protect his student and the metaphorical knife in his hand. At the very least, Gao would abstain. Yet he had not expected such support for the decision. Now, those opposed to this decision, please raise your hands. Governor Liu called out, scanning the room. No hands were raised, signifying abstentions. Very well, 11 votes in favor, 2 abstentions. Governor Liu declared, this decision shall be forwarded to the Supreme Procuratorate immediately. Following this, the matter of Comrade Ding Yijin's death was to be addressed. At this point, Governor Liu refrained from further comment, delegating the resolution of the issue to Xiao Jin. He had no desire to interfere in matters that did not concern him, ensuring that he would not impede Xiao Jin's authority. It is believed that Xiao Jin understands his own stance. At present, the relationship between both parties remains relatively harmonious, unless confronted with the matter concerning Sun Yonghao. The meeting lasted for 2 hours before adjourning, and as Xiao Jin made his way back to his office, Ji Changming and others, including Chen Hai, had already departed. With the atmosphere heavy as if the sky were about to collapse, especially with Ding Yijin's demise. However, Ji Changming could not return just yet, as he remained vigilant over the unfolding situation, scrutinizing those who had previously interacted with Ding Yijin. Upon returning, Xiao Jin cast a fiery glance at Ji Changming. Expressing his frustration, Ji Changming, you may leave for now. Collaborate with the investigating comrades to thoroughly uncover the truth behind Ding Yijin's affairs. Secretary Xia, Ji Changming attempted to offer an explanation, but it was evident that Xiao Jin was not in the mood for dialogue. Meanwhile, Hou Liangping glared at Xiao Jin, his anger directed not solely at him, but at the situation itself. Secretary Xia, I never anticipated such an incident would arise. Yet, the very nature of this occurrence only underscored the audacity of these individuals, affirming that our investigative direction is indeed correct. Enough, Comrade Liangping. Xiao Jin took a seat, this time not offering one to Hou Liangping. I'm already aware of the events that transpired previously. In the future, exercise restraint. This place is unlike the capital. The waters here run deep, and even I must tread carefully. Nevertheless, it is precisely in such times that we require comrades like you to forge ahead. Simply adhere to the regulations, and the organization shall always stand as your support. However, at present, someone has seized upon your vulnerabilities. Even I cannot alter the course of events, yet the ultimate outcome rests in the hands of the Supreme Procuratorate. As Xiao Jin reiterated his earlier decisions, Hou Liangping's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, oscillating between rage and exhilaration. Ultimately, Xiao Jin continued to weave grand visions for Hou Liangping. Chapter 55. Next time, it should be Director Hou, Deputy Director, Comrade Liangping. This verbal warning is merely a temporary measure. Xiao Jin painted a bright picture, asserting that once this matter is resolved, you will undoubtedly emerge with considerable merit. It will not affect you in any way. Once it has passed, you will immediately ascend to the position of Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. I will even reserve the position of Chief Prosecutor for you. However, as for the future Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, that will likely no longer be my concern, Sha's secretary said with a smile. Rest assured, Secretary Sha, although Hou Liangping is in his 40s, he behaves like a naive youth, as he previously stated. How could he possibly contend with a cunning old fox like Xiao Jin? He will soon find himself utterly bewildered by Xiao Jin's clever manipulations. Little do they know, once the report is submitted, the disciplinary department of the Supreme People's Procuratorate falls under the jurisdiction of Chen Yanshi, who was previously contacted by Sun Yonghao. The outcome of Hou Liangping's case soon emerged. Just as Zhong Xiaowai received the news, the decision had already been issued. Hou Liangping, during his tenure in Handong province, has committed serious mistakes and failed to correct them despite repeated admonitions. Therefore, the following punishment is hereby imposed: demotion by 1 rank. To serve as the Director of the Investigation Division of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Handong Provincial People's Procuratorate, Deputy Director level, he will receive a formal reprimand. Essentially, for the next year, any thoughts of promotion are futile. The next time we see Director Hou, he will be addressed as Deputy Director Hou. How he wildly sought connections, lodged complaints, and oscillated between despair and fervor is not worth mentioning. In any case, Sun Yonghao is quite at ease now, having already received the outcome from Fang Changwu. And after issuing the notification, Chen Ge informed him as well. Sun Yonghao was aware that such a troublemaker was needed here. Indeed, the ones stirred up are the Zhao family and the faction of Xiao Jin, with whom they have no affiliation. They are not the source of turmoil. At this moment, after watching Hou Liangping depart, Sun Yonghao conferred with Sun Lianqing regarding investment matters. Calls have already reached Sun Yonghao, and an on-site inspection can take place tomorrow. Following the inspection, funds will be readily available, as their capital remains substantial. Additionally, considering the compensation from other companies and the Shanshui Group, along with the relocation fees, Sun Yonghao directly contacted the workers of the Dakang factory, instructing them to come collect their payments. Numerous journalists have gathered at the scene, and with a command from Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing, the bank personnel were summoned to assist. By the time Sun Yonghao arrived, the workers had already spontaneously prepared a platform, with the cooperation of the district committee staff. Sun Yonghao appeared amidst such circumstances, and all the workers were eagerly awaiting his arrival. Amidst a chorus of applause and flattery, Sun Yonghao ascended the platform, flanked by the bank's armored vehicles. Behind the crowd, armed police stood vigilant, safeguarding the proceedings. Comrades, following negotiations with the Guangming District Committee and the district government, the compensation that rightfully belongs to all of you has arrived, and it is right behind us, Sun declared, sensing the palpable excitement in the air. I believe your emotions are quite heightened at this moment. Thus, I shall keep my remarks brief. His words elicited laughter from the audience, their smiles imbued with goodwill. Indeed, as Sun Yonghao noted, the crowd was both anxious and exhilarated, yet they did not wish to disregard him entirely. Upon receiving such a substantial sum, he urged them to exercise prudence in their spending. This money is intended to provide you with a foundation for your livelihood after unemployment. Even if you have aspirations, be discerning and avoid being deceived. The experience with Kai Chunggong should suffice as a lesson. Each time Sun reiterated this caution, it seemed to strike a nerve among certain individuals. As he concluded, he wished everyone a future filled with happiness and fulfillment. With his final words, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, having anticipated a lengthy discourse from their leader. However, Sun defied expectations, breaking the mold of conventional speeches. As the subsequent interview aired, the public began to recognize this distinctive Secretary Sun, fascinated by his commitment to serving the community and his personal growth. Yet, not everyone shared in the enthusiasm. Rumors circulated of an elderly man, a retired official, upon witnessing the event from a hospital room, became so enraged that he nearly smashed the television, only to find himself in distress due to his age and elevated blood pressure, landing him back in the emergency room instead. Now, let District Chief Sun guide us through the distribution of your compensation, he announced, as the bank staff prepared to disperse the funds. Recipients were free to decide whether to save or keep the money, with the bank personnel available to assist. If you wish to deposit your funds, please bring your identification, bank cards, or passbooks. The workers and bank staff shared a moment of levity at this announcement. Sun Yonghao observed as each individual collected their dues, while Zheng Shipa, unable to face the crowd, sent his son to claim his share instead. Nevertheless, this action earned him disapproving glances from many workers. With this matter finally reaching a conclusion, Sun Yonghao resolved to disengage from further involvement. He had fulfilled his duty of advising them. Should they choose to follow such a path and ultimately face failure, the burden would rest upon their own shoulders. With the resolution of these issues, Guangming District was effectively revitalized by Sun Yonghao. Upon hearing of the developments in Sun Yonghao's affairs, many expressed regret, including Dakang, who couldn't help but grumble. Such a splendid opportunity to gain recognition, and yet, Sun Yonghao failed to report it to him. Although he was not exactly a powerful ally, as the provincial governor, he believed there should be some sense of obligation. Truly short-sighted and inept, he had attended a meeting at that time. Could he not have arranged for the workers to wait a few days? Alas, it was too late for such considerations. And could he truly blame Sun Yonghao for this? That would depend on whether Governor Liu and the others would acquiesce. Today's events profoundly shocked Li Dakang. He, along with the other standing committee members, had not anticipated Governor Liu's furious reaction. All this commotion stemmed from Sun Yonghao, and it appeared that matters concerning this individual would require more careful deliberation, at least until Governor Liu's retirement. However, Sun Yonghao remained unaware of their current sentiments. Now that Guangming District had financial resources, it was only fitting to allocate funds for the welfare of the citizens. It was time to venture out and conduct some research, beginning with the petition office. Chapter 56. Who dares to claim that the quality of our officials in Guangming District is lacking? Sun Yonghao delegated numerous tasks to Sun Liangping, while he himself, accompanied by the district committee staff, embarked on research across various departments. The first stop was the renowned petition office, where many staff members were already aware of Sun Yonghao's impending visit. The director of the petition bureau and the staff awaited him at the entrance. Upon his arrival, Director Shun Yonggang hurriedly approached Sun Yonghao, exclaiming, "Secretary Sun, we warmly welcome you to our petition office for guidance." Indeed, Sun Yonghao nodded and smiled. "Since we are here, we must take a look. Come, let us not linger here. Let us proceed inside." "Yes, Secretary Sun is right. Let's go inside." With that, the group ventured into the building. As Sun Yonghao entered, he surveyed the surroundings, which remained exactly as he remembered. He continued deeper into the office, while Director Shun Yonggang attempted to follow. However, Sun Yonghao abruptly halted, turned to Shun Yonggang, and said, "You need not come in. Today, let us engage in a role-playing exercise. Isn't that a popular activity nowadays? I shall take on the role of a staff member, and you will embody a petitioning citizen." Upon hearing this, the smile on Shun Yonggang's face faltered momentarily, yet he nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall heed Secretary Sun's wishes today." He then made his way outside. Sun Yonghao chose a seat and settled down. Meanwhile, Shun Yonggang found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to crouch or stand. His companions glanced around and eventually located something to sit on, It was not a stool, but merely a box, which they brought over for Chen Yanshi, offering him some relief. After merely a minute of squatting, he was already drenched in sweat, and he finally sighed in relief upon sitting down, displaying a relaxed smile as he addressed Sun Yonghao, Secretary Sun. Huh. Sun Yonghao responded with a cold chuckle, who said that our officials in Guangming District lack quality. I believe our standards are commendable. We cannot allow one individual, Ding Yijin, to entirely discredit our cadre system. Indeed, Secretary Sun is correct. Chen Yanshi quickly concurred, but his subsequent remark left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Look, isn't that so? Sun Yonghao pointed to the person who had brought over the stool, saying, Now, Director Shun is merely a citizen here to petition. The young comrade referred to by Sun Yonghao was nearly in his 30s, perhaps even older than Sun Yonghao. Observing our citizen with such enthusiasm, everyone present took note. Concerned for the well-being of this individual, a considerate arrangement was made for them to have a place to sit. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, as if had only just grasped the gravity of the situation, hastily pushing aside the chair beneath him. He reverted to his previous demeanor, addressing Secretary Sun. It is indeed our failure to execute our duties adequately. I implore you to admonish us, Secretary Sun. In light of this issue, as the director of the Petition Bureau, I bear the utmost responsibility. However, I must request a moment to speak. Speak on. I am listening, replied, his gaze fixed coolly on Secretary Sun. This predicament is entirely a consequence of Ding Yijin's directives. Explained, Ding Yijin mandated this rectification, claiming it would prevent petitioners from lingering here for too long. At that time, he was not only the deputy mayor, but also the secretary of our Guangming District Committee. We truly dared not oppose him. Elaborated. So this has culminated in our current predicament? Scoffed lightly. In response to his remark, wore a look of grievance, enveloped in silence. Has all responsibility been shifted onto Ding Yijin? Where is Ding Yijin now? I trust you are aware without me stating it. He still possesses testimonies. The issues surrounding Ding Yijin are currently shrouded in confidentiality. These individuals remain oblivious. If they were truly informed, it would likely indicate they have connections within the provincial committee, and they would not be here working. And what are the subsequent matters? Have they remained unresolved? S. voice resonated. Even if Ding Yijin has been apprehended, you have not taken any action? Previously, you could claim coercion, asserting it was Ding Yijin's orders. Now that he has been detained, everything remains unchanged, does it? Secretary Sun, it is indeed our failure to perform our duties, and we shall rectify this immediately. Hastily insisted, however, our Petition Bureau is currently facing some financial constraints. With this, wore a look of deep shame. They were all seasoned actors in this drama. Submit your application. I shall grant approval, said, casting a glance at him. I will remember this incident and will impose disciplinary measures upon you. Not for any other reason, but due to your failure to report this matter promptly. I believe I have not seen your Bureau's reports among those I have reviewed, have I? Indeed, Secretary Sun, I acknowledge my shortcomings. Responded earnestly. I shall await your rectification. Not only in this regard, but in other areas as well. Should further issues arise, it will transcend mere disciplinary action. This petition office, while not to be reformed strictly as a banking counter, must address all these matters. I hope that when I return, I shall witness a shift in your attitudes. With that, rose and strode towards the exit, declaring, there is no need for farewells. This will suffice. He continued onward, leaving the room. However, during the journey, they encountered considerable dust and smoke, remnants of previous demolitions, and the passage of heavy construction vehicles. Xiao Sun Yonghao called out to the secretary ahead. Please return and investigate these roads to ascertain how many are affected by such conditions. We must arrange for more water trucks. While this situation is unavoidable, we should endeavor to minimize its impact as much as possible. Understood, Secretary Sun. Xiao promptly noted down the instructions. Our next destination is the Public Security Bureau, correct? Sun Yonghao reiterated. Yes, Secretary Sun. Zhao replied without delay. Having received the confirmation, Sun Yonghao refrained from further comments and continued towards the Public Security Bureau. Chengdu had been waiting outside for Sun Yonghao and his team. Upon their arrival, he guided them first to the sub-bureau and then towards various police stations. Along the way, Chengdu provided insights into the circumstances within each precinct. He was well-versed in numerous matters, particularly regarding his own responsibilities, which he handled commendably. Chengdu, Sun Yonghao remarked, as they walked side by side. During this period, it is crucial that you remain diligent. The issue of public security is perpetually worthy of our utmost attention. In some relatively remote areas, your enforcement efforts must take precedence. Ensure that grassroots personnel frequently patrol these locales. This is a critical time. We cannot afford any missteps. Do you understand? I understand, Secretary Sun. Chengdu responded, his excitement evident on his face. Chapter 57. The astute leader Lu Wai. No, it is Director Shun. Sun Yonghao observed the demeanor of Chengdu, understanding that he truly grasped the situation. He patted him on the shoulder, and together they stepped outside. The day's work at the Public Security Bureau had nearly concluded. They had also taken the opportunity to visit various locations. After a full day, they convened a meeting with the heads of various departments. By evening, Sun Yonghao appeared on television, with the host recounting his recent endeavors. He had first visited the petition office, where his previous demeanor and statements were meticulously documented. Additionally, the matter of the water trucks and subsequent police developments, along with updates from the Urban Construction Bureau and the Transportation Bureau, showcased the latest reforms initiated by Sun Yonghao. These actions were closely aligned with the everyday lives of the citizens. Many elderly individuals tuned in to watch such news, although they did not vocalize their thoughts. The following day brought noticeable improvements to their living conditions. Each person recognized they had encountered commendable officials. They might not articulate grand philosophies, but within their hearts, they each held a personal measure of discernment. While the older generation expressed themselves in this manner, a significant number of young people accessed information online, becoming aware of these developments. They formed the vocal majority, and soon the official website of Guangming District was inundated with praise. Indeed, this is the essence of leadership. Astute leadership, Lu Wai. No, it is Director Shun. I demand to see tangible changes. I want the citizens to feel comfortable and clearly understood. Xiao Dong. The issue with the muck trucks is unavoidable, yet we can mitigate its impact. Increasing the number of water trucks will enhance the living conditions for the populace. Director Chung. We must ensure that the citizens experience a sense of security in Guangming District. Wherever they go, there should be a sense of peace and reassurance. Let us deploy more police officers and special forces to instill confidence in their environment. Some leaders, adhering to directives and the prevailing ethos, your verbosity is excessive. However, it must be said that Secretary Sun's efforts truly instilled a sense of security. How is it that we have not encountered such exemplary leadership before? There are many good leaders. It is merely a matter of not having met them yet. As these discussions unfolded, Sun's Secretary, Director Shun, Director Chung, and Secretary Xiao Dong gained a bit of fame that evening. Even Executive Fong and Governor Liu called to offer their commendations. Furthermore, during the provincial meeting, specific praises were directed towards them. Of course, these are merely subsequent developments. At present, Sun Yonghao, alongside Sun Liangping, had convened with the Secretary of the Guangming District Discipline Inspection Commission, Wu Junsha, in their office. Comrade Junsha, how was the investigation into the issues left behind by Ding Yizhen progressing? Sun Yonghao took his seat at the head of the table, gazing down at Wu Junshao, and inquired. Although Sun Liangping remained silent, he was undoubtedly the most influential figure in the Bright District at present. Thanks to the collaboration between Sun Yonghao and Sun Liangping, the latter was enjoying a flourishing life, with his power and influence surging, making it impossible for anyone to overlook him. District Chief Sun, Secretary Yonghao. Upon hearing this, Wu Junshao began to speak, revealing that several individuals have been identified for scrutiny. These included Executive Deputy District Chief Zhao Zicheng, Standing Committee Deputy District Chief Xia Hao, and Director of the Urban Construction Bureau Luo Jinyu, along with a total of 21 personnel from subordinate departments. Wu Junqiao stated that after such an extended period, he could not have been idle. Although Li Dakang had urged him to prioritize stability, it was unthinkable for him to remain inactive. Moreover, with both Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing advocating for investigation, he had no choice but to comply with their demands. Failing to do so could lead to unforeseen repercussions, potentially placing the responsibility squarely on his shoulders as the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. If no issues arose, Li Dakang could naturally facilitate his advancement. Yet he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his position. Should complications arise, the consequences would primarily affect him. Were it not for his background as a secretary and his innate alignment with Li Dakang, he might have considered distancing himself. Approaching 50, he found himself in this role. And while his current standing was commendable, he had initially hoped for further elevation before retirement. However, he had unwittingly stepped into the tumultuous waters of the Bright District, now forced to navigate both sides of the political landscape. With the formidable Sun Yonghao issuing directives alongside the seasoned district chief, he could hardly afford to disregard their commands. Moreover, he contemplated the possibility of aligning himself more closely with Sun Yonghao, who had solid backing and was thriving in his endeavors. Even his superior, Li Dakang, often deferred to this influential figure in various matters. Though there were signs of opportunity, he had yet to find the right moment to capitalize on them. So he resolved to continue striving in his current position. What stage is the investigation at? Sun Yonghao inquired, uncertain of Wu's true intentions, but interested in the progress of their work. The situation regarding Executive Deputy District Chief Xiao Jin was rather complicated. However, Deputy District Chief Xie Hao and Director of the Urban Construction Bureau Luo Jinyu had reached the evidence-gathering stage and could be apprehended at any moment. Excellent. Sun Yonghao nodded, recognizing that the time was indeed ripe for action. Those who had been given opportunities previously but were now clinging to a sense of luck needed to be confronted. This operation would serve as a clear message. Such circumstances would not be tolerated within their party. Let the operation commence, Sun Yonghao declared. Yes, Secretary Sun. But what about the Municipal Committee and the City's Discipline Inspection Commission? Wu Junqiao expressed some concern. I will handle the communication, Sun Yonghao confidently assured the individual. Understood. Secretary Sunday. I shall immediately instruct the comrades at the Discipline Inspection Commission to take action. With that, the person turned and departed to make preparations. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao promptly retrieved his phone and initiated contact with Li Dakang. Secretary Dakang, it's me, Sun Yonghao. What is it, Sun Yonghao? Li Dakang replied, devoid of any bureaucratic formality, immediately inquiring. Secretary Dakang, the preliminary results of our district's Discipline Inspection Commission investigation have emerged. The Guangming District has also been put back on track, and those who conspired with Ding Yijin are now under thorough investigation. Over 20 officials, including the Executive Deputy District Chief Xiao Jin, have been substantiated with ample evidence confirming their culpability. What are we waiting for? Arrest them, Li Dakang responded without hesitation. In ordinary circumstances, he might have considered shielding someone or mitigating the impact of the situation, potentially overlooking the matter. However, Sun Yonghao's standing in the eyes of Governor Liu was exceptional. Given the circumstances brought about by Ding Yijin, he was reluctant to ponder further. It would be best to resolve this matter swiftly. Otherwise, if such issues resurfaced when Governor Liu retired, it would prove exceedingly disadvantageous for him. Excellent. Sun Yonghao acknowledged Li Dakang's stance, but refrained from disclosing his decision to act unilaterally and initiate arrests. After all, it was improbable that Li Dakang would genuinely obstruct him. Ultimately, it would be Li Dakang who would face the consequences should complications arise. Sun Yonghao, you previously assured me that new investors would arrive. What is the current status of that situation? Li Dakang, ever mindful, inquired about this matter. Chapter 58. It is not a matter of knowing one is wrong, but rather knowing one is afraid. Secretary Li Dakang, rest assured, the individuals will arrive shortly. Sun Yonghao detailed the situation he had previously coordinated. With this, Li Dakang felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as the investor arrived, it would not impact the GDP of Jingzhou City nor his political achievements. There would be no issues at all. In fact, Li Dakang felt a tinge of sentimentality, recognizing that those with connections under his command could indeed bring about certain advantages. While one must tread carefully not to offend them, the benefits they could provide were undeniably tangible. In the future development, he would certainly have his share of credit. With the situation in Guangming District resolved and the funds already in place, the investor posed no further issues. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. How could Li Dakang possibly be dissatisfied? Well done, Sun Yonghao. You have managed the affairs of Guangming District commendably. Maintain this momentum. I eagerly await your forthcoming good news. Rest assured, Secretary Dakang. Sun Yonghao smiled and continued. All right, I shall entrust the matters of Guangming District to you. Do not let me, the Municipal Party Committee, or the 8 million citizens of Jingzhou City down. Understood, Secretary Dakang. After Sun Yonghao concluded, the call on Li Dakang's side was terminated. Meanwhile, outside Sun Yonghao's office in Guangming District, a storm was brewing. Numerous staff from the Discipline Inspection Commission began their operations. And due to the orders from both Sun Yonghao and Li Dakang, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission had dispatched personnel to apprehend those involved. They took away individuals such as the Deputy District Head and the Director of the Urban Construction Bureau, with officials from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission overseeing their transport to designated locations. The remaining minor figures, such as department heads, were managed by their district's discipline inspection personnel. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with tension. As these individuals were being apprehended, the Executive Deputy District Head received news of the developments. They had been sufficiently compliant in recent times, executing every directive from Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianping to the letter. Their hope was to prevent further investigations, or, at the very least, to receive leniency for their cooperation. On the other hand, they were actively addressing any potential evidence that might remain from previous activities. However, how could matters conclude so easily? Just as the situation in Guangming District had stabilized, such events unfolded. Although he had not yet been captured, those he collaborated with were now nearly all in custody. When would it be his turn, he pondered. As he considered the fates of individuals like Xie Hao and Luo Jinyu, they had already been seized, and Ding Yijin was no longer a reliable ally. Would those individuals remain silent to protect him? Moreover, would Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianping simply forget past grievances and cease their pursuit? How could he dare to harbor such hopes? He was acutely aware of how Sun Lianping had been marginalized by their collusion. Despite the fact that Sun Lianping was once overshadowed by various forces, this was primarily due to the backing of Ding Yijin. Now, one must ponder who stands behind him. Presently, the Deputy Secretary of the District Committee, responsible for the Guangming District affairs, has allied with Sun Lianping, the District Chief. If one were to confront Sun Yonghao directly, what favorable outcome could possibly ensue? Moreover, Sun Yonghao's formidable background is quite intimidating. And as for Ding Yijin's superior, Li Dakang, he is well aware of his identity. According to their intelligence, the current Secretary Dakang is eager to dissociate himself from any ties to Li Dakang, with the rest having already been apprehended. How far could he be from capture? No, he cannot remain passive. There are still those who could come to his aid. With this thought, he rose and stepped outside. At that moment, those outside were hastily moving about, yet upon seeing Xiao Jin, they still exchanged pleasantries. However, Xiao Jin was entirely devoid of such sentiments, merely offering a vague greeting as he made his way to Sun Yonghao's office. Uncertain if it was a guilty conscience or not, he felt as though he was being observed wherever he went. He arrived at the entrance of Sun Yonghao's office in a rather disheveled state. Xiao Dong noticed him and approached. Director Xiao, are you here to see Secretary Sun? Ah, Xiao Zhong. Xiao Jin, clutching his thermos, forced a smile. Is Secretary Sun available? I need to report something to him. Yes, Secretary Sun is currently in discussion with District Chief Sun, Xiao Dong replied. It may take a little time. Are you in a hurry, Director Xiao? I can inform him you are here, Xiao Dong offered with a formal smile. As Secretary Sun's aide, he was acutely aware of the precarious situation Xiao was in. Given the ongoing arrests outside, Xiao must have been feeling quite anxious. His current demeanor was merely a reflection of the responsibilities of his role. I'm not in a rush, but it would be preferable if it could be expedited. Xiao Jin replied with a smile. Very well. Xiao Dong nodded and knocked on the office door. Inside, Sun Yonghao was engaged in discussions with Sun Lianping regarding district matters, primarily deliberating on who would fill the positions left vacant by those who had been apprehended. The focus was on heads of various departments and the promotion prospects for those who had previously performed well within the district committee. At that moment, Xiao Dong knocked on Sun Yonghao's office door. Hearing the noise, Sun Yonghao called out, "Come in." "Leader, District Chief Sun." Xiao Dong entered, stopping a short distance from the door. "What is it?" Sun Yonghao inquired. "Leader, Director Zhao has arrived and wishes to see you," Xiao Dong reported. "Let him in," Sun Yonghao said, exchanging a glance with Sun Lianping, both pondering why Zhao had come at this time. Although it is indeed necessary to take action against him, has that action not yet been initiated? However, having arrived here, there is certainly no justification for retreat. Secretary Sun, District Chief. Upon receiving instructions from Sun Yonghao, a figure entered the room. "Comrade, Ji Cheng has arrived." Sun Yonghao smiled and invited him to take a seat. Now that he was here, what more could Zhao Ji Cheng possibly say? Was he truly akin to Gao Yuliang, brimming with youthful idealism, attempting to challenge Sun Yonghao? Did Zhao Ji Cheng possess the capability to compete with Sun Yonghao? What brings Comrade Ji Cheng to my presence today? Sun Yonghao observed Little Dong as he presented a teacup, gesturing for him to leave. "Secretary Sun, I have come to confess my mistakes to you and the organization." "Oh, confess your mistakes? Has Comrade Ji Cheng committed any errors?" Sun Yonghao inquired with a smile. "Secretary Sun, I have come to lay bare the truth." Zhao Ji Cheng glanced around. There were only a few of them left, and with a firm resolve, he decided to no longer conceal the truth. "I followed Ding Yijin and committed numerous wrongdoings. No matter where I go or what I do, I am perpetually tormented by my conscience. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, I came here to confess to Secretary Sun and the organization." Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao straightened his posture, his expression turning serious as he gazed intently at Zhao Ji Cheng. "Comrade Ji Cheng, is this something you ought to be sharing with me? The comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission are currently investigating the previous incident, are they not?" "Secretary Sun, I am fully aware that I have erred, and I humbly request that you and the organization grant me another chance." Chapter 59, The Escape Revisited? Granting you an opportunity? How can one offer you an opportunity? What kind of chance could be extended? Sun Yonghao gazed solemnly at Zhao Jiqing. "Secretary Sun, you are undoubtedly aware of my character, and I am of value." Zhao Jiqing looked at Sun Yonghao, clutching onto him like a lifeline. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yonghao raised his hand to halt his further discourse. "Comrade Jiqing, I am cognizant of what you wish to convey, but what about your past? Why did you not seek me out earlier, when opportunities were available to others? Where were you? Now that circumstances have reached this critical juncture, you return to me? Is there still any merit in that? Moreover, Comrade Jiqing, if I'm not mistaken, your predicament must be rather grave, correct?" "Secretary Sun, you're my only hope," Zhao Jiqing insisted, unwilling to concede. His demeanor was as earnest as one could muster, yet, as Sun Yonghao had articulated, it was all too late. "You are well aware of the current situation. You must cooperate fully with the organization's investigation. I can intercede on your behalf, but you must be forthright with the organization. Strive to secure an early release," Sun Yonghao advised. "Secretary Sun, is there truly no glimmer of hope?" Zhao Jiqing clung to a shred of optimism. Sun Yonghao observed Zhao Jiqing, who still entertained thoughts of evading the consequences. "What ist?" This was hardly the age of feudalism. Sun Yonghao was no emperor nor prince. Although his family background was indeed remarkable, it was not unparalleled. The current leadership encompassed more than just the Sun family. Having just embarked on his career, shielding such a character could lead to dire repercussions, with Sun Yonghao being the first to suffer the fallout. The implications for his future were far too significant. Why would he jeopardize it for someone like this? Moreover, this individual was not even one of his trusted confidants, but merely a colleague with whom he had worked for a brief period. Was he to risk his future for such a person? Even if Sun Yonghao found himself in dire need of a loyal aide, he would not choose someone of this caliber. Was it a matter of insufficient capability, or was it a lack of loyalty? Seeing Sun Yonghao remain unmoved, Zhao Ziqing chose to refrain from further entreaties and stood up resolutely. Very well, I shall take to heart Secretary Sun's counsel. I will not impose upon you any longer. Secretary Sun, I shall take my leave, Zhao Ziqing declared, rising to his feet. Secretary Yonghao, Sun Lianqing observed Zhao Ziqing's departure, his expression turning grave. I fear this comrade Ziqing will not relinquish his ambitions easily. We must be cautious about the troubles he may bring upon us. I am aware. Sun Yonghao nodded. Zhao Ziqing had nearly reached a dead end. Should he resort to any disgraceful actions, it would undoubtedly implicate Sun Yonghao as well. Contemplating this, Sun Yonghao promptly made a call, reaching out to Wu Juanhao. Comrade Juanhao, initiate the dual regulation for Zhao Ziqing. Previously, I disclosed certain matters within my office. Even though evidence may be scant at present, it suffices to bring him to account. Very well, Secretary Sun, I shall promptly arrange for personnel to address this issue. As he spoke, he initiated the arrangements. Nodding in agreement, Sun Yonghao, upon concluding the call, made another call to Chengdu. Secretary Sun, you have summoned me. Chengdu was already aware of the situation within the district, and the call likely bore instructions. Chengdu, keep a close watch on the executive deputy district head, Zhao Ziqing. Ensure that the disciplinary inspection staff are dispatched to hold him accountable. I am concerned he may take rash actions. Understood, Secretary Sun. Chengdu responded without hesitation, immediately commencing arrangements. However, shortly after Sun Yonghao finished his call, within half an hour he received alarming news. Zhao Ziqing was absent from his office. An attempt to reach him on his mobile phone had failed. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao abruptly rose to his feet. Damn it, due to my connections, Ding Yixin has been apprehended. It cannot be that Zhao Ziqing has managed to escape. If such were the case, it would be a significant embarrassment for Sun Yonghao. What do you mean he is unreachable? Find at once. He shouted at Wu Junxiao. Yes, Secretary Sun, we will immediately monitor Zhao Ziqing's phone to ascertain his whereabouts. Wu Junxiao reported. Furthermore, we must consider the possibility that his phone might have carelessly ended up in someone else's vehicle. Do you intend to engage in futile efforts? I will contact Chengdu to ensure he collaborates with you. Additionally, surveillance at highways, airports, and train stations must be thoroughly investigated. Sun Yonghao commanded. Understood, Secretary Sunday. We will make immediate arrangements. Wu Junxiao replied before departing to execute the orders. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao began pacing in his office. Secretary Yonghao, there should not be any cause for alarm. We have established an extensive net. Should he still manage to evade capture, that would indeed be peculiar. Sun Lianqing offered words of reassurance. However, Sun Lianqing, biting his lip, turned to Sun Yonghao, saying, if the situation truly spirals beyond control, rest assured, Secretary Yonghao, I will shoulder the responsibility that arises. What responsibility do you speak of? Sun Yonghao glanced at Sun Lianqing. District Head Lianqing, your intent is commendable, and it vindicates my efforts. However, responsibility lies with those who incur it. Observing Sun Yonghao's demeanor, Sun Lianqing's earlier words took on a more resolute tone. The illustrious background of Secretary Yonghao had not gone unnoticed. Even the former executive had subtly hinted at it. Many held great hopes for Secretary Yonghao. It was imperative that he remain unblemished. Should matters reach such a critical juncture, he would not shy away from accountability. After all, he had never been particularly favored, nor did he possess much influence. How much had his situation improved since Secretary Yonghao's arrival? He truly experienced the authority of the district chief. Even if he were to bear responsibility, it would not amount to anything significant. At most, he would merely face a temporary setback in promotions. Furthermore, he could indeed become a trusted confidant of Secretary Yonghao, alleviating any concerns about future matters. It is even possible that he need not worry about his children's futures. So what is there that he cannot accomplish? However, in the presence of Secretary Yonghao, Sun Lianqing refrained from uttering further words. The two of them waited for news in the office. As time trickled by, and Sun Lianqing had never felt time pass so slowly. This matter not only pertained to Secretary Yonghao, but also to his own career and political future. How could he not feel anxious? Fortunately, with Chengdu's cooperation, Zhao Ziqing was indeed apprehended. This individual had genuinely attempted to escape. Ultimately, he was intercepted in a private vehicle at a checkpoint, a fortunate turn of events amidst misfortune. It was also fortunate that Sun Yonghao acted swiftly and decisively. Otherwise, this individual might have successfully fled, leaving the situation to be reported eventually. Even if he were to be captured later, Sun Yonghao would likely lose favor with the leadership. Now, not only was there no fault, but due to Sun Yonghao's prior actions, he had actually garnered merit. Sun Lianqing, at this moment, disregarded whether Secretary Yonghao was his superior or his background. He took out his phone and directly called Chengdu. "Is this Chengdu?" "This is Sun Lianqing, District Chief Sun." Upon hearing his voice, Chengdu's tone became notably more respectful. Regardless of past dynamics, they had now established a reciprocal relationship. Sun Yonghao respected Sun Lianqing, and they all mirrored that respect. Chapter 60, A Sudden Inspiration. Chengdu, please prepare a thorough report on the actions taken. Sun Lianqing instructed. Yes, District Chief Sun, but what about Secretary Sun? Chengdu inquired cautiously. What? Are you still worried that Secretary Yonghao might disagree? Sun Lianqing smiled. This incident with Zhao Ziqing has taught us a valuable lesson. Had it not been for Secretary Yonghao's decisive actions, we would have no idea where Zhao Ziqing might have ended up. Sun Lianqing issued his directives. Indeed, District Chief Sun, you are right. We owe much to Secretary Sun's promptness. Chengdu concurred. Of course, we cannot overlook the contributions of your team, whose meticulous planning and comprehensive actions have been commendable. Sun Lianqing acknowledged Chengdu and his colleagues' efforts. Previously, Secretary Yonghao had remarked that you all handled this matter well, and it is time to assign you more responsibilities. Sun Lianqing chuckled. Rest assured, Secretary Sun, District Chief, we will continue to strive for excellence. Chengdu assured him. All right, let's wrap things up. Both Secretary Yonghao and I await your report. With that, Sun Lianqing ended the call. Secretary Yonghao, I seem to have overstepped my bounds this time. Sun Lianqing remarked with a smile. Not at all. Secretary Yonghao chuckled, unaffected by the comment. He found it difficult to address the matter himself. It was Sun Lianqing who articulated it for him. However, we should convene a meeting of the district committee. Secretary Yonghao proposed, with so many vacancies, it is time to make some appointments. Additionally, we still need to address the previous issue concerning Shenyang Gang, which remains unresolved. Indeed, we need to reassure the remaining personnel as well. Sun Lianqing nodded in agreement. However, before they could notify anyone, Secretary Yonghao's phone rang. Very well, I will go prepare. Sun Lianqing remarked as he headed outside. The call was from his own home, specifically from his mother, who had sent over the investigation report on Fang Yuan. The contents detailed her actions, which were directly sent to Secretary Yonghao's phone. His mother was quite satisfied with this potential daughter-in-law, noting her broad perspective, steadiness, and lack of dubious connections or outrageous behavior. Son, I am quite pleased with this daughter-in-law, she expressed. I had refrained from pressing you before, but now that you're on this path, it is essential to act swiftly. I find this young lady quite promising. If possible, you should expedite matters. All right, mother. I will make haste. Secretary Yonghao responded with a smile. Good. I shall not delay your work any further. I await your good news. After her words, the call was promptly ended. It appears that the time has come for personal contemplation regarding significant matters. However, this individual cannot help but incessantly nag. Just after hanging up the phone, the call from Director Fong reappeared, merely extending an invitation for a visit. There are matters he wishes to discuss with Sun Yonghao as well. Although there is a hint of ulterior motives for this meeting, there is a genuine desire to converse with Sun Yonghao to also impart some guidance on certain issues. While members of the Sun family had previously provided instruction, this gesture is also a token of goodwill, as acquiring additional knowledge is always beneficial. Sun Yonghao showed no reluctance and promptly agreed to visit after work, eager to observe the current state of affairs and their progression. Meanwhile, Xiao Dong arrived to report that the guest had already arrived. Sun Yonghao, carrying his water cup, made his way to the conference room. The bright district has truly entered what can be termed the era of Sun Yonghao. Comrades, the recent events are now clear to everyone. It should be understood what transpired. It is a continuation of the issues left behind by Deng Yijin. The comrades at the Discipline Inspection Commission have conducted thorough investigations. Now, let us invite Comrade Wu Jianhao to provide an overview. Sun Yonghao presided over the district committee meeting. All right, Secretary Sun, District Head Sun. Wu Jianhao began, holding his report, stating that those who needed to be apprehended have been mostly caught. There is no longer a need for him, as the Discipline Inspection Secretary, to direct operations. This incident serves as yet another valuable lesson for all of us. Henceforth, all departments must engage in a study of discipline and remember our mission and responsibilities. Sun Yonghao continued. However, the issue of personnel shortages is currently a challenge for us. It is time to outline the positions of our comrades. As he spoke, he nominated several individuals for various roles, including the Deputy District Head, the Director of the Urban Construction Bureau, the Director of the Transportation Bureau, as well as various officials. Together with Sun Liangping, they deliberated and drafted a considerable list of personnel, which was in Sun Yonghao's possession. However, there were no suitable candidates for the position of Executive Deputy District Head. Typically, an ordinary Deputy District Head would need to transition through the role of a Standing Committee Deputy District Head. Otherwise, personnel would have to be transferred from other departments. Yet, neither Sun Yonghao nor Sun Liangping could readily identify appropriate candidates at that moment. They could only arrange for the deputy district heads or department heads who had previously aligned themselves with him and demonstrated sufficient execution capabilities, as well as the town committee secretaries from the local towns. As they listened to the names proposed by Sun Yonghao, there was virtually no dissent among those present, and it was ultimately confirmed. Wu Dong is the standing committee deputy district head, promoted from a town committee secretary, and the deputy district head concurrently serving as the director of the Public Security Bureau. Chengdu Huang Wenfeng was appointed as the director of the Urban Construction Bureau, and Wang Zheng as the director of the Transportation Bureau. The remaining individuals were also assigned by Sun Yonghao. While they may not be considered as confidants, they represent those whom Sun Yonghao can currently rely upon. Moreover, there were no significant issues, and the ages of the individuals in question range from 30 to 40. As for the position of Executive Deputy District Chief, there are currently no suitable candidates, and it must be temporarily set aside. After the meeting concluded, the district's decision was promptly reported to the Municipal Party Committee. The lower-level personnel do not require such reporting, as decisions can be made directly by the district committee. However, matters concerning the standing committee necessitate the approval of the municipal committee for implementation. Upon reviewing the situation, Li Dakang did not immediately grant his consent, but neither did he dismiss the proposal outright. He was simply contemplating. Should he indeed give his approval, the development of Guangming District could potentially slip from his complete control. Although the overarching direction would remain intact, issuing commands would no longer be as effortless as before. It is entirely natural for him to have reservations. However, at present, Sun Yonghao was not preoccupied with such considerations. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already time for Sun Yonghao to leave work. Fang Changwu had arranged for his chauffeur to pick him up. He did not hesitate and promptly boarded Fang Zhibin's official vehicle, setting off towards the residence. Upon his arrival, the entire family was already gathered and waiting for him. The meal was a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests, and Fang Zhibin genuinely sought to discuss certain matters with Sun Yonghao. He directly invited Sun Yonghao into his study, inquiring about the current state of affairs. "How is everything progressing?" Governor Fang asked with a warm smile. "Everything is going smoothly. The lingering issues left by Deng Yijin have been nearly resolved today. We are set to embark on bold and transformative development henceforth," Sun Yonghao replied, sharing the developments of recent days. Governor Fang listened attentively, nodding frequently and offering suggestions from time to time. Sun Yonghao expressed his gratitude for the valuable insights. However, as he gazed at Governor Fang, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Chapter 61. Yonghao, one cannot claim all the benefits. Uncle Fang. As he gazed at Governor Fang before him, Sun Yonghao suddenly spoke up. Noticing Sun Yonghao's demeanor, Governor Fang became intrigued and inquired, "What are you thinking?" "It concerns our Guangming District, which is currently in dire need of officials." Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. "I wonder if Secretary Yang, beside, you would be willing to part with him?" Hearing this, Governor Fong chuckled, realizing that Sun Yonghao had set his sights on someone close to him, attempting to lure them away. Sun Yonghao, still smiling at Uncle Fong, responded, "Isn't there a ready candidate at hand? You are well aware of the current situation in Guangming District. This is an opportune moment to make significant contributions. Let us not speak of merely reaping the fruits of others' labor. The previous administration has faltered, leading to their downfall. This presents us with a splendid opportunity." Listening to Sun Yonghao's words, Fong Zhibin fell into contemplation. Moreover, it is not just the position of Executive Deputy District Chief, should there be reluctance. There is also the role of District Party Secretary, that is at the Deputy Department level. If one could be promoted, they might ascend directly to District Party Secretary. If the time is not yet ripe, they could initially serve as Executive Deputy District Chief for a while. This would make future promotions to the Deputy Department level considerably easier. Little Yang is still not ready for such a move. Fong Zhibin interjected. He was promoted to Deputy Division Head not long ago. A Deputy Department position is out of reach. However, as you mentioned, the opportunities in Guangming District are indeed rare. Yet, this means your merits will inevitably be shared. Ha! Sun Yonghao laughed. Uncle Fong, I understand this principle well. One cannot claim all the accolade for oneself. It is certain that merits must be distributed, but how they are allocated is still a matter of negotiation. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhibin chuckled in response. All right, I will consider it. Even if it is not Little Yang, we can find a few suitable candidates to place down there. And there's another matter. As he spoke, Fong Zhibin's expression turned serious. You must be referring to Secretary Lu's aide, right? Indeed, a promising prospect, Fong Zhibin remarked, clearly pleased. I was thinking along those lines as well, Uncle Fong. If feasible, Secretary Lu's aide could certainly take on the roles of District Party Secretary or Executive Deputy District Chief. Sun Yonghao smiled. In that case, the interests of Guangming District could be maximized. However, upon hearing Sun Yonghao's suggestion, Fong Zhibin's expression did not ease. Instead, he looked at Sun Yonghao with a serious demeanor and admonished, Yonghao, I previously praised your broad perspective. Why resort to such tactics now? Sun Yonghao pondered briefly and soon grasped the essence of Fong Zhibin's words. Uncle Fong suggested that we should not attempt to monopolize all matters, nor should we gather all advantages to ourselves. Indeed, while you possess such awareness, why articulate such sentiments? Fong Zhibin expressed his perplexity. Uncle Fong, let's not delve into trivial details. Currently, the political landscape in Handong province appears to be broadly divided into several factions. Among them, Xiao Jin stands as a significant player, having garnered considerable support from the opportunists. Additionally, Dakang's secretarial faction wields considerable influence, though it seems to be subtly aligning with Xiao Jin. However, the cohesion among Dakang's followers is lacking. He is not an exemplary leader, but rather a lone wolf. Despite his formidable strength, such a solitary figure, capable of discarding his subordinates at any moment, is unlikely to garner substantial loyalty. The remaining factions include Gao Yuliang and Tongwei leading the Handa gang. And finally, there are the neutral parties represented by Governor Lu and Uncle Fong. Presently, those aligned with Xiao Jin and Dakang are likely to be at odds with Gao Yuliang's faction. Although Xiao Jin possesses considerable power, Gao Yuliang, the cunning old fox, is not to be underestimated. Recently, Gao Yuliang has become more perceptive, especially with the return of the Zhao family's second daughter, which suggests that both sides may engage in a protracted struggle. You speak wisely, Fong Zhibin nodded. It seems you have had prior dealings with a Zhao family member? Indeed, Sun Yonghao acknowledged. Why would I refuse money offered by others? I merely sold her 2 pieces of information. Beyond that, I shall refrain from further involvement. This exchange has prompted Gao Yuliang to become more alert and focused moving forward. However, it would be prudent to limit such actions in the future, Fong Zhibin advised. Yonghao, within this system, you must often regard yourself as an ordinary person. Even with my support, one can still operate within established protocols. Engaging in unconventional actions repeatedly, based solely on your family background, may pose no immediate issues. Even with someone as formidable as Xiao Jin, who would hesitate to confront you, let alone take action. Yet, over time, the repercussions of such conduct will inevitably diminish. I understand, Uncle Fong. It will only be this once, son Yonghao replied with a smile, acquiescing to the suggestion. Indeed, Fong Zhibi nodded. Nevertheless, it is likely that Xiao Jin and Li Dakang will express discontent. Li Dakang is now gravitating towards Secretary Xia. In Jingzhou City is Li Dakang's domain, which can also be viewed as Xiao Jin's territory to a certain extent. Such a blatant occupation of the Guangming District may not be easily explained away by them. They are currently in confrontation with Gao Yuliang, yet they are not without the capacity to engage in other pursuits. Once the outcome is determined, we shall become their most formidable adversaries. Particularly in the case of Li Dakang, it is inconceivable that he would be unprepared in the Guangming District. Should Li Dakang become anxious, one must not forget that you are still under his leadership. Any repercussions that arise could prove to be detrimental. Proceeding with this endeavor requires utmost caution. Fong Zhijin instructed. Uncle Fong, I understand. Son Yonghao nodded. But do you recall the incident at the Dakang factory? Such a significant matter. How could I possibly forget? Fong Zhijin acknowledged. Is there still something regarding Li Dakang? In an instant, Fong Zhijin grasped that Sun Yonghao likely possessed some incriminating evidence against Li Dakang. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such confidence. After all, Li Dakang is a figure well known among the members of the provincial committee. Furthermore, his influence is considerable. To be candid, there is little confidence in competing against him previously. However, with the inclusion of Sun Yonghao, our chances have improved by more than 30%, now nearly reaching parity. And this is merely in the absence of a declaration from the Sun family. Under such concealed influence, if we could indeed uncover something compromising about Li Dakang, the likelihood of success would tilt in our favor. Indeed, Sun Yonghao nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhijin began to ponder deeply. Is Li Dakang truly as unsavory as suspected? He may be clean himself. Yet Sun Yonghao shook his head, asserting that does not imply his family is likewise untainted. His family? His wife? Fong Zhijin inquired immediately. Precisely his wife, Ouyang Jing. Sun Yonghao affirmed. Fong Zhijin remarked. Uncle Fong should be well aware of Li Dakang's circumstances, correct? How could I not be aware? Fong Zhijin replied, albeit with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Chapter 62. The Sword of the Former Dynasty. Cleaving the officials of the present dynasty? Yonghao, I speak not in jest. Fong Zhibin offered a wry smile, recalling his prior studies on Li Dakang, which you, being within our system, must also be aware of. How can one not aspire to ascend? Whether driven by a desire to fulfill one's ideals or simply to relish the sensation of wielding power, is human nature to strive upward. As a rival, how could I not harbor similar ambitions? Even before the esteemed Secretary Zhao Lichuan departed, I had contemplated this matter. At that time, Li Dakang was merely the secretary to Zhao Lichuan. Furthermore, if Gao Yuliang were to ascend to the position of provincial secretary, the choice for the role of governor would rest between Li Dakang and myself. With the provincial secretary's departure and the governor's retirement, the vice secretary stepping up to fill the secretary's role, and the executive vice governor succeeding as governor, surely such considerations must be made? It would be untenable for the provincial secretary to be a recommendation from the former secretary, with the governor being his secretary as well. Even when Secretary Xia stepped down, I still felt a glimmer of opportunity. After all, throughout this entire endeavor, we were never truly Zhao Lichuan-esque people. Naturally, I have studied my rivals. I am well aware of his wife, Ouyang Jing, and his daughter, who has studied abroad. Indeed, Sun Yonghao recognized that Fong Zhibin was genuinely expressing his innermost thoughts, treating him as a confidant, perhaps even nurturing him as a successor. However, regarding the recent affairs at the Dakang factory, it was a trap set by Ding Yijin, the Shanxue group, and individuals from the bank. Sun Yonghao did not withhold the truth, revealing Ding Yijin altered the land's designation. Shanxue group provided a facilitation fee, and the bank severed Kai Qinggong's loan. Are you suggesting that individuals from Shanxue group and the bank have engaged in improper relations? Fong Zhibin inquired promptly. Given his prior knowledge, he was aware of where Li Dakang's wife was employed and that the bank's head was indeed Ouyang. Yes, the head is Ouyang, Sun Yonghao affirmed, but I am not entirely certain of the connection between Shanshui Group and Ouyang. There may have been instances of bribery, yet I lack concrete evidence. However, Kai Qinggong has admitted to having sent money to Ouyang, 200,000. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhibin transformed from his previous demeanor, resembling an elder imparting wisdom to a junior, speaking candidly. In that moment, he reclaimed the gravitas befitting his role as executive vice governor, sharp and astute. Can we be certain of this? He pressed. Certainly. Sun Yonghao nodded. Moreover, Uncle Fang, what are the expenses for Li Dakang's daughter studying abroad? Is it possible that he remains unaware? Are you completely indifferent to your daughter's tuition and living expenses? Furthermore, this concern does not solely pertain to Li Dakang. Gao Yuliang? At this mention, Fang Zhibin suddenly reacted. Indeed, regarding the situation of studying abroad, Uncle Fang, you should be well aware, Sun Yonghao remarked, tuition fees are quite substantial. Of course, if there are indeed scholarships involved, then I retract my statement. This effectively cornered both individuals. Fang Zhibin murmured, Yonghao, you need not involve yourself in this matter. Leave it to me. With this information, the scenario you previously described has a strong likelihood of success. Very well, Uncle Fang. Sun Yonghao nodded, smiling. Fang Zhibin was now elated, and with this development, it seems Li Dakang should not entertain the notion of easily ascending to the position of governor. With these pieces of information, simply mentioning them could suffice to strip him of this opportunity for power. Moreover, given Xiao Ruijin's domineering nature, it is unlikely he would allow Li Dakang to rise without hesitation. However, for the time being, they still require Li Dakang. Nonetheless, Uncle Fang, should any action be taken, it must be swift. Sun Yonghao stated, you previously mentioned that both the current and future Xiao Ruijin will need Li Dakang. If we delay, it is possible that Xiao Ruijin may take action on his own. Fang Zhibin nodded. By the way, Uncle Fang, what is the current situation within the province? Sun Yonghao inquired. I assumed you would not be concerned. Fang Zhibin chuckled, acknowledging Sun Yonghao. The current circumstances are quite similar to your predictions. It has become rather lively. Both sides are steadfast. Fang Zhibin shook his head, but primarily it is Xiao Ruijin's faction that is on the offensive, while the Zhao family, or more accurately, Gao Yuliang's faction, is merely on the defensive. Recently, there have been two main focal points. One is the interrogation at the Anti-Corruption Bureau. It seems they are seeking a breakthrough, primarily concerning the prominent Shanshui Group. The other is the gourmet city in Luzhu. However, presently, it remains uncertain who the Shanshui Group's impending turmoil will affect first. As for the pollution issues surrounding the gourmet city, they are continuously being emphasized. The situation with the Shanshui Group is manageable, but regarding the gourmet city, to be frank, it feels somewhat tenuous. Sun Yonghao stated, shaking his head. If this matter is truly to be pursued, it would be manageable within Handong province. However, if it were to spread, it could very well spell trouble for Xiao Ruijin. Fang Zhibin nodded. If this issue were to be investigated, countless officials would find themselves in trouble. Previously, the focus was on development, with everything centered around progress. Thus, some issues were temporarily overlooked. Even the old leaders were undoubtedly aware of this situation. However, there is no way to pursue accountability. Not every situation can achieve a perfect balance. To pursue would mean unearthing the past, effectively resurrecting the dead, both for the leaders and the retired officials. Today, we emphasize environmental protection, yet this is merely a contemporary development model. To seek accountability for responsibilities from years gone by would be akin to wielding the sword of a previous dynasty against the officials of the current one. Xiao Ruijin has begun to feel anxious. This is not the appropriate course of action. It suffices to state that the company should implement corrective measures. The remaining issues are not of significant concern. Oh, and what is Zhao family? Sun Yonghao inquired with some confusion. They wouldn't still cling to their culinary empire, would they? The current second miss of the Zhao family is certainly not as foolish as Zhao Ruilong. Fang Zhibin shook his head, noting that they are now preparing to enhance environmental protection, allocating a portion of their funds for this endeavor. However, many seem to be more optimistic about the prospect of demolition. Oh, Demolition? Who? Sun Yonghao asked. A faction led by Secretary Xia, while not explicitly stating anything, has made his intentions quite clear. There is also Yi Xueshi, who has been persistently urging for demolition and constantly lodging complaints, Fang Zhibin explained. Yi Yong. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao nodded. What do you think of this Yi Xueshi, Uncle Fang? Yi Yong. I don't know much about him. Fang Zhibin replied, shaking his head. He is not one of us. He used to associate with Li Dakang and his group. Since then, he has had little support. But Uncle Fang. Sun Yonghao furrowed his brow in contemplation. This Yi Xueshi is about the same age as Li Dakang, isn't he? Chapter 63. Seasonal inspection, isn't it wonderful as it is now? Fang Zhibin nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Indeed, he was in his early 50s. In the past, Yi Xueshi served as the county party secretary, while Li Dakang held the position of county mayor. The two were of similar age, and Li Dakang, being Zhao Lichuan's secretary, had secured such a role at a relatively young age. However, what about Yi Xueshi? Sun Yonghao inquired with a hint of doubt. Could it truly be solely due to his talents? Yonghao, what do you imply? Fang Zhibin discerned Sun Yonghao's intent. Indeed, who was Yi Xueshi's mentor back then? Sun Yonghao pressed. That's a question worth pondering, Fang Zhibin replied. At that time, I was merely a department head in the capital. Indeed, Sun Yonghao nodded. Given that so much time has elapsed, it might be time to reach out to those from back then. I have thought of someone, Sun Yonghao suddenly recalled. Wang Dalu. Who was with him at the time? Well, you should investigate further, Fang Zhibin suggested. However, what do you perceive about Yi Xueshi? Nothing much, just that he has become quite ostentatious lately. Sun Yonghao shook his head. It seems he has done something for the people, yet his name was hardly known before. As if he emerged suddenly. Perhaps he has someone guiding him from behind. Indeed, Fang Zhibin nodded in agreement, opting not to elaborate further. Yonghao, you should focus on developing the Guangming District. For matters within the province, at least in the short term, there is no need for concern. Currently, Xiao Jin and his team are preoccupied with dealing with Gao Yuliang and the Zhao family. That should keep them sufficiently occupied. With Governor Liu and myself here, there should be no issues. Fang Zhibin smiled. However, we cannot overtly assist any of these factions. Xiao Jin has come down with a mission. He aims to eliminate certain individuals and diminish the Zhao family's influence. Uncle Fang, I understand. Sun Yonghao was well aware of the dynamics at play, even acknowledging that his own presence here was not without purpose. If you require anything, feel free to call me. Rest assured, Uncle Fang, I comprehend. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. By the way, have you been in contact with Yuan? Fang Zhibin, having concluded his thoughts, shifted the conversation. Speaking of that, I must apologize to you and Yuan. Sun Yonghao rose, addressing Fang Zhibin earnestly. Oh, an apology? What's the matter? Fang Zhibin inquired, puzzled. I had someone investigate Yuan. Sun Yonghao confessed without reservation. Oh, upon hearing this, Fang Zhibin's brow furrowed slightly, yet internally, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Investigation? What prompted that? If it were truly unintentional, then what is there to investigate? I beg for Uncle Fang's understanding. Sun Yonghao chuckled. Let this be the last time. What could Fang Zhibin say? He merely uttered this phrase. Rest assured, Uncle Fang. Sun Yonghao smiled, aware that Fang Zhibin comprehended his actions. Well, it is quite late today. Shall we rest here? Fang Zhibin inquired. Perhaps it's better to return, Sun Yonghao replied, shaking his head with a smile, as staying here might not be appropriate. I shall call Zhao Ling to come and fetch me. I've already taken up quite a bit of Uncle Fang's time today. Sun Yonghao remarked with a smile. Very well, you may decide for yourself, but do keep in mind that there are not many people here. Should you have time, feel free to visit us more often. Fang Zhibin replied with a smile. Rest assured, Uncle Fang, I shall not hesitate to disturb you in the future. Sun Yonghao smiled back. Indeed, Fang Zhibin nodded, escorting Sun Yonghao out. At that moment, the mother and daughter were still engrossed in watching television. However, upon seeing Sun Yonghao exit, Aunt Yuan joined Uncle Fang, seemingly discussing something of importance. This left Sun Yonghao and Fang Yuan to bond, and after approximately half an hour, Zhao Ling arrived. Only then did Sun Yonghao set off toward his residence. The following day, Sun Yonghao did not head directly to the office. Instead, he received word that the investors he had previously contacted had arrived, accompanied by Sun Lianping, as well as their respective secretaries and drivers. Sun Yonghao went to welcome these guests. Upon seeing Sun Yonghao, the group was exceedingly polite, eagerly making their way towards him. Among them were high-ranking officials from state-owned enterprises and some private business owners, whose names might not be widely recognized, yet they were titans within their industries. However, it was not the chairpersons who attended, but rather their vice presidents or relatives they had brought along. They greeted Sun Yonghao with courtesy. Sun Lianping was somewhat acquainted with a few of these individuals, though he had only heard of their companies without having met them in person. However, upon hearing the names of the companies, especially those from state-owned enterprises, it was enough to leave Sun Lianping quite astonished. Many of their positions surpassed those of the two of them. It was Sun Yonghao who had summoned them and welcomed them first. Sun Lianping's suspicions regarding Sun Yonghao's status were further reinforced, realizing that his fortunes had indeed arrived. "Young Master Sun," the leading individual greeted with a smile. "The last time I saw you was in the capital. I suppose I should now address you as Secretary Sun?" "Brother Bao, you flatter me," Sun Yonghao laughed, and then introduced Sun Lianping. "This is General Manager Bao from the Investment Promotion Bureau, a vice president responsible primarily for investments and various industrial matters. This gentleman beside me is our district chief of Guangming District, Comrade Sun Lianping," Sun Yonghao proclaimed with a smile. The two exchanged greetings, and soon after, Sun Yonghao began to introduce others. "All right, everyone, shall we proceed to the site?" Sun Yonghao inquired. "Certainly." The others, feeling no need for further formality with Sun Yonghao present, accompanied him towards the Guangming District. Once they had surveyed the area and clarified any uncertainties, they prepared to finalize the contract. Sun Yonghao led them towards the government building of Guangming District. Preparations had already been made in advance, but during their journey, Sun Yonghao received a phone call. This time, however, it was not from his superior or regarding any directives, but rather from the provincial procuratorate. "Is this Secretary Yonghao?" A voice with a magnetic and gentle tone came through the line. "This is Sun Yonghao," he replied. "Secretary Yonghao, this is Ji Changming from the provincial procuratorate." "Ah, Prosecutor Yi." Sun Yonghao chuckled. "What brings you to call me? Is there something you need?" "Not at all," Yonghao replied sortosely. "We have a case that might require the interrogation of Kai Chengong, who was previously detained in Guangming District. I wonder if this is a convenient time?" "Of course. It is convenient. How could it not be? It's all for work." Sun Yonghao responded with equal courtesy. "Just look at this, Prosecutor Ji. It's a wonderful time indeed. With a call from your procuratorate and the necessary documents, we are fully prepared to cooperate." "Indeed, indeed." Ji Changming could only smile in agreement. Chapter 64. Hospitalized from anger. A stark contrast in attitude. Faced with the remarks of Sun Yonghao, Ji Changming found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he had been subjected to a severe reprimand. Yet what connection did that have with Sun Yonghao? Had he truly erred? Even if he had, with Governor Liu and Executive Feng present alongside Sun Yonghao, what could Ji Changming possibly say? At this moment, Ji Changming was enveloped in a sense of bitterness, while others had subordinates. His own were akin to a group of overlords. If one were to assign blame, it would surely be directed at that troublesome monkey, who disregarded protocol and now faced the consequences of his own misfortune. Although Ji Changming harbored some thoughts about Sun Yonghao and the uproar that ensued, he was acutely aware of the true motivations behind these events. Now, confronted with Sun Yonghao's words, his dissatisfaction with Hou Liangping intensified, as he could only hope that this monkey would depart from his vicinity sooner rather than later, or that he might retire early, for he could no longer bear the burden. Ji Changming exchanged a few more pleasantries, but then stated, "However, Ji Jian, I have yet to arrive at the office. I shall return shortly. Should I call and inform them, or shall I wait until I return?" inquired Sun Yonghao. "Let them wait for Secretary Yonghao a while longer," Yifangming replied. "It will be beneficial for the young ones to gain more experience." "All right, I'm also on my way back. I will call Chengdu and have him bring the team over." Sun Yonghao responded, and the two ended the call. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao had already returned to the district committee building with his associates. By the time he arrived, several vehicles were already present in their courtyard. Sun Yonghao's car smoothly entered the premises, but as soon as he alighted, he was met with a cacophony of complaints. What? They aren't here? Do they lack ears and mouths? Even during a phone call, they refuse to respond? I suspect they are deliberately trying to make things difficult for us, asserting their authority. This individual has serious issues throughout the entire Guangming District. Chen Hai, I believe we must conduct a thorough investigation into Guangming District. Upon hearing these words, both Sun Yonghao and Sun Liangping, who had just stepped out of the car, darkened in countenance. How audacious to speak ill of them on their own turf. Moreover, it was serendipitous that they overheard it, with the principal right behind them, utterly oblivious. It was indeed ironic, as Zhao Ling's vehicle was parked right beside theirs at the prosecutor's office. Inside, the individuals were leisurely smoking and chatting nonchalantly, their demeanor utterly lackadaisical. Such behavior could only be attributed to that troublesome monkey, no one else. Even the investors who had accompanied them felt somewhat awkward, having overheard such remarks. It was as though Sun Yonghao's personal affairs had been laid bare for all to see. How could he possibly maintain a pleasant expression under such circumstances? Yet, Sun Yonghao merely smiled, retrieved his phone, and promptly called Ji Changming. Is this Ji Jian? This is Sun Yonghao. At this moment, those inside finally noticed Sun Yonghao. Upon seeing their group staring at him, the expression on this monkey's face was akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Wasn't it merely a few complaints? Why had he been discovered? He had made similar remarks in the past, yet never had he encountered such misfortune as today. Secretary Yonghao, is there something amiss? Ji Changming inquired, perplexed. Tell your people to return, Sun Yonghao stated coldly. Our Guangming District temple is too small to accommodate so many great Buddhas. What is happening? Ji Changming, himself baffled, asked. What is going on? Your people are quite capable. Sun Yonghao replied. I just got out of the car and overheard your deputy director from the Anti-Corruption Bureau claim that our Guangming District has serious issues and that a thorough investigation of our officials is warranted. Both Director Sun and the investors visiting Guangming heard this remark. You ought to send your deputy director back. Next time he comes, he might as well bring handcuffs and take us all away. That way, there is no need to consult with us from Guangming District. You can do as you please. How convenient. Sun Yonghao sneered. Secretary Yonghao, could there be some misunderstanding? Ji Changming asked, feeling his mind might be insufficient to grasp the situation. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Director Sun, the investors and I all heard it. Sun Yonghao insisted. You cannot possibly think we are all lacking in common sense, can you? Moreover, you claimed we are mindless, voiceless, and deaf, unable to make a phone call. Those are your deputy director's exact words. Sun Yonghao. At this moment, the monkey in the vehicle, now infuriated, forcefully opened the car door and shouted, Am I to be reprimanded for merely voicing a couple of complaints? Is it worth such a serious response? What? Can't you endure even a hint of grievance? He had just been demoted, reprimanded, and warned by his family to remain composed and refrain from causing further trouble. Otherwise, he would be left to fend for himself. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved in this matter, yet the imminent prospect of credit was too tempting to resist. He had thickened his skin to join them, but ultimately chose to wait in the car, feeling a sense of embarrassment. However, he had not anticipated that his fleeting complaints would lead to his exposure. If a real problem arose, he could only imagine the consequences he would face. Now Sun Yonghao was insisting he step out. This was unacceptable. Although he had previously bungled things, with Chen Hai's support and his own connections from the capital, he had managed to smooth things over. Yet now, if further issues arose, whether he could still manage the situation was uncertain. How could he not feel agitated and anxious? Is this your attitude of serving the public? Is this how a cadre ought to behave? However, this fellow has now begun to unleash a torrent of vitriol at Sun Yonghao. Already in a state of discontent, he finds himself face to face with an adversary determined to bring about his demise. Hou Liangping. Upon hearing this name, Ji Changming felt as though he might explode, his heart fluttering uncomfortably. Yet, suddenly a thought surged into his mind, and his speech became fragmented. Ji give me, see come back. As he spoke, A cacophony of sounds emanated from Ji Changming's vicinity. His secretary, hearing the commotion, rushed in, exclaiming, "Chief Ji, leader?" Witnessing Ji's distress, the secretary promptly initiated a call for emergency assistance. Nevertheless, the wily Ji Changming clutched his secretary and instructed him, "Bring Chen Hai back." "Understood, leader." After completing the emergency call, another call was placed to Chen Hai. Meanwhile, Hou Liangping found himself momentarily taken aback, yet the others paid him no mind. Instead, Sun Lianqing, addressing the investors, remarked with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle you've witnessed. Shall we proceed to the office?" The investors turned their gazes towards Sun Yonghao, who, at that moment, seemed to force a smile and replied, "Indeed, Director Sun is correct. Let us move to the conference room. Comrades, please." Observing Sun Yonghao's demeanor, they were momentarily perplexed by his newfound politeness, leaving them somewhat astonished. However, such peculiarities dissipated upon their arrival at the conference room, as Sun Yonghao reverted to his previous demeanor. Chapter 65. Exhausted, let destruction come, I no longer care. Upon returning to the office, Sun Yonghao reverted to his previous demeanor. Although he wore a smile, he exuded an undeniable authority that commanded attention. "Sun, secretary?" Observing the stark contrast in Sun Yonghao's behavior, they speculated that he must have some intentions in mind. "You may leave shortly," Sun Yonghao announced. This statement left everyone astonished. Had he not just summoned them? Why the sudden dismissal? Even Sun Lianqing was taken aback, gazing at Sun Yonghao in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Nevertheless, having previously placed his trust in Sun Yonghao, Sun Lianqing refrained from questioning him, patiently awaiting further explanation. He believed that Sun Yonghao would not utter such words without reason. "Of course, I do not truly mean for you to depart from Handong just yet." Sun Yonghao chuckled. "For the time being, let us rest here. I shall call Secretary Dakang. Given what you have witnessed today, it is imperative that he is informed. This situation is the result of that troublesome monkey, and Secretary Dakang cannot remain silent. In a political environment fraught with ambiguity, this ought to serve as a warning to you all. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals grasped Sun Yonghao's intentions. He aimed to teach that troublesome monkey a lesson. Yet, doubts lingered among some. A young vice president, whose father was the chairman, questioned, "Given your position, Secretary Sun, you could easily ensure his downfall with a mere word." Before he could finish, a more seasoned vice president in his 40s intervened, advising that this matter was not theirs to question. They should simply follow Secretary Sun's directives. Meanwhile, certain representatives from state-owned enterprises speculated but remained silent. "Very well, Secretary Sun. We shall take our leave." General Manager Bao remarked with a smile, albeit with a hint of concern and irritation as they exited. Sun Yonghao chuckled, rising to shake hands with them, escorting them to the door and bidding them farewell. Once they were gone, the sound of a cup shattering echoed within the room. Sun Yonghao then turned to Sun Lianqing and cautioned, "Remember to keep this confidential." Initially, Sun Lianqing was taken aback, but soon comprehended the gravity of Sun Yonghao's request. It pertained to today's events and, more significantly, to Sun Yonghao's esteemed identity. The capacity to elicit cooperation from individuals within a top-tier state-owned enterprise speaks volumes about Sun Yonghao's status. Even Governor Liu or Executive Fong would find it challenging to summon such compliance. While acquaintance may be possible and invitations achievable, the deference shown by a vice president, an individual of departmental rank, towards Sun Yonghao was simply unprecedented. Regardless of their standing compared to Governor Liu or Executive Fong, they were esteemed guests wherever they went. Moreover, it is directly under the higher authorities, and the leaders encountered are far more numerous than theirs. Sun Lianqing has pondered quite a bit, and does Secretary Sun's actions today carry a layer of concealing his identity? Regardless, he has already aligned himself with Secretary Sun, so he shall heed his words. There is no need for excessive worry about other matters. However, Sun Yonghao interjected once more, "Lianqing, do call Secretary Dakang and extol the majesty of a monkey. I will reach out to the investors." All right, what else could Sun Lianqing say? He could only go and face the wrath of Li Dakang himself. As fate would have it, upon making the call, Sun Lianqing learned that Li Dakang was already aware of the investor's arrival, and even the presence of the investment promotion agency's personnel had him elated. If this endeavor succeeded, his political achievements would soar to celestial heights. Yet, the subsequent words caused Li Dakang's smile to gradually freeze and fade. Sun Lianqing, are you out of your mind? How could you let the investors hear that? Li Dakang exclaimed, his breaths growing heavier. Secretary Dakang, who would have thought it was such a coincidence? Sun Lianqing responded, sounding like a hapless victim. However, unlike before, he now exuded a newfound confidence. Hearing Sun Lianqing's words, Li Dakang continued to breathe heavily. And after a long pause to compose himself, he said, Sun Lianqing, I don't care what methods you employ or how you proceed. Just ensure that these investors do not leave Jingzhou. Reach out to them, and I will personally engage with these investors. Comrade Yonghao is still making contacts. Indeed, Comrade Yonghao is doing exceptionally well. Li Dakang praised immediately. Any updates? Inform me at once. Yes, Secretary Dakang. Sun Lianqing replied, and the call was soon disconnected. Frustrated, Li Dakang abruptly dialed Yifangming. However, he found himself unable to reach Ji Changming, who was en route to the hospital. Having succumbed to unconsciousness and unable to answer the phone, the call was answered by Ji Changming's secretary, who, upon learning that Ji Changming had collapsed after taking the call, left Secretary Dakang seething with rage. Yet, his fury was even more directed towards Hou Liangping, who had previously disrupted their plans. Meanwhile, Chen Hai and the others, upon receiving the news, set off towards the hospital with the personnel from the procuratorate. During their journey, they remained in a state of uncertainty, enveloped in silence. The guilty Hou Liangping was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain the situation. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Ji Changming had already been taken for treatment and examination. Only a few staff members and Ji Changming's secretary awaited news outside. After inquiring, the secretary, lacking clarity on the situation, provided a brief overview. Only anxious crowds remained waiting outside, yet Ji Changming appeared to be in relatively good spirits, albeit with slightly elevated blood pressure. He soon emerged, but only to speak briefly with his secretary, instructing him to send the waiting individuals home for the time being. Ji Changming required some solitude. The specifics could be addressed the following day. Should any urgent matters arise, they could consult the Deputy Prosecutor General, for he felt himself reaching his limits. Chen Hai, puzzled by the situation, disregarded the attempts to prevent him and entered the hospital room. Director Ji, upon his arrival, Ji Changming exhibited no surprise. He had anticipated this moment. Chen Hai, you've barged in again. Ji Changming remarked with a hint of resignation, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. As if he had come to terms with the inevitable. He felt a sense of impending doom, aware that if he remained in this position, continually tending to the whims of the powerful, he would eventually find himself in dire straits. Observing Ji Changming's demeanor, Chen Hai felt a fleeting pang of guilt, which was quickly dismissed. Director Ji, I apologize. Ji Changming could only sigh in response. However, you must establish some guidelines for this matter. Chen Hai continued, what shall we do about the case? The rest of us will handle the subsequent affairs. We will not disturb you any further. Guidelines. At this utterance, Ji Changming's temper flared once more, yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure, knowing that to speak would only invite conflict. Such words could not escape his lips, for they would surely be relayed to others. Chapter 66. How Can I Be a Coward? As Ji Changming gazed at Chen Hai before him, a surge of frustration welled up within him. Pointing toward the door, he spoke haltingly, just leave. For the time being, you may do as you wish. If you desire to report to the Deputy Prosecutor General, then go ahead. If not, so be it. I need to recuperate. Ji Changming had definitively resolved to disengage from the matter at hand. Chief Ji, Chen Hai attempted to voice further thoughts, yet Ji Changming had already closed his eyes, evidently unwilling to continue the conversation. Consequently, Chen Hai and his companions, having received the news, reluctantly exited the hospital room and conveyed the prior information to those gathered outside. Director Chen, what shall we do now? The few individuals present turned to Chen Hai, uncertain of how to proceed. What should we do? How would I know? Chen Hai responded with exasperation. Let us all return for now and await my further instructions. The paramount duty of our Anti-Corruption Bureau is something I trust everyone remembers. The challenges we face are but temporary. We must believe that no one can wield absolute power. All right, everyone, let us rally our spirits. Chen Hai attempted to inspire them with grand visions. The group, albeit reluctantly, made their way back. Alongside Chen Hai, Hou Liangping harbored some concerns. Given the recent events, would those involved attempt to place the blame squarely on their shoulders? However, witnessing Ji Changming's demeanor earlier, it was evident he was intent on providing them with cover. Old Ji, as expected, is astute, cognizant of his connections to the capital and the Zhong family. Hou Liangping thought, feeling a sense of relief regarding his previous decisions. As they proceeded toward the prosecutor's office, Hou Liangping inquired, Chen Hai, what should we do now? With old Ji hospitalized, we cannot simply lose heart. Of course not. Chen Hai shook his head. Since old Ji is currently indisposed, we must take matters into our own hands or seek out the provincial committee for authorization. Perhaps we should split our forces? Hou Liangping proposed, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Split our forces? How do you envision that? Chen Hai asked, puzzled. You can approach Secretary Xia, while I head directly to Guangming District. Hou Liangping stroked his chin thoughtfully. This way, we can execute a surprise maneuver in the shortest time possible, leaving them no time to react. That seems risky. Chen Hai hesitated. We have encountered setbacks in Guangming District before. This time is different. We have Secretary Xia's endorsement, and it will undoubtedly succeed. Hou Liangping asserted. Is son Yonghao truly capable of resisting Secretary Xia? At that moment, Hou Liangping had also come to understand the intricate connections between Chen Hai, Chen Yanshi, and Xiao Jin. Allowing Chen Hai to proceed would almost certainly not be denied by Xiao Jin, and by taking action himself, Hou Liangping could achieve even greater merit. His calculations were rather astute. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hai acquiesced, but it was already late, so they decided to find a place to eat first. It would be unwise to intrude during others' moments of repose. After all, one is as strong as iron, and food is as essential as steel. Indeed, there was no rush on Kai Qinggong's side for the time being. Hou Liangping concurred. The two of them had reached an agreement, while Liu Yike was heading home as well. Recently, she had been overwhelmed with work, and now, with old GS predicament, her stress had intensified. However, upon returning home, she was met with her mother's incessant nagging about her being over 30 and still unmarried. How could her mother not be concerned? Yet seeing her daughter return so unexpectedly sparked some surprise. Why are you back so soon? Old G is hospitalized, and we currently have no plans for action. It just so happens that we reached a break, so Chen Hai allowed us to return, Liu Yike explained. Old G is hospitalized? What happened? Isn't his health usually quite good? Just a few days ago, I saw him letting his grandson ride on his shoulders. Wu Xini inquired, puzzled. Mom, I'm talking about old G, Liu Yike said, feeling quite fatigued. Right, what about old G? How is he now? Wu Xini asked. He has woken up, but still needs to remain hospitalized for observation. It seems he won't be able to oversee work for a while, Liu Yike replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Xini, who had spent nearly half her life in the legal field, instantly realized that something serious had transpired. I'll make a call to check on him, she said, her expression turning grave as she stepped aside to dial Ji Changming's number. Old Ji, I heard you've fallen ill. How are you feeling now? How could you be so careless? Wu Xini asked with concern. Senior, Ji Changming replied, his voice weak. I'm feeling much better, but I'll need to recuperate for a while. Indeed, it's crucial to take proper care of yourself, Wu Xini smiled. The weather hasn't been great lately, so please take care of your health. What you say is true. I've come directly to the hospital, Ji Changming explained with a wry smile. Hearing this, Wu Xini's expression shifted again. In conversations such as theirs, discussing the weather was hardly just small talk, especially in such a serious context. They both understood the unspoken implications. So how did you fall ill? What caused it? Wu Xini pressed on. It's just the wind outside, Ji Changming sighed. Understood. You must rest as needed, Wu Xini remarked. Just in time. During this period, Iku's father has also found a promising young man for her to meet. That is indeed a good thing. Ji Changming quickly responded with a smile. Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. With that, Wu Xini abruptly ended the call and turned her gaze towards Liu Yike. At that moment, Liu Yike had also heard her mother's words and immediately shook her head, stating, "Mom, I won't go. I have no desire to attend a blind date. Besides, didn't Dad say he wouldn't interfere in my lifelong matters? I should be the one to decide. You cannot misrepresent his intentions." "Misrepresent what intentions? I am asking you to leave now to avoid the impending turmoil," Wu Sini said with utmost seriousness. "Regardless of your willingness to meet this person, you must leave at once." "Leave? Absolutely not." Liu Yike continued to shake her head. "This matter is non-negotiable. If you remain obstinate, I will call your father immediately," Wu Sini declared. "Shall I have your father speak to you?" "My father would never pressure me," Liu Yike muttered. "Then you may test that theory." Wu Sini's tone left no room for jest. "But why?" Liu Yike asked, visibly distressed. "This is a busy time at work. Are you asking me to be a coward?" "A coward?" At these words, Wu Sini let out a cold laugh. "If you were truly needed on the battlefield and dare to run away, your father will be the first to deal with you. This is not about becoming a coward, but rather preventing you from becoming collateral damage, merely a pawn in someone else's game. Previously, I did not intervene because there was little at stake. However, the situation has changed. For now, you must accompany me for a while. If nothing is amiss for them, why should it be troublesome for me?" Liu Yike continued to question. Chapter 67. Like an indomitable cockroach. Regardless of Liu Yike's own objections, Wu Sini was resolute this time, determined not to allow her daughter to become further entangled. Previously, she had merely attempted to dissuade her from involving herself with Chen Hai, but now the stakes had escalated. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire family. This was not a time for indulgence. She took Liu Yike and requested leave, while Chen Hai felt a pang of reluctance. Yet there was little he could do. The leave was swiftly granted, leaving Chen Hai momentarily stunned as Liu Yike was forcibly taken away. Though she had departed, work still demanded attention, and he and Hou Liangping split their efforts as they made their way to Xiao Jin's office. Secretary Bai was well aware of Chen Hai's situation and his relationship with his superior. Upon seeing him, he promptly approached. "Director Chen, you've arrived. Are you here to see Secretary Xia?" "Secretary Bai, is Secretary Xia available at the moment?" Chen Hai inquired, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this address, Secretary Bai's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a smile as he replied, "I will check for you. Please hold on a moment." "Very well." Chen Hai nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin was engaged in a telephone conversation with Li Dakang. "Comrade Dakang, please try to remain calm," Xiao Jin reassured over the line. "Secretary Xia, it's not that I'm overly agitated," Li Dakang lamented. "Just consider this matter concerning Hou Liangping. What on earth is he doing? He is on the verge of ruining our Guangming District, our Jingzhou City, and our Guangming Peak project. You are aware of the immense effort I've invested in this project. Now, it feels as though he has completely dismissed it with a single remark. Moreover, old G from the Procuratorate, I called him earlier, and he is now hospitalized due to stress. Secretary Xia, how should we handle this situation?" "Comrade Dakang, I understand that you feel wronged in this matter," Xiao Jin soothed. "What is the current status? Has there been any impact on the Guangming Peak project?" Although Xiao Jin had come here to combat corruption, if a major project faced issues due to the personnel he had appointed, then his efforts against corruption would come into question. At this moment, his discontent towards Hou Liangping began to accumulate. Initially, he had believed that Hou Liangping had sufficient backing to avoid complications, and that the Supreme People's Procuratorate would afford him some consideration. However, it now appeared that this was a false assumption. The results had been dispatched promptly, with approvals following suit at an alarming pace. It seemed that the rumors of Hou Liangping seeking refuge in Handong were not without merit. Many, it seemed, were beginning to harbor discontent towards Hou Liangping. Nevertheless, it was imperative to offer support when necessary, especially since the Zhong family had yet to declare any intention to expel Hou Liangping. "The comrades from Guangming District have already made contact," Li Dakang explained, "but the specifics remain unclear. I have also informed them that it is imperative to stabilize these individuals. However, Secretary Xia, you must understand that if this matter escalates, who will be willing to invest in our Jingzhou City in the future? This reflects a lack of trust in Guangming District and in our Jingzhou City." "All right, I understand, Comrade Dakang. I will provide you with an explanation," Xiao Jin said. Secretary Xia, you're being too serious. I am wholeheartedly supportive of this young comrade's spirit and the anti-corruption efforts. Dakang would not forget the purpose of Xiao Jin's visit. He began to express his stance, yet the young comrade's actions and demeanor were indeed concerning. I will consider the issue of the upcoming candidates, Xiao Jin remarked. Thank you, Secretary Xia. I truly find myself at a loss, Dakang continued. Their call ended here, and at that moment, Secretary Bai finally arrived at the office. He briefed Xiao Jin about Chen Hai's situation. Chen Hai has come. Let him in. Xiao Jin was taken aback upon hearing this. This would be Chen Hai's first time reporting to him since arriving here, despite having encountered him previously in the company of others. Has he finally awakened? This is promising. Once I achieve success, perhaps I could promote him. Yet, Chen Hai remains a student of Gao Yuliang and requires further observation. Was truly on Chen Hai's mind. Meanwhile, upon receiving the order, Chen Hai entered Xiao Jin's office. Secretary Xia, hearing this address made Xiao Jin smile. Well, Xiao Hai, there are no outsiders here. Why do you hesitate to call me brother as you used to? Secretary Xia, isn't this worth time? Chen Hai replied awkwardly and helplessly. You are still the same as when you were a child, appearing like a little adult. Xiao Jin shook his head with a smile. So, what brings you here today? He inquired. At this moment, Xiao Bai had already served tea and quietly exited the room. Secretary Xia, we previously intended to interrogate Kai Qinggong, but we encountered obstacles twice, and we are unsure why the Guangming District officials are uncooperative. After discussing with Hou and Liangping, we thought perhaps we could request the provincial committee to issue directives to encourage cooperation from the Guangming District officials. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin leaned back in his chair. Xiao Hai, do you know the reasons behind our previous setbacks? He asked. Well, Chen Hai hesitated momentarily. It seems you may not know everything, but you are aware of part of it. Let me tell you, both times it was due to Hou Liangping. Xiao Jin did not wish for Chen Hai to truly become entangled in this matter. The case could be pursued, yet it should not unfold in a manner akin to Hou Liangping's, where one encounters personal issues before the case even commences. How would those who nurtured him perceive him otherwise? Without delving into that further, it was unexpected that before any action could be taken, he had already compromised his own comrade. Monkey? Chen Hai inquired with confusion. Just moments ago, Dakang had called me, intending to lodge a complaint against Hou Liangping. Xiao Jin elucidated. Alas, I'm also troubled about how to handle this situation. Xiao Hai, Hou Liangping is now your subordinate. Any issues must be brought to your attention. Otherwise, if problems arise, you shall bear the responsibility. Secretary Xia, I comprehend, yet the matter concerning the monkey has its reasons. Chen Hai attempted to clarify. I am aware. Xiao Jin interjected, halting Chen Hai's words. I had previously explained this to Dakang. It is unlikely that this will escalate into a significant issue. However, such occurrences must not happen again in the future. Do you understand? As Xiao Jin and Chen Hai engaged in this discussion, Chen Hai had yet to receive Xiao Jin's consent due to his waiting. Meanwhile, Hou Liangping had already arrived at the Guangming District government building. During his journey, he had sought out his subordinates, who informed him they had received orders, leading them directly to Sun Yonghao's office. Often, this individual resembled not merely a monkey, but rather a cockroach, seemingly indestructible. He would even encourage himself, bolstering his own spirits. Previously, he had endured such humiliation in front of Sun Yonghao, yet now he appeared entirely unfazed by it. Chapter 68. Who can I meet? I heard it's not like that at this moment. Sun Yonghao was reviewing the previous plans, while Xiao Dong was reporting matters to him. Leader, Xiao Dong hesitated, casting an awkward glance at Sun Yonghao. What is the matter? Sun Yonghao initially assumed there was something important to discuss, or perhaps some other arrangements Xiao Dong needed to inform him about. Leader, it's some of my former classmates, even several seniors, who have called to propose a reunion. They specifically requested my attendance. Xiao Dong reported. Although it wasn't particularly significant, he worried that these classmates might have ulterior motives, especially since they had previously been quite close with the members of the Han University gang. The Han University gang? Sun Yonghao inquired, looking at Xiao Dong. That should be the case. Xiao Dong nodded. Well, it's your personal matter. It's entirely up to you how you wish to handle it, Sun Yonghao stated, choosing not to interfere in Xiao Dong as private affairs. I understand, leader. Xiao Dong acknowledged, fully aware of how to navigate the situation. Having previously not been part of the Han University gang, he now saw an opportunity to join. However, he suspected that if he connected with the members of the gang and joined them, it could lead to his replacement as Sun Yonghao as secretary. He was well aware of how he had come to be in this position. Meanwhile, while Xiao Dong was reporting, Hou Liangping had arrived outside Sun Yonghao's office. Even in Xiao Dong's absence, there were still many who would obstruct him, and recently, Hou Liangping had nearly become a celebrity in their district. This is Deputy Director Hou, right? Someone outside called out. What brings you here again? By order of the provincial committee, I'm here to seek Sun Yonghao as cooperation. Hou Liangping replied confidently. The individuals outside were unaware that he had already been promoted to director, and Hou Liangping had no intention of clarifying that. Director? That is a sore spot for him. Provincial committee orders? Where's the order? Someone outside inquired. Also, why haven't we received any notification? At this juncture, Xiao Dong heard the commotion and stepped outside. You again? Indeed, that's me. Where is Sun Yonghao? Hou Liangping, with an air of superiority, inquired, raising his chin at the young secretary. Secretary Sun is currently busy. If you wish to meet him, I can check if he is available, Xiao Dong explained. If I knew it. Sun Yonghao certainly carries himself with great importance. When I was in the capital, no one made me wait like this, Hou Liangping asserted confidently. Oh, at that moment, Sun Yonghao emerged, regarding Hou Liangping. I also worked in the capital before. I heard that Deputy Director Hou, well, I suppose now I must refer to you as Director Hou, is quite renowned. Even someone as insignificant as I am has heard of you. I often had to submit reports at home. Sun Yonghao. Upon hearing this, Hou Liangping's complexion rapidly turned a deep shade of purple, not merely flushed red. How could he not be incensed when Sun Yonghao had struck at his two sore spots with a single sentence? Well then, Director Hou, what brings you here this time? Sun Yonghao inquired. Do you have any documents? Was there prior communication? Sun Yonghao, do not revel in your triumph. Hou Liangping's face still bore a vivid hue of red. Chen Hai has already approached Secretary Xia, and the documents are currently in process. I refuse to believe that you would dare oppose the provincial committee's orders. This time, whether you consent or not, you shall cooperate. Otherwise, I wonder how you plan to explain yourself to Secretary Xia. How I explain myself is my own concern, Sun Yonghao retorted. Very well, since you claim there are documents. Where are they now? Just wait. With that, Hou Liangping promptly placed a call to Chen Hai. As for Xiao Jin, he lacked both the qualifications and authority to intervene. Hello, Hai Zi. What is the situation? Hou Liangping immediately inquired, deliberately putting the call on speakerphone to ensure Sun Yonghao could hear, showcasing his own status. Monkey, we have a problem. Secretary Xia insists we must negotiate ourselves. Previously, when Chen Hai reported to Xiao Jin, the latter had mentioned Hou Liangping's situation. It was not merely about Sun Yonghao's identity. Using his status to exert pressure could lead to dire consequences. How could it be acceptable for a dignified provincial secretary to issue orders? Was it a reflection of their incompetence, or was he simply too undervalued in his position? Chen Hai certainly deserved respect, but not in this manner. Thus, he merely advised that they negotiate, trusting that their comrades would not obstruct the process. The issue had arisen solely due to Hou Liangping, and the other side had already shown willingness to comply. Why introduce such complications? Who wouldn't be incensed under these circumstances? What? Negotiate ourselves? At this revelation, Hou Liangping barely had time to cover his phone. The surrounding crowd, led by Sun Yonghao, erupted into laughter, filled with mockery. Meanwhile, those who had accompanied Hou Liangping were so embarrassed they wished to vanish. Such disgrace was utterly intolerable. Were it not for Hou Liangping being their leader and his connection with the director, they would have preferred to abandon him there and leave. Monkey, where are you now? Jinhai Guidi, I am now. Hou Liangping could scarcely bear to look, hastily departing the scene. Chen Hai, you have put me in a dire predicament. He felt an overwhelming urge to throttle Chen Hai. Had he known, it would have been better to let Chen Hai handle it himself, directly approaching Xiao Jin. In that case, the embarrassment would have fallen on Chen Hai, not himself. Monkey, you haven't already arrived in Guangming District, have you? Chen Hai asked. What else could it be? Hou Liangping growled softly into the phone. Alas, never anticipated that Secretary Xia would refuse. Chen Hai expressed his profound embarrassment, leaving one to wonder if he had committed a grievous offense against the monkey or perhaps even betrayed it, for his level of shame was akin to that of having wronged the creature. Enough of this, come and fetch us, Hou Liangping shouted in exasperation, observing their departure. Sun Yonghao smirked with disdain. Meanwhile, the provincial meeting commenced, though it was not a formal standing committee session. Many participants were indeed standing committee members, yet the atmosphere was less rigid. Sun Yonghao received a call from the secretary of Governor Liu. I'm here, understood. I shall be there shortly, Sun Yonghao affirmed. After ending the call, he made his way to the provincial government building. Upon his arrival, he found a considerable gathering already present. Xiao Jin, Liu Hegong, Gao Yuliang, Tian Guofu, Feng Zhibin, Li Dakang, as well as Tongwei and Zhao Donglai, now joined by himself. Additionally, there was an unfamiliar face, seemingly from the procuratorate. The deputy procurator Lu Wenxue. Leaders. Sun Yonghao greeted the assembly as he entered. Comrade Yonghao has arrived? Upon seeing him, both Xiao Jin and Liu Hegong, along with Gao Yuliang and Feng Zhibin, greeted Sun Yonghao with warm smiles. Please have a seat. Governor Liu beckoned. Sun Yonghao took his place, observing the esteemed figures around him. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to discuss the recent events that have transpired. Xiao Jin began to preside over the meeting. Chapter 69. Now he has become a clerk. First, let us address the matter concerning Ding Yijin. I would like comrades Tongwei and Zhao Donglai to share their insights with everyone, instructed Xiao Jin. Yes, Secretary Xia. With that, Tongwei rose to his feet. Based on our investigations, the individual most suspect is He Ting, a former staff member of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. He was among those who had previously interacted with Ding Yijin. However, the rest of the individuals are still under investigation and can be contacted. There are no other anomalies noted. Yet, He Ting's current whereabouts remain unknown. Tongwei elaborated on their findings, conveying a singular message. The suspect has been identified, yet has vanished. Xiao Jin listened intently, his expression unchanged. Yet the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. How does the Anti-Corruption Bureau operate? Why would a solitary individual meet with him? Xiao Jin reprimanded. The others remained silent, merely absorbing Xiao Jin's commands. Issue a wanted notice. Locate this individual. Even if Ding Yijin is a criminal, he must not simply be eliminated, Xiao Jin asserted. As for those in the Anti-Corruption Bureau, I suggest disciplinary action. Upon hearing this, no one objected. At this moment, neither Gao Yuliang nor Xiao Jin could afford to shield anyone. Moreover, Gao Yuliang had come to a clear understanding of the true nature of his students. Xiao Jin felt a pressing need to act swiftly. The Zhao family had already begun to resolve their troubles and lead, and if progress continued to lag, he sensed that his own fate might not be favorable. Additionally, there remained the issue of Guangming District. Xiao Jin, forcing a smile, turned to Sun Yonghao and inquired, Comrade Yonghao, could you update us on the current status of the Guangming Phone project? Secretary, esteemed leaders, since I have been invited to speak, I shall not spare Director Hou any leniency, Sun Yonghao responded. He would not overtly report or shift blame, but he deemed it appropriate to clarify the situation to those present. After recounting the circumstances, he added, perhaps Director Hou has some misunderstandings about our Guangming District personnel. I believe our comrades have good intentions. Now that we're all informed, Comrade Yonghao, what is the status of the investors? Governor Liu interjected. Governor, we have managed to placate the investors for the time being, but they have expressed the need for additional time to conduct thorough evaluations before making a final decision. Liu remarked, it appears our Director Hou from the capital has acted rather impulsively. I wonder if we should consider a change in personnel. Liu continued, while anti-corruption efforts must proceed, they must not hinder our own development. The project at Guangming Peak is likely best understood by our comrade Dakang. ISNT it? Dakang. What are your thoughts? Just as Li Dakang was about to speak, he met the gaze of Xiao Jin, leaving him uncertain whether to proceed. I believe it might be worthwhile to offer this comrade an opportunity. Perhaps we have indeed been a tad hasty, yet the intention behind this action is commendable. In such circumstances, if a mistake has been made, it is not necessarily a fundamental error. Given this, why not extend a chance? Of course, some form of punishment is warranted. Xiao Jin cannot simply shield someone from repercussions. Failing to impose a penalty would be utterly unreasonable. What kind of punishment do you think is appropriate, Secretary Xia? At this moment, Gao Yuliang interjected. Upon seeing him, a smile instantly appeared on Xiao Jin's face as he remarked, Comrade Yuliang, as the teacher of Comrade Liangping and the head of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. I would like to hear your perspective first. Hearing this, Gao Yuliang's smile nearly faltered. Very well, let me share my thoughts. He replied with a chuckle. When it comes to personnel decisions, it is inevitable that we choose individuals we are familiar with. Knowing their character and capabilities instills a sense of trust. There is nothing wrong with that, is there? The others listened attentively, yet none spoke up. If the individuals I have appointed encounter issues, I would never turn a blind eye. Appointing them signifies the trust placed in them by the organization, and should that trust be betrayed, appropriate measures must be taken. There will be no favoritism. Gao Yuliang's words nearly left Xiao Jin speechless. There is no need to express it so gravely, as if a heinous crime has been committed. Since Comrade Yuliang has offered us his insight, I propose that we issue a major demerit to Comrade Liangping. As for demotion, he has already been downgraded once. It is not prudent to do so again. Let him retain his current status and serve as an officer in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. What do you all think? Xiao Jin inquired, surveying those present. Thus, the resolution regarding the handling of Hou Liangping had emerged. Initially arriving with the status of a deputy bureau-level official and a position of division chief, he now held the title of a mere assistant. It is evident that this was intended to allow him the possibility of reinstatement in the future or perhaps to dangle a carrot before him. However, it seems that this will not be easily achieved. I believe that in this situation, Comrade Hou Liangping has indeed lacked the capacity to address the issue at hand. Should we consider seeking assistance from other comrades for the Anti-Corruption Bureau? Governor Liu spoke up. Oh, what does the governor mean? Xiao Jin could not overlook Governor Liu's remark and inquired. Let us allow Comrade L.V. Liang from the Anti-Corruption Bureau to continue his involvement. Currently, Comrade Liangping serves merely as a clerk and finds it challenging to lead his subordinates effectively. Even Xiao Jin, at this juncture, finds it difficult to voice any objections. Does anyone else harbor differing opinions? Xiao Jin inquired. Neither Gao Yuliang nor Li Dakang offered any remarks. As long as it is not that previous troublemaker, they are content. Very well, it is thus decided. Comrade Yonghao. Governor Liu turned his gaze once more towards Sun Yonghao. With the appointment of a seasoned and composed comrade for the liaison, there should be no issues, correct? Rest assured, Governor, as long as it adheres to organizational principles, all will be well. Sun Yonghao assured him. Excellent, Governor Liu replied, and did not pursue the matter further. Now, let us discuss the situation regarding Yishueshi. Xiao Jin began to speak. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao and his colleagues found little opportunity to interject, merely listening as Xiao Jin laid out his arrangements. Indeed, the intention was to appoint Yishueshi as the acting mayor of Elzhou, overseeing its affairs. Surprisingly, there appeared to be no objections from anyone, indicating that a consensus had likely been reached prior. The meeting progressed swiftly, and upon its conclusion, as Sun Yonghao exchanged pleasantries with Executive Director Fong and prepared to depart, he was intercepted by Fong. Let us go. The governor wishes to discuss some matters with us. Executive Director Fong remarked. Very well. Sun Yonghao followed Fong to the governor's office. After the secretary served tea, the governor cheerfully said, All right, please take a seat. Yonghao, I have heard you were quite curious about Yishueshi previously. Chapter 70, Hou Liangping. Indeed, a petty person has risen to prominence. Yes, I had heard that he was quite proactive, especially after Zhao Lichuan ascended. Thus, I am rather curious, now that he's been promoted by Xiao Jin. Sun Yonghao explained. I am well aware of this individual. Governor Liu chuckled. He is affiliated with Liang Chuanfeng. Who? Liang Chuanfeng? Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao was taken aback. Is he not the father-in-law of Tongwei? Indeed, that is correct. Governor Liu nodded, and you were right in your previous assertions. He continued, considering that, at his age, he has managed to become the superior of Li Dakang. Who do you think is behind him? Furthermore, due to Liang Chuanfeng's retirement, Xueshi has not had much capital for advancement and has remained stagnant. Now that he has become prominent again, I suspect someone is guiding him, most likely Liang Chuanfeng. Truly, Sun Yonghao, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. Tongwei, it seems, has traded a watermelon for a sesame seed. Although he is progressing swiftly, I believe that without external influence, this would likely be his limit. That seems to be the case. Governor Liu nodded in agreement. Governor, what about Liu Yang? Sun Yonghao chose to disregard this matter. It is Tongwei's own burden. He must bear it himself. Liu Yang is my person. Governor Liu did not conceal anything, but simply stated it was a matter of routine work. By the way, I have heard that this investigation will involve Li Dakang's affairs. Indeed, Sun Yonghao reported to Governor Liu about his previous discussions with Governor Fang. Good, if that is the case, it will be manageable. A smile appeared on Governor Liu's face. The current situation is that Xiao Jin is contemplating how to deal with the Zhao family, potentially even targeting Gao Yuliang. On the other hand, Li Dakang wishes to align himself with Xiao Jin. However, given the current predicament, he should not expect to become governor. The higher-ups are about to have a conversation with me. When the time comes, promoting Li Dakang will be challenging, but preventing him from rising is quite feasible. Now that Gao Yuliang is under scrutiny, Li Dakang has also encountered issues. As he spoke, both Governor Liu and Sun Yonghao turned their gazes toward Fang Zhibin. In that case, thank you, Governor, and thank you, Yonghao. Fang Zhibin smiled. Sun Yonghao continued conversing with the two for a while longer, then, with little left to discuss, he made his way back to his office. Not long after Sun Yonghao arrived, the phone in the office rang. Secretary Yonghao, this is Liu Yang. The voice on the other end stated. Director Liu. Sun Yonghao smiled. Is this regarding Kai Chengong's matter? Indeed. I wonder if Secretary Yonghao is available at the moment? Liu Yang inquired. I am available. Please come over, or you may go directly to the Guangming branch. I will make a call there. Sun Yonghao replied. All right, thank you. Secretary Yonghao, I am rather anxious at the moment. Yang chuckled. Once the review is complete, Secretary Yonghao must be treated with respect. Let's host him for a meal. Haha, splendid. I shall await that, replied Sun Yonghao before they concluded their call. Subsequently, Sun Yonghao reached out to Chengdu, requesting their cooperation in the case involving Liang and his team. Meanwhile, Liang, along with Chunhai and others from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, made their way toward Guangming District. Presently, Hou Liangping was determined not to relent, accompanying them to the Guangming Sub-Bureau. After his communications with Xiao Jin, Hou Liangping was acutely aware that his current standing remained precarious, and he was eager to prove his worth. Thus, even at the risk of embarrassment, he ventured forth. Had it not been for his relentless schedule since departing from Xiao Jin, he would have certainly called back. However, this situation might prove advantageous. Once he accomplishes something noteworthy, he would have more confidence in making that call again. Upon receiving orders, Chengdu made no remarks, swiftly bringing Kai Chengong out and preparing a room equipped with both visible and hidden cameras. Under such circumstances, Chunhai, Liang, and their group arrived, accompanied by Hou Liangping. After exchanging pleasantries, Chengdu arranged for personnel to assist them. Yet, Hou Liangping, wanting to assert his authority, remarked brusquely to the officers, "We are here to conduct an investigation. What are you doing here?" "Apologies, but this is a necessary procedure," the officer replied unhurriedly. "Well, this is their protocol, and there is nothing that cannot be overheard," Liang stated coolly, casting a glance at Hou Liangping. Hearing this, Hou Liangping gritted his teeth. How he remembered the former Liang's demeanor before him. Now, it appeared he had risen, a petty individual reveling in his newfound fortune. He would not let this go unchallenged. Kai Chengong, Hou Liangping, disregarding everything else, turned to question Kai Chengong. "Monkey, you have finally arrived," Kai Chengong exclaimed, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, mistakenly believing Hou Liangping to be a director from the capital's Anti-Corruption Bureau. "Yes, the deputy director level. This was a title Hou Liangping had explicitly shared with him, bolstered by the influence of the Zhong family, ensuring no cause for concern. Kai Qinggong, we are conducting your interrogation in accordance with the law, Hou Liangping stated impassively. Liang glanced at Chen Hai, noting his indifference towards Hou Liangping's domineering attitude, and chose to remain silent. His authority had been restored, and he was now part of the operation. There was no reason to fret over this monkey. I will only converse with a monkey, and you may turn off the cameras, Kai Qinggong suddenly declared after answering a few questions. With Hou Liangping? This piqued Chen Hai's interest, and he began to trust the monkey. However, Liang would not indulge their bad habits, asserting that is against protocol. If you are unwilling to speak, we shall not compel you. However, it is evident that you possess knowledge that you choose to withhold. When it comes time for sentencing, the court will undoubtedly take this into account, the police remarked nonchalantly. At this moment, Hou Liangping's expression was quite remarkable. This credit rightfully belonged to him, yet now it must be shared among so many others. Moreover, despite Kai Qinggong's revelation, these individuals remained obstinate. Each one looked down upon themselves, waiting for retribution. All right, Baozi, just be candid. Hou Liangping found himself at a loss, having no choice but to allow Kai Qinggong to disclose the information. However, once the statement was concluded, the expressions of those present turned to shock as they exited. Even Qingdu could not suppress his astonishment. He had been observing from behind the camera until now. Secretary Yonghao, there has been an incident, a grave one. Oh, what calamity has befallen you that has left you, the deputy district chief, in such disarray? Sun Yonghao chuckled. Secretary Yonghao, during the interrogation of Kai Qinggong, the revelations were astonishing. They actually implicate our municipal party secretary, Li Dakang. Qingdu reported with excitement. Very well, I understand. Yet, Sun Yonghao's reaction was not as alarmed as one might expect. Rather, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Qingdu felt a twinge of confusion. Secretary Yonghao, what do you mean? Qingdu, even with this knowledge, what can we do? And now that such words have been uttered, this matter will not simply conclude. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile now. It all depends on whether our Secretary Dakang can navigate this challenge. Chapter 71. The unbalanced mindset of the executive vice governor. Preserve the previous materials well. If someone wishes to investigate, let them do so, Sun Yonghao instructed, but ensure you keep a copy for yourself. Very well, Secretary Yonghao, and what about you? Qingdu inquired. All right, then I shall have a copy as well. Sun Yonghao contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Not only would Qingdu possess one, but he would also have his own, allowing him to rest easy. If it were solely in Qingdu's possession, this individual might find it difficult to sleep at night. However, that might not be the case. This fellow had an audacious spirit. Previously, he managed to conduct surveillance, and now with such a document in hand, one wondered if he had grown accustomed to it. Upon receiving the document, Sun Yonghao began to peruse its contents. It seemed that Li Dakang was in quite a predicament, and not just any predicament. After the revelation of this information, he was nearly facing divorce. Presently, he had yet to finalize the separation, even if they were estranged. His regular communication regarding their child indicated that Li Dakang could not remain oblivious to the situation. Contemplating this, Sun Yonghao decided to forward the document to Governor Liu and others. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. Yonghao, it's me. The voice of Fang Zhibin resonated through the line. Governor Fang, Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. We have reviewed the materials you sent. Have you discussed this matter with anyone else? Fang Zhibin inquired. No, it was merely the prior investigation. There's a copy at the sub-bureau, and I have one here. I've sent a copy to you and the governor as well. Sun Yonghao explained. Foolish. Fang Zhibin chided, though his reprimand carried a light-hearted tone, devoid of malice. What does the leadership imply? Sun Yonghao asked, puzzled. Since you are aware, you should send a copy to your superiors. Fang Zhibin advised. To Secretary Dakang? Sun Yonghao questioned. Indeed, who else would require it? Fang Zhibin chuckled. I am concerned about Secretary Xia. Sun Yonghao confessed. What? Worried he might cover for Li Dakang? Fang Zhibin responded nonchalantly. If the governor is somewhat negligent in his duties, then it might indeed warrant concern. Perhaps Li Dakang has already taken some action before this matter erupts. However, As it stands, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the Procuratorate, and even your Guangming District are already aware of this news. There might even be someone who views this as a stepping stone for promotion. Eventually, the provincial committee will also be informed. This matter cannot be concealed. Now, even if Li Dakang were to divorce, it would be too late, and the rumors would tarnish his reputation further. You are now subordinate to them. Reporting on this matter is necessary. Fang Zhibin stated. Not to say it is merely to curry favor, but one must fulfill their responsibilities. I understand, leader. Sun Yonghao smiled. At present, Li Dakang finds himself in a predicament where every action he contemplates seems fraught with error. Should he truly pursue a divorce, it would undeniably substantiate the allegations of his evasion of responsibility. This may even alter the perception of his superiors regarding his capabilities. After concluding his call, Sun Yonghao proceeded to contact Li Dakang once more. Meanwhile, Fang Zhibin was not idle. He promptly sought out Governor Liu. Governor, have you received the news? What course of action should we take? Shall we convene a meeting? Governor Liu glanced at Fang Zhibin, a smile gracing his lips. Look at you, now you seem anxious. Had this been in the past, you would likely have ignored this matter altogether. Hearing this, Fang Zhibin chuckled, acknowledging the truth in the observation. Indeed, I had hoped that if the situation were minor, I could remain calm. Yet now, I find myself increasingly tense and excited. We must strive to maintain our composure, Governor Liu remarked. With this information, the scales have begun to tip in our favor. There is no need for hasty actions. This is merely a report. If we were to hastily convene a meeting, it might imply hostility towards our own officials. We lack evidence, and investigations have yet to commence. There is no need for urgency, and the investigation will not be straightforward. Regardless of the outcome, if the allegations are true, Li Dakang's prospects for advancement are bleak. If they are false, he will still lose credibility in this matter. Furthermore, didn't Yonghao mention the situation concerning Li Dakang's daughter studying abroad? If he were to divorce now, regardless of public perception, he would be left alone in the country. Does he still aspire to be governor? It seems I have been a bit too hasty, Fang Zhibin admitted, exhaling slowly. Well, with this information, we have already taken a significant step forward, Governor Liu stated. Next, we shall observe how Xia Ruijin intends to safeguard Li Dakang, or what means he employs to keep him tethered. After discussing for a while longer, they returned to their respective duties. Both were quite busy, especially Fang Zhibin, who was handling numerous matters within the province. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao picked up the phone and dialed Li Dakang. Secretary Dakang, this is Sun Yonghao. Sun Yonghao, Li Dakang rapata, intriga. What is the matter? Have the investors provided any updates? Sun Yonghao had not anticipated that Li Dakang would lead with such inquiries. Secretary Dakang, the issues with the investors have been resolved. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. Now, Hou Liangping has addressed his responsibilities, and Li Dakang has contributed significantly. Even if he did not voice his thoughts during the provincial meeting, it was he who ignited the situation. Resolved? That is excellent news. Li Dakang's mood instantly relaxa. But he inquired about the purpose of the call. If support was needed, he urged to speak candidly, assuring that the municipal committee would provide assistance. It concerns you. Secretary Dakang, explained Sun Yonghao. The Procuratorate and the Anti-Corruption Bureau have been interrogating Kai Qinggong. Is it related to me? Li Dakang's eyes widened with astonishment as he began to ponder whether he possessed any incriminating evidence against himself. Although he had made certain remarks, they hardly seemed sufficient to jeopardize him. Even regarding Ding Yijin, hadn't Secretary Xia assured that there would be no repercussions? Why was he now implicated? Excluding Ding Yijin. What else could it be? Speak. Li Dakang demanda. Secretary Dakang, it pertains to your wife, Sun Yonghao replied. Upon hearing this, Li Dakang's mind erupted with concern. Ouyang, he wasn't fully aware of her recent circumstances, yet he retained a considerable understanding. She lived in a lavish villa, incurring substantial expenses alongside their daughter's tuition fees. Although he entrusted his entire salary to Ouyang, he remained oblivious to the extent of their daughter's expenditures. In essence, he was uninformed, unable to persuade Ouyang on many matters. Was a crisis truly imminent? Could this foolish woman be involved in something illicit? The city bank? Li Dakang's intellect was not to be underestimated. He rapidly considered multiple possibilities. Has Hou Liangping accepted bribes? He inquired. It's unclear, but there has been a report. Sun Yonghao clarified. Here is a video for you to review, Secretary Dakang. All right, send it to me immediately. Li Dakang kumanda. Understood, Secretary Dakang. With that, Sun Yonghao ended the call and proceeded to send the materials to Li Dakang. Chapter 72. Comrade Liangping, do not act impulsively. Sun Yonghao had sent the information to Li Dakang, who eagerly opened the contents to reveal the report about Kai Chenggong. A wave of fury coursed through Li Dakang. If Kai Chenggong or Hou Liangping were before him, he would have been tempted to pounce and take a vicious bite out of them. His once unblemished reputation, his pristine image, was now sullied by this vile act. He had yet to assume the role of governor, and his ambitions remained unfulfilled. Li Dakang pondered his current predicament. Hou Liangping was undoubtedly under investigation following the report, and the news had already spread to the Anti-Corruption Bureau in Guangming District. Concealing this matter was no longer an option, and even if he managed to keep it under wraps on his end, Gao Yuliang would undoubtedly be keeping a watchful eye on him. Was there any possibility for redemption in this situation? Regardless, the priority now was to summon Hou Liangping and ascertain the truth. If the investigation concluded without his input, he would find himself in a precarious position. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Hou Liangping. However, his action was a moment too late. The personnel from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, upon receiving such intelligence, were equally astounded. They first contacted the current head of the prosecution to report the details. After deliberation, Deputy Prosecutor Lu Wenxue made a decision to call someone back. The question of whether or not to investigate and how to proceed was not one they could resolve unilaterally. If it were merely a vice president, the matter would be simpler, but Hou Liangping was now Li Dakang's wife. Any investigation would necessitate involvement from the provincial committee. Lu Wenxue remarked that if they were to report it, those privy to the information, excluding LV Liang, were all quite anxious, including Chun Hai and the monkey. Reporting, yet again. When they were apprehending Ding Yizhen, it required a report, and nearly allowed Ding to escape. Now, concerning Hou Liangping, if she were to vanish, what would they do then? Chen Hai exclaimed over the phone. He had been bold in addressing Ji Changming, so he felt emboldened now, facing merely a deputy prosecutor. Chen Hai erupted in frustration, which darkened Lu Wenxue's countenance. Did they not comprehend Hou Liangping's standing? No wonder Ji Jian was driven to the hospital. Their incompetence was glaring. I will report to my superiors, and directives have already been issued to you. If you refuse to comply, I will directly recommend personnel changes to the provincial committee. I cannot manage you. With that, Lu Wenxue abruptly ended the call. What shall we do now? The monkey looked at Chun Hai, inquiring urgently. As for LV Liang, the monkey regarded him with disdain, considering him merely a leech. Why should he concern himself with such a person? How should I know? Chen Hai felt a sense of helplessness. Monkey, take your team and keep an eye on Hou Liangping. He must not be allowed to leave. I will return to obtain the orders for his immediate arrest. Understood. Monkey's face brightened at this directive. This was the Chun Hai he knew, fearless and willing to take responsibility. What of the wife of Li Dakang? Was she not a person? After all, she was also the daughter-in-law of the Zhong family. Monitoring her, was that sufficient? However, Comrade Liangping interjected, but Liangping, do not act rashly. Liangping glanced at him without any particular response. Seeing this, Liangping chose to remain silent. If trouble arose, his words would be enough to safeguard himself. Ignoring it would be your own affair. Once these individuals had departed, Liangping took out his phone and reported to his contacts in the capital. Hello, Xiao. Liangping cautiously inquired as he moved to a corner. Isn't this Director Ho? What brings you to call me? Came the sarcastic reply from Zhong Xiao AI on the other end. Xiao AI, something has happened. Liangping expressed his distress. Something happened? What could possibly happen to you, Director Ho? Zhong Xiao, I'm all kid. I'm being targeted here. Liangping lamented. They completely disregard the Zhong family. I become nothing more than an ordinary clerk. A clerk? Zhong Xiao AI asked, her curiosity piqued. What exactly is going on? Although there had been a decision regarding Liangping's situation, the news had yet to reach Zhong Xiao AI. Those who had made the decision were indifferent to her. And with so many people involved, she had received the news quite late. Liangping, feeling helpless, could only report the situation to Zhong AI. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed, at a loss for words. While Liangping embellished his plight, claiming others were targeting him. Zhong AI was well aware of his character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed for so long. "Xiao AI, how significant is this matter? If deemed minor, it is hardly a concern." Liangping expressed his grievance. "And what of Xiao Jin? He previously promised to protect me, and now this is all I have." "All right, what is the reason for your call? You're not hoping I can pull some strings, are you?" "Song Xiao I probed. Xiao I, no. I have uncovered something significant," Liangping asserted. "I cannot continually burden my family, can I? This time, I've discovered something pivotal. If I can resolve this, I might be reinstated or even promoted." "Speak, what is it about?" Song Xiao I inquired. "It concerns Ouyang Jing." Liangping began to outline the situation. "The wife of a provincial committee member? Are you certain?" Song Xiao I questioned. If such a situation were truly discovered and resolved, it would indeed resemble what Hou Liangping had asserted. Moreover, a mere statement from the Zhong family could sufficiently erase Hou Liangping's previous transgressions. Of course, this was conveyed to me directly by Kai Qinggong. Hou Liangping declared with conviction. "Yet the higher-ups are currently obstructing our investigation. If they're granted time, I fear all evidence may vanish. Xiao AI, this is my opportunity. I cannot relinquish it." "I shall consider it," Xiao AI responded. "Furthermore, the inspection team is scheduled to descend soon. If this situation proves genuine, then you should cooperate with their efforts. Should you execute well, what you have proposed should materialize. I will first gather more information." Xiao AI continued. "And Hou Liangping, you must maintain a low profile. Discuss any matters with the family beforehand. Do not act impulsively. Are you aware that your actions have led to recent whispers within the household? If you continue to cause trouble, you may very well find yourself leaving with nothing. The child can change their surname. The Zhong family can still support one child." "Xiao AI, what are you saying?" Hou Liangping responded, momentarily taken aback. "All right, take care of yourself." With that, Xiao AI abruptly ended the call. Upon hearing her voice, Hou Liangping's expression contorted for a moment before he regained composure and sought out his staff. He noticed the two still engaged in flirtation, yet at this moment, Hou Liangping had no interest in such matters. His primary concern remained his own contributions as he made his way toward Ouyang Jing's workplace. Chapter 73. It's time to exercise caution. Hou Liangping set off, and Chen Hai, along with his team, did not lag behind. While Hou Liangping was on the phone, Lu Wenxue promptly reported the situation to the provincial committee. Concurrently, he also communicated with his superior department, given the dual jurisdiction involved. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Jin felt a wave of frustration. It was no longer feasible to cover things up. However, there was still a chance to resolve matters proactively, leading him to make a direct call to Li Dakang, urging him to convene discussions and seek assistance. Yet, even as he attempted to reach out, he encountered Hou Liangping, who had arrived to investigate, and the latter took matters into his own hands. With Li Dakang needing to consult with Xiao Jin, the issue was temporarily set aside. Ouyang Jing, now aware of the brewing trouble, contemplated divorce from Li Dakang, but it was already too late. The situation had escalated. Before Xiao Jin, Li Dakang feigned ignorance, deflecting responsibility. Xiao Jin ultimately insisted that Li Dakang expedite the divorce while ensuring his professional duties were adequately met. Meanwhile, he instructed Chen Hai to conduct a thorough investigation into the extent of Ouyang Jing's involvement in this affair. Receiving the order, the investigator fully committed to overseeing Ouyang Jing. Thanks to the prior reports from Kai Qinggong, the investigation into Ouyang Jing's affairs was relatively straightforward. However, Ouyang Jing was far from naive, and Li Dakang was not entirely indifferent. Eventually, the couple did divorce, and upon her release, Ouyang Jing began to speak out, no longer maintaining the silence that characterized her earlier demeanor. As for employing coercive measures against Ouyang Jing, Xiao Jin had previously issued a warning. Even if the investigator wished to act, he disregarded Li Dakang's status as a provincial committee member and Ouyang Jing's connections as either wife or ex-wife. Nonetheless, Lu Yang remained vigilant. and Hou Liangping found no opportunity to intervene. That day, Sun Yonghao and Fang Zhibin dined together once more. Li Dakang is quite the strategist. Fang Zhibin remarked during their casual conversation. "Oh, Uncle Fang, what is the matter? Has something changed?" Sun Yonghao inquired. Indeed, Ouyang Jing had begun to speak. Yet she took full responsibility for the situation. Fang Zhibin recounted the prior developments, explaining that the funds in question were essentially performance bonuses for them. She had reported to the bank, and ultimately, the money she received was entirely from her own illicit arrangements. With such a turn of events, no one dared to investigate further. This matter now touched on internal banking issues, which were beyond their jurisdiction. Even if one were to investigate, it would be akin to breaching the bank's inner sanctum. Kai Qinggong, lacking substantial evidence to assert that the funds were indeed bribes solicited by Ouyang Jing, left the question of Li Dakang's safety unresolved. Sun Yonghao, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. Fang Zhibin has now regained his previous calm demeanor, chuckling, "Is it truly that simple? Now that an investigation has commenced, and this is merely the result that has emerged, some individuals will not simply allow matters to rest. And is it possible that Ouyang Jing has only received this sum once? This time it was merely 2 million. What about before? Were all those substantial amounts merely rewards from the bank? If that is the case, the entity that ultimately suffers would be the bank. At the very least, the banks here in Jingzhou are likely to face misfortune." This tactic resembles that of Gao Yuliang. As Fang Zhibin spoke, he continued to analyze who might be behind the maneuver. Li Dakang, wishing to use the bank for his own protection, found Gao Yuliang swiftly turning the bank's stance against him. The intricate relationships have indeed become thoroughly convoluted. Convoluted? Sun Yonghao expressed some confusion. How has it become so chaotic? Li Dakang was once Zhao Lichuan's secretary, and although he is now closer to Xiao Jin, the Zhao family has not entirely relinquished their hold nor taken direct action against Li Dakang. Yet, Gao Yuliang does not possess the benevolence to let Li Dakang off the hook. The balance between the two is far from equitable. This is clearly an attempt to create trouble for Li Dakang. In essence, it is a hodgepodge. Li Dakang is at odds with Gao Yuliang, while his relationship with Xiao Jin remains ambiguous. Gao Yuliang maintains connections with the Zhao family, yet it is Gao Yuliang who is now targeting Li Dakang. Even as the Zhao family refrains from intervention, how is this not a tangled mess? Indeed, Sun Yonghao responded with a laugh. It is not in there. Fang Zhibin chuckled again. That monkey was sent by Xiao Jin, yet now, amidst the ambiguity between Li Dakang and Xiao Jin, the monkey persistently fixates on Li Dakang. This is becoming quite intriguing. We have yet to ascertain how far this will develop. Who could argue otherwise? While everyone has their own stance, they also harbor their own ulterior motives. Sun Yonghao remarked, "Those unaware of the situation who dive headfirst into this chaos would likely find themselves quickly overwhelmed. Moreover, the attention of those above is now directed towards us." Fang Zhibin noted, "It seems that the governor has begun to harbor some discontent towards these individuals. Subsequently, they will likely quiet down a bit. Those currently embroiled in conflict must be experiencing quite a headache. We too should adopt a more low-key approach. Let us refrain from taking any actions for now and simply focus on performing our duties." Indeed, Sun Yonghao understood that with the scrutiny from above, any continued reckless conflict would lead to dire consequences. However, does this not concern you, Uncle Fang or the governor? Should we not mediate in some way? Fang Zhibin replied, "Are we merely to watch them battle it out? Is there truly no sense of the bigger picture? Though not in a prominent position, it is imperative to express the appropriate attitude." Recently, both Gao Yuliang and Xiao Jin seem to have shifted their focus towards us. Even Zhao Lichuan has made numerous calls to the governor to foster rapport. The ongoing conflict between the two parties has left them both utterly exhausted. Ultimately, it is best to remain discreet. We should maintain our former demeanor and attend to our own affairs, as Fang Zhibin remarked. "I understand, Uncle Fang." Sun Yonghao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your previous thoughts are already being contemplated by the governor," Fang Zhibin further stated. "Is it regarding the cadre issues in Guangming District?" Sun Yonghao's eyes brightened at the mention. "Precisely. Now is the opportune moment to arrange it. Fang Zhibin smiled. I shall eagerly await the outcome. Sun Yonghao beamed. It won't be long. Fang Zhibin chuckled, and the two soon delved into discussions concerning matters in Guangming District. After engaging in conversation for a while, Sun Yonghao returned to his workplace. Just as Uncle Fang suggested, it was indeed time to earnestly focus on accomplishing tangible tasks. Observing their conflicts or engaging in them without attending to one's own responsibilities would yield little to showcase in the future, hindering any potential progress. However, the following day, as Sun Yonghao was preparing to review his forthcoming plans, he received word from Li Dakang's secretary, announcing that Secretary Xia and Secretary Dakang had arrived in Guangming District. They were currently conducting research at the petition office and requested Sun Yonghao to come immediately. What could Sun Yonghao say? After conferring with Sun Lianqing, they proceeded to the designated location. Chapter 74. The eagerly ambitious Secretary Dakang. When Sun Yonghao arrived, both Xiao Jin and Li Dakang had already entered the petition office, leaving only their secretaries outside. Upon seeing Sun Yonghao, the two men courteously greeted him and Sun Lianqing, District Chief Sun, Secretary Yonghao. They nodded in acknowledgement. Director by Section Chief Jin. Sun Yonghao and his companion reciprocated the salutation. Li Dakang's secretary, Xiao Jin, was of a similar age to Sun Yonghao, still at the deputy department level and yet to be promoted. Secretary Xia and Secretary Dakang are waiting inside. District Chief Sun, Secretary Yonghao, please, they urged. All right, see you later. With that, Sun Yonghao stepped inside. Inside, Xiao Jin and Li Dakang sat like dignified officials from a bygone era. However, unlike Xiao Jin's relaxed posture, Li Dakang maintained a rigid and formal demeanor even while seated. Upon their entrance, Xiao Jin greeted them. Comrades Lianqing and Yonghao. A smile etched on his face, revealing its creases. Secretary Xia, Secretary Dakang. The two approached with smiles. Yonghao, I've heard that this petition office was the first place you investigated during your previous visit? Xiao Jin observed, surveying the surroundings with a smile. It's bright and tidy. While it may not rival a bank's lobby, it certainly comes close. Indeed, Secretary Xia, Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. When I visited here earlier, I noticed the environment made the visiting citizens feel as if they were being subjected to interrogation. Our party officials should be focused on resolving issues rather than targeting those who voice their concerns. How can that be acceptable? Those who come to petition may not all be wronged, but certainly some are. We cannot allow them to suffer elsewhere only to be treated poorly here as well. This cannot continue. It would lead to detrimental consequences. Sun Yonghao remarked cheerfully. Your understanding, Comrade Yonghao, is commendable. Xiao Jin praised with a smile. Secretary Xia is absolutely right. Li Dakang chimed in. Such insights, I believe, are truly what define our party officials. Previously, I lacked sufficient understanding and will need to continue learning from Secretary Xia. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin merely smiled slightly, clearly accustomed to Li Dakang's flattery. Comrade Yonghao, I have heard about you. Xiao Jin continued with a smile. Moreover, I am well aware of the work you have undertaken since arriving in our Guangming District. However, one thing stands out. You genuinely prioritize the needs of the people. As Xiao Jin commended Sun Yonghao, Li Dakang smiled in agreement. Sun Yonghao reciprocated the conversation politely. Comrade Yonghao, having visited the first location, what are your plans next? It has come to my attention that since your appointment, you have dedicated yourself to improving the livelihood issues in the Guangming District. However, it appears that only trivial matters have been addressed. Sun Yonghao chuckled. So, shall we take a look around Guangming District? Do you have confidence, Comrade Yonghao? Xiao Jin inquired. Of course, I would be more than willing to comply, replied Sun Yonghao. Very well, let us proceed together, Comrade Dakang, Xiao Jin suggested. Indeed, I too am eager to witness the current state of Guangming District. Li Dakang Gaimding. With that, the group boarded a vehicle and set off. However, halfway through their journey, Xiao Jin expressed his desire to disembark. Observing the surroundings, including the public bus and subway stations, he took note of the situation. What is happening here? Li Dakang frowned upon seeing so many people resting within the subway station and turned to Sun Yonghao for an explanation. Before Sun could respond, Xiao Jin interjected, "Comrade Dakang, there is no need for agitation. Whatever the situation, one must allow for an opportunity to explain." "Comrade Yonghao, what is the meaning of this?" Laughing slightly, Sun Yonghao replied, "This can be considered a convenience point for our Guangming District. Everyone comes here to rest." "Resting?" Xiao Jin's eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed, it is a comfortable place in winter and summer alike. I have heard that many people come here to take a break," Sun Yonghao explained, "particularly during the winter and summer months when the numbers swell. Thus, we thought to provide a designated area for rest. This not only facilitates convenience for everyone, but also prevents them from obstructing the movement of guests. Therefore, we constructed these spaces at minimal cost. Just a few shelters will suffice." Sun Yonghao smiled. "This is quite commendable." Xiao Jin responded with a grin, indicating that serving the public truly holds merit. As they continued their tour, they encountered several small stalls. Xiao Jin cast a glance, prompting Li Dakang to step forward once more. "Sun Yonghao, these stalls need to be regulated. Rest assured, Comrade Dakang, everything here operates under established rules and regulations." Sun Yonghao assured him. "After all, is it not the current trend to support the small stall economy? We do not intend to impede it. In fact, we offer a degree of support. However, it is essential that they do not disrupt traffic and manage their own waste responsibly." Xiao Jin nodded in agreement as he listened, seemingly in favor of Sun Yonghao's initiatives. Sun Yonghao accompanied them, and after what felt like an extensive tour, he remarked, "Comrade Yonghao, the transformation of Guangming District appears to be quite successful. I heard you previously worked in the capital?" Xiao Jin inquired. "Indeed, I spent 2 years working in the capital," Sun Yonghao explained. "And how do you find your experience here at Handong?" Xiao Jin asked again. "Everything is going splendidly." What more could Sun Yonghao say? Moreover, Sun Yonghao has discerned Xiao Jin's intentions. It appears he has come to extend an olive branch. After all, as a provincial party secretary, he likely has a plethora of responsibilities and would not venture here unless it was of significant importance. Perhaps concerning familial connections or the current situation involving Fang Zhibin and Liu Hagong. Regardless of the perspective, fostering goodwill would undeniably benefit him. Furthermore, he subtly inquired into Sun Yonghao's identity, yet Sun Yonghao skillfully redirected the conversation, revealing only Fang Zhibin in the end, to which Xiao Jin merely smiled. Although he could not glean much information, the mere act of signaling his intention sufficed. After offering some words of encouragement to Sun Yonghao, he took his leave. Observing the departure of the leaders, Li Dakang showed no inclination to linger and turned to leave as well. "Secretary Yonghao, do you think Secretary Xia made this round solely to visit us? There are ulterior motives at play." Sun Yonghao chuckled, providing Sun Lianping with an explanation of the tangible matters at hand. "Indeed, it is rather intricate." As he listened, Sun Lianping began to shake his head in agreement. "Complexity seems to be the norm. When has it ever been simple?" Sun Yonghao remarked as he shook his head. While they were engrossed in their discussions, Xiao Jin had already returned to the provincial committee and was preparing to convene a meeting. He was not the only one privy to the information. News had also reached him. He was aware of the forthcoming actions that needed to be taken, yet convening a standing committee meeting at this juncture would be decidedly embarrassing. Chapter 75. The Selection of Officials, proposing 3 candidates. Xiao Jin convened Liu Hagong and Gao Yuliang to deliberate on matters at hand. However, upon gathering these individuals, Xiao Jin suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Here, there were 3 prominent figures representing distinct factions within the province. Xiao Jin stood as the anti-corruption crusader, while Gao Yuliang represented the Han University faction, a group that required dismantling. The final participant, Liu Hagong, emerged as the leader of the neutral camp. How fortuitous! Each represented a significant portion of the populace, and if only he could win over Gao Yuliang, it would place Xiao Jin in a position of unparalleled dominance. Even if Governor Liu remained steadfast in his neutral stance, Xiao Jin's influence would rival that of the former Zhao Lichuan, if not mirror it entirely. Both Gao Yuliang and Li Dakang belonged to his faction. The endeavor to subdue Gao Yuliang and address the Han University faction was indeed interconnected, yet not rigidly so. Without the Han University faction, Could Gao Yuliang still claim leadership? Stripped of many allies and the extensive network of relationships, he would not be as formidable. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Did Gao Yuliang not realize that aligning with Xiao Jin could lead to a secure retirement? Even if he did not attain the governorship, this infernal arrogance of intellectuals had unwittingly complicated matters considerably. As for Gao Yuliang's potential vulnerabilities, Xiao Jin was uncertain but suspected their existence. Yet, given Gao Yuliang's cunning nature, such matters would likely remain unspoken, trivial in nature, though any overt actions could indeed affect him. Moreover, Governor Liu, who had previously been rather disengaged, now appeared to possess renewed vigor. Though Xiao Jin pondered many thoughts, he remained focused on the task at hand. "Comrades, He Gang and Yuliang, are we all aware of the news from above?" he inquired, casting a glance at those assembled. Xiao Jin's presence was intended for anti-corruption efforts, yet as the struggle progressed to this stage, it reflected his own inadequacies. While his supporters had rallied behind him, reaching the position of provincial secretary posed its own challenges. The support from his backers was limited. After all, at such a level, who among the provincial and ministerial officials lacked similar backing? Relying solely on his supporters would not bode well in the eyes of higher authorities. Did not the leaders above have their own allies? What a jest! As for the higher-ups who had already instituted anti-corruption measures, why was Zhao Lichuan still floundering? Was Gao Yuliang merely waiting for his demise? This matter inevitably delves into the realm of struggle. Who can assert that their hands are entirely clean, devoid of any issues? Even if one maintains personal integrity, the challenges in personnel matters can certainly be unearthed. While the supporters behind Xiao Jin may provide backing, they must also consider the upper echelons. The previous appointment of Tian Guofu by Xiao Jin, along with the current presence of Hou Liangping and the Zhong family, as well as the inspection teams, are manifestations of their efforts. Ultimately, despite the connections Xiao Jin possesses, the authorities must still be taken into account. Should a failure occur, Gao Yuliang might still land safely, but Xiao Jin's prospects will be severely diminished. The complexity of Handong province mirrors that of the higher authorities, and those within their ranks are not without adversaries. Although Zhao Lichuan may not be collaborating with these individuals, he can certainly act as a forerunner, driven by his own ambitions and security. Gao Yuliang and Liu Hegong nodded in agreement with Xiao Jin's words, acknowledging the need for a stable transition in Handong province. Liu, the provincial governor, inquired of Yuliang's perspective. "Indeed, Governor Liu speaks wisely," remarked Xiao Jin. "What more could Gao Yuliang say?" "Excellent," Xiao Jin smiled, emphasizing the necessity of fostering the development of Handong province and addressing policy gaps. He spoke of rectifying past mistakes and providing aid. After Xiao Jin's remarks, Governor Liu seized the opportunity to contribute, affirming Xia's sentiments. He referred to the earlier discussion regarding the issue of personnel. The previously mentioned Yi Xueshi was indeed a reliable candidate for promotion. Yet, Yuliang's previous assertions held merit as well. Familiarity with individuals instills a sense of security. Elevating trusted associates alleviates many concerns. Liu recalled the conversation with Yonghao, who, in his capacity as the district committee head of Guangming, was overwhelmed with tasks, including the Guangming project and rectifying issues left by Ding Yijin. Liu chuckled, noting Yonghao's ongoing search for an assistant or a responsible counterpart. It was noteworthy that Yonghao, the deputy secretary of the district committee, had not reached out to his own municipal secretary, but instead sought the provincial governor's assistance. "Oh, what does Governor Gang imply?" Xiao Jin inquired, momentarily furrowing his brow, yet maintaining a smile. "I believe the Guangming District Committee Secretary and the Executive Deputy District Head should be appointed without delay. With such critical positions vacant, their capacity to act is severely hindered," Liu remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Jin and Gao Yuliang's expressions turned solemn. Previously engaged in conflict, they now found Liu and his colleagues reaping the benefits. However, if one does not agree, regardless of who it may be, no one would dare to speak lightly. Moreover, upon receiving this news, Governor Liu and his colleagues have indeed been commended, a signal that compels them to contemplate certain matters. The issue of selecting officials cannot be overlooked, Governor Liu remarked. Does Governor Liu have any candidates in mind? Xiao Jin inquired promptly. One is the director of our government research office, Yonghao, Governor Liu replied. Upon mentioning this name, they immediately recognized him as Fang Zhibin's secretary. The other candidate is Sun Lianqing, the district chief of Guangming District, who has worked there for many years. He has held the position for a considerable time, and it is high time for him to be promoted. Furthermore, this individual is neither greedy nor opportunistic, and his work is exceptionally commendable. Previously, Secretary Xia mentioned Yi Xueshi as such a person, and I believe Sun Lianqing fits that description as well. He could be elevated to a standing committee member of the Municipal Party Committee while concurrently serving as the secretary of the Guangming District Committee. As for the position of district chief, it could be entrusted to the director of the Jingzhou Municipal Civil Affairs Bureau. What do you think? Governor Liu looked at them and asked. Upon hearing this, the two pondered deeply. It appeared that Governor Liu intended to firmly establish control over Guangming District. Moreover, the timing of this election was remarkably fortuitous. The frequent mention of Yi Xueshi seemed to be a pointed reference to Xiao Jin. When Yi Xueshi was promoted previously, there was no opposition from him whatsoever. He was elevated from a regular department-level position to a department head, albeit in an acting capacity. Yet, who is unaware of the underlying circumstances? Now, when it comes to Sun Lianqing, are you not pleased? Chapter 76. The full quota of Guangming District and Li Dakang's gritted teeth. Shouldn't we consult Comrade Dakang on this matter? Xiao Jin inquired, casting a glance at Liu Hugong. Secretary Xia, Gao Yuliang chuckled lightly. It is likely that Secretary Dakang is currently overwhelmed with the situation concerning Ouyang. Perhaps we ought not to trouble him further regarding this issue? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin regarded Gao Yuliang with profound scrutiny. Indeed, they awaited his response. Should he express dissent, it would spell trouble for Li Dakang. Furthermore, with both Gao Yuliang and Governor Liu in agreement, Xiao Jin found himself compelled to concur as well. Nevertheless, Xiao Jin sought to voice an objection. In light of this, while I have no objections to Comrade Sun Lianqing's promotion to District Party Secretary, is it not somewhat ostentatious for him to hold a position on the Municipal Standing Committee? Secretary, one must show due regard for such comrades, Governor Liu remarked nonchalantly. Just as we do for Comrade Yi Xueshi. Very well, it is settled then. Xiao Jin nodded in acquiescence, left with no further recourse. The case of Yi Xueshi serves as a prime example. While he may indeed be the provincial secretary capable of making such decisions, old Liu is also a governor, having served in Handong for many years. Thus, he resolved to refrain from obstruction. By the time Li Dakang received the news, the matter had already been finalized. Excuse me, Secretary Xia, shouldn't I have been consulted about the affairs of Guangming District? Li Dakang could hardly conceal his discontent. Comrade Dakang. Xiao Jin's tone grew significantly more serious, prompting Li Dakang to regain his composure. Observing Li Dakang's demeanor, Xiao Jin softened his approach, explaining, this decision has the full support of Governor Liu and Comrade Yuliang. They were concerned that, due to your preoccupation with Ouyang matter, you might overlook this issue, hence they proceeded with the resolution. Understanding the situation, Li Dakang realized he had been cornered. Reluctantly, he accepted the decision. Alas, Comrade Dakang, this is simply unavoidable. However, regardless of the outcomes, Guangming District remains under your jurisdiction in Jingzhou. No matter the achievements garnered, they will always reflect upon you, Comrade Dakang. Guangming District is still part of our organizational team and must adhere to your leadership as municipal secretary. The better the results, the more advantageous it is for you. Do you understand, Comrade Dakang? Xiao Jin pressed. Understood. Secretary Xia. Li Dakang could only respond in this manner. Meanwhile, Sun Yonghao quickly received the news, and soon after, Sun Lianqing entered Sun Yonghao's office, brimming with excitement. Secretary Yonghao, Sun Lianqing exclaimed as he stepped inside, unable to contain his exhilaration. Old Sun, you have arrived. Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. From now on, you shall be addressed as Comrade Sun on the Standing Committee. The long-awaited promotion to a departmental level has finally been resolved. My gratitude extends to you, Secretary Yonghao, for your recommendation." Sun Lianqing expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "If it weren't for Secretary Yonghao, perhaps no one would have recognized me, the old workhorse. And now, as a member of the Municipal Standing Committee, I am even more formidable than before, surpassing Ding Yijin. This is indeed a positive development." Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. "We should celebrate this." "Indeed," Sun Lianqing chuckled. "However, no matter what my position becomes, even if I were the municipal secretary, our essence will remain unchanged." This was Sun Lianqing's way of affirming his stance to Sun Yonghao, who nodded in agreement with a smile. "By the way, Secretary Yonghao, are you aware of the new district chief?" Sun Lianqing inquired. "The director of the Civil Affairs Bureau has been directly appointed to our Guangming District. That is quite a leap. You think I want to know? Where would I learn about it?" Sun Yonghao chuckled. "But I do have some information. He is someone from Mayor Wu." "Mayor Wu?" Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing fell into deep thought, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "He was recommended by Governor Liu." Sun Yonghao, observing Sun Lianqing's expression, offered an explanation without hesitation. "Although Secretary Dakang can be domineering, Mayor Wu certainly has his own allies. The individual promoted by Governor Liu is indeed someone from Mayor Wu. Furthermore, you should have seen the new district chief's credentials. He previously served as the executive vice county chief in one of our subordinate counties in Jingzhou, and his performance was remarkable, with significant economic growth. While it is unclear how much of that was his doing, he was later transferred to the city by Li Dakang, who then appointed others in his place, all of whom were also from a secretarial background. Although the development has been decent since then, this former vice county chief has completely faded from prominence. It appears that Li Dakang has quite a few talents under his wing, but such skills seem to have been sidelined." Listening to this, Sun Lianqing fell silent, unable to shake off thoughts of his own situation. "Secretary Yonghao, what do you think will happen to us now that this person has arrived?" he asked. "Are you worried that having a mayor present might affect our work in Guangming District?" Sun Yonghao chuckled. "Capable individuals tend to have a multitude of responsibilities." Sun Lianqing did not speak directly, but hinted at his concerns. Sun Yonghao understood his implication. They both harbored their own thoughts about how to navigate the situation. "Why worry? Let me share a private thought. I am the deputy secretary of the district committee. You are the district committee secretary. And you are also a member of the municipal standing committee. Plus, the executive deputy district chief is one of ours. If we were to lose our influence in these matters, then there would be no reason for us to remain in the system." Sun Yonghao laughed. "You go stargazing, and I will take care of the children." Hearing this, Sun Lianqing chuckled as well. After exchanging a few more words, news arrived that personnel from the provincial and municipal organization departments were nearing. Sun Lianqing and Sun Yonghao stepped outside together, just as Deputy Minister Ding approached with his entourage. The two of them welcomed the group warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded to the conference room, where the directives from Sun Lianqing and his colleagues were announced. The newly appointed district chief, Xu Yunpeng, appeared to be a cheerful middle-aged man, exuding an amiable demeanor. Upon seeing Sun Yonghao and Sun Lianqing, he responded with equal courtesy. Following a series of speeches, the personnel from Guangming District felt a sense of cohesion. Once the meeting concluded, only the three of them remained, confirming Sun Yonghao as earlier speculations. District Chief Xu Yunpeng was evidently aware of the underlying circumstances, remarking, "Secretary Yonghao, Committee Member Sun, we shall all be in the same boat moving forward. I look forward to your guidance." His words were quite engaging, placing Sun Yonghao at the forefront. Such gestures are rarely observed within their institutional framework, yet his statement indicated a clear understanding of the situation. "District Chief Xu, I anticipate your assistance in the future." Sun Yonghao responded graciously. Xu Yunpeng seemed to have placed Sun Yonghao at the center of attention, likely having been briefed beforehand and aware of his position. Projects in Guangming District progressed smoothly, with Sun Yonghao, Sun Lianqing, and Xu Yunpeng dedicating nearly half their time to monitoring these initiatives. However, on this particular day, as Sun Yonghao prepared to conduct an inspection, Xiao Dong approached him, saying, "Leader, what is the matter?" Sun Yonghao looked at Xiao Dong and inquired, "Secretary Sun, there are investors who wish to meet with you." Chapter 77. A Nation Within a Nation? Concessions? Investors? Upon hearing the news, Sun Yonghao found himself rather astonished. Why were investors arriving at this juncture? Well, he thought, why not meet them? He did not decline the invitation, considering that there was indeed still land available in the Guangming District. However, the price had risen significantly. Regarding the previous matter at the Dakang factory, if it pertained to land, some could still be made available. Yet, the cost was beyond what the Dakang factory could bear, though some remote areas still had plenty of land left. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao instructed Xiao Jin to bring the individuals over. However, he cautioned, these investors are from the East. Xiao Jin introduced. From the East? Upon learning the identities of these individuals, Sun Yonghao was taken aback but did not refuse them. After all, this was a time of economic development, and regardless of their nationality, it was permissible for them to come. How to resolve matters afterwards would be a concern for later. Sun Yonghao led them directly to the conference room. As soon as Sun Yonghao entered, the individuals waiting inside stood up and bowed respectfully. He nodded slightly and took a seat. Secretary Sun, these gentlemen are the vice presidents of the East Education Group. They have come to discuss potential investments in our Guangming District. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao merely nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, how much investment are you considering? Where will it be allocated? What will it entail? Secretary Sun, we are prepared to invest 130 million to construct a school in Guangming District. Considering both the future development and image of Guangming District, we believe it is an excellent fit for our education group's investment. The translator conveyed to Sun Yonghao. Investing in a school? Sun Yonghao pondered, realizing that this seemed to pose no significant drawbacks. After all, it was merely a school. Could there be any ulterior motives involved? Furthermore, even just the land and its construction would provide substantial financial revenue and job opportunities for Guangming District. Indeed, a glimmer of interest appeared on Sun Yonghao's face. The others seemed to notice the shift in his expression and smiled. The leading individual, a rather dubious character, began to chatter animatedly. Sun Yonghao lifted his gaze towards the translator, prompting him for clarification. Secretary Sun, as it stands, our president Kuitian has stated that if further investment is necessary, it can be arranged. However, there are certain matters that need to be addressed in advance. Proceed, Sun Yonghao nodded, focusing on the individuals before him. It is essential that the school we construct operates under comprehensive closure. Furthermore, it will exclusively accept our own students. You cannot interfere in the internal affairs. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao's brow furrowed instantly. Who do you refer to as you? Including our government? Indeed, that is the case. The translator seemed to sense the displeasure etched on Sun Yonghao's face, yet still nodded in acknowledgement. You have been granted land. Even if something were to transpire necessitating an investigation, it would still require your consent? Sun Yonghao pressed further. Secretary Sun, we are doing this for the sake of the children's education. The translator continued. Enough. You need not elaborate. Sun Yonghao interjected decisively. The Guangming District is vast and abundant in resources. We, too, require development, but not to create a sovereign enclave for you, nor to establish a concession. He stood up abruptly as he spoke. Hey, Secretary Sun. Observing Sun Yonghao's swift departure, the translator called out, yet he could not hinder Sun Yonghao's exit. What does he take himself for? Selling anything for his political gain. If he continues down this path, he may never return home. His father would surely disown him. After leaving, Sun Yonghao presumed the matter had concluded, but unexpectedly, a twist awaited him. Li Dakang's call reached Sun Yonghao, who remained the chief commander of the Guangming project. Although Sun Lianqing held a higher position, this decision had yet to be altered. Sun Yonghao, Li Dakang called out, why was a previous investment dismissed? Investment? What are you referring to, Secretary Dakang? Sun Yonghao inquired. The investment for building the school. Li Dakang clarified. Are you aware of their conditions? Sun Yonghao retorted. Given those terms, I cannot acquiesce. Conditions? What conditions? Li Dakang was taken aback, having not comprehended these details. Sun Yonghao promptly relayed the conditions proposed by the parties involved. If you refuse this condition, you may continue negotiations with them. Sun Yonghao, I appointed you as the chief commander of Guangming to foster development for the Guangming District, not to dismiss investors. If Secretary Dakang deems it appropriate, You may collaborate with them under the name of Jingzhou City. Sun Yonghao countered firmly. Guangming District cannot bear such a heavy burden. Sun Yonghao, li Dakang exclaimat. Secretary Dakang, I cannot accept this. Sun Yonghao reiterated. Very well, if you cannot accept it, then transfer 1 billion from your previous fiscal revenue to the Municipal Finance Bureau. Transfer to the Finance Bureau? Sun Yonghao was taken aback. Secretary Dakang, are you jesting? Guangming District is currently devoid of funds. Devoid of funds? Sun Yonghao, I am not joking. Li Dakang sarta. How much support did the city provide for the Guangming Feng project previously? When you requested our support for the city, you informed me that there were no funds available. Secretary Li Dakang, all the money has already been allocated. Sun Yonghao explained, and a considerable amount has already been distributed. The remaining funds are either for salaries or other investments. We simply cannot produce any more money. Previously, the Guangming District was so financially strained that it was on the verge of failing to disburse salaries. But now that funds have been received, they have been allocated accordingly. Sun Yonghao stated. This remark undoubtedly served as a pointed critique of Li Dakang, questioning where his support truly lies. When we were in dire need of funds, you withheld assistance, and now that you seek financial aid, you expect us to comply? What a fanciful notion. So, this is how you conduct your affairs, Sun Yonghao? Li Dakang continued to press. Secretary Dakang, I beg your pardon, but we genuinely have no surplus funds. Sun Yonghao replied nonchalantly. Very well. I shall see for myself whether your district truly lacks funds. Li Dakang sarta. By the way, Secretary Dakang, I have heard that an inspection team has been established in the capital. They are purportedly investigating corruption. Sun Yonghao remarked. What do you mean by that? Li Dakang found himself somewhat perplexed. Secretary Dakang, it is said that this time, Hou Liangping's wife, Zhong Xiao, is also involved. Sun Yonghao added. Zhong Xiao? In that instant, Li Dakang recalled how Hou Liangping had transformed into his current state. Chapter 78. Collaborating with the Zhao family? Don't be ridiculous. As Li Dakang listened to these words, though they were spoken lightly, the hesitation within was palpable even to a fool. One of my classmates is involved in this too. Sun Yonghao continued. Beep, beep. Upon hearing this, Li Dakang abruptly hung up the phone, leaving no room for further demands. Sun Yonghao chuckled at the sudden silence. Can I handle you? Just as Sun Yonghao was about to leave, he was visited once more. Secretary Sun, it has been a while. A woman entered his office. Zhao shall we? Sun Yonghao inquired. Recognizing the visitor, what brings you here? Secretary Sun, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Zhao Xiaoyi candidly stated her intention. Collaborate with me? On what grounds? Sun Yonghao asked, intrigued. Secretary Sun, you and Governor Liu are planning to have Director Fong take over the governor's position, aren't you? Zhao Xiaoyi boldly questioned. Sun Yonghao looked at Zhao Xiaoyi and suddenly chuckled. Ms. Zhao, you jest. Who doesn't he know that rumors abound about the Shali pairing? Secretary Dakang is destined to be the next governor, while Director Fong, how could that be? Not to mention, Secretary Dakang currently enjoys the favor of Secretary Xia. Rumors are merely rumors. Zhao Xiaoyi laughed. If you say that, are you underestimating yourself or our Zhao family? Moreover, regardless of your understanding of Xia Jin or the current situation, Li Dakang's chances of assuming the governorship are quite slim. You must be aware of this, Secretary Sunday. In the political arena, when has gossip ever dictated outcomes? Many matters ultimately witness a reversal. Besides, with Li Dakang entangled in his own troubles, how could he still entertain the notion of the Shali pairing? I suspect this information was more of a ploy from Xia Jin to keep Li Dakang on his toes. Otherwise, how could Li Dakang willingly support Xia Jin so fervently? Thus, the Shali pairing is merely a notion to entertain. As for the governorship thereafter, I believe it will either be Director Fong stepping in or there's another possibility. Zhao Xiaoyi said, turning her gaze towards Sun Yonghao. Another possibility? What might that be? Sun Yonghao inquired. External transfer. Zhao Xiaoyi stated directly, her eyes fixed on Sun Yonghao's expression. However, she felt disappointment as she detected no change on his face. Secretary Sun, should we collaborate, we could certainly recommend Director Fong for the governorship. now that Xiao Jin has been appointed as the provincial secretary. It would be inconceivable for the governorship to be filled by someone from outside again, Zhao Xiaowei asserted. Since you have put it that way, what makes you think I would choose to collaborate with you? Sun Yonghao remarked. Moreover, do you not have Gao Yuliang? He is the deputy secretary of the provincial committee, the primary heir apparent, is he not? However, Sun's sincerity seemed somewhat lacking. Zhao Xiaowei interjected. While Feng Changwu could indeed assume the position of governor, it is by no means guaranteed. If my Zhao family were to recommend him, would it not be more advantageous? This would allow you to continue safeguarding your family's interests. Sun Yonghao observed Zhao Xiaowei. This is, of course, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Zhao Xiaowei stressed. No, thank you. Sun Yonghao shook his head. Even if collaboration were on the table, it would be prudent to wait until your Zhao family resolves its current predicaments. Currently, your family is entangled in troubles, and I prefer not to get involved. Sun Yonghao declined. Do you not find your statement somewhat inappropriate, Secretary Sun? Zhao Xiaowei said. Understand that elevating an individual to a position of power may not be a simple task. Yet obstructing someone is remarkably easy. Are you threatening me? Sun Yonghao's expression turned cold as he regarded Zhao Xiaowei. You jest, Secretary Sun. Zhao Xiaowei felt a chill similar to that of her father emanating from him, prompting her to reconsider her stance. She was merely concerned about potential actions from others that could impact Feng Changwu. Let it be so, Sun Yonghao replied calmly. But the ability to obstruct lies in their hands. Very well, Ms. Zhao. If collaboration is indeed your aim, I suggest you first address your family's lingering issues. Sun Yonghao stated, shaking his head. I have other matters to attend to and cannot keep you any longer. Secretary Sun, do you have any further updates? Zhao Xiaowei, unwilling to concede, inquired. We could replicate our previous collaboration. Not at the moment, Sun Yonghao replied, already lifting his teacup. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Xiaowei exited the office, overwhelmed by the recent events that had taken a toll on her. However, some tasks must be fulfilled regardless. After she departed, Sun Yonghao resumed his work and stepped outside. Xiao Dong entered directly, addressing Sun Yonghao. Leader, here are the documents sent from Secretary Lianqing. They mention that the holidays are approaching and preparations for promoting Guangming District need to commence. Oh, was it not previously stated that everything was already in order? Sun Yonghao questioned. Is there an issue? It is necessary for you to confirm, as the company assuming this responsibility has already arrived. Xiao Dong explained, seeking Sun's approval. All right, let's go and have a look. Sun Yonghao replied, accompanying Xiao Dong to the conference room. Upon their arrival, they discovered individuals already waiting, presumably the representatives from the company tasked with this initiative. However, as Sun Yonghao and his party entered, they noticed that those individuals were changing seats under the guidance of the staff. However, due to the rather swift arrival of Sun Yonghao, by the time he reached the venue, he observed that people were still milling about. What is happening? Sun Yonghao inquired, surveying the situation before him. Sir, the seating arrangement was mistaken, a staff member exclaimed, startled at having been noticed by the leadership. Yet, an explanation was imperative. The representatives from the company, witnessing the scene, exchanged awkward glances. My apologies, sir, the leader of the group hastily offered. It is of no consequence. Sun Yonghao waved his hand dismissively, proceeding to his designated seat and taking his place without further ado. He promptly shifted to the matter at hand. What is your proposal? Sir, we have developed a series of slogans for our Guangming District. One individual from the crowd, who bore a striking resemblance to an artist, spoke up. His attire and appearance distinctly set him apart from the ordinary. Perhaps it was because Sun Yonghao was not an aficionado of art that he found little appeal in what lay before him. Nevertheless, his intent was merely to hear their creative ideas, and he dismissed any judgments regarding their attire, as they were not his own employees. However, the terms and phrases being articulated by them began to furrow his brow in concern. Chapter 79. A single phrase nearly doomed the leadership team. The words spoken were occasionally interspersed with foreign languages, though Sun Yonghao possessed sufficient education to comprehend some of them. However, not everyone shared Sun Yonghao's understanding. A glance towards those individuals quickly silenced them, as they realized their potential misstep. Sun Yonghao, with an expressionless nod, signaled for them to proceed. This marked a definitive shift in their communication style. They refrained from mixing foreign terms with their Mandarin, and it was evident that the speaker was quite apprehensive, carefully contemplating his forthcoming words. Nevertheless, the undertaking was commendable, as the proposal presented met with Sun Yonghao's approval. After addressing the matter at hand, Sun Yonghao departed, leaving the others nearly collapsing into their seats. Goodness, that was utterly terrifying. The artist had even resorted to using his dialect. Had he articulated his thoughts in such a manner from the outset, perhaps there would have been no issue. What? A dialect? The artist inquired. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement, their spirits lifting considerably as the atmosphere brightened. Once Sun Yonghao left, he summoned the personnel from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, along with members of the Publicity Department, to his office. Secretary Sun. They greeted him upon arrival. Sun Yonghao nodded and turned to Xiao Dong, presenting the materials before them. All right, take a look. This is the proposal we received earlier. He announced. Everyone, review it carefully, as we must promote it vigorously. I have but one request. Ensure that our promotional slogan is known to all. So close, so beautiful, regarding the weekend events. Is everyone clear on that? While the exact number of tourists remains uncertain, this slogan has practically become a household phrase domestically and has even reached international recognition. We may not achieve such heights immediately, but we must strive towards that goal. Do you understand? Yes, Secretary Sun, though some felt a sense of trepidation. They were not about to show any disrespect to Sun Yonghao. Excellent, he affirmed. Let's work towards this goal. If you require anything, report it directly to me, and I will address it. Upon hearing these words, the group felt reassured. They feared the type of individuals who desire results without providing the necessary resources. As long as the funds are in place, they could ensure prominence not only across the nation, but even beyond, reaching extraterrestrial realms if need be. Sun Yonghao nodded, urging everyone to be spirited after the holidays. He emphasized that anyone visiting our Guangming District should feel at home. Whether it be parking fees or our government services, everything should be accessible. We must strive to cater to all their needs. At this moment, the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau raised his hand to speak. Go ahead. Sun Yonghao encouraged him. I propose we invite some celebrities to visit, the Bureau official suggested, which would greatly promote our city. We can host them right here in Guangming District, where we have venues capable of accommodating thousands. Certainly, please make the arrangements. Sun Yonghao replied with a nod. The holiday season is our peak tourism period, a crucial aspect of our development. We cannot rely solely on what is immediately available. Even the projects under construction could be shown to visitors, provided safety is ensured. There is nothing that should be hidden from view. Understood, leader. Everyone responded in unison. After Sun Yonghao concluded the meeting, he allowed the attendees to depart and promptly made a phone call to Chengdu, outlining his requirements. Everything was nearly in place, and the arrangements he envisioned were close to fruition. However, he was also conducting research to identify any other issues that might need addressing. Upon exiting, he discovered that several kindergartens were engaged in spring outings. Observing the situation, he approached one of the kindergartens. He noticed a child amusingly kicking stones by himself. Curiosity piqued. Sun Yonghao walked over. The teacher, who was conversing with students, suddenly became tense upon seeing the leader's presence. Leaders, principals. It seemed they were accustomed to such visits and recognized Sun Yonghao and his colleagues as officials. Sun Yonghao nodded, signaling for the teacher to step aside, and then approached the young child, who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. Hello, little one. Sun Yonghao greeted him. Hello, uncle. The child responded, displaying remarkable understanding. Why are you playing here all alone? Sun Yonghao inquired with a smile. They want to play with me. The child replied. Oh, have you been wronged? Sun Yonghao asked. The other officials, principals, and newcomers from the Education Bureau held their breath, anxious about the child's response. Someone is bullying me, the child declared boldly. What? Who is bullying you? Sun Yonghao pressed. The teacher attempted to interject, and even the principal was inclined to step forward, but upon meeting Sun Yonghao's gaze, their steps halted. It's our teacher, the child exclaimed. Your teacher? How are they bullying you? Sun Yonghao asked gently. They try to chop me with a knife. The little fellow spoke with unwavering conviction. A knife? Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao couldn't help but raise his voice. The principal behind him seemed ready to erupt with fury. How could such a situation arise? This is a disaster, truly a disaster. What knife? Where was it used? Sun Yonghao inquired. The knife that slashed my neck. The child replied, his voice still laced with innocence. Ultimately, he retrieved a knife from his phone, exclaiming, "Oh my, the green dragon crescent blade. And it was used on your neck?" Upon receiving this answer, Sun Yonghao found himself both amused and bewildered. The principal and the teachers, too, released a collective sigh of relief. This child, should one call him endearing or merely full of nonsense? He likely remained oblivious to the fact that his words nearly jeopardized the entire leadership of their school. A lesson must be learned. Such frightful declarations cannot continue. Nonetheless, these children are at a pivotal moment in shaping their worldviews and require proper guidance. The principal felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Sun Yonghao smiled faintly and refrained from further comments, merely advising the principal not to burden the children unduly. However, just as Sun Yonghao stepped outside, he was suddenly confronted by Zhao Ling, a middle-aged man who nearly collided with him. Chapter 80. Since there is none, why can't we be the first? Apologies. The middle-aged man before them had not even bothered to raise his head, but spoke to Sun Yonghao and his companions. Those around him glanced at Sun Yonghao, each expressing concern for him. However, Sun Yonghao, not one to indulge in sentimentality, gently pushed them away and smiled at the man before him. What's the rush? Is there something amiss? At that moment, the middle-aged man finally noticed Sun Yonghao and his group, as well as several leaders from school, realizing that they must have come for an inspection. My apologies, leaders. It seems the children are eager for their spring outing, and I rushed over in a flurry. I sincerely apologize. He bowed repeatedly towards Sun Yonghao. Oh, there's no need for that. Sun Yonghao chuckled, assisting the man to his feet. Who doesn't have their own pressing matters? Have you just returned from the company? Sun Yonghao observed that the man was impeccably dressed in a suit, even wearing his identification badge. Indeed, our company is not on holiday at the moment. After receiving the news, I managed to request. However, the man's tone abruptly shifted. After all, they are children. The education of our youth is of paramount importance and must not be overlooked. Exactly. Sun Yonghao smiled. Children are the hope of our next generation, the aspiration of every family, and indeed, the hope of the nation. Education, without a doubt, cannot be neglected. The people surrounding them nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions serious as they listened intently. However, we must also be mindful of the difficulties faced by parents, keeping them in our thoughts. We cannot ignore this. How many parents are tirelessly running around due to their children's affairs, disrupting their work, and even finding it challenging to take leave? Is there not a way we could implement some changes in this regard? Proposed Secretary Sunday. Indeed, after our discussion, we shall rectify matters immediately and explore suitable opportunities. The Director of Education understood this promptly. Currently, this issue is not confined to our district. It is prevalent in nearly every region. Teachers require their own time to rest, just as everyone else does. While parents might have their downtime, teachers need it too. Many parents currently find themselves bereft of any time to rest. We must consider these aspects as well. Furthermore, the homework requiring parental guidance or signatures for feedback. Many parents likely lack the time for such tasks, do they not? As a young person myself, I often browse the internet and have come across numerous discussions highlighting that, during ordinary times, familial relationships are harmonious. Yet, when it comes to assisting children with their homework, chaos ensues, leaving both parents and children feeling overwhelmed. What should be a simple task often becomes an insurmountable challenge for the child. Sun Yonghao spoke eloquently. Surrounded by numerous parents, teachers, and children, all gathered around him. Initially, their presence might have stemmed from his esteemed position and a desire to avoid offending the school's educators and principal, figures whom ordinary parents felt compelled to please. However, as Sun Yonghao expressed his thoughts, many began to nod in agreement. How could they possibly disagree? In their households, the very situations he described were commonplace, striking a chord with them all. Not only the parents, But even those accompanying Sun Yonghao were nodding along, as most had children of their own. Even if they themselves were childless, like Sun Yonghao or Xiao Dong, they had relatives or siblings with children, or had at least observed such dynamics in their surroundings. Secretary Sun speaks the truth, chimed in the director of education, who wore a wry smile. I must confess, Secretary Sun, despite my position as the director of education in Guangming District, my grandson is currently of preschool age. This individual, in his 50s and lacking any significant connections, had reached the pinnacle of his career. Yet, in his professional dealings and interactions with superiors, he dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. Daily, he encountered similar challenges. Parents preoccupied with work would leave their children in the care of older relatives. However, assisting with homework and similar tasks was indeed a source of frustration. It was his spouse who undertook those responsibilities. He himself could scarcely manage. As for the previous regulations, it was not a lack of desire for change, but rather the constraints imposed by numerous educational experts who had established them, ostensibly to align with the broader context of our nation. Any attempt to reform would involve significant complications, necessitating gradual adjustments. Yet now, with Secretary Sun's directive, we shall promptly convene relevant personnel upon our return and initiate necessary reforms. We kindly ask Secretary Sun, along with the esteemed parents and educators present, for a measure of patience as we seek the optimal solution that serves the greatest number of stakeholders. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in applause. The sentiment resonated deeply with them. They had voiced their frustrations for so long without encountering a viable solution or having their concerns acknowledged by those in authority. At last, someone had heeded their collective outcry. Well said. Sun Yonghao nodded at the education official. While nationwide reforms may still be pending, why can't Guangming District lead the way as a pilot project? If we succeed, we could set a precedent and serve as a model for the entire nation. I eagerly await the positive news from all of you. Upon hearing these words, the individuals present from the Educational Bureau and the schools were all invigorated. Although Sun Yonghao did not explicitly state anything here, if tangible results were indeed achieved, how could their contributions be deemed insignificant? Even the current director of the Educational Bureau, a man in his 50s, radiated the enthusiasm of a youthful 20-something. It seemed as though a bright future beckoned to them. Rest assured, Secretary Sun, we shall fulfill our responsibilities and devise a plan that satisfies all. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Sun Yonghao declared. The Guangming District Committee and the district government stand as your strongest support. Indeed, Secretary Sun, the attendees assured him. Excellent. Sun Yonghao nodded, but soon noticed a commotion outside. It appeared that a conflict had erupted, with individuals attempting to rush towards the kindergarten, some even brandishing objects. Secretary Sun, Zhao Ling swiftly positioned himself protectively behind Sun Yonghao. While the others looked on in alarm, Zhao Ling instinctively grasped the item at his waist, prepared to take action should any threat arise. What is happening? Zhao Ling demanded, his expression fierce and commanding, instilling apprehension among those nearby. Calm down, old Zhao. Sun Yonghao interjected. The arrival of these individuals was a sudden decision. Chapter 81, Is it just Little Dong you shall call me? You might as well refer to me as Secretary Little Dong. The individuals present were oblivious to the situation at hand, though they were aware that Secretary Sun was approaching. Who could have anticipated that Sun Yonghao would head straight for this kindergarten? Without prior preparation, it was impossible to discuss any matters directly concerning him. However, even if there was no intention to target Sun Yonghao, should any issues arise in this vicinity, it would certainly reflect poorly on him. Furthermore, if any danger were to manifest, it would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions for him from Sun Yonghao. Sun Yonghao's expression grew grave. What is happening here? He inquired, surveying the kindergarten staff. How could such a situation arise? Secretary Sun, I will have someone investigate immediately. Shall we take our leave for now? Once we ascertain the facts, we shall report directly to you, Secretary Sun, ensuring you receive a satisfactory explanation. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonghao observed the anxious faces of the kindergarten personnel, the children, and their parents. How could he possibly leave at this moment? We must investigate first. Sun Yonghao responded decisively. In an instant, the kindergarten staff seemed to have an epiphany, and one director leaned closer to whisper into the principal's ear. However, this change did not escape Sun Yonghao's notice. "What is it?" Secretary Sun, who the director just mentioned that we had planned a drill for today. We intended to notify them to cancel, but we hadn't had the chance. "A drill? What kind of drill?" Sun Yonghao asked. "Yes, a bomb drill, designed to teach the children how to respond in case of an emergency," the principal explained. "Oh, let us ascertain the details," Sun Yonghao commanded. Those who received the order promptly ventured outside, and soon they returned with several individuals bearing bruises and injuries, accompanied by agitated voices, still unclear about the unfolding events. "What transpired?" Sun Yonghao inquired, curiosity piqued. "Wasn't it stated that a drill was in preparation? Why has it escalated to this?" "Sir, we were indeed conducting a drill, but suddenly a couple of fools appeared and began attacking us," one of the leaders exclaimed, wincing as they touched their injured face. "And what is your situation?" "Sir, we apprehended a few individuals attempting to abduct children," a short fellow remarked, a smug grin on his face as he addressed Sun Yonghao. "Abducting children?" Sun Yonghao began to piece together the misunderstanding. Just then, a tall police officer rushed over, having grasped the situation, and approached Sun Yonghao with a salute, exclaiming, "Secretary Sun." "Indeed," Sun Yonghao nodded. At that moment, the previously aggressive short man looked at the newcomer with a sly grin and said, "Little Dong." Upon hearing this remark, Xiao Dong, who stood beside Sun Yonghao, along with the police officer, turned their gazes toward the speaker. Xiao Dong, the secretary to Sun Yonghao, was taken aback. He was aware that his previous reputation had circulated to some extent, but had it truly spread this far? The person before him, seemingly rather disheveled, was aware of his identity and referred to him as Xiao Dong. Surely, even if one were unfamiliar with the protocols, it would be more courteous to address him as a secretary rather than so casually. Was it not somewhat disrespectful to address him merely as Xiao Dong? "Is it you again?" the police officer inquired, scrutinizing the individual before him. "Comrade Sun, this person is an acquaintance of mine. He typically avoids major transgressions, but frequently commits minor infractions. We have apprehended him on numerous occasions. I am uncertain what prompted him to resort to violence this time. I shall handle it promptly," the officer declared. "Very well," Sun Yonghao nodded. "Ah, Xiao Dong, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I deserve to be apprehended then. However, I am endeavoring to do good now. Why must I be arrested?" The individual protested. "Doing good? Is this your notion of benevolence?" "Officer," Xiao Dong retorted sharply. "Enough, enough. I believe I have comprehended the situation," Sun Yonghao interjected with a smile. "It is merely a misunderstanding. Their intentions are indeed commendable. Let us refrain from punishment this time. As citizens of our nation, we ought to embody such an attitude. When witnessing injustice, we must possess the courage to act, albeit while ensuring our own safety. Moreover, even in our pursuit of good deeds, we must conduct thorough investigations to prevent our goodwill from inadvertently causing harm," Sun Yonghao articulated with a smile. "Indeed, Comrade Sun," the gathered individuals absorbed his words, nodding in agreement as they acknowledged the matter at hand. Sun Yonghao, having no further remarks, led his group out of the premises. Overall, he felt quite satisfied with the outcomes of this outing. Additionally, no further complications had arisen, and he reiterated certain matters with the Education Bureau before proceeding outside. As Sun Yonghao traveled midway, he unexpectedly spotted Sun Lianping heading toward a secluded area. "Where's that?" he inquired with intrigue. "Is that not our Secretary Lianping?" "Yes, it is Secretary Lianping," Xiao Dong promptly affirmed. "Where could he be going?" Sun Yonghao questioned, observing that Secretary Lianping seemed to be purchasing something. "He just exited a tobacco shop. Has he succumbed to corruption, delivering gifts to others?" Sun Yonghao jested. Zhao Ling and Xiao Dong chuckled in agreement. Well aware of the rapport between Sun Yonghao and Secretary Lianping, how could one possibly suspect Sun Lianping of engaging in corrupt practices? Moreover, should there indeed be gifts to be delivered, it was likely that Secretary Sun would be the first to do so. "Let's go and take a look. Where could he be headed?" Sun Yonghao glanced at the time. It was indeed nearing the end of the workday. Earlier, while still at the kindergarten, the hour had not yet reached closing time, yet it was fast approaching. The spring outing was planned for the following day, and given the recent events, the day was nearly over. Sun Yonghao allowed himself to be followed, unaware that behind him trailed someone else. He observed as Sun Lianqing arrived at the entrance of a quaint, elegantly designed residential community, where numerous towering trees lined the streets, creating a shaded boulevard. The environment here was quite pleasant, and the scenery possessed a unique charm. "What place is this?" Sun Yonghao inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Sir, this is a residential community that has been established for quite some time. The residents here are primarily educators, retired professors, and older individuals," replied the young dong beside him promptly. "Oh, does Secretary Lianqing have family residing here?" Sun Yonghao asked, still puzzled. "It seems not." Remarkably, Dong and the others shook their heads in unison. Sun Yonghao nodded in response, and then retrieved his phone to call Sun Lianqing. Chapter 82. Everyone has departed. It is time to reflect upon oneself. "Secretary Lianqing, it is I, Sun Yonghao." Sun Yonghao chuckled. "Secretary Yonghao." On the other end of the line, Sun Lianqing appeared somewhat perplexed, uncertain as to why Sun Yonghao was calling him at this moment. "Had some incident occurred? Is something the matter?" "Nothing significant. Merely noticed that Secretary Lianqing has entered a community, accompanied by an abundance of gifts. Pray tell, does Secretary Lianqing now find himself in need of bestowing presents?" Sun Yonghao jested. Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Yet from the side, another voice, one of considerable age, resonated through. "Is this your benefactor?" "Lianqing, since the esteemed guest has arrived, do invite him in." "Very well." Sun Lianqing nodded, then turned to Sun Yonghao and inquired, "Secretary Yonghao, would you care to come inside?" "Me? Surely, this is not a family elder of yours?" Sun Yonghao queried. "Not quite. It is an old leader of mine." Sun Lianqing glanced at the elderly figure, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, he continued to explain to Sun Yonghao. "Your former leader?" Sun Yonghao expressed his surprise. "Indeed, he is also my guiding light." Sun Lianqing elaborated. "Ah, an elder statesman, I presume?" Sun Yonghao inquired further. "Yes, my former leader retired from the position of executive vice mayor of Jingzhou City. He is now in his 80s, Sun Lianqing introduced. "Well then, we ought to pay our respects," Sun Yonghao remarked. "Previously, although I visited the Bureau of Elderly Cadres, I doubt I encountered your former leader there. Were it not for your mention, Secretary Lianqing, I would have remained oblivious to the presence of such a venerable figure in our midst. Indeed, the old leader prefers to maintain a low profile, having retired without burdening the organization," Sun Lianqing clarified. "He is settled here, and I often visit. It is a surprise that Secretary Yonghao has noticed." "All right, I shall step inside at once," Sun Yonghao declared, making his way indoors. Upon reaching the entrance, Sun Lianqing had already opened the grand door to welcome him. Once inside, an elderly gentleman, donning reading glasses and exuding an energetic demeanor, rose to greet him. "You must be Comrade Yonghao." Upon entering, the elder warmly extended his hand. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Sun Yonghao replied, shaking the elder's hand. "Wonderful. Thank you, Comrade Yonghao, for your visit." The elder beamed. At this moment, Sun Lianqing introduced the elder. "This is Zhong Weigua, a fellow comrade and an esteemed veteran who has weathered the trials of war. After retirement, he has chosen to spend his golden years in the comfort of his own home. Moreover, the final retreat was never undertaken, nor were the endeavors boisterously proclaimed. Instead, they were pursued quietly, focusing solely on what they aspired to accomplish. There was no intention to burden the government or any organizations with grievances or to engage in disparagement or denunciation. Sun Yonghao listened attentively as Sun Lianqing introduced the esteemed elder leader. This exemplifies the essence of what our officials ought to embody. Sun Yonghao expressed profound admiration, acknowledging that the spirit of the elder is worthy of emulation by all of us in governance. "Ah, there is no need. These responsibilities are inherently ours." The elder, however, shook his head and remarked that there is little necessity for such publicity, which could even incite envy. Furthermore, maintaining a high profile is unnecessary. The elder asserted that retiring does not equate to being boisterous. Such behavior is even more irksome. As Sun Yonghao spoke, a particular individual came to his mind. Huh, the spirited elder chuckled. You must be referring to that old fellow Chen Yanshi, right? Indeed, isn't he quite vexing? Sun Yonghao laughed as well, recalling how he had anticipated trouble from him during this visit, only to have successfully thwarted his attempts. He always relishes in making a spectacle, and even in retirement. He clings to his seniority, pointing fingers everywhere. It truly is remarkable. With that, Sun Yonghao began to shake his head. Ah, that is precisely his persona. The elder also shook his head, reminiscing about the past, when Chen Yanshi was quite ostentatious. Many senior comrades once held him in high regard. Numerous individuals who worked alongside him maintained a united front. However, gradually, more and more distanced themselves from him. As the elder recounted Chen Yanshi's history, there was no sense of speaking behind someone's back or any taboo in discussing such matters with Sun Yonghao, despite their limited interactions. Through Sun Lianqing's words, he had become well acquainted with Sun Yonghao's circumstances and vice versa, particularly since Chen Yanshi is now retired and their relationship is rather tenuous. Now that he was here, what harm could come from discussing a few matters? Did Elder Zhong truly fear Chen Yanshi? What is old comrades? Does anyone not have a few old friends? As for the fact that the provincial party secretary is his adopted son, so what? Would he confront this octogenarian comrade? It is likely that he has discerned the true nature of the man. While he certainly had achievements in the past and accomplished much, the state and the organization have not neglected him, allowing him to ascend to the positions of deputy mayor and deputy procurator general. Yet, he has offended those around him, causing them to depart one by one. In the end, he is left with no one to converse with. Are the gazes of those around him truly such? Are the people surrounding him not as devoted to the public good as he? If even a handful or half of them have left, could it not be the fault of others? However, with everyone departing, one must reflect upon the reasons within their own sphere. It is hardly surprising that Chen Yanshi finds himself in such a socially distant predicament. He may still possess a couple of personal connections, yet it is evident that others are not inclined to engage with him deeply. Nevertheless, as the elder gazed at Sun Yonghao before him, he became momentarily entranced. Elder? Observing Zhong Weiguo's demeanor, not only Sun Yonghao, but even Sun Lianqing himself felt a twinge of confusion. Old leader, is everything all right? Are you perhaps feeling a bit weary? Would you like me to assist you in taking a rest? Sun Lianqing inquired. Suddenly, the elder burst into laughter, a hearty, contagious chuckle. What is it, old man? I walk in and hear your boisterous laughter. Are you not aware that the doctor advised against such excitement? A frail female voice echoed from the doorway. Oh, is Lianqing here? It seems your laughter has grown more frequent since his arrival. Ah, and what are these items? It truly is Lianqing. As she spoke, she had already changed her shoes and stepped inside. Sun Lianqing hurried forward to take the items from the elder's hands. I knew it was you, Lianqing. Upon noticing others in the room, she added, Oh, there's another comrade here as well. Lianqing, is this your colleague? It was evident that she was quite the conversationalist. Chapter 83. The Past Experiences of Sun Yonghao. Annie, this is my colleague, Secretary Sun Yonghao. He is the Deputy Secretary of the District Committee in our Guangming District and also my benefactor. Sun Lianqing introduced without any reservations. Very well. Though the elder lady is advanced in years, her late husband was a figure within the system, and she is quite knowledgeable about such matters. Moreover, her understanding of Sun Lianqing is nearly equivalent to that of her own children. She recognizes Sun Lianqing's character, shaped by his late husband's guidance. And having visited their home frequently, she regards him as a good child. Secretary Yonghao, this is Annie, the beloved partner of our esteemed leader. Sun Lianqing continued. They were married during the era of great construction, supporting each other throughout their lives until now. Greetings, Auntie. Sun Yonghao politely acknowledged her. Very well, very well. Please, I'll have a seat. I shall prepare a meal. No one is to leave. Today we dine here. The elder lady smiled warmly. Indeed, we shall all enjoy a meal together. It will be nothing more than simple home-cooked fare. The elder gentleman chuckled. And, I married your Annie largely because her cooking was delightful. Their essay saying, ISNT there, to capture a man's heart. one must first capture his stomach. And so, I was utterly ensnared. You old rascal, how shameless you are! The elder lady playfully scolded, heading towards the kitchen. The deep affection between the elder couple is truly enviable. Sun Yonghao praised. Isn't that how life is? We support each other as we journey through, the elder gentleman responded with a smile. Back then, I was merely a grassroots worker sent to their village to repair tractors. Little did I know that trip would bind me to this village for a lifetime. As he recounted this tale, the elder gentleman's face radiated happiness. It was evident that the couple was quite content with their life together. The elder leader speaks truthfully. Sun Lianqing chimed in with a smile. The food here far surpasses what one finds outside. Sun Yonghao chuckled in response, saying, then I must savor it thoroughly, despite his own accomplishments, which afforded him access to numerous exquisite delicacies. He felt it was inappropriate to utter such sentiments in their warm household. Furthermore, it was only the lavish banquets that Sun Yonghao had enjoyed. He had indulged in the humble fare of street vendors and the simple meals of ordinary workers alike. Having been prepared for this path, Sun Yonghao had encountered numerous tasks. During his university years, he worked various jobs, spending time on construction sites and in restaurants, where he learned that after enduring hunger, any food could taste delightful. He also underwent rigorous training in the military, although it was not precisely military service, merely similar training that was equally grueling and unyielding. His life during university and even through graduate school had been a continuous journey of this nature. It is likely that members of other families, particularly heirs, may indeed require experience, yet at most, they merely engage in a taste of a life that is moderately affluent. Individuals like Sun Yonghao, while not entirely unique, are certainly few and far between. Thus, in the present day, no matter the adversities faced, they pose little challenge for Sun Yonghao. He finds himself here, assisting Sun Lianqing and the elderly matriarch, partaking in light chores. Although he is a guest, the matriarch encourages him to try his hand at culinary endeavors. However, it feels rather presumptuous to simply wait idly for her to prepare the meal. The two men, akin to lords, certainly do not mind lending a hand. The elderly lady, at her age, typically cooks for just the two of them, and, under normal circumstances, a caretaker attends to their needs, a lifestyle that is quite standard for individuals of their age. Their children are not present, having ventured into their own lives, and the couple, not wishing to depart from a place they have inhabited for most of their lives, has chosen to remain. They are aware that Sun Lianqing frequently visits, and the initial formality between them has dissipated, leading to a deeper intimacy that renders such concerns insignificant. Even when Sun Lianqing cannot visit due to work commitments, his wife often comes by. Sun Yonghao may not be fully aware of where various items are kept, yet Sun Lianqing knows the location of everything, from soy sauce to vinegar. Plates to bowls. The meal is modest, comprising 4 dishes and a soup, yet the portions are ample enough to satisfy them all. The elderly couple does not consume much, and they proceed to enjoy their meal together. The venerable elder even produces a bottle of cherished liquor from decades past, allowing the old gentleman a small taste as an exception. The remainder is shared between Sun Lianqing and Sun Yonghao. As the night deepens, Sun Yonghao bids farewell to those present. Sun Lianqing, however, remains behind, intending to ensure the elder leader rests comfortably before he departs. Unbeknownst to Sun Yonghao, after his exit, the elder leader, though slightly flushed, exhibits no signs of inebriation and calls Sun Lianqing over. At this stage in life, and having been retired for some time, he is unconcerned about keeping secrets from his wife. Lianqing, he addresses him with a newfound seriousness. I am listening, replies Sun Lianqing, seated beside the elder leader. The elder leader's expression is somber. What of this Yonghao fellow? What is he truly like? Comrade Yonghao is exceptional. I hold great appreciation for him, responds Sun Lianqing. Indeed, the elder leader nods. What of other aspects? Are there any weaknesses or glaring faults? He continues to inquire. He trusted that his subordinate, this student, would comprehend his meaning. No. Sun Lianqing also became serious. He understood that the old leader might be about to disclose something of great importance to him. At this point, There was no longer any need for concealment, and he immediately revealed everything he knew. Well, to his surprise, the old leader burst in a hearty laughter upon hearing it. "What is the matter with you, old leader?" Sun Lianqing inquired, puzzled. "Do you know the identity of Comrade Yonghao?" The old leader did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. "I know a bit." As he met the now clear gaze of the old leader, it seemed as if he had reverted to his former self, that of the executive vice mayor, a figure of authority who commanded respect in the capital. He hails from a prominent family, which certainly causes our provincial leaders to feel apprehensive or deeply concerned, Sun Lianqing elaborated. He felt there was nothing he could not share with his former superior. That is precisely right. Chapter 84. Liancheng, you are quite greedy. Old leader, is that right? What do you mean by that? Sun Liancheng inquired, somewhat perplexed. The elder, donning his reading glasses, beckoned Sun Liancheng to approach the wall alongside him. Sun Liancheng assisted the elderly gentleman, following him closely. "Look at this." The elder pointed to an old black-and-white photograph adorning the wall, in which a refined yet imposing man stood at the center, surrounded by a cluster of individuals. "What is this?" Upon seeing the photograph, Sun Liancheng gazed at his old leader with a look of confusion, uncertain of its significance. "Doesn't this current Comrade Yonghao resemble the person in the photograph?" The elder chuckled softly. "Really?" Sun Liancheng widened his eyes in scrutiny. However, given the large number of people in the picture and the era in which it was taken, the quality was evidently lacking. Even with careful preservation, it remained somewhat blurred, allowing only a vague silhouette to emerge, through which Sun Liancheng could discern the identity of the individual depicted. "Old leader, I never anticipated you possessed such a photograph." Sun Liancheng expressed his surprise. "Oh, it's nothing really." The elder humbly waved his hand, yet the lines on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. "Everyone may have pictures, but few possess such treasured photographs," Sun Liancheng remarked. Listening to this, although the elder said nothing, the twinkle in his squinting eyes conveyed his satisfaction. However, Sun Liancheng's subsequent comment irked the elder, even inciting a hint of indignation. "But old leader, were you in this picture? I can't seem to find you," Sun Liancheng asked directly. "How can you not see? Isn't that me?" The elder tapped Sun Liancheng's shoulder, somewhat irritated. "Where?" Following the elder's gaze, Sun Liancheng scrutinized the photograph. "Ah, is that not me?" the elder exclaimed, pointing to his image. "Indeed, I can see a slight resemblance." Sun Liancheng nodded, murmuring to himself. "What do you mean a slight resemblance?" "I am unmistakably that person," the elder exclaimed like a child seeking validation. Had it not been for his age, he might have leaped with joy. Yes, it is you," Sun Liancheng replied somewhat helplessly, "but this seems rather distant, doesn't it?" Go away, the elder retorted. "What do you know? Who could stand beside such a revered figure? Although the positioning may be distant, being captured in the same frame is a rare opportunity. In the past, it was not like today, where everyone has a camera at hand, able to snap photos or videos at any moment. In those days, the challenges of taking photographs were manifold, a sentiment you can undoubtedly comprehend, let alone capturing an image with this elderly gentleman. As for yourself, having lived such a long life, have you even encountered a leader?" The former leader rebuked Sun Lianqing sharply. "Indeed, as you say, I suppose the highest rank I have ever encountered is merely that of a deputy minister, even when it comes to a full minister. I either see them from a distance or only on television. Beyond that, opportunities have eluded me," Sun Lianqing explained. Indeed, the former leader, momentarily delighted, soon regained his composure. Sun Lianqing continued, "Now, do not interrupt. Do you understand why I mention this?" The former leader immediately inquired. "I do not know." Sun Lianqing honestly shook his head. "The photographs of the elderly gentleman you see now are a mix of past captures and enhanced versions. However, none can truly reflect the elder's former visage. Yet this one can." As he spoke, the former leader tapped his own head. "What do you mean, esteemed leader?" Sun Lianqing, astute as ever, quickly grasped the implication. "Son, Secretary Yonghao, and this elderly gentleman?" Suddenly, Sun Lianqing's eyes widened in realization. "It cannot be mistaken," the former leader affirmed. "I had always known that Secretary Yonghao held considerable stature, Yet despite my efforts to speculate, I never anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. Sun Lianqing murmured absent-mindedly. Within the capital, there are indeed several leaders bearing the Sun surname. Yet who could have imagined it would be the most formidable among them? Lianqing, this matter is for your knowledge alone. Since you can surmise certain identities, it implies there is no deep concealment from you. Simultaneously, I trust in your character and regard you as one of my own. Do not betray this trust. The former leader imparted earnestly. Rest assured, esteemed leader. Sun Lianqing nodded solemnly. After all, I am your protege. You know well what sort of person I am, do you not? Well then, that is sufficient. The former leader nodded in satisfaction. Lianqing, you are indeed a late bloomer. Individuals of our standing, without the support of a benefactor, would find it challenging to reach the heights we have attained. That would be our ultimate destination. Even so, it requires a fortunate timing. But you are different. At your current age, encountering such a person is a stroke of luck. Henceforth, you must seize this opportunity, the former leader advised. You can rest easy, esteemed leader. Sun Lianqing replied earnestly. In that case, I feel reassured. The former leader remarked, furthermore, it is not only essential to closely follow this individual, but also to genuinely respect them from the heart. Do you understand? Such individuals are never devoid of followers. Now that we find ourselves in Handong, those like you who have been promoted are destined to become the backbone of the future. Throughout history, no trailblazer has ever ventured forth without a loyal entourage by their side. Yet, Lianqing, despite your current alignment with this esteemed individual, your age remains your greatest disadvantage. The former leader sighed as he spoke. However, upon hearing these words, Sun Lianqing, though momentarily regretful, quickly regained his composure and smiled. Esteemed leader, we are fortunate indeed, are we not? If we had never encountered such a benefactor, what recourse would we have had? I feel immensely grateful for the life we currently led. Furthermore, even with age, I possess my own advantages. At the very least, over the past decade or so, what was once perceived as a disadvantage may very well transform into an asset. Sun Lianqing chuckled. Not everyone can boast such accomplishments, experiences, and loyalty. Over a decade? Huh. Lianqing, you are quite ambitious. The former leader laughed heartily in response. Chapter 85. One must learn to comfort oneself. Now, Sun Lianqing has reached the age of 50, with more than a decade ahead of him. How old will he be then? Over 60. Typically, there are age restrictions for retirement among officials, and those wishing to retire in their 60s must at least hold a position of deputy minister or above. Currently, Sun Lianqing is merely at the level of a department head, and to ascend to such heights, it is likely he would need to attain a ministerial rank. Even if one is a deputy minister, should they fail to rise higher by the age of 60, contemplating a retreat to a secondary role becomes inevitable. Thus, the old leader would remark upon Sun Lianqing's considerable ambition. However, upon hearing such words, Sun Lianqing merely smiled, refraining from commenting on the feasibility of this ambition, though he held firm belief that such events would indeed transpire in his life. Well, let us leave it at that for today. You've had quite a bit to drink. Will you rest here or head back? The old leader did not stand on ceremony with Sun Lianqing, as there have been occasions in the past when he had relaxed in this very place. I think I shall return. Sun Lianqing pondered briefly before responding. Very well. I shall not see you off, the old leader declared, turning to rest under Sun Lianqing's attentive gaze. Subsequently, Sun Lianqing departed from the old leader's residence. Thus, this visit concluded. However, shortly thereafter, Sun Yonghao approached Sun Lianqing. Secretary Yonghao, is there something on your mind? Sun Lianqing inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Indeed, there is. Sun Yonghao nodded. The inspection team from the capital is about to arrive. Should we not convene some meetings to study the spirit of integrity? That is indeed necessary. Sun Lianqing agreed without hesitation, though he noted the need to inform District Chief Su as well. Of course, Sun Yonghao affirmed, promptly seeking out Xu Yunping. After obtaining consent, the meeting was swiftly arranged. Yet, the role of the meeting's host had now shifted to Sun Lianqing himself. Sun Yonghao assisted from the side, while Xu Yunping contributed his insights, even inviting several journalists to attend. As the discussion progressed, Sun Yonghao shifted the tone and remarked, Secretary Lianqing, along with what District Chief Su has mentioned, let us all remember our responsibilities. We must diligently fulfill our duties. At this juncture, it is essential to mention our esteemed Secretary Lianqing's former superior, a venerable retired official from Jingzhou City. Who exactly is this individual? The elder has been retired for many years, enjoying a carefree life, refraining from meddling in work matters and abstaining from dictating interpersonal relations. Such individuals are worthy of emulation by us all. In positions of governance, one must engage with the responsibilities that accompany their role, reflect upon the chair beneath them, and consider the words inscribed behind them. They should also contemplate the invisible cap of authority resting upon their heads and assess whether their actions align with the weight of these responsibilities. Upon hearing these words, many turned their gazes towards Sun Lianqing, as the attendees were unaware of their Secretary Lianqing's intriguing past. Furthermore, the promotional slogans had been finalized, and it was time for everyone to exert their efforts. During the forthcoming holiday, should immense fortune truly arise, it was imperative that all grasp it firmly. Any disturbances in this matter would result in the Bright District Committee and District Government regarding those responsible as troublemakers. That was all I had to say. Sun Lianqing continued. With that, the meeting concluded. However, numerous officials, both openly and covertly, approached Sun Lianqing, eager to glean information. They were perceptive individuals, fully aware of the current situation. Some sought to inquire about matters from Sun Yonghao, but were politely dismissed, as he indicated that the elderly gentleman required tranquility. There was no need to seek connections unnecessarily. Nonetheless, during these discussions, news had circulated through the recent phone call. Meanwhile, in a hospital ward, a patient experienced a resurgence of illness. Who was this referring to? Ostensibly praising another, yet covertly alluding to oneself? It left him feeling utterly humiliated. Although it was uncertain whether Sun Yonghao genuinely intended such implications, he nevertheless internalized them. This was a profound affront, extending his hospital stay once more. However, Sun Yonghao could no longer manage the situation on that front. Shortly after the meeting, he received word that the inspection team from the capital had arrived and was currently at their provincial guest house. Initially, this news held little significance for Sun Yonghao. Yet, soon after, he found himself astonished. After work, it was none other than Fang Yuan who called him. During this period, while their relationship had not been explicitly defined, it was tacitly understood between them. They often strolled and watched films together after work. However, this time she was not inviting him to such outings. Instead, she called to suggest dining together. Yonghao, are you off work? Are you busy? Fang Yuan inquired. Not busy. I've nearly wrapped up today's matters. Sun Yonghao replied. A classmate from the capital has come to Jingzhou and wishes to treat me to dinner. I would like you to join us. If you lack time, feel free to decline, and we can arrange something later. Fang Yuan said. All right, that is no problem. Sun Yonghao agreed. Just wait for me a moment. I'll tidy up and come over. Okay, I'll be at home waiting for you. With that, the two ended their call. Sun Yonghao then walked towards the provincial party compound with Zhao Ling. Soon after meeting Fang Yuan, they set off for the previously arranged location. Upon their arrival, they were unexpectedly greeted by an individual waiting outside. This person, who exuded an air of refinement and wore glasses, beamed at them with a warm smile. The establishment they stood before was undoubtedly of a high caliber, leaving one to ponder the rationale behind this gentleman's choice to dine there. A meal here could easily cost several thousand, not out of a lack of means, but rather a question of necessity. He appeared rather ostentatious. Yuan, he called out, demonstrating a certain familiarity as he waved at Fang Yuan. However, upon noticing Sun Yonghao beside her, his expression momentarily shifted. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, donning the same smile as before. You've arrived. Hello, classmate Jigang. Fang Yuan, however, responded with a hint of aloofness. The term Yuan feels a touch too intimate. I would appreciate it if you could simply address me by my name. Thank you. The individual before her, classmate Jigang, exhibited a fleeting glimpse of embarrassment. Yet being a seasoned professional, he had matured considerably and had learned the art of self-soothing. Chapter 86. Escape? That would be quite the spectacle. Yuan. Although this fellow felt somewhat awkward, he nevertheless approached with a bold demeanor. Jigang, you've gone too far. Fang Yuan continued. Very well, Fang Yuan. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to acquiesce, realizing that if he continued down this path, it would be he who would ultimately feel embarrassed. And who might this be? At that moment, his gaze shifted to Sun Yonghao, who stood nearby. Hello, I am Fang Yuan's boyfriend, Sun Yonghao. Just as Fang Yuan herself felt a tinge of awkwardness regarding how to introduce Sun Yonghao, he took the initiative to speak. This marked Sun Yonghao's first unequivocal declaration, which brought a smile to Fang Yuan's face. I am Liu Jigang, Fang Yuan's classmate. The expression on the face of the man before them grew increasingly uncomfortable, realizing that she already had a boyfriend. Upon encountering Fang Yuan at university, he had already resolved to pursue her. However, at that time, she had shown no interest, hardly even acknowledging his presence. Although his circumstances weren't dire, they hardly resembled those of a wealthy or influential family. The only asset he possessed was his appearance. Yet Fang Yuan seemed wholly indifferent. He contemplated whether, after graduation, he might have the opportunity to pursue her. However, to his dismay, upon his return, he discovered that Fang Yuan was already in a relationship. Were it not for his somewhat prudent nature, his face might have betrayed his turmoil. How could she have a boyfriend? How could she have one already? Nonetheless, he understood that he could not afford to display disdain. He graciously invited Sun Yonghao and Fang Yuan to join him inside, politely offering them the menu. Throughout the meal, the man across from him found the experience utterly tasteless. Yet, the thought of surrendering was out of the question. By the way, Mr. Sun, what line of work are you in? A civil servant, Sun Yonghao replied, casting a knowing glance, aware of the implications behind the inquiry. Within the system, Liu Jigang's eyes instantly sparkled upon hearing this. Being part of the establishment himself, he had maintained a good rapport with a senior colleague. To be precise, it was his adeptness of flattery that had garnered him attention from some leaders. While he wasn't on the verge of immediate promotion, there were indeed signs pointing in that direction. Given his commendable work performance, he had already attained deputy department level treatment, holding a deputy section chief position. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he transitioned to a full section chief. Achieving such success before turning 30 was no small feat. Who else could claim the same? Moreover, having come from the capital, encountering local civil servants, or rather those officials, it was only natural for them to regard him as a section chief or even a deputy department head. And what of the man before him? A local civil servant. At such a young age, what accomplishments could he possibly boast? I, too, am part of the system, currently serving as the head of the investigation department within the Discipline Inspection Commission. Mr. Sun, no, let us refer to him as Comrade Yonghao. This knowledge within the system is indeed profound. Indeed, it is. Sun Yonghao nodded in agreement, casually affirming the statement. Observing Sun Yonghao's demeanor, Liu Jigang before him furrowed his brow once more. Comrade Yonghao, your attitude is rather unacceptable, Liu Jigang remarked, his brow knitted in displeasure. Classmate Liu Jigang, are we here to dine or to attend a lecture? Interjected Fang Yuan, slightly displeased. She was well aware that it was Sun Yonghao's favor that allowed her to accompany him for this meal. What standing does Sun Yonghao hold? And what about Liu Jigang? Is it now your place to instruct him? Although she understood that Sun Yonghao would not take this individual seriously, she could not bear to witness such an event unfold. Iopuludisa, Klasmotte Fang Yon. This fellow hastily offered his apologies. I merely wish to share some insights from my work with Comrade Yonghao. Such knowledge will undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. Very well, we must extend our gratitude to Comrade Jigang for this. Sun Yonghao wiped his mouth and smiled. Classmate Fang Yuan, do you see? Liu Jigang inquired. At this point, Fang Yuan chose to remain silent, merely observing the exchange between the two. It was Liu Jigang who dominated the conversation, while Sun Yonghao spent most of his time dining. Eventually, as they neared the end of their meal, Sun Yonghao concluded his eating. Are you finished? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. Sun Yonghao then turned to Liu Jigang and said with a smile, Thank you, Comrade Jigang, for your hospitality. We have nearly concluded our meal. We shall take our leave now. This place is quite delightful, and we are grateful once more. With that, he stood up, taking his companion by the hand as they made their way outside. At that moment, Lu Jigang was acutely aware of being played for a fool, his face alternating between red and white. However, Sun Yonghao did not burden him with extravagant dishes or wines. He could certainly perceive Lu Jigang's intentions, yet he did not take them to heart. After all, Lu Jigang was merely a transient figure. Would he truly allow such antics to jeopardize Lu Jigang as future? Nevertheless, while today concluded thus, should the harassment persist, it would become a different matter altogether. Yet, the current situation with Sun Yonghao was of little consequence. After spending some time with Fang Yuan around the vicinity, he finally escorted her home. Upon reaching the entrance of the provincial committee compound, Zhao Ling suddenly spoke up, "Leader, there is someone following us. Someone is following us." Sun Yonghao expressed his surprise. "Is there truly someone here who would wish him ill? How long have they been trailing us?" "Not long. They began following after they spotted us." Zhao Ling was undoubtedly an expert in such matters, and Sun Yonghao had no reason to doubt him. There is no need to worry. After all, it is merely a return to the compound. Moreover, if one is truly being followed, it is unlikely they could trace one back to the compound. Sun Yonghao chuckled softly. Indeed, once they entered, those trailing behind ceased their pursuit, gazing at the courtyard before them, unable to gain entry. The provincial party compound? The halted individual murmured. It was none other than Lu Jigang. Sun? However, within the provincial ranks, there should be no leaders with the surname Sun, Lu Jigang pondered aloud. Fang. This fellow began to speculate once more. Fang Jibin. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his expression contorted once again. The daughter of the executive vice governor? Though he entertained this notion, he remained uncertain. At that moment, a soldier on duty emerged from within. Instinctively, he contemplated fleeing, yet managed to restrain himself. To flee at such a juncture would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Chapter 87. Aspiring to become another son-in-law of Handong. Comrade, what brings you here? I apologize, comrade. Lu Jigang hastily began to clarify. I too am a government employee. I happened to see someone earlier who seemed to be an acquaintance, so I thought I would come over to take a look. Here are my credentials. As he spoke, he produced his identification and presented it to the individual before him. Who was the acquaintance you saw? The soldier inquired, simultaneously examining his credentials. Indeed, he was confirmed to be an official, and from the capital no less. It was an old classmate of mine, Fang Yuan. Do you know her? Lu Jigang asked. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. The soldier replied. Though Lu Jigang could glean from his words that the person he had seen was likely indeed Fang Yuan, along with Sun Yonghao. However, feeling somewhat insecure, Lu Jigang, once out of the soldier's sight, promptly took out his phone and began contacting someone he had been in touch with previously. Hello, is this Brother Long? It's me, Xiao Lu. Lu Jigang spoke in a subdued tone. Xiao Lu, what brings you to call me? A voice from the other end responded, sounding rather composed. Yet the arrogance was unmistakable. Brother Long, I was wondering if you were aware of some circumstances in Handong province? Lu Jigang asked. Handong province? Surely you must know that my father has only been in Handong for a few months? The voice inquired. Yes, I am aware of that, which is precisely why I wanted to ask. Lu Jigang replied cautiously. What is this? Xiao Lu, have you become bold enough to make requests of me? The voice laughed. How could I dare, Brother Long? You know me well. Lu Jigang chuckled awkwardly. My current standing is all due to your guidance. How could I ever act ungratefully? If I were to do so, who would take me seriously? You see things clearly. The voice chuckled, but the admonition was somewhat softened. There was no intent to relinquish this pawn, at least not at this moment, as there were numerous matters that he found convenient to manage. So what is the matter? What information are you seeking? Brother Long asked. You're not thinking of asking me to investigate what is going on in Handong, are you? You might find it easier to inquire with my father than with me. Actually, I'm curious about the provincial governor of Handong, the executive vice governor. Does he have a daughter? Is her name Fang Yuan? Lu Jigang inquired. The question caught the listener's attention, and they expressed surprise. How did you come to ask about this? Well, Brother Long, I have a classmate named Fang Yuan. Lu Jigang explained. I just had a meal, and I noticed a woman entering the provincial committee compound who bore a striking resemblance to my classmate. You are aware of my relationship with her, Brother Long. Lu Jigang continued. At this moment, the man was taken aback, utterly astonished. Who would have thought that Lu Jigang possessed such remarkable abilities? Surely, he did not intend to rely on Governor Fong, did he? Initially, he even contemplated suggesting that Lu might aspire to become a son-in-law, subsequently rising to prominence under Governor Fong's auspices. However, considering his father's nature, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, opting instead for a more subtle expression. As for Brother Long's assumptions, Lu Jigang was oblivious. After all, he was merely in his 20s. Had there been elders in his family who were entrenched in the system or had connections with Xiao Ruijin from years past, he might have been more enlightened. The affairs surrounding Xiao Ruijin once stirred considerable commotion within the circles, and he had indeed ascended through the ranks, leveraging his status as a son-in-law. Even Yishui, his wife, was aware of this, let alone others. Brother Long, you jest, Lu Jigang explained. Even if such a scenario were to materialize, it would merely facilitate cooperation between Secretary Xia and Governor Fong, would it not? Wasn't Governor Fong neutral previously? Now, he could easily lend his support to Secretary Xia. I am well aware of whose side I stand on, and I trust you are equally astute. Furthermore, I can discern who holds greater influence. Remember your words. I shall investigate further. The voice on the other end of the line snorted coldly before abruptly terminating the call. Upon receiving this information, Lu Jigang's spirits soared, and he began to envision a day when he might become the son-in-law of the governor. He pondered how to navigate that future, what to say, and how to attain liberation. Surely, he understood the implications. Presently, his father was the provincial secretary, yet his future father-in-law was also the executive vice-governor, with the potential to ascend to the governorship in due time. What would he have to fear then? He could stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Long, the formidable Xiao Linlong. Reflecting on Xiao Linlong's past conduct, Lu Jigang could not help but feel a tinge of envy and desire. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, it stirred excitement within him. However, thoughts of Fong Yuan's previous boyfriend abruptly darkened his expression. There remained some obstacles to overcome. He was uncertain how far the relationship between Fong Yuan and Sun Yonghao had progressed. If it had reached a point where even Governor Fong consented, navigating the situation would prove daunting. Nevertheless, he possessed certain advantages. He had connections through Secretary Xia, which Sun Yonghao lacked. As a worker in the capital, he held a distinct edge. From this perspective, he perceived himself as far superior to Sun Yonghao. If given a choice, his circumstances were undeniably more favorable. Surely anyone could discern how to choose wisely. With these thoughts easing his mind, he turned and walked toward the guest house. Observers of Lu Jigang's demeanor might well have assumed he had stumbled upon fortune. However, Lu Jigang possesses a certain perceptiveness, discerning which matters warrant discussion and which do not. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruijin has just been informed of this news and has received a call from his son, who relayed prior communications. Thus, it appears that Lu Jigang harbors intentions to forge a connection with comrade Fong Jibin's daughter. Xiao Ruijin pondered this aloud, simultaneously weighing the pros and cons of the situation in his mind. He contemplated whether it would be prudent to engage in this affair and what potential benefits might arise from it. Ultimately, he concluded that it was not an unreasonable proposition. After all, Lu Jigang was one of their own, and his son held certain leverage over him. Even if the endeavor did not culminate in success, it would nonetheless convey his stance towards them. In the current climate, although he did not find himself at a disadvantage and had maintained an offensive posture, claiming that victory was imminent would be unrealistic. Thus, it was indeed necessary to cultivate alliances. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ruijin made a call to Fong Jibin's office the following day, expressing a desire to discuss certain matters. Fong Jibin was left utterly bewildered, uncertain about the nature of the conversation, and questioned why he was being sought for discussions. Shouldn't such matters be directed to the provincial governor? After all, he was not yet the governor himself. Even if Governor Lu showed reluctance to oversee affairs, any issues pertaining to the province should be communicated to him. While Xiao Ruijin, as the provincial party secretary, could choose not to inform him, Fong Jibin could not afford that luxury. Consequently, he promptly placed a call to the governor. Chapter 88. A good intention gone awry, Fong Jibin placed a call to the provincial governor, discussing the matter of Secretary Shah of the provincial committee seeking him. "Ah, I see. There must be something he wishes to convey," Governor Liu remarked with a smile. "Jibin, you should certainly go, and there is no need for such a call." His meaning was abundantly clear. "I am wholeheartedly supportive of you, especially considering your future son-in-law. It seems I might also have a vested interest in your affairs. What could there possibly be to doubt at this juncture? Furthermore, even if Secretary Shah were to extend an olive branch, do you truly believe he would challenge an old governor on the brink of retirement? Governor, is this not the protocol?" Fang Zhibin chuckled, understanding the unspoken nuances, yet feeling compelled to address certain matters. "Indeed, it is the protocol," the governor replied with a laugh, encouraging him to proceed without concern. After concluding the call, Fang Zhibin made his way to Secretary Shah Ruijin's office. Secretary Bai was already waiting outside, and, upon spotting Fang Zhibin, greeted him warmly. "Director Fang, you have arrived. Where's Secretary Shah?" "Secretary Shah is inside awaiting you. He has postponed numerous engagements today just to converse with you," Secretary Bai explained, ushering him through the grand entrance. Inside, Shah Ruijin, hearing the commotion, turned to see Fang Zhibin and rose with a beaming smile. "Comrade Zhibin." "Secretary Shah." Fang Zhibin responded courteously as he approached. After inviting him to sit, Shah Ruijin engaged in a flurry of pleasantries. However, Fang Zhibin found himself pondering the true intent behind this cordiality, uncertain of what was truly at play. Yet he refrained from interrupting Shah Ruijin's discourse, opting instead to listen attentively. Fortunately, Shah Ruijin was not oblivious to the subtleties of the conversation. He shifted the topic with a smile. "I have heard that Comrade Zhibin has but one daughter?" "Indeed." Fang Zhibin nodded, though a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. What was Shah Ruijin implying? Was he perhaps hinting at an interest in his daughter? Nonetheless, he mused that it might be too late. Given Sun Yonghao's capabilities, even with Shah Ruijin's resources, he hardly met the necessary qualifications. Not to mention, not even the sons of his subordinates or his superiors would suffice. Yet, Shah Ruijin refrained from voicing such thoughts. "Comrade Zhibin, I summoned you here, and I trust you may have speculated on my intentions. I have received word that a classmate of your daughter has come down from the capital and is part of the current inspection team. This young comrade happens to be a friend of my son, and their relationship is quite amicable. I thought perhaps, given that they share the same academic circle, it might be an opportunity for introductions. Allow me to play the role of matchmaker." Shah Ruijin smiled. Listening to Shah Ruijin's words, Fang Zhibin silently acknowledged that Shah Ruijin indeed harbored such thoughts. However, regardless of who it was, Fang Zhibin could never acquiesce. He already had a grand path laid before him. Why would he willingly degrade himself? Was he a fool? Furthermore, even if it meant offending Shah Ruijin, it mattered not. "Secretary Shah, I sincerely apologize." Fang Zhibin managed a wry smile. "My daughter has already found her partner. Just the other day, they returned together, and I am quite pleased. It can only be said that they are fated yet incompatible." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Shah Ruijin's smile momentarily faltered. This revelation was deliberately shared by Fang Zhibin, as he could not let such a slight to his position as provincial secretary go unacknowledged. "So that is the case. I was too hasty and did not inquire beforehand." Shah Ruijin chuckled. "I wonder which young talent has captured your approval?" "Secretary Shah, as luck would have it, it is none other than our city's Guangming District's deputy secretary. Comrade, Sun Yonghao," Fang Zhibin replied. "I am indeed quite satisfied with this choice, especially as my daughter is no longer young. Comrade Sun Yonghao is exceptional, and I can only express my gratitude for your kind words." As he heard the name, Shah Ruijin's expression swiftly transformed into one of shock, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise despite his composed demeanor. He had long suspected that Sun Yonghao's background was significant. Typically, he would not dare offend Sun Yonghao. Yet here he was, attempting to cultivate a closer relationship with Fang Zhibin, only to receive such news. If it were anyone else, perhaps it would be of little consequence. But now, the situation became precarious. Who could ascertain Sun Yonghao's character? With the two already a couple, if Sun Yonghao held this matter in high regard, it could spell disaster. "Oh dear," I overlooked this matter entirely. It is my fault, Xiao Jin exclaimed, patting his head with a fervent smile. Comrade Jibin, your discretion has been commendable. How could I possibly be unaware of Comrade Yonghao? He arrived in Handong around the same time as I did, and upon his arrival, he displayed remarkable decisiveness, effectively resolving the mess left by Ding Yijin. The development in Guangming District is now enviable. Who wouldn't desire such talent? To be frank, Jibin, if I had a daughter, I too would wish to marry her to Comrade Yonghao. Upon hearing this, Fang Jibin realized that Xiao Jin had completely relinquished his ambitions. Yet he did not show it outwardly. He maintained his composure. Secretary Xia, your praise is appreciated. Fang Jibin replied with a smile. Well then, I shall extend my best wishes to Comrade Yonghao and your daughter. However, Comrade Jijin, there is one matter I hope you can agree to. Please, Secretary Xia, go ahead. Fang Jijin was unaware of what Xiao Jin had to say. When Comrade Yonghao is to wed, you must be sure to invite me. Xiao Jin chuckled. Certainly, certainly. Fang Jijin immediately broke into laughter. However, whether to genuinely extend an invitation to Xiao Jin was not solely his decision at this moment. It would depend on Comrade Sun Yonghao's thoughts, as this matter had yet to be discussed. Nevertheless, even so, a banquet could certainly be arranged here in the future. When the time comes, inviting Xiao Jin here would be entirely feasible, wouldn't it? Very well, then it is settled. Xiao Jin also laughed. By the way, did we not mention the formation of a basketball team in our provincial committee and the provincial government? There is to be a friendly match, and Comrade Yonghao possesses commendable physical fitness. Have we considered having him join? Chapter 89. The distorted Hou Liangping. Comrade Yonghao is indeed present. Fang Jibin chuckled. Well, I look forward to witnessing Comrade Yonghao's prowess. Xiao Jin also laughed. After a brief exchange, Fang Jibin departed, and at that moment, Sun Yonghao received some news. Yonghao, there's a basketball team being formed by Governor Liu, comprised entirely of members from the provincial government. They are looking for you to join. It includes several individuals from the Secretariat and various departments. Excellent. Sun Yonghao smiled, thinking there was nothing to decline. Great. The gathering is set for 3 days from now. If you have time, you can come and meet everyone to acclimate. Fang Jibin remarked, although many of them are government leaders, who says that subordinates cannot participate. After receiving the news, Sun Yonghao made his way to the agreed-upon location after work. Even Fang Yuan appeared, while Lu Jigang was still anxiously awaiting news. After all, how could someone like him be informed of Xiao Jin being turned away? Only Sha Linlong had received some tidbits of information, yet he remained silent. Moreover, Xiao Jin had instructed his son not to dwell on or inquire about this matter. Naturally, Sha Linlong understood how to proceed. As Sun Yonghao arrived at the venue, he was surprised to find many familiar faces. Hou Liangping, and the woman beside him must be Zhong Xiaowai, right? Additionally, there were Xiao Jin, Liu Hegong, Gao Yuliang, Tian Guofu, Fang Jibin, and several familiar secretaries. Even Tongwei was present, attending to the leaders by offering towels and water, almost usurping the secretarial duties, while wearing a radiant smile. Upon seeing Sun Yonghao and Fang Yuan approach, Xiao Jin and Gao Yuliang chuckled. Comrade Jibin, is this your daughter? Seeing her standing with Comrade Yonghao is truly a match made in heaven. Secretary Xia is indeed correct. Gao Yuliang laughed. Oh, it seems Comrade Jibin has gotten ahead of me. I also have a daughter, though she is not here. Otherwise, I would have certainly competed with you for her. This remark elicited hearty laughter from those around, playfully teasing Fang Jibin. However, those who were aware of certain circumstances felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin suddenly recalled something. This mysteriously originated Sun Yonghao is now allied with Fang Jibin's family. Moreover, with Governor Liu standing beside them. Does this not almost confirm the selection of the governor? Previously, there might have been a glimmer of hope to choose between Gao Yuliang or Li Dakang. However, upon further reflection, perhaps it is best to refrain from pursuing this matter, as it is unlikely that anyone could surpass Fang Jibin standing before me. In the future, there may not be any more opportunities for Sha Li, but rather, it will be Sha Fang. Nevertheless, this is not entirely unfeasible. Still, to placate Dakang, it is essential to express my stance. After all, it is imperative that others perceive this as well. I cannot afford to let my subordinates feel disheartened. At this moment, Xiao Jin gazed at Dakang, who was grinning broadly beside him, utterly at a loss for words regarding this fellow. He could only endure a sense of injustice. While Xiao Jin pondered these matters, those around him were not entirely absorbed in the same thoughts. Tongwei hurriedly approached Sun Yonghao, exclaiming, "Secretary Yonghao, here is your water, and this is for the comrade." Tongwei beamed with delight. "Thank you, Director Qi." Sun Yonghao smiled in return, though he did accept it. Meanwhile, others were murmuring about Sun Yonghao. "Is this the same Sun Yonghao from before?" Zhong Xiai inquired, eyeing him closely. "Indeed, it is he," Hou Liangping replied through gritted teeth. Standing behind Zhong Xiai, despite his taller stature, he resembled a bird nestled in the warmth of her embrace. "Do not act impulsively." Zhong Xiai observed the unfolding situation. Unlike Hou Liangping, who seemed to be acting recklessly, her discernment of the circumstances far surpassed his. Watching the jovial group in the crowd, including Secretary Xia, Governor Liu, and Gao Yuliang, who represented the three dominant factions, it was evident how courteous they were towards Sun Yonghao, which even a fool could understand needed to be addressed. Moreover, Zhong Xiai had also noticed Liu Jigang's previous demeanor, yet this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Before she could voice her thoughts, she heard Hou Liangping muttering softly, "Look at our senior brother. He truly embodies the essence of a petty individual." Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiai glanced over at him. Perceiving a rather distorted expression, feeling somewhat weary, she decided against engaging Hou Liangping further, and simply remarked, "Please wait here. I will go speak a few words." "What do you have to discuss with them, Xiai?" Hou Liangping's voice dwindled, sensing that since his arrival in Handong, he had encountered a series of setbacks. His position had continuously diminished, and back home, he had felt a modicum of equality in dialogue with Zhong Xiai. In moments when she was in good spirits, playful banter had provided him with joy. However, after facing numerous challenges in Handong, he now felt incapable of holding his head high before her. Even when Zhong Xiai looked at him, the warmth of their previous camaraderie and humor seemed to have dissipated. Even the current report requirements have elevated significantly, all of which can be traced back to Sun Yonghao. At this moment, Zhong Xiaoi gracefully approached Sun Yonghao, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Jin, though unsure of the implications, could only smile, given the relationship between the Zhong family and Zhong Xiaoi's present status. "Comrade Yonghao, allow me to introduce you. This is our deputy leader of the inspection team, Comrade Zhong Xiaoi." He then turned to Zhong Xiaoi and continued, "This is Comrade Sun Yonghao, the deputy secretary of the district committee in Guangming District, Jingzhou City." "Hello, Comrade Xiaoi. I am Sun Yonghao," he greeted with a smile, extending his hand to shake hers. Chapter 90. What do you think I am? The two individuals engaged in conversation, while a distant figure seethed with frustration. "Comrade Yonghao, my purpose for coming here is not only to become acquainted with you, but also to extend my apologies for the previous recklessness displayed by Comrade Hou Liangping." As she spoke, Zhong Xiao performed a deep bow. "You are being overly modest, Comrade Xiao." Sun Yonghao regarded the woman before him, recognizing her superiority compared to Hou Liangping. In the past, during her school days, Zhong Xiao may not have exhibited such poise. However, after years of diligent work, she had long ceased to be an inconspicuous figure. Having already apologized for the past, it would now seem petty for Sun Yonghao to continue harboring grievances against Hou Liangping. Such a person, whether in public service or in personal interactions, would naturally lean towards discretion. In contrast, individuals like Hou Liangping, akin to the newly affluent who indulge in extravagant spending, often display a retaliatory nature. Presently, Hou Liangping's situation was far more severe than what has been previously articulated. Otherwise, he would not find himself in his current predicament. Yet he maintained a low profile, while Sun Yonghao was no simpleton either. Comrade Xiao jested, stating that this was merely a matter among comrades, devoid of any offense. "We are all simply adhering to the established protocols." Comrade Hou Liangping was indeed somewhat impulsive in the past, but I have faith that under your guidance, Comrade Xiao, he will certainly amend his ways. In that case, Comrade Liangping may once again reclaim his position and serve the people. You speak wisely, Comrade Yonghao. Zhong Xiao responded with a smile. The others observed the exchange between the two, but suddenly, Zhong Xiao remarked, "You bear a resemblance to someone I seem to recall. I believe I have encountered someone of the same surname, Sun. Who could it possibly be that Comrade Xiao has met?" Sun Yonghao inquired, maintaining his composure. Could it be my long-lost brother? He deftly sidestepped the question without revealing any vulnerability. Yet, those present were astute individuals, old foxes, if you will. It was implausible that they would underestimate the significance of such remarks. Particularly, Gao Yuliang and Xiao Jin, whose smiles had noticeably diminished, though their expressions remained largely unchanged, revealing their growing seriousness. As their conversation neared its conclusion, preparations were underway for the competition, led by Xiao Jin's provincial committee against the government team headed by Fang Jibin. Due to his age, Governor Liu had refrained from participating as he had engaged in such training less frequently in his earlier years. However, on the side of Xiao Jin, Gao Yuliang also joined in, and his health was quite robust. He had previously been able to till the land in his little villa, not to mention playing basketball. As he regularly engaged in ample exercise, the remaining participants included 3 individuals from the Secretariat, with Xiao Bai among them, while on our side there were Fang Jibin, a vice-governor, as well as Sun Yonghao, Governor Liu, and the Secretary of Executive Fang. As the whistle blew, the contest commenced with great enthusiasm. This seemingly entertaining spectacle revealed that each participant had exerted their utmost effort, yet these individuals in their 30s were no match for those in their 50s or 60s. In a brief span, they were already panting, unable to sprint or score, yet their determination was palpable. Observing the scene, Sun Yonghao chose not to stand out, but played the game in a conventional manner alongside everyone else. Ultimately, the government team fell short by a mere point. During their respite, Tongwei dashed faster than anyone else to present towels to Xiao Jin and Gao Yuliang. "Thank you, Comrade Tongwei." Xiao Jin responded with a courteous smile. "You are too kind, Secretary Xia." Tongwei replied with a grin. Gao Yuliang regarded Tongwei's actions with a thoughtful glance, but refrained from commenting at that moment. Sun Yonghao observed silently, while Xiao Jin encouraged the remaining participants to commence their play. As Xiao Jin and his group rested, Sun Yonghao opted not to re-enter the game, waiting until its conclusion. Just as they were about to leave, Tongwei approached Sun Yonghao, wishing to invite him to dine together. Sun Yonghao was uncertain whether this invitation stemmed from Tongwei himself, Gao Yuliang, or the Zhao family behind them. Nevertheless, he did not decline the offer, and Tongwei, being astute, provided an excuse. Sun Yonghao chose to remain silent about his suspicions and followed Tongwei as they departed. The others observed without concern. Governor Liu and the others trusted Sun Yonghao and did not believe he would act impulsively. As for Gao Yuliang, he merely felt pleased to see Tongwei's initiative. Xiao Jin himself had no reservations. If someone truly sought to undermine him, he knew he could not escape. He simply had faith in Sun Yonghao, regardless of his past. In any case, Xiao Jin was clear about his purpose for being here, and he believed that Governor Liu and Sun Yonghao were equally aware. Thus, Sun Yonghao would not entangle himself with Tongwei or the Zhao family at this juncture. After a brief respite, the group dispersed, while Sun Yonghao and Tongwei ventured to a quieter locale for their meal. Moreover, Tongwei has learned to be more astute this time, recognizing that Sun Yonghao does not particularly favor the Shanshui manner. Should he truly extend an invitation to Tongwei for this location, it would reflect his lack of understanding. Furthermore, Tongwei's decision to bring others to Shanshui manner is a display of ostentation, a means of intimidation, and a tactic for gathering allies. Nevertheless, following their previous interaction, he would refrain from such actions towards Sun Yonghao. Yet, on this occasion, Tongwei appears to be burdened with unspoken thoughts. He is not intoxicated, yet his speech seems slightly slurred. "Secretary Yonghao, may I call you Yonghao?" Tongwei inquired, gazing at Sun Yonghao. "Of course," Sun Yonghao replied with a smile. "Well then, Yonghao, let me share something with you. Tongwei continued. All right, I'm all ears. Sun Yonghao responded with a cheerful demeanor. So, Yonghao, what do you think of me? Tongwei. Chapter 91. A Man, a Hero. Director Qi, you are intoxicated. Sun Yonghao gazed at Tongwei before him, pondering how it was indeed impossible to share any heartfelt sentiments with him. Moreover, it was not merely his own reluctance. Even the ever-watchful Gao Yuliang behind him would never truly engage in any genuine conversation. Each of these individuals harbored their own vulnerabilities, some of which could be gravely detrimental. Currently, the prospect of genuinely becoming Sun Yonghao's confidant, or of him pulling them into his inner circle, did not seem to possess any merit. Although Tongwei elicited a tinge of sympathy, his numerous past transgressions and his deep entanglements with the Zhao family rendered him a complicated figure. Furthermore, to consider that a director, after consuming merely a few drinks, could genuinely deem himself inebriated was quite incredulous. Secretary Yonghao, I am aware that our relationship is not of such intimacy. Tongwei interjected, shaking his head. I merely wish to comprehend how you perceive me. Am I truly so despicable that others hesitate to converse with me? Director Qi, you're being overly dramatic. Sun Yonghao replied, shaking his head in response. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy illuminated Tongwei's heart. The mere act of speaking was already a promising beginning. How am I being dramatic? Yet, I must inquire. He persisted. Sun Yonghao chuckled lightly. Director Qi, I have come to understand quite a bit about your past. During your formative years, you were nurtured by the entirety of your village. After achieving success, you repaid your hometown. In that regard, you are indeed a man of honor. Even if you have transgressed the law or organizational discipline, should the truth come to light, one would inevitably have to commend you as a true man. At these words, Tongwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Despite his numerous efforts in the past, had he ever received such praise? No, not truly. The villagers had smiled at him, which had brought him a sense of fulfillment. But what of others? Had anyone ever offered him such commendation? No, not even his own teachers had ever acknowledged him with a simple, Tongwei, well done, you are a man. Instead, he had only faced criticism and admonitions. He understood that his teachers had his best interests at heart, yet if he did not act in accordance with their guidance, could he still call himself a person? Ungratefulness. Who would ever employ such a being? How could he face his relatives and friends? Yonghao, I raise my glass to you, Tongwei declared, lifting his cup to Sun Yonghao. Not for anything else, but for your words. Sun Yonghao did not refuse, stating, Tongwei, I suspect many are aware of your current situation. Yet, a multitude lament your plight. Lament? Why? Tongwei queried, only to have his expression darken with realization. Anger surging within him. It is the Liang family. Liang Lu. The Liang family? Liang Lu? Sun Yonghao couldn't help but scoff. Is there anyone outside who would dare to say such things about you? Or perhaps they claim you rose to prominence by relying on others. Tongwei's face flickered with a mix of crimson and pallor, uncertain whether it was due to his own actions or the biting words of Sun Yonghao. Indeed, there are whispers about you, branding you as a scoundrel, a mere parasite. Sun Yonghao sneered. Who? Tongwei inquired. Who? Your esteemed junior, Hou Liangping. Sun Yonghao replied with disdain. That monkey? Tongwei could scarcely believe it, yet he soon appeared to grasp the situation, albeit with lingering doubts. What one lacks often becomes a source of obsession. Sun Yonghao mused, pointing out that this individual, who himself was a leech, had become a laughingstock in the capital. In certain circles, who was unaware of his reputation, yet, like a crow perched atop a coal pile. He could see the darkness of the coal, but remained oblivious to his own. Or perhaps he knew of his own shortcomings, but sought to elevate himself by belittling others. However, uttering such words only rendered him a jest. Thus, few held any affection for this character. Since his arrival in Handong, he had transformed into this current state, largely due to his own disposition. Relying on the influence of the Zhong family, he conducted affairs without regard for propriety, naturally inviting others to teach him a lesson in decorum. As for his status as a son-in-law, are you aware of how many within this system have ascended through such means? Sun Yonghao chuckled. Let us not even mention others. Take our provincial secretary, Xiao Jin. For instance, he too shares this identity. What? At this revelation, Tongwei was genuinely taken aback. He had been entirely unaware of this information. He knew Xiao Jin had numerous foster fathers in the past, but he had no inkling that his rise was attributed to this. What? Did Xiao Jin's foster father have no children of his own? Sun Yonghao pressed. The prior assistance was already ample compensation. Could it truly have propelled him to his current stature? He pondered, perhaps it provided some aid, even if intangible. Yet it certainly wasn't sufficient to elevate him to this position. And I? Tongwei seemed poised to inquire further. As for your relationship with Liang Lu, I shall not comment. How you navigate that is your concern. Sun Yonghao shook his head, continuing, however, with your current attitude, if she were my daughter, even in my retirement, I could ensure you never ascend. Should you actually manage to rise? Wouldn't that be a complete upheaval? Even if you truly leverage the Liang family to get ahead, ultimately turning against them, such a person would be nothing short of ungrateful. And regarding the Zhao family, the current Zhao family, and even that of some time ago, may well surpass the Liang family. Yet, who was stronger between the Zhao and Liang families in the past? I cannot ascertain. Sun Yonghao continued. Do you know why the people from your village can thrive now? Because of me. Tongwei is quite aware of this matter. Indeed, it is because of you, but what have you truly accomplished? Sun Yonghao scoffed, leaning on the Zhao family, having done so much for them. When the Zhao family falls, you will be the first to perish. However, you have relied on the Zhao family before, and now that you wish to extricate yourself, it will not be so simple. One can only say that you have chosen the wrong path. Favoritism prevails, and those deemed competent or incompetent are all placed within the police force. This may seem trivial, yet it will serve as a point of attack against you. As for the Mountain and Water Group, once the truth is uncovered, you will be the first to fall. You may be a true man, but you have certainly made genuine mistakes. Sun Yonghao shook his head and added, moreover, I can guarantee that your relatives will not have a favorable outcome after your downfall. They may not face any repercussions, yet the fortunes they once enjoyed may very well be reversed. Chapter 92. Do you want my assistance? How naive? What? How could this be possible? Upon hearing these words, Tongwei's eyes widened, and his voice rose considerably. How could it be impossible? Are the auxiliary police you recruited going to be retained? Or can the funds from the Shanshui group remain? Tongwei wanted to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Having spoken so much today, allow me to present two more examples. Sun Yonghao remarked. One of them involves an esteemed elder. During the time of fighting against the Japanese, his location was attacked, and his wife was captured by the enemy on their wedding night. How did this individual respond? Without any orders, he immediately rallied his dispersed troops. Ultimately, he amassed over 10,000 men and completely eradicated the enemy from their stronghold. In the end, he avenged his fellow villagers and rescued his wife. He also sought retribution for the fallen soldiers. Even his superiors remarked that such a man, who would seek vengeance for his wife, possessed true courage. Yet, he still violated their discipline. The final outcome was a balance of merit and fault. No punishment, nor reward. Nonetheless, many superiors held a favorable view of this elder. For who could dislike such a loyal and righteous man? Numerous leaders even interceded on behalf of this venerable figure. This is one example. As Sun Yonghao spoke, Tongwei expressed that he had never been privy to such circumstances. However, he admired such actions greatly, for all men possess courage. Why had he never encountered such a leader? There is another example, whose position may even surpass yours. Sun Yonghao continued, and his situation was nearly identical to yours. Upon gaining admission to university, he lacked sufficient funds to pursue his education. At that time, there were few subsidies and no loans available. Ultimately, the villagers each contributed their resources to support this student's education. Do you know how he repaid them? He transformed the village into a prosperous community, with every household living in villas and driving luxury cars. Of course, you may already be aware of his fate. He was apprehended, yet the villagers' lives continued unabated. The redevelopment had been completed, and the improvements were firmly established. It was simply unfeasible to revert the situation. Yet, who would not extol this individual as a true man? But what of you? How do your methods compare to his? With your downfall, everything in your village will cease to exist. All that is illegal can be easily rectified. Moreover, given the current circumstances, you must realize that your existence allows your relatives and friends to reap continuous benefits, even if only in an invisible capacity. When you, as the director, engage in certain projects, do you not think that others would consider your influence? Would it not be more honorable to earn money through legitimate means? What you offer now is indeed decent, stable, and requires little effort. However, what is the outcome? Are you aware of your current predicament? The futures of so many are tied to you. Should you falter, all would be lost. Sun Yonghao stated, and as for the current situation, you fail to see it clearly. Fail to see clearly? What do you mean? Tongwei inquired. You might want to ask your mentor about that. Sun Yonghao replied, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Let him explain it to you. Do you understand, Director Qi? The reason I have come out with you today to engage in this conversation is solely due to your background, your character, and the fact that you are a man. Otherwise, even if you were intoxicated, I would have remained silent. What chance do you think you and I have? Perhaps it is merely my sense of compassion. A director should fulfill his responsibilities rather than seek to appease others. Who respects such flattery? Sun Yonghao scoffed. What people speak of now pertains only to your past actions. How much have you accomplished in your role as a director? Even if your mentor has made numerous attempts to elevate you to the position of director, how much respect have you shown him? Yes, others may have forgotten, but you were once the heroic narcotics officer who endured 3 gunshot wounds. You were also that just and incorruptible prosecutor. But what about now? Do you still remember your original intentions? It seems they have been lost amidst the allure of money and self-interest. Can self-interest hasten your ascent? Perhaps, but lacking the ability to perceive the situation and adapt is far more detrimental. Is your mentor not part of your network? Yet, what can he possibly say? To claim that his student, as a director, has achieved little, merely relying on the precedents set by others to ascend? Dream on. Well, I have said quite enough. Sun Yonghao declared as he rose to his feet. The extent of his words was rooted in his previous impressions of Director Qi. They say only a farmer's child meets a tragic end. Yet in this realm of power struggles, even if one does not perish, a favorable outcome remains unlikely. Sun Yonghao did not wish to continue. If there were indeed a chance for redemption, a future devoid of repeated mistakes might allow one to cleanse themselves. However, the likelihood of such an opportunity seems slim. Even Gao Yuliang, in moments of anger, has proclaimed that should he become the provincial secretary, Tongwei would be the first to be sacrificed. It is indeed bewildering that one would travel to the capital to lodge complaints against his own mentor. Having concluded his remarks, Sun Yonghao stepped outside, while Tongwei, lost in thought, only realized that Sun Yonghao was preparing to leave after he had already risen. He hurriedly followed him out. Yonghao, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for your reminder today. Whatever your reasons, you were the first to convey these words to me. You can observe my performance from now on, Tongwei pledged earnestly. Huh? Sun Yonghao scoffed lightly. You wish to gauge my performance? What exactly do you expect to see? I have already stated that my willingness to speak at length is solely because you are a man. Everything else is of no concern to me. If you wish for my assistance, you are sorely mistaken. Tongwei was about to retort when he noticed that Sun Yonghao was already approaching his vehicle. Yonghao, everyone has been drinking. Let us find someone to take us home. My car won't be available until tomorrow. Tongwei was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. However, Sun Yonghao merely shook his head. I have a driver, he replied. A driver? Tongwei looked over and finally noticed the individual he had seen earlier in Sun Yonghao's vehicle. Suddenly, Tongwei felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he himself did not have a driver. Chapter 93, Do It If You Wish. As he watched Sun Yonghao's car depart, Tongwei remained in a daze, only returning to his senses once the vehicle merged into the ceaseless stream of traffic. He then sat in his own car, deep in thought, until he felt ready to start the engine and leave the location. Suddenly, the words of Sun Yonghao echoed in his mind. reminding him that it was likely time for his mentor to rest. It would be unwise to intrude further. Tongwei's heart was in turmoil as he reflected on the events of his life and the earlier conversation he had with Sun Yonghao. The only action he could recall that might have earned Sun Yonghao's regard was reporting on his hometown. He made a phone call to his assistant, requesting a ride home. The assistant promptly drove Tongwei to his residence rather than Shanshui Manor. It seemed that many were aware of the affairs surrounding Shanshui Manor, yet only a few truly understood them. Not everyone possessed the insight of Sun Yonghao, who seemed to perceive the world from a divine perspective, grasping not only the entirety of matters, but perhaps just fragments of them. The assistant, however, was not well versed in the intricacies between the director and the manor, and thus drove Tongwei home. During the journey, Tongwei closed his eyes, allowing the words of Sun Yonghao and his own corresponding actions to reverberate through his mind. When the car finally came to a halt, the assistant gently called out, Director, we have arrived home." Awakening from his reverie, Tongwei opened his eyes, only to find them reddened. "Where am I?" He glanced around and realized that this was not the sanctuary he envisioned, but rather the parking lot beneath his home with Liang Lu. Nevertheless, he decided to remain where he was. It was not the time to wander. "Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Li," Tongwei remarked to his assistant. "Director, you flatter me. At this hour, we have yet to rest," the young assistant replied, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he admired the car. Tongwei chuckled, surprised by the young man's enthusiasm. "Do you like it? Then come by tomorrow and drive me to work," he suggested with a smile. "Really, Director?" the young man inquired, his eyes wide with delight. Indeed, Tongwei was uncertain whether the assistant was being playful or genuinely enthusiastic about the vehicle. Regardless, he was pleased with the idea of fostering a closer connection. "Thank you, Director. I will certainly perform well tomorrow." The young man beamed. "Very well." As Tongwei spoke, he suddenly turned around and took out his wallet, counting out a few bills before handing them to the young man before him. "Director, what are you doing?" the young man inquired, puzzled as to why he was being given his own money back. "Here you go. I can't let you run over there and end up having to pay for a taxi back yourself," Tongwei replied. "You young people still enjoy late-night snacks, don't you? Consider this a treat. After you return, you can share the experience with your friends." Tongwei, after all, had once been young himself. No, I can't possibly accept your money," the assistant quickly protested. "I could just take the subway back. It won't cost much. Besides, I drove here, so really, there's no need for this, Director. Listen, take it. Otherwise, I might not dare to let you come back tomorrow," Tongwei insisted. "Then I'll just take one." The assistant relented, pulling out a single bill. "All right," Tongwei chuckled, seeing that the assistant truly did not wish for anything more. "Now off you go. Goodbye, Director," the assistant said as he made his way outside. Tongwei then boarded the elevator, returning home. Upon his arrival, he found a solitary figure seated on the sofa, who turned to look at him as he made some noise. "Tongwei," Liang Lu exclaimed, surprised to see him. "You're back." "Yes," Tongwei nodded. "Why did you drink so much?" Liang Lu said, rising to pour him a cup of hot water, which she then presented to him. "I was just chatting with Secretary Yonghao," he replied, accepting the water. Liang Lu, too, was somewhat infatuated, else she would not have acted so impulsively in the past. Their relationship had since darkened, compelling Tongwei to marry her, leading to their current existence. If she had truly cherished him, perhaps things would not have escalated to this point. There might have been genuine affection, but how much was born out of spite? As for any regret on Liang Lu's part, that was likely present, yet these were choices she had made herself. Now, the two of them continued to live in a rather awkward manner, with every rare meeting culminating in arguments. However, this time, Tongwei felt significantly calmer, and Liang Lu had not encountered any pressing troubles thus far. "Why haven't you gone to rest yet?" Tongwei asked after finishing his water. "It's still early. I've been sleeping late these past few days," Liang Lu explained. Tongwei leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes, and asked Liang Lu, "I want to ask you something." "What is it?" Liang Lu replied, curious about whether they still shared any common ground. "What do you think about my family helping me?" Tongwei posed his most pointed question directly. Liang Lu was taken aback by Tongwei's unexpected response. Assisting one's family is undoubtedly commendable, especially when they have shown you kindness. However, it is imperative to employ methods that are both reasonable and appropriate, rather than recklessly inserting them into your system, as is currently the case. Agreeing to everything they request, regardless of legality or adherence to organizational principles, is bound to lead to significant issues. As Liang Lu voiced her concerns, she reflected on the current situation. Thankfully, it had not yet escalated to the chaos experienced in Elzhou, where Tongwei had not yet contacted the director of Elzhou to secure the release of a group of girls involved in a scandal. I understand, Tongwei remarked, his response surprising even Liang Lu. Why was he so amenable this time? In the past, whenever they discussed this matter, Tongwei would erupt in anger, ultimately storming out in search of a young seductress. Chapter 94. Do you wish to see me perish? Today, Tongwei exhibited an unusual demeanor, engaging in a surprisingly calm conversation with himself. Tongwei, are you all right? Has something happened? Liang Lu inquired with evident concern. After a lifetime of bickering, such a sudden shift in behavior certainly indicated trouble. I'm fine. Tongwei waved his hand dismissively, indicating a lack of desire to elaborate. Tongwei, if there is something troubling you, it would be better to speak up sooner rather than later. Liang Lu pressed on, suggesting they could devise a solution together if he revealed his concerns now. Devise a solution? What kind of solution? I've already said there is nothing wrong. Tongwei's voice rose in irritation. At this, Liang Lu fell silent, realizing that his tone had been rather harsh. Since he was back, it was time to clarify certain matters with her. Liang Lu, I have a question for you. Go ahead, Liang Lu replied, observing that Tongwei had regained his composure. When I became the director, did the Liang family lend any support? Or, during my previous promotions, was there any intervention? Was it the Zhao family or the Liang family? Tongwei asked. Previously, he had aligned himself with the Zhao family while serving in the political security department. At that time, Zhao Lichuan was merely holding a position in Jingzhou. Over a decade had passed since then, and Liang Chuanfeng had only recently retired. He had always believed that his position was a result of his own hard work and perseverance. However, a conversation with Sun Yonghao made him realize that the situation might not be so straightforward. It was possible that the Zhao family had indeed facilitated his advancement, and regardless, the role of director likely wasn't orchestrated by the Liang family, given the considerable time since their retirement and the depletion of their resources. It was my call to my father, Liang Lu whispered. So it was indeed you, Tongwei thought. What does this signify? Is it some form of compensation? He asked, regarding Liang Lu intently. Perhaps, she conceded without denial. Are you aware of my sentiments towards your family? Tongwei queried. I'm not entirely certain, but I can infer some of it. My father has mentioned it before, Liang Lu explained. Perhaps he harbors resentment towards the Liang family. Then why do you continue to act this way? Tongwei pressed. This is my debt to you, Liang Lu replied. Now I have experienced the consequences of that choice. My father had already warned me of this possibility, even suggesting it was inevitable. Yet, I still urged him to proceed. As a result, my two brothers were reassigned to different cities and no longer remained in Handong. My father also believes that Handong might not remain so tranquil in the future. What a remarkable Liang Chuanfeng. Tongwei laughed, realizing he had been maneuvered throughout his life. Tongwei, if this truly unsettles you, I can offer an apology, Liang Lu said. No need for that, Tongwei remarked. Consider this your compensation. Without your Liang family, I might not have reached my current position. At that moment, Tongwei's mind had become considerably clearer. Have you forgiven me, Tongwei? Liang Lu inquired once more. However, before Tongwei could respond, she continued, if that is the case, Tongwei, let's live our lives well together. In the future, if you seek companionship elsewhere, I can turn a blind eye. We are husband and wife, sharing both glory and misfortune. Enough of this, Tongwei replied, somewhat irritated. How is your father's health? He's doing well now, though he was unwell recently and still feels a bit weak. I'll go visit him tomorrow, Tongwei stated. Really? Upon hearing this, Liang Lu was momentarily taken aback, perhaps even delighted. All right, I'll inform Dad tomorrow. Observing Liang Lu's reaction, Tongwei said nothing further. As for whether he had truly forgiven Liang Chuanfeng, That was a secret known only to him. However, he intended to show a measure of humility towards Liang Xuanfeng. This was not the first time he had done so. What he had done in the past was still within his capacity to do now. He would not take any action against the Liang family or Liang Lu. But to cultivate a genuinely close relationship was not on the agenda. It remained uncertain whether this cunning old fox would devise strategies for him. Indeed, Tongwei was preoccupied with such thoughts. Even if they could not reconcile as a family, they could not remain adversaries either. He aspired to emulate Xiao Jin, hoping that this old fox would think of solutions for him. He realized that he could no longer navigate these waters alone. While his mentor was indeed capable, it was impractical to consult him for every matter. Moreover, despite their close relationship, he understood that his rapport with Liang Xuanfeng was distinctly different. The past events had revealed to Tongwei the profound cunning of these old foxes and the depth of their considerations. As a mere director, his means were becoming insufficient, let alone when he aspired to be a vice-governor. Having grasped these realities, Tongwei returned home to rest. The following day, he instructed his assistant to take his car away, but he did not set off alone. Instead, he accompanied Liang Lu, driving her car towards the sanatorium. They soon arrived at Liang Xuanfeng's room, where he lay frail and emaciated, his hair completely white, reading a newspaper. "Dad!" Upon arrival, Liang Lu called out. Liang Xuanfeng's hazy gaze turned towards the sound, recognizing his daughter. "Xiao Lu, you're here." However, before he could finish his words, he noticed Tongwei standing beside him like a pillar. "Dad!" Tongwei finally called out, though his voice was barely above a whisper. His thoughts had not altered significantly. He still believed that power was of paramount importance. However, the prospect of bringing Chen Yanshi to his knees or making Zhao Lichen mourn at a grave, as well as finding Liang Xuanfeng, was something he could tolerate. Liang Xuanfeng cast a glance and nodded expressionlessly. The appearance of Tongwei truly took him by surprise. "Dad, today it was Tongwei who took the initiative to come and see you," Liang Lu explained from the side. "All right, Xiaolu, go wash some fruit. We shall have a bite soon." Liang Xuanfeng smiled at his daughter. "Okay, then Dad, you and Tongwei had a good chat. He might have some matters to discuss with you," Liang Lu said as she exited with the fruit. "What brings